How foolish I am, truly. I am well aware that the formidable Ancient One of Marvel is watching over me, yet I dared to traverse into this realm. Liu Qi finds himself in an elegantly antiquated hall, seated and cautiously sipping the endlessly replenished tea in his hand. Before him sits the illustrious Supreme Sorceress of Marvel, the bald Ancient One, with her eyes closed. She appears to be oblivious to his presence. Were it not for the Eye of Agamotto, which is now ajar upon her chest, Liu Qi would have already made his escape. Gazing at the time stone revealed within the Eye of Agamotto, an audacious thought crossed his mind. If he were to seize the stone now, could he use it to slip away? However, upon observing the table separating him from the Ancient One, he relinquished this grand notion of demise. Recalling how he came to be in the Marvel Universe, Liu Qi couldn't help but feel the urge to slap himself. At that time he was working late and, during a break, picked up his phone to open an idle game. As a weary office worker, he had only a fleeting moment of free time, hardly sufficient to engage in competitive games like Special Forces or Honor of Kings. Upon noticing the advertisement icon that popped up on the game interface, Liu Qi promptly dismissed it. What a joke! With such limited leisure time, they expect me to watch advertisements? As he surveyed the idle rewards he had received, Liu Qi meticulously plotted how to allocate his points for maximal gain, ultimately opting for the highest tier Dark Realm. Then, after an extravagant 1 × 10 to the power of 6 upgrades to this Dark Realm, he found himself truly immersed within it. Upon entering a realm of darkness, Liu Qi was momentarily bewildered until a system interface materialized before him, presenting a selection of random worlds. Among the offered worlds, the only one he had a modicum of familiarity with was Marvel. The others, such as Starry Obscurity, Overwatch, and the legendary Sea of Observation, were largely unknown to him. Thus, it was only natural that he selected Marvel, seamlessly transitioning into the Marvel Universe, soaring towards Earth, and subsequently being invited by the Ancient One for tea. Had I chosen another universe, I would not have ended up here, Liu Qi lamented inwardly, observing the Ancient One as she seemingly utilized the Eye of Agamotto to scrutinize the fabric of time and space. Liu Qi dared not make any sudden movements. After all, in the Marvel Universe, who holds the title of the strongest? It is not the Bald One who reigns supreme. This white orb before him is the epitome of power in comparison. A mere egg is but a novice. As the Ancient One remained silent, Liu Qi struggled against the urge to relieve himself and decided to explore the system he had acquired through his traversal. The Dark System, a name that sounds impressive, yet its functionality leaves much to be desired. Much like the idle game he had previously played, this system is indeed an idle system. It commenced by granting him a dark space, formed of dark energy crystals. The more crystals amassed, the larger the space would grow. These dark energy crystals can be utilized to purchase units within the system, with an initial unit price of 10 points. Each acquisition raises the cost by 0.1, with no upper limit. As for the significance of the dark space's dimensions, Liu Qi remains uncertain. Yet, this familiar pattern evokes memories of the idle game he played prior to his journey. Liu Qi meticulously examined the situation and recalled the initial 10 points of dark energy crystals that the system had provided. His gaze then fell upon the sole item available for purchase, a ninja mask adorned with crimson eyes. This object struck Liu Qi as oddly familiar, though he could not quite place it, suspecting it might originate from an anime he had seen long ago. So long ago, in fact, that he had completely forgotten those details. Setting aside this perplexity, he noted that the initial purchase price for this unit was precisely 10 points. Without hesitation, he clicked the Add 1 button. The 10 points of energy bestowed by the system dwindled to 0, causing the price for the next unit to increase from 10 points to 10.1 points, while the dark energy crystal count at the top shifted to 0.1 per minute. It appeared that the extraction rate for this unit was a mere 0.1 dark energy crystal per minute. This did not surprise Liu Qi, as it was typical for idle games to begin with modest numbers, only to escalate to astronomical figures in later stages. What concerned him more was the notation accompanying the extraction of energy crystals. Unlike conventional idle games that accumulate currency every second, this system operated on a minute-by-minute basis, only gaining currency once per minute. How exasperating. At this rate, advancement to later stages felt like an eternity away. It was unlikely he would even reach the million mark before meeting his demise in this game. Frustrated, Liu Qi lifted the tea before him, intending to gulp it down to calm his nerves. However, he was taken aback by the seemingly infinite amount of tea within the cup, which spilled over and scalded his neck, seeping into his clothes. Instinctively, he loosened his grip, causing the cup to shatter on the floor. He stood abruptly, shaking his clothes in a somewhat exaggerated manner. Across from him, Gu Yi suddenly opened her eyes and fixed her gaze upon him. Liu Qi froze, momentarily forgetting the presence of this formidable figure. Observing Gui, who seemed momentarily disturbed, he quickly sat back down, trying to appear obedient. A cold sweat trickled down Lu Qi's back as he wondered if the esteemed individual perceived his actions as disrespectful. Would he inadvertently meet an untimely end? He had only just managed to escape the drudgery of corporate life and hadn't even had the chance to savor it at the very least. He wished to enjoy some anime. Gui scrutinized him for a moment, and suddenly, a dark mark appeared on her forehead. Lu Qi recognized this phenomenon. Gui, in her quest to sustain her life and power, publicly resisted Dormammu while secretly absorbing dark energy. Yet, he felt it unwise to comment on the matter, as the depths of this issue were far too complex for him to navigate. In truth, he was more engrossed in the visual effects during movies than the intricate plots behind them. Who really paid attention to such details? As he observed Gui manifest the dark mark, anxiety gripped him. Did it seem as though she was contemplating something sinister? Gui remained silent, her expression contemplative. Recalling the future she had glimpsed earlier, she could not help but be astonished. Could this one individual truly possess the potential to extinguish Dormammu's universe with a mere gesture? Despite the myriad of psychological activities, Master Wong's expression remained unchanged. Dormammu was undeniably formidable. Even with the time stone in her possession, she could not confidently claim victory over him. Yet, the individual before her possessed the potential to vanquish Dormammu. Utilizing dark energy in her spell, she discerned a trace of it within this person, one that was purer than Dormammu's, igniting a flicker of possibility in Wong's mind. She lifted her teacup and gestured towards Lu Qi. Initially, Lu Qi believed Master Wong sought to challenge him, only to be astounded when the shattered cup miraculously reassembled itself before him. Taking a sip, he found it to be an endless refill. The familiar flavor brought him relief, indicating that the esteemed figure was not pursuing his earlier misstep. "You harbor dark energy," Wong suddenly remarked, taking a sip of her tea. Lu Qi, caught off guard as he was gulping down his drink, sputtered in disbelief. Having just arrived in the Marvel Universe, how could he possibly be linked to Dormammu? Master Wong, who could not tolerate even the slightest trace of dark energy, seemed poised to frame him for something sinister, perhaps even silencing him permanently. It appeared he had failed to retain the unit measures from the system, akin to forgetting whether the in-game currency in a casual game was gold coins or tokens. "Do not panic, I have no intention of silencing you," Wong continued. "Goodness, how is she so perceptive? Does she possess mind-reading abilities?" Lu Qi's expression tightened as he recalled the various topics that had just transpired. Wong remembered a certain timeline where Lu Qi had candidly shared his thoughts, leaving her somewhat exasperated. "I shall not dwell on your earlier musings, nor do I possess mind-reading capabilities." "Master Wong, you just claimed that you cannot read minds." Lu Qi dared not entertain any thoughts at this moment, attempting to empty his mind and allow his spirit to traverse the multiverse. "You cannot observe the multiverse in such a manner, but I can assist you. However, you must first address some physiological needs, otherwise an embarrassing scenario may arise," Wong declared, waving her hand to conjure a circle crackling with electric sparks, leading directly to a restroom. It was then that Lu Qi realized he had an abundance of accumulated necessities, quickly rushing to resolve them. Wong retracted the portal and after a few minutes, opened it once more. Stepping out of the restroom, Lu Qi, unaware of the lingering sparks, thought he had been spared. Just as he prepared to make a strategic retreat, the portal unexpectedly reappeared. With a grimace, Lu Qi returned to the tea room, though he was no longer in a state of panic. Utilizing the time released by the sage's time, he took a moment to assess his situation, concluding that Wong indeed had no intention of silencing him. Otherwise, she would not have provided him with endless tea. Feeling secure, Lu Qi's thoughts began to wander. Observing the portal crackling with electric energy, he recognized its convenience, particularly for restroom visits. Just as he returned to the tea room, feeling remarkably refreshed, Wong appeared before him in an instant, striking his chest with her palm. A sudden lightness enveloped him, and Lu Qi was startled to find himself gazing at the back of his own head. "Wait, why am I floating?" As he watched himself ascend from the ground, he suddenly recalled Wong's spell that consumed funds. "It seems as though I have been momentarily transported." Gazing at my own body seated in an inexplicably appeared chair, Lu Qi felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. "Have a pleasant journey," murmured Ancient One, observing Lu Qi suspended in midair. Suddenly, Lu Qi felt a force pulling him to the side, transporting him to a realm of peculiar wonders. Returning to the tea table, Ancient One contemplated the potential of this individual who might possess the capability to vanquish Dormammu, deciding to harness that potential. Recalling the interrogation of Lu Qi along the timelines, Ancient One surmised that he bore no malevolent intentions with proper guidance. He could be steered away from the path of darkness. After an unforgettable expedition that seemed to reshape his very essence, Lu Qi regained his senses, only to discover he had returned to the tea room, back in his own body. Taking a sip of tea to calm his nerves, he glanced at Ancient One. "How was the journey?" Ancient One inquired. "It felt quite exhilarating, albeit overwhelmingly intense." Lu Qi candidly shared his impressions, noting that he now possessed hands all over his body, a sensation both bewildering and surreal. Other memories eluded him. Some scenes were so astonishing that they left him utterly speechless, and no wonder Ancient One regarded Stephen as the most exceptional supreme sorcerer. Stephen's ability to maintain his consciousness in such an environment revealed his remarkable talent in this field. Ancient One nodded slightly. "Next time, I shall exercise more caution with Stephen, so I am merely a test subject," Lu Qi silently lamented, though his expression remained composed. "Returning to our previous discussion, you are imbued with dark energy." Ancient One deftly redirected the conversation. "I cannot help it," Lu Qi replied, feeling aggrieved. "Had you not mentioned it, I would have been oblivious to the presence of dark energy within me. I have only just arrived in this world, hardly had the chance to take it all in." Lu Qi found it quite perplexing. Surely Dormammu could not have set his sights on him so soon after his arrival in this universe. Dark energy, why does it seem so familiar? Lu Qi's mind momentarily faltered, hastily activating the system to examine his resources. Dark energy. So it is the system that has ensnared me. Ancient One observed the myriad of expressions flitting across Lu Qi's face. Quietly sipping his tea, Lu Qi was at a loss. How could he present himself before Ancient One with such a troublesome system? It would be akin to illuminating the Restrumen invitation to disaster. "Master, I implore you to show mercy. I have yet to commit any misdeeds." "Ah, I shall not engage in wrongdoing," Lu Qi implored, gazing earnestly at Ancient One. Were it not for the endless refills of tea in Ancient One's hands, he would have offered to pour tea for him. "Dark energy is exceedingly perilous, yet it seems you are not susceptible to its influence," Ancient One remarked, concealing the dark mark on his forehead. Having not gazed into a mirror since his arrival, Lu Qi was unaware of any changes in his appearance. Nonetheless, Ancient One's words provided a modicum of reassurance. Contemplating the need to find a mirror, Ancient One continued, "You must remain here for a few days to observe." What choice did Lu Qi have but to acquiesce to the master's arrangements? Noticing Lu Qi's lack of objections, Ancient One waved his hand, prompting a transition in space as it shattered like a mirror. They had indeed been residing within the mirrored realm all along. Lu Qi expressed his astonishment, exclaiming that it was no wonder they were the epitome of excellence. He had been utterly unaware of his entry into this reflective dimension. "I shall have Modu escort you to your quarters over the next few days. I hope you will have a delightful experience at Kamartaj," remarked Gu Yi, as she clapped her hands, summoning a robust figure into the tea room. Observing Gu Yi's demeanor of bidding farewell, Lu Qi obediently followed Modu out. Chapter 2. Above Dormammu following Mordo out of the tea room, Lu Qi felt an overwhelming sense of relief in the absence of the imposing gaze of the higher-ups. Indeed, he nearly believed he was on the brink of a breakdown. "Master Gu Yi holds a special regard for you," Mordo remarked, slowing his pace to regard him with an unusual expression. Lu Qi felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could it not be special? After all, he and Gu Yi were both imbued with dark energy. "We all came here to seek knowledge, but you are different. You were personally brought back by Master Gu Yi." Mordo recalled how Gu Yi had abruptly left her instruction of 2 sorcerers to escort Lu Qi. Lu Qi's embarrassment deepened. Brought back was hardly the term. He had been captured. "Perhaps you possess remarkable talent in magic," Mordo suggested slowly. Reflecting on his recent experience, Lu Qi could barely remember his journey through the multiverse, let alone anything else. "I don't think so," Lu Qi interjected, his face growing increasingly flushed. Observing Lu Qi's demeanor, Mordo shrugged. "Yet, you seem to be highly regarded by the Supreme Sorcerer. He is a wise individual. He must have sensed your potential." Mordo remained an ardent admirer of Gu Yi, viewing her as a divine entity. "Here I am, endowed with a system and dark energy, yet I find myself invited for tea upon my arrival. I can't help but question my own abilities," Lu Qi lamented, casting his gaze skyward, tears unshed. Would you like to try your hand at magic? Mordo inquired, observing Lu Qi's expression. That could be intriguing. Lu Qi's interest piqued at the thought of teleportation. Mastering such a skill would alleviate the anxiety of missing the restroom. Seeing Lu Qi finally react, Mordo eagerly suggested, "Let me first show you around, and then we can head to the plaza to give it a try. Since the Supreme Sorcerer believes in your talent, you will surely grasp the spells here with ease." Upon entering a dimly lit chamber, Lu Qi felt as though he had stepped into a prison cell. "Do you not have any light bulbs here?" he questioned, surveying the gloomy atmosphere. Even in daylight, one would not need to draw the curtains, and he could hardly spot Mordo. Mordo shrugged and replied, "Maintaining the daily lives of the sorcerers already incurs significant costs. Camartage has no enterprises in the mundane world." Finally locating Mordo, Lu Qi accepted the small card offered to him. Bathed in the sunlight streaming through a small window, he read Shambhala and suddenly recalled something. "Oh no, where's my phone?" Mordo chuckled as he noticed Lu Qi's sudden freeze. "That's the Wi-Fi password, we are not savages." "That's not it," Lu Qi replied with a wry smile. "I don't have a phone. What kind of primitive being are you?" Mordo exclaimed in astonishment. After settling in, Lu Qi followed Mordo to the plaza where the sorcerers trained. Mordo donned a floating ring and asked, "Shall we attempt the portal first?" Beginners often find this quite enjoyable. He gestured with his hand, tracing a circle, and a door of electric sparks materialized before them. Convenient, easy to learn, and undeniably useful, yet primarily remarkable for its visual effects, this magical modality has captivated numerous beginners. As Mordo stepped through the portal, he appeared behind Lu Qi. Receiving the suspended ring from Mordo, Lu Qi envisioned an unoccupied spot in the plaza before him and extended his hand to draw. However, the anticipated portal failed to materialize, causing Lu Qi to furrow his brow in frustration. Indeed, his aptitude for magic was not exceptional. Even the rudimentary portal spell eluded him. Observing Lu Qi's bitter expression, Mordo reassured him, "Do not worry, this is a perfectly normal occurrence. Who can conjure magic upon their first attempt? It requires persistent practice." After Mordo's comforting words rekindled his confidence, Lu Qi reflected that even Stephen had nearly faltered on the snowy peaks before successfully manifesting a portal. Surely, he must afford some grace to the future Supreme Mage. After a brief respite, Mordo began to instruct Lu Qi on how to cast spells. In truth, the spells wielded by mages are not dissimilar to worldly technology. They merely represent different applications of energy. Mages manipulate energy through mental focus, while technology harnesses matter to drive energy. To release a spell, one must sense and control the surrounding energy with their mental strength. "Give it a try," Mordo encouraged. Lu Qi nodded, assuming the stance once more. To better attune himself to the energy, he closed his eyes and earnestly explored. Suddenly, Lu Qi discovered a peculiar energy within his body, astonishingly compliant and ready to be commanded at his will. "Take me to that place." He envisioned the earlier target, and the energy surged in response. Elated by the energy's movement, Lu Qi's expression shifted in a moment. Why was this energy not directing itself towards the suspended ring, but rather, under Mordo's watchful gaze, a surge of black energy enveloped Lu Qi, burying him underground, only to re-emerge in a nearby shadow. As Lu Qi appeared again, he turned in confusion to Mordo. "Did I succeed?" Mistaking the astonishment in Mordo's eyes for approval, Lu Qi excitedly boasted, "I can hardly believe it. I truly am a genius, succeeding on my first attempt." However, noticing the other mages silently drawing their weapons, Lu Qi began to sense something amiss. Were they envious of his talent and planning to gang up on him? Surely not. He cautiously retreated to the wall, observing the mages as if preparing for battle. "What is this? Are you all serious?" Lu Qi realized the atmosphere had shifted, especially as Mordo approached wielding a whip. Was this truly the level of excitement they sought? As the imposing figures closed in, Lu Qi swallowed hard. The situation felt dire. He needed to escape. The energy within him surged once more, enveloping him as he vanished from sight. Initially, Lu Qi had intended to head directly to the small attic to find the Ancient One, but he had scarcely traveled far before he sensed the energy around him depleting, and he found himself back in the material realm. Damn, there's not enough energy. Lu Qi took a deep breath, feeling as if he were at the end of his rope. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope that could salvage his predicament. "Master, please help me," he shouted fervently. However, whether due to the distance or some other reason, Gui did not appear as Lu Qi had envisioned. He realized he needed to move closer to Gui, but with so many formidable figures surrounding him, how could he possibly escape? Observing the imposing figures before him, Lu Qi sensed that his energy was recovering at an agonizingly slow pace, far from sufficient for a successful getaway. As one of the burly men approached, raising his staff, Lu Qi desperately wished for someone to intervene on his behalf. Just then, a thought flickered in his mind, and suddenly, a portion of his shadow split apart, morphing into a dark ninja before him. "Goodness, the Shadow Legion!" Lu Qi exclaimed, recalling the shadowy ninja soldiers from his childhood memories. At that moment, he remembered the mask within his system. Could it be that the units in this system were indeed ninja soldiers, and he could summon them? A rush of exhilaration coursed through him. He never imagined he could possess the ninja army he had longed for in his youth. Yet, reality set in as he considered the situation. While the ninja soldiers might easily handle ordinary foes, were these men truly ordinary? Observing their muscular physiques, Lu Qi was convinced that even without magic, these melee mages could subdue the ninja soldiers with ease. Furthermore, glancing at his remaining energy, he saw it dwindled to a mere 5.9, far too little to summon another ninja soldier. This automated system is utterly useless. I demand a new one. He inwardly lamented, suppressing his frustration as he regarded the ninja soldier before him. "Go quickly. Block their path," he commanded. The ninja soldier charged headlong into the throng of mages but was swiftly subdued by their melee weapons. Nevertheless, thanks to the ninja's valiant delay, Lu Qi gradually regained some energy and vanished into the shadows. Through this transformation, he emerged outside the courtyard and sprinted towards freedom. However, Modu and his companions were not easily deterred. They pursued him relentlessly. Lu Qi summoned every ounce of speed he possessed, reminiscent of his daily rush to work, and astonishingly outpaced the seasoned mages behind him. Yet, the reprieve was fleeting. Not far ahead, portals began to materialize, and mages surged forth. So they have an advantage, Lu Qi realized. Understanding the tenacity of these mages made escape nearly impossible. As a mage swung a staff down towards him, Lu Qi instinctively shifted into shadow form to evade the blow. However, the mage anticipated his movement, slamming the staff into the ground. The energy derived from a transaction with a dimensional demon erupted, forcibly dispelling Lu Qi from his shadow form. Stunned, Lu Qi hastily shifted to another direction, but the battle-hardened mages had already identified his weakness. Use the energy shield to intercept him, one commanded. His ability should not penetrate a barrier composed of energy. A wizard shouted, and the other wizards, undeterred, conjured various magical formations in an attempt to encircle Lu Qi. Observing the encroaching wizards, Lu Qi felt a surge of anxiety. His energy was nearly depleted, and with the encirclement, escape seemed impossible. Remembering he still had a ninja warrior at his disposal, Lu Qi endeavored to summon the ninja once more. The shadows split again, and the ninja warrior reappeared. "Quick! Let's get out of here." This time, Lu Qi refrained from instructing the ninja to undertake a suicide attack. Instead, he leaped onto the ninja's back, urging it to carry him away. The ninja's crimson eyes widened, seemingly straining, yet it galloped forth with Lu Qi in tow, deftly weaving to break free from the encirclement. However, Lu Qi was acutely aware that he was in the territory of these wizards and likely could not escape. He could only hope for the appearance of a formidable ally. Thus, the ninja darted about, pursued by an ever-increasing number of wizards, while Lu Qi continuously called out the name of Ancient One. Thanks to the ninja's boundless stamina, they evaded capture. Otherwise, they would have been overwhelmed by the throng of powerful wizards. Before long, Lu Qi found himself cornered behind the ninja, surrounded by a multitude of wizards. Gazing upon the sea of faces before him, Lu Qi had reason to believe that all the official wizards of Camartage had gathered to intercept him. Observing the energy he had exhausted, unable to transform and sustain his life, Lu Qi shook his head. This time, there was truly no salvation. Yet, amid his despair, A portal opened before him, and a figure clad in yellow emerged from the mirror dimension, standing protectively in front of Lu Qi. A wizard in the crowd shouted, "Supreme Wizard, the one behind you harbors dark energy. He is a follower of the Dark Lord." Lu Qi recognized the voice of the wizard, finding him somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized, "Isn't that Caecilius? You haven't betrayed us yet." The Ancient One removed his hood, revealing his bald head, commanding the attention of all present. Though this individual bore dark energy, he was not a disciple of Dormammu. Rather, he was an entirely different kind of Dormammu. "My goodness, are you trying to get me killed?" Lu Qi felt a deep sense of despair as he listened to the Ancient One's words. It was as if he had been designated as the enemy's main antagonist, a public declaration of his supposed heresy. Witnessing the crowd's escalating agitation, the Ancient One continued, "He possesses the potential to become a being akin to Dormammu, yet he is not Dormammu. Oh dear, not only are you speaking in riddles, but you're also creating confusion." Lu Qi watched as the Ancient One's elaborate words left everyone bewildered, tears welling in his eyes. It seemed the Ancient One intended to protect him, ensuring his survival. He resembled Dormammu, for he could wield the power of darkness, yet he differed from Dormammu, as he was not subjugated by the dark forces but rather commanded them. He was a purer embodiment of the Dark Lord than Dormammu himself, or rather, the true Dark Lord. Listening to Gu Yi's words, Lu Qi positioned himself above Dormammu, noting that his energy had increased from 5.9 to 6.0. Was I truly this formidable? However, you mentioned that the power of darkness is the most malevolent force and that he is the Lord of Darkness. Shouldn't we eliminate him to prevent future harm to the earth? Caecilius continued to shout. "You traitor! You have betrayed me, Gu Yi, in eradicating evil." Lu Qi glared fiercely at Caecilius, who remained unfazed, awaiting Gu Yi's response. "Pure power holds no inherent good or evil," Gu Yi stated with a demeanor of impartial wisdom, making her words all the more convincing. Furthermore, his strength derives from the dark dimension. The stronger he becomes, the weaker Dormammu will be. Gu Yi presented the final straw, completely dispelling the notion of ridding the world of evil. As long as he harbors goodwill, the power of darkness will pose no threat. Once Dormammu is vanquished, the darkness will become purer, allowing us to harness it for greater strength, even unleashing magic without cost. The spells of Camartage, in essence, operate on the principle of exchange, where one offers their own essence in return for extraordinary power from the deities of various dimensions. Thus, mages habitually train their bodies to enhance their worth. If no cost is required, they would embody true sorcery, akin to the magnificent display of Doctor Strange in the Endgame. What is Endgame? Upon grasping this concept, the assembly of mages regarded Lu Qi with a newfound perspective, seemingly eager for him to confront Dormammu and illuminate the dark world. In an instant, Lu Qi transformed from a target of disdain into a cherished figure in need of careful protection, feeling somewhat bewildered as Gu Yi drew him into the mirror dimension. Chapter 3. Accelerating with advertisements for 1 hour brought to the mirror dimension by the Ancient One, Lu Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly did not wish to be ensnared by a group of imposing men. Observing the Ancient One's calm demeanor, he scratched his head. "You were aware of everything that would transpire and have been watching from the shadows, correct?" The Ancient One nodded. She had indeed foreseen these events and attempted to influence the timeline towards a more favorable outcome for Earth. "Then why allow the existence of my dark energy to be exposed?" Lu Qi had come to realize that the energy he felt he could control at will was undoubtedly dark energy. However, for the sorcerers within Camartage, dark energy was far more unsettling than any other form, particularly as the Dark Lord Dormammu cast his menacing gaze upon Earth. "Because my time is running short," the Ancient One stated quietly, as if discussing a matter unrelated to herself. "How can that be? Have you not been siphoning Dormammu's dark energy?" Lu Qi exclaimed in astonishment. In the original world, people spoke of the Sorcerer Supreme's demise due to exorbitant special effects, yet none mentioned the Ancient One's mortality. "I have been secretly absorbing Dormammu's dark energy, but he is not oblivious to it," the Ancient One revealed, showing the dark mark on her forehead. "He has allowed me to draw upon this energy because it is imbued with the power to ensnare minds and locate worlds." As long as I absorb and utilize this dark energy, he can pinpoint Earth through me, directly dragging it into the dark dimension. I have been battling the malevolent abilities within this dark energy, but I am nearing my limits. If I continue this way, it won't be long before I inadvertently lead to Earth's consumption by Dormammu. At that moment, Lu Chi comprehended why the Ancient One had chosen to face death upon finding her successor. Otherwise, it would indeed be a ludicrous fate. The Sorcerer Supreme, who had kept Dormammu and his minions at bay from Earth, brought down by an elite creature, what an embarrassment for the dark entities. Now, understanding the Ancient One's intention, Lu Chi realized that the best way to prevent this calamity was to cease absorbing Dormammu's energy. Yet, this would result in her immediate demise. Originally, she intended to end her own life, but his arrival had provided a new twist. He too possessed dark energy. Indeed, she affirmed. But why do you believe I would provide you with dark energy? Are you attempting to coerce me? I would not coerce you. Yet entering into a pact with me would yield numerous benefits. What benefits? Firstly, you will not be pursued by the sorcerers of Kamartaj. This was quite alluring. Lu Chi nodded. After the recent events, he was notably concerned about this. Secondly, by signing a contract with me, I will also protect you, serving as your yet-to-be-developed shield. A free bodyguard, you say? Lu Chi found himself genuinely intrigued. The Marvel Universe was fraught with peril at every turn. Having the Ancient One as his protector would alleviate his fears of an untimely demise. Finally, I can assist you in advancing more swiftly. What does that entail? Behold your unknown entity. The unknown entity? Is it a system? What seems to be the matter? Within this entity lies but a mere fragment of dark energy crystals. Once you have depleted them entirely, you shall need to venture into other dark dimensions to procure energy crystals from others. However, you lack the coordinates to these alternate dimensions. Could take years to locate even a single dark dimension. Yet, you possess an advantage. Lu Chi stroked his chin, while Gui nodded in agreement. Kamartaj has always taken an interest in these dimensions, possessing numerous coordinates. Should you enter into a contract with me, I shall provide you with these coordinates, ensuring that you need not worry about stagnation in your development until you can stand on your own. However, a dilemma arises. I am uncertain of your veracity. What if, upon signing the contract, you deceive me? Gui fixed him with a steady gaze. I can stipulate conditions within the contract. You may unilaterally terminate it, resulting in my immediate demise. How does that sound? Lu Chi approached Gui. Very well, what must be done? Gui raised her hand above Lu Chi's head, closing her eyes to focus. A magical array materialized in her palm. Just as Lu Chi pondered whether the electrical sparks might ignite his hair, the system prompted him. Detected Gui wishes to enter into a contract with you. The host is currently unable to consent. The system will assist in the agreement. Contract terms: Gui shall receive dark energy provided by you, while you retain the right to unilaterally cancel the contract. Yes or no? It appears the system is not merely a mining and idling mechanism, but also functions as a steward. Lu Chi clicked yes, and a wealth of knowledge regarding portals flooded his mind, while his recently restored energy level plummeted to 0. Your dark energy is indeed refined, yet insufficient in quantity, Gui remarked after finalizing the contract, thus leading to Lu Chi's energy remaining at 0. I am helpless. I have only just acquired this ability, and time has been too brief, Lu Chi lamented. Gazing at the dwindling dark power, he contemplated lending the time stone to Gui for her amusement, given her desire for energy. Gui had not anticipated that the dark energy from the dark dimension would strengthen alongside the time of the main world, as dark energy allows one to transcend time, existing on a level parallel to it. She actively summoned the time stone and handed it to Lu Chi. Holding the time stone, Lu Chi received another system prompt. Would you like to watch an advertisement to accelerate gameplay? Astonished, he thought, you can actually watch advertisements? He clicked yes. And then, advertisement space available for rent. What on earth? This is possible? Gritting his teeth, he endured a full minute of advertisement, finally receiving his reward. It effectively accelerated time by 1 hour, granting him 6 points of dark energy, bringing his total to 12 points. Noticing the advertisement count in the upper left corner marked 2-3, Lu Chi returned the time stone to the Supreme Sorcerer, relieved to see that the advertisement option still remained, albeit with a tinge of regret as he gazed at the time stone. As Lu Qi held the time stone in his hand, he realized with a tinge of sorrow that he could not manipulate time with it. Once, the time stone had rested in my grasp, yet I was unable to wield its power. It felt akin to the night of my wedding, where I found myself inebriated, sprawled on the floor, accomplishing nothing. This tale is a sorrowful one, and Lu Qi compelled himself to forget it. Is it that you cannot utilize the time stone? Ancient One regarded Lu Qi with a hint of curiosity, surprised that he had so readily returned it to her. As a visitor from another world, Lu Qi had sensed something upon his arrival, even discovering numerous alternate timelines. However, unbeknownst to him, an influx of dark energy had enveloped him, binding him to this world, causing those alternate timelines to vanish. Ancient One too could perceive that entities beyond the timeline were attempting to locate Lu Qi's essence. But as he became intertwined with this world, they relinquished their search in frustration. Nevertheless, Lu Qi's inability to harness the time stone truly astonished her. He silently accepted this reality, having just discovered that his dark energy had seized something from the stone at the moment of contact. Following this, his system suggested watching advertisements. Yet the time stone, as if possessing a consciousness, resolutely denied his use. Could it be sulking? Lu Qi gazed intently at the time stone, hoping for some response. Observing Lu Qi's expression, Ancient One quietly returned the time stone to its place. It seems your abilities have undergone some new transformation. Lu Qi shifted his focus back to the system interface, noting his 12 energy points, and promptly purchased another ninja unit. After viewing the remaining 2 advertisements, Lu Qi found himself with 4 ninja units. He summoned them all at once, taking comfort in their presence even within the mirrored space. With a limit of 9, for he realized he would be able to acquire another in 3 minutes. This was indeed progress. With a day's worth of development, surely he could assemble a battalion of 100? Not quite 100, but certainly a respectable number. Contented, Lu Qi nearly overlooked the Ancient One beside him, who had closed her eyes, seemingly in deep concentration. After a moment's wait, he directed his 4 ninja units to leap about and even engage in training. They hesitated not at all, sparring with one another, and Lu Qi was taken aback by their agility, left to ponder how those mages could dispatch the small ninja units with such ease. A melee, then? He recalled an elite mage from the plaza and felt a pang of sympathy for the lone ninja unit. Such a young age, enduring undeserved harm. Considering that robust cadre of elite mages, he surmised that even a 100-man squad would be no match for them. If those mages unleashed their spells, the Shadow Legion would likely require 1,000 troops to contend. Minutes later, Lu Qi purchased yet another ninja unit, calculating that he would have to wait over 20 minutes for his next acquisition. He contemplated stepping outside to find a clock and set a timer. However, they now find themselves within the mirror realm. Although Lu Qi possesses the suspended ring, he remains uncertain about how to wield it, rendering him unable to escape. After waiting for a while, Gui finally opened her eyes, astonished as she gazed at Lu Qi. Initially concerned by the fluctuations in his energy, she soon realized that her own energy was multiplying exponentially each second. While it was insufficient for her to cast spells, it was enough to slightly prolong her life. Indeed, the minuscule amount of energy Lu Qi possessed was akin to a universe at her fingertips. Yet, in comparison to Dormammu's energy, it was pure, sustainable, and devoid of the risk of backlash, which greatly pleased Gui. She took the suspended ring from Lu Qi and modified its spell structure. Now, you merely need to channel dark energy into the suspended ring, and you will be able to utilize the portal at will. However, you should hasten your development. Your current dark energy is still inadequate. After that, Gui mentioned her intention to enter seclusion to expel Dormammu's energy from her body completely, before casting Lu Qi out. As Lu Qi sensed the energy within him, he was nearly immediately drained by the contract, providing energy for Gui's use. Alas, he felt utterly depleted, incapable of yielding even a drop more. Fortunately, with the aid of the suspended ring, the energy consumption of the portal was minimal, allowing Lu Qi to still make use of it. Upon donning the suspended ring, Lu Qi traced a circle with one hand and arrived back at the previous plaza, where he discovered numerous mages honing their skills. Yet, upon his arrival, They regarded him with the hungry gazes of wolves. Unlike the murderous intent they had previously displayed, these eyes were now filled with a yearning for the energy he possessed. Under the scrutiny of the burly figures, Lu Qi summoned 5 ninja warriors to bolster his confidence and soon spotted Modu in a corner. "Look at you, who was just chasing after me. Now it's my turn to pursue you. Using the threat of, if you don't let my ninja warriors play with me, my growth will slow." Lu Qi commanded his ninjas to swarm Modu. This encounter revealed Modu's strength as an elite mage, surpassing that of ordinary mages, as several ninja warriors proved no match for him. Were it not for the chaotic brawl, Modu could dispatch them in a mere heartbeat. However, the ninjas possessed infinite stamina and the ability to resurrect endlessly, an almost game-breaking capability that proved exceedingly vexing for Modu. As the 5 ninjas recognized their formidable opponent, they resorted to a strategy of trading blows, determined to leave their mark upon him even at the cost of their own defeat. Eventually, Modu lay on the ground, panting heavily, adopting a posture that seemed to convey, "Do as you wish. I yield." "Little brother, you are lacking," Lu Qi remarked, shaking his head as he grabbed an alarm clock and slipped back to his room. Chapter 4. The first encounter with the super antihero A night had passed, and Lu Qi emerged from his chamber, stifling a yawn. The previous evening, in a bid to ensure he procured the ninja soldiers precisely on time, he had set multiple alarms, waking intermittently to secure his purchase. Reflecting upon those nights spent in internet CAFS, when he could pull an all-nighter yet still attend classes the following day brimming with vitality, he chuckled at the passage of time. Lu Qi stretched his weary back, reminiscent of an elderly man taking a leisurely stroll. As he ambled down the street, he contemplated the discoveries he had made regarding the system the night before. After a night of experimentation, he had grown more acquainted with the dark space and dark energy. To speak of results rather than the process, Lu Qi realized that the dimensions of the dark space were contingent upon the number of dark energy crystals. For instance, if there were 10 units of dark energy crystals, the dark space would encompass nearly 10 cubic meters. The dark energy Lu Qi had previously utilized resided within this 10 cubic meters of dark space, having been released during the extraction of the dark energy crystals, which correlated with the rate at which the ninja soldiers mined these crystals. In terms of the units provided by the system, each ninja soldier could yield an energy recovery rate of 0.1 per second, significantly surpassing the speed of extracting energy crystals. After a night of diligent work, Lu Qi had amassed 31 ninja soldiers. If a panel were to be constructed for him, it would read, Lu Qi Ninja Soldiers Quantity, 31 Energy Crystal Extraction Rate, 3. 1 minute Energy Recovery Rate, 3. 1 second Current Energy Crystal Quantity, 9. Note from the late-stage author. This panel and its data patterns need not be memorized, as they will be rendered unnecessary later in the narrative due to the protagonist's significant evolution. Yawning all the way to the cafeteria, Lu Qi grabbed 2 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge. "Is there not even a hint of pickled vegetables?" he lamented as he exited the dining hall. "Are you dissatisfied with our provisions?" A figure clad in yellow appeared before him. Gui stood there, unwavering. "Well, for breakfast it certainly meets the standard," Lu Qi rated with sincerity, though he mused that a touch of sour beans would have enhanced the meal. Gui nodded earnestly. "I shall send someone to procure some from Hong Kong." Lu Qi, still yawning, nearly dislocated his jaw at her words. "What's come over you today?" Though her tone remained unchanged, Lu Qi sensed a peculiar shift in Gui. "Have you been possessed by Murphy?" he said, cautiously stepping back as nearly 30 ninja soldiers suddenly encircled them, attracting the attention of several mages. Gui shook her head in exasperation, a flash of a magical array in her hand banishing the surrounding ninja soldiers back to the Shadow Realm. "I completely purged Dormammu's influence yesterday. I no longer need to suppress the side effects of that energy, allowing my mind to relax a little." With one hand on her hip, dark energy coalesced in her grasp. "Moreover, the energy you now supply suffices for my daily needs." Lu Qi sensed his energy had indeed returned to fullness. Gazing upon his 31 ninja warriors, each capable of restoring energy at a rate of 0.1 per second, Lu Qi calculated that he was drawing a total of 3.1 energy units every second. Experimenting with his shadow transformation to traverse a short distance, he consumed a slight amount of energy, only to realize that his energy recovery rate precisely matched the aforementioned figure. This implied that Ancient One required a staggering 3 energy units per second. Over the span of an hour, this amounted to a colossal 10,800 units, and in a day. Goodness! The magnitude was terrifying. It was astonishing to discover that such an esteemed figure as Ancient One needed this vast quantity of energy to extend a day of life, and one could only speculate how fearsome the energy consumption would be during a confrontation. Lu Qi surmised that he would need no less than 1,000 ninja warriors to adequately support the Ancient One in a serious battle. Contemplating this daunting number, he felt a pang of distress. However, Lu Qi had come to discuss another matter, and he was informed that he could leave this place. Really? I can just leave? Wasn't it said that I was to observe for several days? He queried. Initially, you were brought here to ascertain that you posed no threat to our world. Yesterday, I casually reviewed the timeline and noted that you have not engaged in any peculiar activities. Hence you are free to depart, Ancient One replied. Lu Qi, as an outsider, you are aware of our timeline. I will soon guide Stephen to take up the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme, and your presence may influence his path. I advise you to find a place to stay. Lu Qi felt as if he had been discarded after his usefulness had waned. Yet it was surprising that Ancient One, having secured a stable and harmless source of dark energy, was contemplating retirement. What form that retirement would take, he could only wonder, hoping it wouldn't lead to further peril. With that, Ancient One vanished, and Lu Qi found himself transported to the sanctum of Kamartaj. Within this sanctum, 3 portals awaited, leading to the temples in HKLD and New York City, allowing for swift support to each location, akin to Asgard's Rainbow Bridge. Yet, in the cinematic depiction, the inhabitants of Kamartaj often arrived only after events had unfolded, reminiscent of the armies in the Marvel Universe. Confronted with the 3 portals and unfamiliar signs, Lu Qi, being new to this world, felt uncertain about where to go. He resolved to choose a portal at random, leaving his fate to the whims of destiny. Selecting a portal that caught his eye, he boldly stepped through, arriving at a different corner of Earth. Emerging from the portal room, he was greeted by an array of magical artifacts, suggesting he had arrived at the New York Temple. Searching around, he spotted the Cloak of Levitation, which, to his dismay, seemed indifferent to his presence, offering no response whatsoever. He tapped the glass, hoping to elicit a reaction from the cloak, only to hear a voice from behind him. It does not favor you. Thus you shall not receive its blessing, Master Daniel observed, eyeing Lu Qi with a cautious demeanor, as if he were a formidable threat. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his impulsive behavior, Lu Qi awkwardly wiped the glass, pretending that nothing had transpired. Daniel, indifferent to the surroundings, surveyed the magical artifacts and remarked, "These instruments of power choose their own masters. Only those deemed worthy can claim them." Approaching Lu Qi, he observed the levitating cloak, which, in a display of camaraderie, responded slightly, its corner brushing against the glass. Astonished, Lu Qi noted that it mimicked his earlier gesture. Daniel chuckled, pleased by the cloak's acknowledgement, and resolved to clean it thoroughly next time. Lu Qi shook his head, sensing a lack of connection with the cloak, and decided to venture outside instead. Exiting the sanctum, Lu Qi glanced at the address on a nearby sign, 177A Brick Street, Manhattan, Big Apple City. I must remember this location. I can't afford to lose my way to Kamartaj, he thought as he strolled down Brick Street. Upon stepping into the bustling thoroughfare, a cacophony of voices greeted him, and he felt as if he had traveled from a primitive era into the present. Shaking off the illusions in his mind, Lu Qi sauntered along the street. The vibrancy of Big Apple City was palpable, teeming with people, most of whom were preoccupied with phone conversations, giving Lu Qi the impression of a city filled with remarkably successful corporate drones. Curiously, he wondered why no extraterrestrials or superpowered beings had emerged to engage in combat. Was this truly a Marvel universe? After wandering for an undetermined time, he found nothing extraordinary, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Having watched countless films, Lu Qi had anticipated a daily spectacle of alien invasions and villainous antics in Big Apple City. As he continued his stroll, he eventually arrived in a quieter part of town, where the pedestrians had dwindled, replaced by gang members adorned with strange tattoos, brandishing knives. Observing a graffiti that proclaimed welcome to Hell's Kitchen, Lu Chi pondered if this was indeed the most chaotic area of Big Apple City. The gang seemed preoccupied with their own affairs, and to his surprise, no one approached him with hostility, nor did anyone brandish a firearm. Lu Chi felt a wave of disappointment. He had expected Hell's Kitchen to be rife with chaos, as he had heard tales of daily corpses being carted away. Shaking his head at the oddly serene atmosphere, he mused, "Is this it?" Suddenly, a series of gunshots erupted, shattering the tranquility of the street. In an instant, a group of individuals armed with an array of firearms surged forth, shouting as they rushed towards an unseen target. Lu Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hurried into an alley where a cadre of ninjas materialized, forming a human litter. He climbed aboard, and the ninjas deftly ascended the walls, making their way to the rooftop. After all, for a good show, one must always aim for the highest vantage point. As he perched on the edge of the rooftop, observing the scene below, he couldn't help but think that these ninjas resembled a band of budget Spider-Men. If only they were equipped with web shooters, they might truly transform into a lower-tier version of the iconic hero. Setting aside thoughts of outfitting the ninjas, Lu Chi focused on the unfolding drama below, eager to witness the spectacle. It feels akin to two rival gangs vying for territory, engaging in an unrefined shootout devoid of strategy. This spectacle surpasses many domestic gunfight films, as both sides initially wield small handguns, gradually escalating to assault rifles and shotguns. Ultimately, they even resort to rocket launchers. Observing the box labeled Stark, Lu Chi cannot suppress his anticipation. The rockets crafted by Stark are undoubtedly sophisticated, yet he wonders about the origins of those below who possess such weaponry. One individual readies a rocket launcher, aiming directly at the densely populated enemy. The rocket, emitting a plume of white smoke, strikes its target with precision, unleashing a barrage of steel projectiles that ensue. Witnessing the once intact figures being transformed into bloody masses under the relentless assault of steel, Lu Chi inhales deeply, muttering that Stark's weaponry is indeed remarkable. The sound is minimal, rendering it perfect for ambushes, likely catching foes completely off guard. Marveling at the abundance of advanced technology, he observes that the outcome is already determined, prompting him to retreat. While it is entertaining to watch, he does not wish to attract unwanted attention to himself. Just as he steps back, the door to the rooftop swings open, revealing a robust man bearing an anti-material sniper rifle. "The Punisher?" Lu Chi exclaims in astonishment, recognizing the man's attire. Frank has recently been orchestrating the formation of a sizable gang, yet according to his investigation, the members are exceedingly cautious, with the leader remaining shrouded in secrecy. Thus, he incited another gang to attack this one's territory, hoping to draw the leader into the open. Having just spotted the gang leader's appearance from his concealed vantage point, he prepared to eliminate the scoundrel from his designated sniper position. However, upon discovering someone present and calling out his codename, his first thought was that some gang sought to eliminate him to establish dominance. As for retaliation, he annihilates every member of a gang he confronts, leaving no room for vengeance. Though his mind whirls with thoughts, his hands remain steady. He raises his silenced M16, unleashing a volley of bullets towards Lu Chi. Yet Lu Chi is no ordinary individual. Upon witnessing the Punisher's sudden assault, he quickly reacts. Although the Punisher has not uttered a word and has launched an immediate attack, Lu Chi, being an adept of Dormammu, holds his ground. As a cadre of ninja warriors materializes before him, they deftly slice through the incoming bullets without launching an offensive, instead forming a protective barrier around him. "Ninjas, are you from the Hand?" the Punisher shouts from behind cover. Lu Chi, observing the shadowy ninjas shielding him, is taken aback at being mistaken for members of the Hand. However, given that both factions consist of ninjas, the confusion is understandable. Recognizing that the Punisher is not one to be trifled with, he decides to utter a brief retort before making his discreet exit. Regardless, the Punisher was not his idol. He merely found himself intrigued after watching the Avengers film. There was certainly no inclination to fawn over superheroes. How unfortunate. Lu Chi shook his head, surprised that he encountered such an anti-hero so soon after stepping out for leisure. Yet, the grandeur of Big Apple City remained undeniable. It truly deserved its reputation as the center of the universe. Apologizing for his earlier remarks, he decided to leave Hell's Kitchen and made his way towards a more crowded area. Chapter 5. The Golden Blade, S-H-I-E-L-D. And the Shadow Legion arriving in Manhattan, the Big Apple, with a travel map in hand, Liu Qi was perplexed by the absence of Stark Tower, as he had hoped to check in at this iconic location. Upon reflecting on the narrative, it dawned on him that Stark Tower indeed did not make an appearance in Iron Man 1. Its debut was in the Avengers, where Stark, clad in his armor, was notably seen working underwater, providing power to the tower, a scene that left a lasting impression. Disappointed by the lack of a social media moment, Liu Qi decided it would be prudent to secure some funds and settle down outside for the time being. After all, he had been discarded by the Ancient One without a penny to his name, and his identity remained unresolved, rendering him somewhat of a fugitive within the Marvel Universe. If discovered, he could potentially face deportation, should they possess the means to do so. As he walked, Liu Qi pondered where he might acquire some money, considering the abundance of ninja warriors at his disposal. Perhaps he could engage in some labor, as he recalled that the labor costs in this area were quite high. Yet, in the end, he refrained from pursuing such menial work, feeling it beneath a being of his capabilities. Moreover, the superpowered individuals on Earth tended to remain discreet, and his conspicuous presence felt rather out of place. Alternatively, he mused about raiding the Hell's Kitchen gangs. The thought of the Hell's Kitchen dungeon, frequented by numerous superheroes, filled with the promise of prestige, experience, and wealth, was alluring. Paul surveyed the sparse crowd on the streets. His usual companions, with whom he shared lively conversations, had vanished. Even he had been cautioned by the gang leader to avoid trouble. This was all due to the recent emergence of a mysterious force known as the Shadow Legion, which had been robbing various gangs in Hell's Kitchen, seizing their wealth. Strangely, they never targeted the most valuable items, such as laundry detergent, instead opting to incinerate them, only taking cash and leaving behind firearms, which resulted in an influx of scavengers in Hell's Kitchen. Bah, what is this Shadow Legion? Just a ragtag group of vigilantes, Paul scoffed, feeling the weight of the gun concealed within his jacket. Let them show their faces. I'll take them down with a single shot. I refuse to believe they are invincible. As he pushed open the door to his gang's base, Paul noticed an unusual silence enveloping the premises today. A pair of crimson eyes emerged from the shadows behind him, and a glint of cold steel sliced toward his neck. Meanwhile, Liu Qi perched atop the building, engrossed in a handheld gaming device. Grateful for the advanced technology of the Marvel Universe, he marveled at the existence of such devices, even if smartphones were yet to be invented. Suddenly, he sensed a presence, as numerous red eyes materialized in the shadows. Realizing he had received some intelligence, he promptly stood and departed from the scene. Agent Coulson received word and arrived at the Bloody Hand gang's base, only to find it cordoned off. Yellow tape warning against entry. Yet, it had already been breached by unknown hands, and the interior had been ransacked multiple times. Without hesitation, Coulson strode inside. As soon as he stepped into the base, he was greeted by the gruesome sight of a decapitated corpse. With no one willing to pay for the cleanup, the body remained untouched, and even the police, upon their brief visit, merely conducted a cursory examination before hastily departing from this perilous neighborhood. Coulson, a top-tier agent, was unfazed by the mere presence of a headless body. For him and his colleagues, witnessing someone being pulverized into a bloody pulp was nothing they couldn't endure while enjoying a couple of bowls of plain rice. Coulson surveyed the entrance. A man had just entered the base when a sharp blade severed his head from behind. Glancing at both sides of the door, he was convinced that no one could have concealed themselves there without being detected by the incoming individual. Could it have been an acquaintance? Unlikely, as this fellow's associates were likely lying dead inside. Coulson had formed a tentative conclusion but refrained from solidifying it just yet, opting to venture further into the interior. The various items within these areas had been completely looted. Not even a shell casing remained. Coulson felt a throbbing headache. Their influence in Hell's Kitchen was markedly weaker compared to other areas, and they had received the news far too late. Observing the chaos before him, he sighed and began his investigation anew. After a while, Coulson compiled his findings. The laundry detergent in the warehouse had been flushed into the sewers with water, and not a single coin was left behind, leading him to suspect that the perpetrator possessed an almost supernatural ability to detect wealth amidst poverty. The victims at the scene had all succumbed to lethal strikes from sharp instruments, with some bearing marks from darts. Yet curiously, no such projectiles were found on site. Investigations into nearby witnesses revealed that the incident had transpired with little commotion, as if all the victims had been eliminated in one fell swoop. However, the local gangs in Hell's Kitchen had been operating with an unusual low profile, with nearly all personnel confined to their respective bases. How could the assailant have swiftly dispatched so many individuals? There were no reports of special forces being deployed in the area. Upon counting the bodies present, he noted over 100 corpses, most of which were clustered together, yet some were hidden in exceedingly obscure locations. Forensic analysis indicated that the time of death among these individuals varied by no more than an hour. The more he pondered, the greater his headache became. For the assailant to achieve such a feat would require the ability to infiltrate the base with at least 50 individuals, seemingly possessing an uncanny ability to locate all adversaries, and executing them within an hour without alerting anyone, without even a single shot fired. Reflecting on the corpse at the entrance, Coulson concluded that the perpetrator was likely a superhuman. Though such beings were exceedingly rare in this world, SHILD was aware of their existence. However, these individuals typically lurked in the shadows, terrified of exposure and the fate of dissection, making their emergence highly improbable. Despite having identified a potential suspect, the absence of any unusual fingerprints or footprints at the scene left Coulson in a state of frustration, devoid of any leads. Just as he contemplated how to report to the bald-headed boss, a figure slipped through the entrance. Observing Coulson, the man showed no surprise, indicating to Coulson that he was indeed the target. "Do you wish to know who orchestrated all this?" the man inquired, addressing Coulson. Deep within Hell's Kitchen, a towering figure stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the nearby streets. Jean Bing was increasingly vexed. A new force known as the Shadow Legion had unexpectedly emerged in his territory, wreaking havoc by obliterating one gang after another without a hint of rationale. Strangely enough, they refrained from seizing the most valuable items, opting instead for cash that was worth less than a tenth of its potential value. An utterly bizarre behavior. Yet, their actions bore no resemblance to those of his old rivals, suggesting that a formidable new adversary had entered Hell's Kitchen. Unlike the previous foes, this enemy was exceptionally powerful and efficient, inflicting considerable losses upon him in a remarkably short span of time. However, the majesty of the Underworld King could not be disrespected, and Jean Bing prepared a fitting response, though first, he needed to ascertain the identity of his opponent. In matters of investigation, who could rival the capabilities of that particular agency? After all, they were professionals. Jean Bing crushed the tempered glass cup in his hand, allowing the shards to cascade to the floor as he retrieved a phone with his unscathed hand. "Did you obtain the information from the Department of Homeland Strategy? Whatever it is they call themselves." Coulson exited the gang's base, surprised by the emergence of such a force in Hell's Kitchen. Piecing together previously discovered information, he sensed a potential opportunity and hastily departed in his beloved vehicle. Lu Qi returned to his modest apartment, exchanging friendly greetings with neighbors above and below before entering his own abode. One by one, ninja soldiers materialized from the shadows, each bearing varying amounts of wealth. They deposited their spoils in a small room, which now housed a considerable sum of money, yet Lu Qi remained unsatisfied, possessing a somewhat hoarding nature. Unbeknownst to him, he had insulted Jean Bing's dignity, nor did he realize that Jean Bing had disclosed some of his tracks to SHILD. All he knew was that he had annihilated another heinous gang, leaving him with a sense of inner tranquility. I am truly remarkable." Initially, Lu Qi was not so cold-hearted. He merely instructed the ninja soldiers to incapacitate their targets and loot their riches. However, upon discovering hundreds of scantily clad women, many of them minors, in a gang's basement, along with numerous corpses and swarms of flies, his fury ignited. Thus, he ordered the ninja soldiers to eliminate everyone associated with that gang, a method he continued to uphold thereafter. Recognizing his style had shifted towards that of an anti-hero, Lu Qi couldn't help but smile wryly. Yet he understood that some individuals deserved to meet their demise. As a famous saying goes, Forgiving them is the Lord's affair, while my task is to ensure they meet him promptly. In a manner reminiscent of this sentiment, Lu Qi had taken the lives of no fewer than 1,000 individuals in Hell's Kitchen, though it must be noted that an overwhelming 99 of those were dispatched by his legion of ninja soldiers. Among them was a gang leader, who, even as death loomed ominously, continued to menace the women and Lu Qi himself, compelling him to take decisive action. Thus, in the depths of Hell's Kitchen, a demon truly emerged. The demon surveyed his modest treasury with satisfaction before ordering takeout, the delivery fee rivaling that of a full meal, simply because of the notorious reputation of Hell's Kitchen, which demanded a premium. Recalling a past incident, he had once summoned the authorities to cleanse the scene, ensuring that the ninja soldiers confirmed the women were not sold back to rival gangs by the police, after which he chose to disengage. This was not mere hyperbole. During a gang sweep, he had inadvertently obtained incriminating evidence against a pestilent faction in Big Apple City, which he submitted to the police, only to witness it returned to a rival gang, necessitating his verification of the facts. Upon accessing the system, Lu Qi found that after many days of mining, he now commanded a cadre of 70 ninja soldiers. He encountered the matter previously mentioned by Gu Yi. The energy crystal's mind had been exhausted, and his stockpile of energy crystals ceased to grow. The current status displayed was Lu Qi Ninja Soldiers, 70 energy crystal mining speed, 7-minute energy recovery speed, 7-second current energy crystal count, 71. The remaining 71 energy crystals had not been allocated for the acquisition of additional ninja soldiers, as Lu Qi harbored concerns about future encounters that might require energy, prompting him to retain a portion of his energy crystals to safeguard his resources. Chapter 6. The village chief of the novice village recalling the agreement made with the Ancient One, Lu Qi decided to conjure a portal back to Kamartaj. Upon arriving outside the Ancient One's tea room, he coincidentally witnessed a mage resigning from her service. Most of these mages arrived with their own aspirations. Some, having achieved their goals, chose to remain for further study, while others opted to depart. Are you truly certain you wish to leave? The Ancient One glanced at Lu Qi, signaling him to wait, and addressed the individual before her. Panburn nodded. Supreme Sorceress, I have regained my physical form, yet my talents no longer support my pursuit of further magical arts. The Ancient One acknowledged him with a nod. Very well, if that is your decision, then go. After performing a respectful gesture, Panburn departed. The name Panburn sounded rather familiar to Lu Qi. After Panburn's exit, he remarked, I feel like I have heard that name before. Perhaps he was a minor character in some film. C7-C8 complete spinal cord injury, paralysis from the chest down, and loss of function in both hands. The Ancient One mimicked someone's tone. Oh, it's that individual. Lu Qi suddenly recalled that Panburn was the retired mage from Doctor Strange who guided Stephen to Kamartaj for healing. However, what astonished Lu Qi was the smile that perpetually graced the Ancient One's face, now even indulging in jest. What do your disciples think of your transformation? Lu Qi inquired as he accompanied the Ancient One into the tea room. Most find it rather disconcerting. For instance, Mordo believes I have strayed in my magical practice. The Ancient One replied while pouring herself a cup of tea. You are here to seek further growth, aren't you? The ability to observe time is indeed convenient. Lu Qi remarked enviously, contemplating that if he could observe time, he would not need to contend with gangsters. He could simply indulge in scratch-off tickets, though perhaps the lottery was better left alone. Yet, time can sometimes deceive you, cannot it? The Ancient One sipped her tea, conjured a portal, and produced a thick tome, handing it to Lu Qi. Clearly, time has not deceived me regarding your purpose for being here. As Lu Qi received the book, a prompt from the system automatically appeared. Dark dimension detected. Please select whether to absorb its dark energy crystals. The dark crystals are the essence sustaining the existence of the dark dimensions and cannot be artificially manufactured. Thus one must venture into other dark dimensions to seek and absorb these crystals to cultivate one's own dark dimension. The Ancient One elucidated to Lu Qi. This book contains coordinates of various dark dimensions. You can use it to locate them and seize the dark energy crystals within. Lu Qi recollected that the dark dimensions were once unified before fracturing, with Dormammu claiming the largest portion. Could it be that Dormammu seeks to conquer Earth merely to acquire these tomes, thereby allowing him to unify all dark dimensions? He jested while perusing the coordinates. Perhaps, the Ancient One mused, for now, Dormammu has merged with the dark dimensions, and only with their continued growth can he attain greater strength. Ancient One sat at the table, pouring a cup of tea for Lu Qi. Ah, this thing is quite hot. If Dormammu's followers were to discover it, they would undoubtedly rush to seize it. Lu Qi gazed at the book in his hands, resolute in his intent not to relinquish it. The system could only mine one dimension at a time, so once a vein was exhausted, he would need to continue using this tome to locate other dark dimensions. Thus, the preservation of this book was paramount. He gestured for a ninja to take the book into the Shadow Realm. Although the dark energy possessed formidable corrosive properties, having a ninja carry it would mitigate such risks, ensuring the item remained well protected. Ancient One observed his actions and cautioned, most of the fragments within that book are from nameless dark dimensions, yet many already have their masters. If you recklessly seize their dark energy, you may provoke a confrontation with those entities. Lu Qi, perusing the rows of coordinates, casually selected one, reassured by the presence of the elder. As long as it wasn't on par with Dormammu, he could easily handle them. Remaining dark energy crystals available for extraction. 10, 324. Noticing his limits could further expand, Lu Qi contentedly sipped his tea. By the way, when do you plan to summon Stephen here, and when do you intend to retire? Ancient One cast him a sidelong glance. Rest assured, I will not abdicate through death again. As for retirement, it depends on when Stephen encounters an unforeseen event. After retiring, I wish to catch up with some old friends and then seek knowledge in another magical sanctuary. Lu Qi nodded. Although most claimed that after Ancient One's death, his soul followed the Eternal One and did not truly perish, by the laws of the material realm, he was indeed dead. If the Elder were still alive, dealing with Thanos would perhaps be somewhat easier, though Star-Lord would need to be contained first. Before his traversal, Lu Qi had watched Infinity War, witnessing Thanos snap his fingers, yet he was oblivious to how the Avengers ultimately turned the tide. He resolved that when the time came for battle, he would not be absent. He did not wish his life to be dictated by others tossing a coin. He decided to have the ninjas incapacitate Star-Lord first, to prevent any further cinematic disruptions. With coordinates in hand, Lu Qi departed to challenge Mordo in a friendly spar. 74 ninjas swiftly overwhelmed Mordo, who could fend off a blow or two with magic, yet was still subjected to a thorough beating. Observing his own growth in strength, Lu Qi nodded in satisfaction and returned to his lair. However, upon passing through the Spark Gate, he discovered a fellow with a rather high hairline seated on his favorite sofa, engrossed in his beloved game. To his surprise, the renowned agent was playing his game. Lu Qi silently materialized beside Coulson, who remained outwardly composed, though internally he was in turmoil. What was that just now, a portal? What sort of advanced technology was that, and what lay beyond the door? Coulson paused his relentless gaming, unwilling to let the impressive score of Lu Qi deteriorate further, yet soon found himself overwhelmed and subjected to a barrage of questions from his teammates. I've helped you with a few segments, Coulson remarked amiably. Lu Qi glanced at him, reflecting on how this individual was indeed the esteemed leader of the Marvel Novice Village, the first encounter for countless traversers. Unfortunately for him, his fortune had taken a turn when he was thwarted by Ancient One. Feeling the warmth radiating from Coulson, Lu Qi looked at the slight increase in his score and found his anger dissipating. Initially irked by the intrusion into his home, he now felt a sense of calm. He handed the controller to Coulson, who accepted it with a smile and resumed play, inadvertently pressing a button on his sleeve. As he continued to dominate the game amidst his teammates' cheers, Coulson suddenly remarked, "So, you are indeed a member of the illustrious Shadow Legion. Are you their leader?" "The Shadow Legion consists solely of myself, hence I must be the leader," Lu Qi replied, marveling at the agent's multifaceted skills. Perhaps he should request Fury to assign a few agents to assist him in climbing the ranks. Coulson paused momentarily, only to be shot dead by an enemy player, disregarding the chaotic antics of the opponent as he silently noted their ID, intending to investigate later. Watching his score plummet from 30 to 1 was disheartening for Lu Qi. Suddenly, a ninja appeared stealthily behind Coulson, brandishing a gleaming katana at his throat. "Oh, who is this?" Coulson mused, already suspecting the identity of the silent assassin. My subordinate. By the way, they are part of the Shadow Legion, Lu Qi introduced almost proudly. One by one, ninjas materialized from the shadows, quickly filling the small room with their presence. Indeed, it seems you are the only one here, Coulson observed, maintaining his composure, even jesting, so why would you send them to kill? I'm somewhat of an undocumented individual, new to this place, without money or a place to stay, Lu Qi replied with a shrug. As you saw earlier, the big boss Wu Ti let me stay with her and sent me back. Oh, do you require our assistance in obtaining identification? Coulson inquired, disregarding the latter part of Lu Qi's statement, recognizing the potential trap. Asking further could lead to an assassination by the one wielding teleportation technology. Lu Qi nodded eagerly. That's exactly what I was waiting for. Currently residing in Hell's Kitchen, he had no need for identification. As long as one paid on time, the locals were indifferent to one's status. Without identification, he lacked even his own account and was relying on the unfortunate phone of another to order takeout, with payments made in cash upon delivery. Very well, how much will it cost? Let it not be exorbitant, he requested. A ninja opened a small room where a cascade of cash spilled forth, though most of it consisted of small denominations. A steel coin rolled to Coulson's feet, prompting him to set down the controller as the game concluded. In the aftermath, over 50 of the 100 kills attributed to his team were credited to him, inciting a frenzy of accusations of cheating in the public chat. Rising from his seat, Coulson remarked, I shall return to arrange your identification documents. Departing from his residence, he noted that Lu Qi made no move to obstruct him, even allowing the ninja soldiers to clear a path. Observing the ninja retreat into the shadows, he inwardly cursed the absence of the special agents, then opened the door and descended the stairs, only to discover a series of figures clad in elite gear sprawled upon the steps. Turning back, he found Lu Qi standing at the doorway, a pair of crimson eyes flickering to life in the shadows behind him. Upon returning to the living room, Lu Qi exhibited no fear of a potential confrontation with S.H.I.E.L.D., as he had merely instructed the ninja soldiers to incapacitate the agents, refraining from lethal force. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were astute, they would recognize the friendly signal he had emitted and promptly deliver the identification documents. He picked up the controller to resume his game, only to be met with a message on the screen. Your performance has exhibited significant fluctuations and your account has been suspended. Damn. Are you implying he did not kill a single person, merely incapacitating them? As Coulson reported this incident to Fury, the latter's eyes gleamed with cunning, reminiscent of a wily fox plotting to quietly incapacitate an entire S.H.I.E.L.D. special agent unit signifies considerable prowess. Although this unit ranked low within the organization, managing to subdue them all required a certain level of skill. Examining the details of the incident, Fury's singular eye scanned the crucial information. In this instance, you have been used as pawns. Soon, the true victim would emerge to confront Lu Qi, and you could lend a hand, essentially doing a favor. As for the identification documents, given his capabilities and the absence of chaos, it would be prudent to issue him a security consultant certificate. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, feeling dejected as he awaited the outcome of his appeal, found himself unable to play the game. He had exchanged all the mind resources accumulated during this time for ninja soldiers, now totaling nearly 90. Based on the usual mechanics of idle games, unlocking the next unit type typically occurred after reaching 100, allowing for enhancements to the ninja soldiers, exponentially increasing their capabilities. Just as he began to alleviate his mood, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Turning to gaze out the window, he saw a rocket propelled towards him. Chapter 7. The security consultant as a rocket projectile soared towards him. Lu Qi instantaneously enveloped himself in dark energy and transformed into shadow, swiftly relocating to a place of safety. The rocket detonated within his modest apartment, obliterating everything inside. Upon emerging from his shadow form, Lu Qi was unsurprised to discover the total destruction of his sanctuary, yet he was drawn by an unusual scent in the air. Turning around, his eyes widened in shock. His little treasure trove. A surge of anger coursed through him as a cadre of ninja soldiers materialized behind him, their crimson eyes gleaming with a dangerous intensity. It was nighttime and a band of thugs, armed with an array of military firearms, stood beside two armored vehicles. With a relentless spirit, the leader commanded his men to charge, dragging the enemy's corpses forth and displaying them at the entrance of Hellas' kitchen, ensuring that all would recognize the unassailable authority of the underworld's king. Yet, the ninja soldiers silently emerged behind the thugs, their bodies cleaved by razor-sharp blades, causing thugs to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Enemies, one thug shouted, noticing his fallen comrades and firing at the ninjas who seemed to materialize from thin air. The ninjas wielded their katanas with precision, deflecting bullets with grace, but the onslaught was relentless, and they were soon overwhelmed. Just as one thug exhaled in relief, he found himself bereft of his adversaries, a katana piercing his chest. From the shadows, more ninjas leapt forth, unleashing a flurry of shurikens that felled numerous thugs, while more blades emerged from the darkness, reaping the lives of one enemy after another. The leader, though astonished by these harbingers of death, endeavored to maintain his composure. These men were still susceptible to bullets. They could be killed. He reassured himself, turning to command the armored vehicles to open fire, only to discover two ninjas standing atop one of them, alongside a young man clad in a t-shirt. The armored vehicle remained motionless, as the ninjas were capable of infiltrating it through the crevices, eliminating those inside with a swiftness that rendered them voiceless in their demise. With a powerful push, the armored vehicle began to sink, drawn into the shadow realm, where it would be consumed and assimilated by dark energy, albeit in minuscule amounts, yielding less than 0.1 points of dark energy. With the vehicle vanishing beneath him, Lu Qi, accompanied by two ninja soldiers, re-emerged on solid ground. "May I inquire who sent you?" Lu Qi inquired amicably to the leader. "The king of the underworld will not spare you," the leader retorted before taking his own life with a gunshot to his temple. "The king of the underworld." Lu Qi did not intervene, instead pondering thoughtfully. So it was that individual. Had he inadvertently disrupted his operations? Troublesome. Lu Qi sighed in resignation. However, he had his own accounts to settle. He cast his gaze towards the towering edifice of Hellas' kitchen, resolved to seek him out. Turning around, he noted that the ninja soldiers had concluded their battle. Entering the shadow realm, Lu Qi advanced towards the imposing structure. Jin Bing gazed thoughtfully at the intelligence relayed by his subordinates. Superpowers? This revelation did not come as a surprise. However, the situation was somewhat challenging. It seemed measures would need to be taken. Lu Qi arrived at the base of the towering edifice, a structure erected by Jin Bing to assert his dominance. Even in Jin Bing's absence, this building remained his asset, and causing trouble here was undoubtedly a wise move. "Let me collect a bit of interest first." A group of ninjas appeared behind Lu Qi, dashing towards the building. Suddenly, the first floor erupted in a violent explosion, claiming the lives of dozens of ninja soldiers. Ah, such extravagance. Lu Qi shook his head. The ninja soldiers could resurrect, rendering this assault barely consequential. Sensing a disturbance above, Lu Qi looked up to see two figures plummeting from the third floor. A suicide? He raised an eyebrow and took a couple of steps aside, wary of blood splattering onto him. However, the two landed unscathed, clad in peculiar armor that, while not as powerful as Iron Man's, enhanced their physical capabilities. One wielded a massive axe, while the other brandished two razor-sharp ninja blades. Observing their stance, Lu Qi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the Marvel Universe was teeming with talent. Although Iron Man's armor had yet to make an appearance, advanced technology was already plentiful. Such exoskeleton suits were just beginning to emerge in his own timeline, yet they had already been implemented in Marvel a decade ago. As the two readied themselves, Lu Qi commanded all ninja soldiers to launch an assault. Several ninja blades simultaneously struck toward the duo, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape for the adversaries. The two super soldiers' expressions shifted upon witnessing the coordinated attack. They had not anticipated such teamwork from their foes. Nevertheless, their mission was to draw attention, and the onslaught of ninja soldiers provided an opportunity for the third individual. Thus, instead of advancing, they charged directly into the ranks of the ninja soldiers, ignoring the blades that struck them and cleaving through the defenseless ninjas, though their armor bore several gashes from the assault. How foolish of Jin Bing to send these imbeciles to their demise. Watching the scene unfold, Lu Qi shook his head. Having expected these individuals to be formidable, believing them to be minor bosses, yet they turned out to be mere brutes. Before 5 seconds had passed, Lu Qi had not even summoned the next wave of ninja soldiers when he observed the duo's armor being dismantled by the ninja soldiers, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, from an unknown high-rise behind him, a bullet silently sped towards Lu Qi's head. A ninja soldier appeared behind him, slicing the bullet in two. Lu Qi turned to see the dark silhouette of the towering building, furrowing his brow as ninja soldiers rapidly materialized beside him, swiftly scaling the walls towards the sniper. Seeing the approaching ninjas, the sniper gritted his teeth, hastily reloading to continue firing, yet was obstructed by the ninja soldiers shielding Lu Qi. In despair, he beheld the relentless advance of the ninja soldiers. The glint of his ninja blade flashed as he was swiftly dispatched. After vanquishing the enemy, the ninja brigade swiftly dispersed to search for any remaining foes in the vicinity. Witnessing the death of their comrade, the concealed snipers could no longer remain passive. With a few gunshots, several bullets simultaneously hurtled towards the central figure, Lu Qi. However, in an instant, Lu Qi was enveloped by dark energy, slipping into the shadows and vanishing from sight. The snipers, their eyes wide with astonishment, watched helplessly as their combined assault missed its mark, inadvertently revealing their positions. Before long, a few ninjas, their eyes glowing red, agilely leapt into the room. The gunmen drew their sidearms in an attempt to retaliate, but for these ninjas, the firepower of handguns was woefully inadequate. The bullets were effortlessly sliced apart by the swift blades of several ninja warriors, who then turned their weapons against the gunmen, dispatching them with lethal precision. After neutralizing the gunmen, Lu Qi re-emerged at the original spot, observing as the super soldiers were subdued by the ninjas, their heads severed in a display of dominance. Henceforth, there were no obstacles to impede Lu Qi's advance. He gazed at the towering building before him, as the ninjas charged inside. Yet, to his dismay, within the edifice, he found only a handful of ordinary gangsters armed with firearms, lacking any significant adversaries. The ninjas ruthlessly eradicated the gangsters within, smashing everything in their path. They uncovered several hidden chambers, disappearing into the shadows once more, and before departing, they made off with a portion of the cash. Turning around, Lu Qi noticed a vehicle parked not far away, with Coulson standing beside it. Approaching, Lu Qi inquired, "Is my identification ready?" Coulson produced a document and handed it to Lu Qi, seemingly oblivious to the chaos engulfing the building. "The director initially intended for us to offer you some assistance, but it is evident that you do not require it," Coulson remarked smoothly. "There could still be some assistance available. If you do not mind, I could help you eliminate Jinbing," Lu Qi suggested. Coulson shook his head. "We will provide you with all the locations of his hideouts. Jinbing has many interests at stake. We do not encourage you to kill him, but we will not hinder you either."
Lu kinudda, comprending esa HIELD, esa stanza.
As he opened the document handed to him by Coulson, he discovered his photograph on an identification card. "Could you explain why I have been designated as a security consultant for this agency?" Lu Qi inquired, furrowing his brow. "Department of Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack and Logistics," Coulson recited fluently, continuing, "The certificate can serve as a form of identification, and it grants substantial discounts on certain transactions. Does this include comprehensive services?" Lu Qi asked with curiosity. Coulson maintained an awkward yet polite smile, shaking his head, which left Lu Qi somewhat disappointed. "So, are you intending to recruit me?" Lu Qi brandished the small booklet, waving it in his hand. "In truth, SHIELD does not have a position for security consultants. This title is designated for those with capabilities who are unwilling to join SHIELD. As long as you do not cause trouble, even if you engage in no activities, you will receive a stipend sufficient for basic living expenses. In times of need, we shall seek your assistance. Should you find yourselves available, we would be grateful for your support, and we shall consider compensating you accordingly. Naturally, if you require it, we can arrange for you to obtain a formal work permit. After undergoing training, you would officially become an agent of SHIELD. Lu Qi pondered for a moment. Rather than joining SHIELD, and uncertainly aiding either Hydra or Fury, he deemed it preferable to assume the role of this so-called security consultant, which would allow him to receive a salary without much effort. This arrangement sufficed, for he had little desire to traverse about daily, which would be exceedingly bothersome. He would rather collect protection money from the local gangs. Lu Chi tucked the document into his pocket and turned to depart. Coulson nodded, then also turned to leave, returning to his vehicle to report the incident to Fury. After he has killed at least 100 individuals in a single building, you still maintain that he poses no threat? Fury closed his eyes while seated in his executive chair, a gesture that made his head resemble that of a boiled egg. Coulson produced his investigative findings. Since his arrival, this individual had never targeted bystanders, and his neighbors spoke highly of his politeness. Coulson recalled the scene of himself, armed with a handgun and accompanied by a disgruntled task force, meticulously interviewing Lu Chi's neighbors, and spoke calmly. Fury accepted the investigative report. Does our agency truly rely on such evidence? Clearly, it contains more than just neighbor testimonies. Flipping through the other data, Fury contemplated for a moment. Upon reviewing the websites associated with the IP address, he noted they predominantly featured either food delivery or gaming, which left him somewhat contemplative. This superhuman seemed to diverge from the typical archetype. Most individuals with powers often believe themselves superior. Yet, this fellow preferred the comfort of home, engrossed in video games. Were it not for his frequent activities, might not have even taken notice of him. Nick Fury reflected silently for a while. Having encountered various non-human forces, he regarded these superhumans with great importance. However, most of them were reckless and unruly. It was rare to find one with a commendable character, someone worth cultivating. The decision was tentatively made. This individual appeared to be of potential utility, and thus his file would be sealed, assigned a level 7 clearance. Fury concluded that Lu Chi possessed a moral compass and value system strikingly similar to that of the general populace, combined with ordinary interests and formidable yet manageable power. Such individuals were precisely what favored. Fury's eyes gleamed with determination. His salary was not easily earned. Chapter 8. Mutual understanding. Not only can one summon ninjas, but one also possesses considerable strength. Jean observed the video sent by his subordinates, watching the two super soldiers he had used as bait being ruthlessly beaten, his psyche betraying no emotion. However, upon witnessing the sniper's bullets evaded by Lu Chi through some unknown means, Jin's expression shifted slightly. His strength surpasses my estimations by a significant margin. Turning off the video, Jean cast his gaze toward the corner of the room where the sharpshooter target eye was engrossed in a game of cards. This individual possesses commendable abilities. Go and attempt to recruit him. If that proves futile, eliminate him. Jean expressed unwavering confidence in his top assassin, a sentiment echoed by target eye. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a playing card, which soared around the room before embedding itself at the bullseye beside the door. By the way, the operation involving Lanko has failed, leaving me in a precarious position. Send his family to join him. As if recalling this matter inadvertently, Jean continued. Target I hastened his departure, eager to ensure no one outpaced him in this endeavor. Lu Chi arrived at a hotel, utilizing DS credentials to secure a room, benefiting from a 30 discount. To his surprise, the card indeed revealed information. Holding the card in his hand, he recalled how it had successfully registered on the computer, and he felt a swell of satisfaction. Work it is then. After all, I have little else to do. Earning a salary is preferable to daily forays into heists against gangsters. I must remain cautious of Hydra, yet I harbor no fear. Should danger arise, I can always retreat into the shadow world. Lu Chi activated the system, discovering that his energy limit had increased to over 300 points within a single day. Indeed, the later stages of a passive game yield faster increments. He purchased several ninja soldiers, raising their numbers to 100, only to receive a prompt indicating he must first acquire an upgrade before continuing to purchase more. At last, the universal upgrade option in passive games had appeared. Lu Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement at this prospect. In the later stages of passive games, numerical units can escalate to billions, trillions, and beyond, as such numerical enhancements become available after purchasing a certain quantity. Acquiring this upgrade would double the unit's capabilities. For instance, if a ninja soldier currently excavates dimensional energy at a rate of 0.1, this enhancement would elevate it to 0.2, and subsequent doublings would yield 0.4, resulting in exponential growth. Observing the mining speed, Lu Qi realized he would likely need to wait until the following day to purchase this enhancement. He decided to take a nap, planning to make the purchase upon awakening. Time seemed to accelerate while he slept. Upon closing his eyes, he found himself in the next day. After lingering in bed for a while, Lu Qi recalled the events of the previous night. He activated the system, confirming he had sufficient energy, and without hesitation, procured the numerical enhancement. A wave of tingling sensation surged through him, causing Lu Qi to recline back onto the bed. Following this euphoric sensation, he received a system notification. Host's physical attributes have been successfully enhanced. The intensity of unlocked projects will be based on the host's attributes. The physical prowess of the ninja soldiers hinges upon my own capabilities. Does it not? Lu Qi activated the system, noting that the mining speed of a ninja soldier was a mere 0.2 per second. A new project had been unlocked, the Blade Soldier. This formidable unit was summoned by the demon race, characterized by its sharp, conical limbs, agility, and formidable dueling skills. Furthermore, the energy magic spell cast by the Elder proved ineffective against this unit. Each soldier in this legion possessed the strength to contend with many adversaries single-handedly. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Tulu's new magic, their adventures might have come to an abrupt halt. The summoning condition for a blade soldier required 5 ninja soldiers and an energy cost of 50, totaling over 100 points per soldier. Lu Qi endeavored to purchase 1 blade soldier and successfully summoned it. The blade soldier donned a black mask, its face adorned with V-shaped, crimson eyes, and its fingers were sharp as daggers, rivaling the strength of a ninja soldier's katana. Its feet resembled sharp spikes, capable of penetrating walls with minimal effort, allowing the blade soldier to traverse walls with ease. You may wonder how Lu Qi acquired precise data on the blade soldier. This was achieved through combat trials against the blade soldier, leading to the conclusion that 5 ninja soldiers could barely match a single blade soldier in strength. However, exterminating one would necessitate the sacrifice of several ninja soldiers. The data for the ninja soldiers had also significantly improved, with their physical attributes doubling and their reflexes becoming more acute. Should Lu Qi's physical capabilities reach the level of Captain America, it would be akin to commanding an entire squad of super soldiers. Satisfied, Lu Qi stored the blade soldier, observing that he had over 400 points of energy remaining. He decided to purchase 3 additional blade soldiers, bringing the total number of ninja soldiers to 100 to maintain a whole number. With around 30 points of energy left, Lu Qi chose not to utilize them, as he could directly harness energy for attacks. The more energy he retained, the greater the potential for his explosive offensive. Watching the blade soldier mine at a rate of 1 point per minute, Lu Qi felt immense satisfaction. His mining team was growing increasingly formidable. Suddenly, he noticed various holes created by infighting within the Shadow Legion, causing his expression to sour. This would undoubtedly incur significant expenses. He resolved to pay a visit to the gold supplier. Thus, he decided his future routine would revolve around eating, sleeping, and acquiring gold. After leaving the hotel, Lu Qi intended to contact Coulson for information on some gold supply locations, but Coulson preempted him with a phone call. Glancing at the phone number, Lu Qi surveyed his surroundings, attempting to identify any S.H.I.L.D. agents surveilling him, yet he found no peculiar individuals. After all, they were professionals, while he considered himself an unremarkable ordinary person. Though perturbed, Lu Qi answered the call, only to hear Coulson's voice emanating from behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to find Coulson standing right there, having gone unnoticed moments prior. Reminding himself not to underestimate these agents, Lu Qi addressed Coulson. "Do you agents have reimbursement policies? Calling from such close proximity?" Coulson chuckled. "Indeed, we have subsidies that allow for complimentary calls. As our security consultant, you naturally qualify for this privilege." After a brief pause, he added, "However, I would recommend that you first acquire a phone card using your work ID before availing yourself of this privilege. Otherwise, it may lead to complications if the original owner comes looking for it. Lu Qi glanced at the unfortunate phone he held, shrugged, and tossed it into the trash bin. Carlson, seemingly prepared for this, produced a phone and handed it to Lu Qi. Lu Qi raised an eyebrow at Carlson's demeanor, yet accepted the gift, for one should not refuse a free offering. Taking the phone, Carlson gestured for Lu Qi to enter the vehicle, and Lu Qi casually settled into the passenger seat. As they drove, Lu Qi inquired, "What is it that you require of me? Am I to undertake fieldwork so soon after commencing my employment?" Carlson, focused on the road, replied, "First, I need to register your details. You may share a bit about your abilities, as it will facilitate task assignments. Additionally, as a security consultant, you won't need to engage in fieldwork most of the time. Your primary responsibility will be to handle some rather perilous tasks." Carlson brought Lu Qi to the Trident headquarters, and as they walked inside, Lu Qi surveyed the surroundings. In his previous life, he had been quite curious about such classified strongholds, wondering if they were filled with extraterrestrial artifacts and superhumans. To his disappointment, the scene resembled that of an ordinary office, with clerks bustling about in various rooms handling paperwork, and only the occasional passing of special agents lent an air of uniqueness to the environment. Entering a room with Carlson, Lu Qi took a seat at a desk, and Carlson presented him with a form. The form required Lu Qi to fill in his name and abilities. He hastily noted his capacity to summon ninja warriors and handed it back to Carlson. Carlson received the form and observed the lengthy entry, noting its vague nature. With a resigned sigh, he looked at Lu Qi. "Perhaps I should clarify that we conduct a preliminary review before seeking your assistance. Only if your abilities and superpowers are sufficient to address our challenges will we reach out to you." After a moment, Carlson pushed the form back towards Lu Qi. "In simpler terms, the more abilities you specify in detail, the more likely we are to request your help, and consequently, the greater your compensation will be." "Why didn't you mention that earlier?" Lu Qi exclaimed as he snatched the form back and began to write rapidly. Observing Lu Qi's swift penmanship, Carlson nodded in satisfaction. Lu Qi, keeping his gaze lowered to conceal his expression, pondered internally. He realized he could not disclose all his abilities. Some would need to be omitted, and careful thought was required. Ultimately, he described his capability to summon ninja warriors as exceptional skill with infinite regeneration, discreetly omitting the ability for the warriors to transform into shadows around him, as well as any mention of the new variant known as the Bladed Soldier. He then designated himself as a summoner, leaving the rest of the form blank. Carlson, glancing at Lu Qi's half-filled page, did not scrutinize it closely and nodded in approval. "Please wait here for a moment while I categorize your abilities. Shortly we shall conduct a test of your skills." Lu Qi chuckled, observing Carlson hastily exit the room to retrieve the phone that Carlson had previously given him. This device undoubtedly contained contingencies left by SHIELD. Yet there was no need for excessive concern. After all, he could store a few items in the Shadow Realm and, if necessary, conceal the phone there. If SHIELD could still connect with it, he would consider it a defeat. After engaging with the built-in brick-breaking game on the archaic device for a while, Carlson finally returned, his expression less than favorable. With a resigned glance at the jovial Lu Qi and a fleeting look at his watch, Carlson felt a mix of mirth and despair. He had initially believed Lu Qi possessed a myriad of abilities, but after categorization, it turned out that aside from summoning ninja warriors, most of his powers were merely conventional enhancements. Ultimately, there were only a handful of abilities listed. With a sigh, he regarded Lu Qi and, unable to request further documentation, led him out of the room towards the testing facility. Upon arriving at a designated area, they found several individuals clad in lab coats engaged in casual conversation. Upon their arrival, the professionals promptly shifted to their tasks. The lab-coated personnel, exhibiting a high degree of professionalism, directed Lu Qi to a track to commence with a 100-meter speed test. They retrieved Lu Qi's ability records, which contained pertinent information regarding his skills, enabling them to determine the necessary assessments. Lu Qi, feeling no need to conceal his capabilities, was forthcoming, knowing ample opportunities for enhancement would arise in the future. Revealing a bit of his potential now would soon render that information obsolete. Following a series of standard evaluations, it was concluded that Lu Qi's physical prowess was equivalent to that of 2 ordinary individuals or approximately 1-2 agents. The lab-coated experts then instructed Lu Qi to summon a ninja warrior. Upon his summoning, they approached to examine the ninja, their curiosity piqued by its appearance. After deliberating on the ninja warrior's manifestation, they proceeded to evaluate its various attributes. Some were dissatisfied with the superficial nature of the initial assessments. Upon inquiry, they learned of the ninja's unlimited stamina and resurrection capabilities. Without hesitation, one of the lab-coated personnel, an elder with graying hair, drew a rifle and began firing at the ninja. Witnessing the chaotic shooting, Lu Qi quietly summoned 2 additional ninja warriors to shield himself, wary that the elder might lose control and accidentally hit him. The ninja warriors deftly deflected the bullets with their katanas, enduring nearly 5 seconds of gunfire before succumbing, which left Lu Qi quite pleased. Unlike the previous night when these ninjas struggled to defend against gunfire, only managing to block the first couple of shots, their improved performance now brought him great satisfaction. After thoroughly testing all of Lu Qi's abilities, the lab-coated professionals documented the specific details of his powers, making 2 copies, one for Coulson's records and another for Lu Qi. Coulson then escorted Lu Qi for a couple of photographs and proceeded to input his information into the system. Thus, the ability assessment concluded. From this point onward, Lu Qi is no longer of concern here, as Coulson intends to return Lu Qi to Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 9. The Whisper of Death returning to Hell's Kitchen. The industrious workaholic Coulson set down Lu Qi and promptly drove away. Observing the tranquil street, Lu Qi pondered his next destination for amusement. Suddenly, a laser beam illuminated him. He initially suspected that Jin Bing had dispatched a sniper and instinctively transformed, moving stealthily towards the source of the light. He appeared atop a rooftop, where he beheld the individual wielding the laser. Initially assuming it to be an agent from S.H.I.E.L.D., he was surprised to find it was Punisher. Their first encounter could hardly be deemed pleasant, and Lu Qi was uncertain of Punisher's intentions. "I hear you are stirring trouble for Jin Bing?" Punisher remarked, retracting the laser, unfazed by Lu Qi's sudden appearance behind him. "Indeed, that rascal incinerated my little treasury, and I seek restitution," Lu Qi replied, stroking his chin as he perched upon the wall of the high platform. It was not surprising that Punisher was aware of his conflict with Jin Bing. After all, he had directly sought out Jin Bing's trouble the previous night without a mask, and undoubtedly, the gangs in Hell's Kitchen were now privy to his true identity as part of the Shadow Legion. The reason for Punisher's visit became crystal clear. He had previously witnessed a gang's act of vigilante justice, resulting in the massacre of his family, leaving him on the brink of death. Consequently, he embarked on a relentless quest to eradicate the criminal underworld, and it was entirely reasonable that he held a grudge against Jin Bing, the kingpin of the underworld. "Care to collaborate?" Punisher proposed. "Tonight, Jin Bing has a substantial shipment of laundry detergent arriving. It could cause him considerable distress." He outlined the business opportunity for the evening, suggesting that if their collaboration proved fruitful, they might consider joining forces against Jin Bing in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qi acquiesced. Punisher tossed a mask to Lu Qi. "Put this on. You are now quite the celebrity in Hell's Kitchen." Lu Qi accepted the mask, feeling it was rather conspicuous, yet he donned it nonetheless. While the mask may have drawn attention, Lu Qi's reputation was likely far more intimidating. Following Punisher, they arrived at one of his safe houses. The sight of an impressive array of weaponry left Lu Qi momentarily awestruck. For someone like Punisher, an ordinary individual seeking to vanquish evil required the right equipment. Yet Lu Qi felt no such necessity. His fist imbued with shadow energy could unleash the force akin to a tank's main cannon. Unless provided with missiles, he preferred to engage directly. However, the boy was not particularly fond of mechas, heavy machinery, or cannons, but Lu Qi found himself captivated by a renowned Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. "Care to give it a try?" Punisher inquired, sensing Lu Qi's intense gaze. Lu Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached and lifted the Barrett, cradling it in his arms while savoring its weight. Punisher led him to a shooting range, where Lu Qi assumed a rather unorthodox position, aligning his eye with the scope. After a moment of adjustment, he squeezed the trigger. The shot reverberated through the vicinity, causing the floor to tremble, and a shockwave erupted from the barrel. As Lu Qi pulled the trigger, he felt a tremendous force jolt through his shoulder, leaving it slightly sore. He gazed at the target, only to discover it unscathed, while the adjacent wall bore a substantial hole. Lu Qi felt a touch of embarrassment. The weapon's power was quite impressive. But it just can't hit, Uncle Fa silently mused. Armed with a lightweight sniper rifle, Uncle Fa stood firm, firing shot after shot. Lu Qi observed the targets across the range, all struck dead center. Remarkable indeed. He truly was a formidable individual, capable of annihilating numerous gangs despite being an ordinary person. With a sigh of admiration, Lu Qi resumed shooting, and the two spent the entire afternoon at the shooting range. It is said that enduring hardships together, sharing a roof, dividing spoils, and engaging in joint ventures forged the four ironclad bonds among men. After a day of wielding firearms, the rapport between Lu Qi and Uncle Fa had blossomed, and they were on the verge of establishing their second iron bond. As evening descended, Uncle Fa concealed Lu Qi at a port. With a pair of binoculars in hand, he scanned the distant personnel. Several small teams patrolled the area, with numerous individuals stationed at elevated positions wielding sniper rifles. Jin Bing has quite the connections. He can procure such an arsenal of military-grade sniper rifles, Lu Qi noted, also peering through his binoculars, curiosity piqued. Jin Bing's criminal empire was vast. Yet few ordinary people were aware, as those vermin provided cover for him. A wretched lot indeed. Uncle Fa muttered a few curses, continuing his reconnaissance. Let us discuss our strategy. How should we proceed? Lu Qi inquired, intrigued by Uncle Fa's plans. Uncle Fa glanced at him, adapting to the situation. The guards for this transaction are weaker than those you dispatched last night. You can charge indirectly. I'll provide support from behind and eliminate those attempting to flee. Lu Qi shrugged, indifferent to whether Uncle Fa noticed. Then that is settled. To be honest, Lu Qi, having experienced grander confrontations, found himself somewhat unconcerned by their current setup. With twilight deepening, Uncle Fa signaled that it was time for Lu Qi to commence their operation. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Qi summoned a legion of ninjas, who emerged from the shadows, effortlessly infiltrating the port under the cover of night. To ensure a spectacular debut in collaboration with Uncle Fa, Lu Qi had procured nearly 50 additional ninjas, reducing his own limits to mere dozens. As he watched the ninjas silently penetrate the port, Uncle Fa raised an eyebrow. Through the binoculars, he observed the ninjas executing a meticulously coordinated assault, systematically eliminating patrol teams and encircling the interior. The individuals within soon sensed something amiss and began to shout in alarm. The sound of gunfire erupted, reverberating through the still night air. I'll check inside for any intriguing developments. You stay here, Lu Qi said to Uncle Fa before vanishing into the shadows. In the darkness, a wisp of shadow would attract no attention. Unimpeded, Lu Qi made his way into the heart of the port, observing the chaos as the panicking personnel attempted to strike at the elusive ninjas. He infiltrated deeper, unleashing the blade soldiers. More agile than the ninjas, the blade soldiers possessed razor-sharp limbs, slicing through the air with a whistling sound as they charged into the fray, their lethal hands shredding the enemy to pieces. In terms of lethality, the blade-wielding soldiers surpassed the ninja warriors both in strength and swiftness. However, their aftermath is rather cumbersome, leaving behind a myriad of sharp pits in their wake. Yet, Lu Qi remains unfazed, suggesting that the stealthy ninjas can take charge of the reconnaissance. With the inclusion of the blade soldiers, a group was swiftly annihilated, leading them to the warehouse where Lu Qi, brimming with excitement, instructed the ninjas to open the containers. The moment the containers were unsealed, an unsettling sensation washed over Lu Qi. Uncle Fa observed the eerie stillness enveloping the port, realizing that the battle had concluded, and he pondered exploring for any spoils of victory. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the tranquility, obliterating the port and sending flames soaring into the night sky. What on earth is happening? Uncle Fa cursed under his breath, noticing numerous vehicles surrounding the port, encircling them with hostile intent. Damn it, we've been deceived. This is a trap targeting you. Lu Chi, are you alright? Uncle Fa attempted to reach out to Lu Chi via his headset. Stop shouting. I'm right beside you. Lu Chi replied, having mysteriously appeared next to Uncle Fa. Your ability to materialize and vanish is truly enviable, Uncle Fa remarked, momentarily taken aback by a tinge of jealousy. Such an elusive and rapid skill would be a boon for a solitary wanderer like him, yet alas, it remained beyond his grasp. Lu Chi chuckled softly, eyeing the adversaries before him. As the dark energy within him intensified, so too did his perception of danger. He had felt a profound premonition when the ninjas approached the containers, prompting him to retreat into the shadow realm. It must be noted that thus far, Lu Chi had yet to encounter a nemesis capable of countering his shadowy stealth, which had saved his life on numerous occasions. Gazing at the enemies encircling the port, Lu Chi's eyes gleamed with ferocity. How dare they lay an ambush for him? Had he reacted even a moment slower, he might have bid farewell to the material world, with his soul returning to the shadow realm. As the ninjas emerged, Lu Chi showed no inclination to hide. Uncle Fa, witnessing Lu Chi's transformation, drew his rifle and inquired, "What's your plan?" Lu Chi smiled and gestured, commanding all the ninjas to charge forth. The assailants gradually approached the port, convinced that no one could possibly survive the inferno within. However, as they scrutinized the scene, a barrage of shurikens flew from behind, incapacitating a multitude of them. The assailants quickly redirected their weapons, aiming at the source of the onslaught, only to find a cadre of ninjas, akin to those from cinematic lore, materializing before them. Bullets whizzed through the air, yet the ninjas seamlessly coordinated their defenses, deflecting the bullets with their blades. The assailants widened their eyes in disbelief. What kind of film are we in? Can anyone truly slice through bullets? My dear, the times have changed. As the ninjas at the forefront shielded against the gunfire, those at the back remained relentless, launching shurikens that sliced through the night, decimating wave after wave of assailants. The enemies atop the armored vehicles regained their composure and retaliated with heavy machine guns, unleashing a storm of deathly bullets that tore apart any who dared to stand in their path. As the ninjas were systematically eliminated, the thugs barely had time to rejoice before another wave of ninjas emerged from the shadows. These stealthy warriors dispersed, utilizing the cover of night to encircle the thugs. One by one, shimmering shurikens sliced through the darkness, deftly severing the throats of the hapless assailants. Lu Chi stood atop a hill, watching as ninjas materialized beside him, relentlessly advancing to engage in the fray. Observing the thugs collapsing below, a sense of satisfaction gradually washed over him. Under the relentless barrage of projectiles, one thug after another fell. The remaining thugs, however, had grown considerably shrewder, taking refuge behind armored vehicles and firing blindly into the night. Yet their efforts yielded little result. The dwindling numbers of their comrades instilled a deepening fear among them, and their ammunition was expended as if it were free. In such dire circumstances, aside from the heavy-caliber rounds from the armored vehicles, the armed thugs were rendered incapable of mounting a counteroffensive. Yet, their combat prowess had never been formidable. It was solely those armored vehicles that had been thwarting the main force of the Shadow Ninjas. However, Lu Chi's arsenal included not only the Shadow Ninjas but also Uncle Fa wielding a sniper rifle. After admiring his comrade's prowess, Uncle Fa skillfully lined up the heads of the machine gunners in his crosshairs, his finger gently tightening on the trigger, claiming one vibrant life after another. With Uncle Fa neutralizing the heavy machine guns, the Shadow Legion inched ever closer to the thug ranks, and as the ninjas approached, the outcome of the battle had all but been determined. While ranged combat was not the forte of the Shadow Legion, close-quarters combat was the domain of the ninjas. As the first ninja breached the enemy lines, the battle's conclusion became inevitable. The long blade in the ninja's hand cleaved through the air, dispatching foes with lethal precision, the blood blooming under the flickering flames. Chapter 10. Caught passing notes, the foremost ninja warrior charged into the enemy ranks, dispatching 3 thugs with swift precision, only to meet an unfortunate end at the hands of a deranged individual wielding a grenade. Nevertheless, an increasing number of ninja warriors relentlessly infiltrated the enemy camp, systematically eliminating their foes. "It is over," Lu Chi remarked quietly as he observed the total annihilation of the adversary by the ninja warriors. It seems we have no spoils of war left, unless you wish to claim their firearms or perhaps stumble upon a few coins," he added, gesturing for the ninja warriors to swiftly search the fallen. "Never mind, I prefer to rely on my own," the Punisher replied nonchalantly. "Your prowess surpasses my expectations. I initially believed your skills were primarily suited for infiltration or assassination tasks, yet your strength in direct combat is equally formidable," the Punisher reflected, recalling how he had witnessed several ninja warriors banding together to deflect incoming bullets, standing resilient amidst a hail of gunfire. While he had encountered a few individuals with physical bulletproof capabilities, this was the first time he had seen anyone deflect bullets with weapons. "There is much you remain unaware of," Deadpool quipped. "Indeed, there is much you remain unaware of," Lu Chi jested, instructing the ninja warriors to take possession of a few firearms and some ammunition before departing the scene. After parting ways with the Punisher outside the city, Lu Chi arrived at a hotel in the bustling heart of Big Apple City. Upon checking in, he activated the advertisement acceleration from earlier that day and, observing the remaining dark energy, increased the number of ninja warriors to 200, as their capabilities had exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought that their ability to withstand the fire from nearly 10 rifles was impressive. Yet he was astonished to see them carve out a path amidst the chaos of gunfire when united. However, with such clear divisions of labor, how did these warriors communicate? He had not seen them speak in the anime. They seemed to understand each other with mere glances. Summoning a few ninja warriors, Lu Chi inquired about their method of communication. The warriors exchanged blank stares for some time, prompting Lu Chi to dismiss them back to the shadow world, shaking his head in bemusement. Inside the hotel, Lu Chi began playing a video game. Yesterday, Coulson had banned his account, but today it was unlocked, allowing him to resume play. After a while of being overwhelmed, an idea struck him. He summoned a ninja warrior and taught him the game controls, sending him to play. To his astonishment, the ninja warrior's coordination was exceptional. Each finger danced across the controller as if guided by its own will, executing maneuvers akin to keyboard and mouse operations. Moreover, the warrior's physical prowess mirrored Lu Chi's, and their cognitive responses were equally matched. With nimble fingers, the ninja warrior achieved a score surpassing Coulson's. "Why then am I still getting overwhelmed?" Lu Chi pondered contentedly as he allowed the ninja warrior to play on his behalf, contemplating the potential earnings from offering ninja warriors for gaming services. After a restful slumber, Lu Chi awoke to find the ninja warrior still diligently playing for him. Sending the warrior back, he opened the performance records, feeling a surge of pride at the impressive stats displayed, and captured a screenshot to share on his newly registered social media account. "Coulson bestowed a like upon you." Shortly thereafter, Lu Chi received a notification of a like. Upon inspection, he discovered it was from Coulson. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that SHILD was still keen on mending their relationship with him. Lu Chi replied, "Since you're drawing a salary from the taxpayers, shouldn't you be serving them promptly?" Coulson responded with a sweating emoji and ceased further replies. "How amusing, I caught you being lazy." Lu Chi stretched languidly before the floor-to-ceiling window, welcoming the morning sun. Suddenly, a dart pierced the tempered glass in front of him, embedding itself into the wall behind. Astonished, Lu Chi turned his head. After all, this was the 20th floor. What sort of dart could reach such heights? Upon closer inspection, he noticed a note attached to the dart, reading Bullseye. Ah, that fellow. Lu Chi recalled the visage of Bullseye, a bald man with a target-like mark on his head. Bullseye possessed exceptional throwing skills. Even a paperclip in his hands could be lethal, being the chief expert under Kingpin. However, despite Bullseye's formidable reputation, he was not invincible. His assassination techniques were indeed remarkable, yet Lu Chi resolved to deploy several ninjas to covertly capture SHILD agents, as having one more guard would never be excessive. The note contained threats and temptations attempting to recruit him into Kingpin's ranks, which Lu Chi promptly discarded. Absurd. It had been a decade. This year Tony was destined to be apprehended, heralding the advent of the superhero era. To turn traitor now would be akin to investing in a failing company one moment, only to witness their phone explode the next. Ignoring the note, Lu Chi prepared to venture out in search of amusement. He messaged Coulson, requesting several locations associated with Kingpin for a bit of fun. Coulson responded swiftly, providing several addresses, all situated in other cities. Having never visited those places, and with teleportation not an option, he would need to stealthily traverse several hours, an endeavor he was rather disinclined to undertake. Thus, Lu Qi decided to seek entertainment in the vicinity, curious whether a hero rescuing a damsel in distress scenario might unfold. So why you? Lu Qi discarded an unconscious thug to the side, gazing at the woman in front of him who feigned distress. He was there to be the hero, not to rescue petty hoodlums. Natasha, dressed fashionably as a metropolitan beauty, seemed to embody urban elegance. Yet Lu Qi, being a man privy to the narrative, remained unmoved and remarked, "How did you manage to get here, Egghead?" "Who is Egghead?" Natasha continued her charade, wondering when her intelligence had been compromised. Uninterested in prolonging the game with S-H-I-E-L-D, Lu Qi sighed. "Lady Romanoff, the illustrious Black Widow, you needn't pretend any longer." "Very well, I shan't pretend, and I must admit the moniker Egghead is rather fitting," Natasha sighed, preparing to return and have a serious discussion with her intelligence personnel. Of course, this was a sentiment shared by many. Lu Qi quipped, to which Natasha occasionally agreed, leading them to inexplicably discuss the absurdity of Egghead's baldness, causing the intelligence agents monitoring them to fear for their own silence. Receiving a message from the Shadow Ninja and discerning that no other agents were nearby, Lu Qi curiously inquired, "Why have you appeared alone?" Natasha, not suspecting Lu Qi of deceit, promptly replied, "Yesterday, Nick instructed us to cease monitoring you. All agents in your vicinity have been withdrawn. However, I made an intriguing discovery." As Lu Qi marveled at Natasha's adeptness, he observed her drag an individual from the shadows. "Goodness, it's Hawkeye?" he exclaimed, taken aback that the very person who had just discreetly handed him a note was now caught red-handed. "Do you know him?" Natasha queried, perplexed. "How does this fellow seem to know everything? Wasn't the intelligence department asserting that he was oblivious to all matters? What does he truly comprehend, and what remains beyond his grasp?" With a growing headache, Natasha sighed in frustration and gave a slight kick to the sprawled Hawkeye on the ground. "Today, Fury sent me to find you, and I stumbled upon this fellow tossing a dart your way, so I decided to knock him out and bring him along." As a future member of the Avengers, Natasha's prowess was indisputable, surpassing that of many superheroes. Thus her ability to capture Hawkeye was hardly surprising. "Since you're here, why not exchange pleasantries?" Lu Qi suggested, pulling out his phone for a selfie with Hawkeye, which he sent to the Punisher. Almost immediately, he received a message indicating the Punisher's imminent arrival, and he turned to Natasha, asking, "Is there something you wish for me to do? After all, it's only courteous to reciprocate." In truth, Lu Qi was merely seeking some amusement amidst his boredom. "Fury tasked me with enticing you to work for us. Although the original plan has faltered, the outcome remains favorable, as you are now willing to assist us." Natasha retrieved her phone and left Lu Qi her contact information, casting him a flirtatious glance before departing. "I will reach out when there's a mission. At present, Coulson is preoccupied with more pressing matters." Lu Qi noted the number as Natasha S. and awaited the arrival of the Punisher in the alley. Chapter 11. The Punisher softens before long. The Punisher arrived in the alley and nodded at the figure lying on the ground. Indeed, it was him. "How did you manage to apprehend this fellow?" "It was a parting gift from some bureau of the homeland," Lu Qi replied. The Punisher and Fury were acquainted, so there was no concern about the Punisher leaking information that would prompt Coulson to come after him for retribution. "It's only natural that you would draw the attention of those individuals, though they are not easy to deal with," the Punisher remarked. "However, their position is rather awkward regarding our matter, neither advocating nor opposing it." Lu Qi helped articulate the latter part of the Punisher's statement, prompting a look of surprise from him. "It seems you have a decent rapport with them." Lu Qi chuckled softly. Had he not been innocent of any wrongdoing, it was likely that Coulson would have approached him with less cordiality, likely demanding FBI open the door. The Punisher drove to a secluded cabin on the outskirts, dragging the target inside. Lu Qi chose to avert his gaze from the unsettling scenes unfolding within and remained outside. After several hours, Lu Qi glanced at his nearly depleted phone battery and sighed, contemplating whether to ask the Punisher for the car keys to recharge. Just then, the Punisher emerged from the cabin, carrying the barely conscious target. The target's throwing skills were indeed absurdly poor. All else was acceptable. Lu Chi could not fathom why. In films, superheroes struggled to defeat this target yet did not simply incapacitate his hands, thus significantly diminishing his combat ability. In reality, however, Lu Chi noted the target's deformed hands and nodded in agreement. It appeared that these superheroes in real life had not lost their wits. The Punisher suggested using the target to set a trap in hopes of luring Kingpin out, to which Lu Chi readily agreed. He was no superhero. The conflict between two adversaries stretched over several years. With a vendetta to settle promptly, 3 days had nearly elapsed, and Lu Chi was growing increasingly impatient for Kingpin's demise. After parading the target around the streets, the Punisher brought Lu Chi to a factory where they suspended the target high above, waiting in anticipation. As the minutes dragged on, Lu Chi began to scroll through his phone when he suddenly received a notification. The annual Pinnacle Person Award will be presented tomorrow in Las Vegas. It seemed imperative that he resolve matters today. At the very least, he had to inflict enough pain on Kingpin to deter him from meddling further. Lu Chi informed the Punisher, referencing the film's plot, that Tony would showcase new weaponry in Afghanistan the day after receiving his award, subsequently being ambushed while in his celebratory state. This indicated that if they wished to witness the ensuing chaos and capture the moment, they needed to take action the following day. Why the urgency? We cannot handle Kingpin today. The Punisher furrowed his brow, expressing skepticism. Even if they managed to capture one of Kingpin's trusted associates, he remained unconvinced that Kingpin would reveal himself. After years of conflict, he understood just how ruthless and cold-hearted Kingpin truly was. However, I have matters of greater significance than mere gold mining ahead of me. In simple terms, while gold mining may yield me a few million, what I am about to undertake could ensure my financial security for a lifetime. If he rescues Tony Stark, that fellow should cover all of his future expenses. Otherwise, he might just return Tony back. The Punisher found it peculiar why Lu Chi would say such a thing. But just then, a ninja appeared before the two. Someone is coming. The Punisher ascended to a higher vantage point to observe quietly, witnessing a large group charging directly toward the factory. Meanwhile, Lu Chi received word from the ambushing ninjas regarding a small team sneaking up from the rear, all clad in high-tech exoskeletons. After some contemplation, Lu Chi decided to deploy 10 blade-wielding warriors to eliminate the elite squad making their approach from behind. He then led the remaining group of over 100 ninjas forward, observing the oncoming cannon fodder. With a swift motion of his hand, a multitude of ninjas stealthily surrounded the adversaries. The individuals at the forefront numbered approximately 200, their quality and equipment markedly superior to those encountered previously, including several armored vehicles. Moreover, Lu Chi spotted numerous heavy weapons produced by Stark Industries. If the ninja soldiers engaged them in a drawn-out battle, it could take an eternity, and they still had another location to reach. Lu Chi rubbed his hands together, his body melding into the shadows as the inky darkness enveloped him seamlessly. He stealthily approached beneath one of the armored vehicles, sizing it up before delivering a powerful punch from below. The force of the surprise assault sent the armored vehicle soaring, crushing several unsuspecting henchmen nearby. Lu Chi contemplated employing the same tactic again, yet the two armored vehicles seemed to have received orders and resolutely charged toward the factory, with surrounding thugs brandishing their weapons and rushing forward. Observing the two armored vehicles, Lu Chi quickly pursued them, but even as they neared the factory, they showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, they accelerated and crashed straight in. With the armored vehicles now inside the factory, Lu Chi lost interest in the chase and chose to hide near the target area. This was their objective, and Lu Chi bided his time, preparing to unleash a devastating blow as soon as they approached. He signaled the ambushing ninja troops to commence their attack while he remained concealed in the Shadow Realm, watching as the armored vehicles drew closer. On the narrow path leading to the factory, a group of thugs began to disperse their formation and charge toward the building. Suddenly, the surrounding ninjas launched their assault, inflicting heavy casualties on the central thugs. However, some fortunate survivors quickly regrouped to mount a counterattack. Utilizing various weapons from Stark Industries, the thugs managed to send a significant number of shadow ninjas back to the Shadow Realm, but their ammunition was limited. They would eventually fall to the shadow ninjas. As the two armored vehicles approached the designated target area, Lu Qi surged forth from the shadows, descending from above to smash through the engine of one armored vehicle with a single punch. The other armored vehicle barreled toward him, prompting Lu Qi to concentrate all of his remaining energy, conjuring a black shield to protect himself. Bang! The armored vehicle collided with the black shield, causing it to dissipate, yet the vehicle itself was brought to a halt. Several ninjas appeared beside Lu Qi, leaping onto the armored car, their katanas plunging into the vehicle's body, rendering the engine inoperative. Subsequently, the blades of the ninjas gleamed with a chilling light as they pried open the doors of the armored vehicle and rushed inside, slaughtering the enemies within. Lu Qi refrained from joining the fray inside, for engaging in combat within such confined quarters would only result in unnecessary bloodshed upon himself. He remained rooted in place, excitedly throwing a few punches, relishing the memory of the hard steel bending and fracturing under his blows, feeling an inexplicable urge to strike a few more. Contemplating the prospect of accumulating more energy to unleash chaos later, Lu Qi felt a surge of exhilaration. While waiting for the ninjas to open the can supplies, several blade-wielding soldiers returned to report. Observing the blood slowly dripping from their claws, it was evident that the squad trailing behind was likely facing dire consequences. With gunfire still erupting outside the factory, Lu Qi instructed them to provide support for the ongoing battle. After the cans were opened, Lu Qi intended to investigate the situation ahead, but was interrupted by the crackling voice of the radio from within the vehicle. "Is this Mr. Lu Qi?" he heard. Grabbing the intercom, he replied, "Yes, it's me. What is it?" After a brief silence, a different voice emerged. "Hello, Mr. Lu Qi, this is Jin Bing." Lu Qi raised an eyebrow. "What is it, Mr. Jin Bing? Please don't tell me you're still trying to recruit me." "No, I believe we can declare a truce," Jin Bing asserted with unwavering resolve. Hearing the firmness in Jin Bing's voice, Lu Qi initially expected a threat, but was surprised by the offer of surrender. "I will compensate you with $5 million and promise not to disturb you again, hoping we can leave any past grievances behind." "Oh, is that so? Quite generous. What about Bullseye? How much do you intend to offer him?" Since Lu Qi had little time to engage with him further, he thought it better to reserve his efforts for future endeavors with other superheroes, like Spider-Man, to level up. Bullseye? His mission has failed, so he is of no use now. How cold-hearted, truly worthy of the title king of the underworld. Your strength is commendable as well, Shadow Legion. After a mutual exchange of flattery, Lu Qi ended the radio conversation. What did Jin Bing say? The battle swiftly concluded after the blade-wielding soldiers joined the fray, and the Punisher had already approached Lu Qi. "He has decided against waging war with me, compensating my treasury, and has no desire to fight." The Punisher seemed unsurprised. Jin Bing was a clever man, and with Lu Qi's escalating strength, he did not know Lu Qi's limits and therefore dared not continue the conflict. Lu Qi chuckled softly. His limits? Only by defeating Dormammu in the future might he encounter them. That settles it. It seems we won't be collaborating frequently moving forward. However, if there is an urgent matter, feel free to seek my assistance. You may deal with Bullseye as you see fit. Lu Qi left that remark with the Punisher before departing. As he walked along, Lu Qi glanced at the text message from Jin Bing on his phone, requesting his bank account number. Alas, I have yet to apply for a bank card. Chapter 12. The first encounter with Tony Stark. Lu Qi entered a bank to procure a bank card. Upon exiting, he sent the card number to Jin Bing. To his surprise, this device could indeed be used to obtain a bank card. Glancing at his work ID, he marveled at its versatility, pondering where he might test its potential for discounts. Receiving a notification of a deposit of $5 million, Lu Qi felt as though he could indulge in a life of leisure for the remainder of his days. Contemplating the work ID in his possession, he considered discarding it, convinced that $5 million would suffice. However, he ultimately decided to retain it, recognizing that it granted him discounts and the privilege of cutting in line, a rather enjoyable perk. Arriving at the airport and flying to the gambling capital, Lu Qi searched for the venue of the awards ceremony scheduled for tonight and the following evening. He located a luxurious hotel nearby and resolved to book a room, certain that Tony's ostentatious character would compel him to stay in the finest accommodations. In his hotel room, Lu Qi gazed upon the award ceremony being set up, fully aware that Tony would likely not grace the event with his presence. Turning his attention to a nearby entertainment center, he surmised that the cinematic Tony would most likely be found there. Observing the evening sky, he decided to venture out and explore. The nightlife in the gambling city felt even more vibrant than that of the Big Apple. As Lu Qi strolled through the streets, he noted the throngs of wanderers, including gamblers who had lost everything. Despite the abundance of entertainment venues, the orderliness of the city was surprisingly commendable, perhaps due to the impending annual Pinnacle Awards ceremony. After wandering for a while, Lu Qi stumbled upon a camera shop. Finding the idea intriguing, he purchased a digital camera. With ample time on his hands, he intended to capture photographs to update his blog daily. Envisioning the day when he would upload the sordid histories of superheroes to his blog, he chuckled darkly at the thought of receiving comments from a multitude of superheroes. Thus, the renowned collector of Marvel's hidden histories was born. Armed with his camera, Lu Qi snapped several photos in the gambling city, familiarizing himself with its operation before slowly returning to the hotel. From a distance, he spotted Tony Stark and his bodyguard, Happy Hogan. Tony was engaged in casual conversation with Happy, while the other bodyguards either managed luggage or checked in. Intrigued, Lu Qi captured a photo, this being the first, or rather the third, quasi-superhero he had encountered in this world. As Tony debated with Happy over which of two women they had just passed was more attractive, he suddenly noticed Lu Qi taking pictures. Rather than displaying irritation, Tony relished the attention, striking a pose as he exclaimed, "Say cheese!" Lu Qi pressed the shutter, capturing the image of Tony posing alongside a still arguing Happy. "All right, kid, hand over that camera. Let me see how it turned out. If it's not good, you'd better delete it," Tony said, disregarding Happy's incessant chatter as he approached Lu Qi. "What was this for my reputation?" Lu Qi smiled at Tony, who regarded him as a close acquaintance, and handed over the camera. "As you wish, Mr. Stark." Tony awaited Happy's arrival to take hold of the camera, then requested that Happy show him the pictures. "Well, it seems you are not a professional paparazzo. Otherwise, your photography skills would not be so lackluster. What can I say? I only acquired this camera 2 hours ago, and the decision to persist in taking photographs was made mere moments prior." Lu Qi crossed his arms, observing Happy, who had inserted himself between him and Tony. Though Happy often acted in a whimsical manner, it must be acknowledged that he had indeed protected Tony on numerous occasions and was a true friend. However, why did this portly fellow dominate the photograph? Was it merely due to his size? Tony remarked upon his own picture. "I had assumed you two shared a close rapport, intending to capture this image and perhaps add a humorous quip to share on my blog." "Ah, a splendid idea. The untold story between the brilliant inventor Tony Stark and his bodyguard Happy? I must say, that notion is absolutely brilliant. It could elevate your blog's following by hundreds of thousands overnight, not to mention the inevitable letter from Stark Industries' legal team." Lu Qi retorted with a smile. "If the tale of Hachi would lead the public to misconstrue your relationship, then you must consider dismissing Mr. Happy." Why am I suddenly being dismissed?" Happy queried, perplexed. "Silence, Happy, you truly embarrass me." Tony Stark instructed Happy to return the camera to Lu Qi and continued, "The story of Hachi is rather charming. Should you publish it, do remember to tag me, if I can manage to spot you among millions each day. Should I remember your name? Although there is a possibility I may forget it within half an hour, there remains a slight chance it might linger in my mind. No, I wager I will forget this trivial information within 10 minutes, yet I shan't bother to remember it," Tony replied. "However, I believe you will retain my name in your memory a month from now." Lu Qi walked past Tony into the hotel. "What a peculiar individual," Happy remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of bemusement. "Indeed, it is quite strange to see the genius Tony Stark refusing to give an autograph. Even if he asked, I wouldn't provide one, for I possess no pen." As the bodyguard exited the room, Tony leaned closer to Happy and whispered, "Of course, even if I had a pen, I wouldn't grant him an autograph. I refuse to sign for a man." Upon returning to his own room, Lu Qi found all the photographs still intact. With a smile, he uploaded the scenic shots to his blog, accompanied by a tweet. Day 1 of Photography. Chapter 13. Upgrade and encounter with Jean. After Lu Qi uploaded the photo, it wasn't long before Coulson liked it. May I inquire about your working hours? This way, I can ascertain whether you are idling away your time. Lu Qi sent a message to Coulson, indifferent to the response he might receive, and utilized his 3 daily advertisement accelerations. Observing the remaining energy, Lu Qi purchased his 250th ninja soldier, allowing him to enhance his physical attributes once more, albeit requiring 5,000 energy crystals. Realizing that he was accumulating energy crystals at a rate of 35 per minute, and with some energy still left, he decided to wait for about 2 hours and indulge in a gaming session. Summoning a ninja to assist him, Lu Qi relished the gaming experience. Although much of the time was spent in a monochrome display and even the ninja suffered defeats due to his miscalculations, Lu Qi was still thoroughly enjoying himself, as he had significantly increased his kill count per match. Remarkably, half of his achievements were from total annihilation. Once he had gathered sufficient energy, Lu Qi reclined on his bed, settling into his most comfortable position, and initiated the upgrade. The familiar sensation washed over him, rendering him momentarily powerless. After a brief interlude, the enhancement was complete. Sitting up, Lu Qi surveyed the room's contents. Approaching the coffee table, he effortlessly lifted the marble surface with both hands. Strength, was this what quadrupled strength felt like? A surge of power coursed through him. Lu Qi gazed in astonishment at the raised marble table, only to be struck by a sudden realization. He was unable to set it back down. Calling forth 2 ninjas to assist in placing the marble table back, Lu Qi proceeded outside, eager to find a suitable location to test the Shadow Legion. Entering the elevator, Lu Qi was greeted by a sight of dapper gentlemen in suits, and upon closer inspection, noticed Tony ensconced in the center of them. Observing Tony's predicament, flanked by men on either side, Lu Qi couldn't help but exclaim, "Aren't you all feeling warm?" Tony's expression soured. Having just conversed with Pepper about the following day's agenda, he sought some amusement, only to have Obadiah's retinue of bodyguards insist on accompanying him. Having finally squeezed into the elevator, they encountered the peculiar individual from earlier. Initially, the situation was not overly awkward, but upon hearing Lu Qi's remark, Tony's demeanor shifted. "Do you require me to teach you how not to block the entrance and impede others?" Tony retorted sharply. The bodyguards exchanged glances but remained unyielding. Who would have thought that Stark Industries employed such individuals? If a certain photography enthusiast were to capture this moment and it were to circulate, who knows how much it would cost Stark Industries? Tony emphasized the name Stark, ensuring the security personnel recognized who the true authority was. Only then did the bodyguards part ways for Lu Qi. "It seems that our dear Mr. Tony Stark is not enjoying his current circumstances," Lu Qi jested. "My usual days are quite pleasant, except when I encounter a certain photography enthusiast," Tony shot back. "How fortunate I am then. When Mr. Tony Stark encounters me, he becomes displeased. Perhaps Mr. Hammer would consider hiring me to shadow you daily," Lu Qi quipped. Lu Qi shrugged and asked if he was going out to seek some amusement, perhaps to capture scenic photographs. Tony, with a hint of irritation, remarked on Lu Qi's affinity for cameras, questioning whether he held an undue bias against those who wield them. Their playful banter continued until the elevator reached the ground floor. Lu Qi stepped out first, while Tony glared indignantly at the surrounding bodyguards who had insisted that Lu Qi exit before him. Observing their badges, Tony contemplated dismissing them upon his return. After a successful test of the Shadow Legion's enhancements in a secluded area, Lu Qi returned to the hotel, satisfied that he could significantly overturn SHIELD's records regarding his capabilities. Disappointed not to encounter Tony this time, he looked forward to the award ceremony the following day, pondering whether to capture a photograph of Rhodey on his way there. He returned to his room, watched some advertisements, and then retired for the night. The next morning, Lu Qi was roused by a cacophony of fireworks, realizing to his surprise that it was already 10 o'clock. Stifling a yawn, he glanced at the resources he had mined the previous night, totaling over 3,000 points, and noted that the dark dimension had been completely depleted. He swiftly exchanged it for a pristine dark dimension, which contained over 30,000 units of energy, nodding in satisfaction that this one was not occupied. However, the locations provided by Ancient One were all minor dark dimensions, generally unclaimed. The dark energy crystals ranged from 10,000 to 100,000, still plentiful for now, though he anticipated that he might acquire one or even several dark dimensions in a single day in the future. The cost of purchasing ninja soldiers had risen from 10 points to 35 points each, prompting Lu Qi to buy 50, which brought his energy reserves down to around 1,000 points. He lamented the insufficiency of energy points, then rose to freshen up before taking his camera outside to photograph. With the award ceremony yet to commence, he noticed the red carpet laid out, with some celebrities already gracing it. Lu Qi casually selected a few promising shots when he heard someone call out, "Kid!" The voice was familiar. Turning around, he found Tony dressed impeccably. "Dressed so smartly today. Are you attending the award ceremony?" Lu Qi inquired. "Did you know I was to receive an award before I even mentioned it?" Tony responded, puzzled by Lu Qi's remark. "How did you know I hit the jackpot in the lottery last night?" "Oh wait, that's right. Those games haven't even been released in this world yet. Who knows if they will be." Tony dismissed the thought. "Anyway, listen up, kid. I have a plan. Are you planning to sneak off to some entertainment venues?" Lu Qi feigned curiosity. "Honestly, I suspect you might be a parasite in my gut. However, I will ensure to consume ample pest control," Tony replied, astonished. "But I'm feeling quite cheerful today. Why not join the genius Tony Stark in making some money?" "Forget it. I don't have that kind of disposable income." Lu Qi thought of Tony's $3 million, feeling that his own $5 million paled in comparison. Tony pursed his lips in disappointment. "All right, I've changed my mind. Come find me over there." He strode towards the entertainment center, seemingly poised for a vigorous endeavor within. Lu Qi shrugged. Tony's words could be quite biting, yet as long as he could outwit him, he wouldn't be perturbed. Today, Tony had the upper hand, but yesterday had been his victory. Holding his universal work permit, Lu Qi entered the venue, only to be informed by security that photography was prohibited inside. Reluctantly, he entrusted his camera to a ninja. With the ninja's vigilant grasp, the camera would remain untouched by the corrupting darkness. Once inside, Lu Qi meandered without haste to reclaim his camera. The venue was bustling with impeccably dressed individuals, and his casual attire rendered him an anomaly. However, he paid little heed to the minor players around him, unbothered by their presence. After collecting a few items and retreating to a corner, he noticed no familiar faces and decided to indulge in his handheld console. Time passed unnoticed until a commotion broke out. Lu Qi glanced up to see Obadiah arriving, greeted warmly by many. To his surprise, he spotted an unexpected figure among the crowd. Kingpin. His extensive connections were evident, particularly with the arsenal he possessed from Stark Industries and the military, showcasing his dual influence in both the underworld and legitimate society. Yet, witnessing Kingpin openly socialize in public stirred a sense of disarray within Lu Qi. Observing Kingpin engaging in amiable conversation with Obadiah, the origin of his Stark weaponry became glaringly apparent. Kingpin sensed scrutiny and turned to meet Lu Qi's gaze, his expression unfaltering, as though he were an ordinary man. Still pretending? Lu Qi offered a casual greeting gesture and sent a smiley face via text. Kingpin glanced at his phone. His demeanor unchanged, exchanged a few words with Obadiah, and made his way toward the balcony. Just as he reached the balcony, Kingpin heard the word cheese and turned to find Lu Qi capturing his image with a digital camera. As Lu Qi tossed the camera to the ground, a hand emerged from the shadows to catch it deftly. Kingpin remained impassive. "Don't be alarmed. I merely thought that a plethora of superhero photos on my blog might seem a tad unbalanced. A few villainous images could provide some much-needed contrast. Who knows, you might even take pride in being featured on my blog one day," Lu Qi remarked with a smile. "Perhaps, but what brings you here? Did we not settle our scores?" Kingpin tightened his grip on his cane. "Isn't today the annual Pinnacle Awards ceremony? I merely came to snap a few photos for my blog," Lu Qi replied. Kingpin nodded, offering no further inquiries, and proceeded inside. Lu Qi relished the breeze for a moment, marveling at the serendipity of the encounter before slipping back into the corner to resume his gaming. Chapter 14. The innocent Caesar. Subsequently, there were no familiar faces, only some unknown business tycoons, leaving Lu Qi somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated the presence of eminent figures such as Hammer and Osborne. The venue was replete with food and drink, and Lu Qi relished the opportunity to indulge himself until the evening when the award ceremony was set to commence. Gradually, the hall filled with attendees, and Lu Qi noticed Obadiah entering with a rather grim expression, clearly agitated by Tony's failure to uphold his commitment. Obadiah was irked by Tony's breach of contract, contemplating how he might mitigate the fallout for his errant friend. Damn it, I have been cleaning up after the Stark duo for decades. Must I continue this futile endeavor? A thought began to germinate within Obadiah, growing more formidable by the moment. He gazed at the golden goose that had been laying eggs for him, initially hesitant about his course of action. However, it was time for Stark Industries to adopt a new identity. Would the world truly collapse in the absence of Tony Stark? I refused to believe so. Observing Obadiah's expression, Lu Qi discreetly captured a couple of photographs, aware that releasing these could potentially attract legal repercussions, so he resolved to wait a month until Obadiah's downfall materialized. As the liaison with Stark Industries, I feel an immense privilege to collaborate with a genuine patriot. At that moment, Rhodey commenced his speech. Lu Qi pondered the awkwardness that would ensue should no one ascend to accept the award. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to bestow this year's Pinnacle Award upon Mr. Tony Stark. Rhodey looked expectantly towards the audience, awaiting his friend's arrival to accept the accolade, only to catch sight of Obadiah shaking his head. Casting a glance at the vacant space beside Obadiah, Rhodey thought to himself, what the hell? After all my anticipation, you've rendered my efforts utterly futile. Tony Stark, you shall not escape unscathed. Rhodey's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable as Obadiah took to the stage, casting a knowing glance at Rhodey. Rhodey, in turn, relinquished the Pinnacle Award into Obadiah's hands and retreated to a corner for some quiet contemplation. How could he still harbor hopes for Tony Stark? Lu Qi, observing Rhodey's awkward demeanor through his camera, knew that this photograph would certainly elicit comments from War Machine on his blog, provided the username was not something ostentatious like War Machine Cool Guy Supreme. As Lu Qi made his way to the balcony, he noticed Jean Bing glancing in his direction. Approaching the balcony, he offered a slight bow before vanishing into the shadows. Jean Bing withdrew his gaze, feeling a modicum of relief, though he mused over the poor etiquette of the bow. Shaking his head, he returned his attention to the comedic performance on stage. In the entertainment center that Tony Stark had described, Lu Qi entered to find a large crowd gathered around a particular spot, with Tony's bodyguards standing helplessly by. It seemed Tony had reinitiated their training. Lu Qi greeted them as he ventured further inside. Tony was in the company of two women, exclaiming, "Come here, darling, blow some luck my way." He tossed the dice, sending $3 million flying into the air. Lu Qi shook his head, remarking that such a game was beyond the tolerance of even some wealthy individuals. Only someone like Tony, who treated money as though it were of no consequence, would dare to play. It seemed fortunate that I did not accompany you. Otherwise, I might have ended up losing money, Lu Qi commented as he approached Tony from behind. Oh, who are you? Tony inquired, turning around. Lu Qi seized the moment to snap a photograph of himself with two ladies. Tony frowned slightly. Why is it you, that little sneak? Yet he dismissed the matter, adding, at this rate, you're bound to become a paparazzo. Perhaps someday, Lu Qi mused, glancing at the photo before saving it. After Tony's journey in Afghanistan concluded, he would undoubtedly be willing to part with $10 million to prevent Lu Qi from showing it to Pepper Potts, yet the price for deletion would be $30 million. With a scheme for extortion forming in his mind, Lu Qi approached the card table, eyeing the substantial pile of chips in front of Tony. Hey, my friend, I offer you a chance. Let us roll the dice. If your score exceeds mine, all these chips shall be yours. Tony regarded Lu Qi and suddenly remarked, why do you enjoy giving away money so much? With one arm draped around a lady, Tony replied, money is the least valuable thing to me. In comparison, I find these two lovely treasures far more appealing. The two ladies displayed their astonishment and delight, yet Lu Qi knew that none would be leaving with him. Instead, he would find a reporter outside to escort them away. Allow me to go first, Lu Qi declared, taking the dice and carelessly tossing them. One rolled a 1, the other a 2. Well, my friend, it appears you shan't be taking home these chips today, Tony retorted, engaging playfully with the lady beside him, when suddenly Rod appeared. Unbelievable, Rod exclaimed with fervor. Tony seemed to only just realize that it was Rod presenting the award. "Oh no. Did they send you to find me?" Rod replied, his smile lacking warmth. "No one sent me, but someone did mention that if I were the one to present the award, you would feel greatly honored. Of course. It is wonderful that you are the one presenting." Tony responded earnestly, "When shall we receive it?" "Right now," Rod stated, his irritation dissipating as he handed the trophy to Tony. Tony glanced at it and remarked, "Look how special this is," before passing it to the lady beside him. Leaning forward to retrieve the 2 dice, Tony urged the lady to blow on them, followed by Rod. "I do not blow on others' dice," Rod said, eyeing the trophy in the lady's hands with a hint of annoyance. "Come on, give it a try, honey bear." Rod shoved Tony's hand away, sending the dice flying. "Okay. Colonel Rod is rolling the dice 2 points. Splendid." Rod tilted his head. "It seems your luck is a bit lacking. Congratulations. You have successfully lost to this fellow's 3 points with your 2. Thus, these 30 million chips belong to him," Rod announced, casting a glance at the innocent Lu Chi. "Well, this is indeed unfortunate. I have witnessed worse than this," Tony consoled Rod, turning his gaze toward Lu Chi. The 2 departed in silence. Lu Chi spoke to the nearby waiter, requesting assistance in organizing his chips as he prepared to take a photograph. Upon stepping outside, he bid farewell to Tony and Rhodey, stating that Caesar's belongings should be returned to him. At that moment, Lu Chi captured an image. Tony, flanked by his bodyguards, left behind merely a silhouette as he handed the trophy to an innocently bewildered Caesar. Glancing at the photograph, Lu Chi felt as though it encapsulated the essence of Tony's first half of life. Turning back to exchange his chips for digits in his bank account, Lu Chi mused that the $30 million would serve as a purchase for that very photograph. Although he would not show it to Pepper, he relished the thought of unsettling Tony. Chapter 15. Rehearsing before the mirror every night, Tony returned aboard his private jet, accompanied not by an invitation to Lu Chi, but rather by Lu Chi, who had clandestinely hidden himself within the aircraft. A part-time dancer serving as a flight attendant busied herself in the kitchen, preparing in-flight meals for Tony, ensuring to prepare extra portions for the captain as well. When she delivered a meal to Tony, she turned back towards the kitchen, puzzled by the absence of one dish. Dismissing her doubts, she resolved to prepare another. A shadow silently glided past her legs, meandering through the compact cabin, revealing that Tony indeed indulged himself with lavish comforts. A large-screen television, luxurious sound systems, retractable dance poles, and striking flight attendants adorned the space. As Lu Chi circled around, he failed to spot Tony, but upon peering further inside, he discovered Tony engaged in idle chatter with a female journalist, their embrace suggestive of intimacy. Disinclined to intrude, Lu Chi retreated to the cabin for a nap, as his handheld device had run out of battery, leaving him with little entertainment. Upon their return to California, Tony's opulent mansion, Freedom City, awaited them at 10880 Malibu Port, zip code 90265. Happy, the chauffeur, transported Tony and the female journalist back to the estate, where Tony intended to conduct an interview within the villa. Happy, remember to bring in the luggage, Tony instructed. Happy gave a thumbs up and began unloading the bags, but a shadow slipped out from the trunk. Curious, Happy thought he caught a glimpse of something, yet the darkness obscured his vision. Lu Chi gazed at the mansion before him, a structure that had captivated many in the film Iron Man. Its exceptional design, advanced technology, and a personal haven to indulge one's passions resonated deeply with every man's heart. As Lu Chi stealthily entered the mansion, he surmised that Tony was likely rehearsing his daily mirror routines with the journalist, prompting him to explore other areas. With the presence of J.A.R.V.I.S., the intelligent butler, Lu Chi remained cautious, lingering in the shadows. After surveying the villa, he found it exceptionally appealing, contemplating how it would be even better with a gaming console in place of the piano. However, he lamented the fate that awaited the mansion in Iron Man 3, where it would be reduced to rubble by 3 helicopters. Having opened the map, Lu Chi, uninterested in observing Tony's antics with the journalist, stepped outside the villa and conjured a portal back to his modest abode in New York. He set his alarm for 4 o'clock the next morning and prepared for slumber after viewing some advertisements. Due to the limitations of the Shadow Ninja's abilities beyond a certain range, he knew he could not leave them to monitor Tony, as J.A.R.V.I.S. was no trivial adversary. Currently, the effective range was 20 meters, an increase from the initial 5 meters. Determined to arrive early the next day, Lu Qi replenished his Shadow Ninjas to 300, retaining some energy for himself, and promptly fell asleep. The following morning, awakened by his alarm, Lu Qi decided to draw a circle and wait inside Tony's jet, hiding in a corner. Rod arrived here around 10 o'clock, waiting patiently, yet Tony remained oblivious to the duration of his delay. Lu Qi observed Rod standing there like a statue, waiting for 4 hours, even taking the time to have lunch along the way. Shaking his head, Lu Qi mused that Tony had indeed robbed Rod of much of his gentleness. At 2 in the afternoon, Tony finally graced the airport with his presence. After exchanging a few casual words with Rod, he led him onto the plane. Watching as Rod, with a few quick phrases, was led into an impromptu rap by Tony, Lu Qi couldn't help but feel that Rod truly possessed a natural talent for rhythm, even if it was merely talking along to the music. The following day, the plane touched down in this chaotic land. Tony, having celebrated the night away, emerged from the cabin, looking sharp. To prevent losing track of Tony, Lu Qi trailed behind, observing as Tony concluded his business and climbed into his joyful Hummer. Inside the vehicle, a few words exchanged with the soldiers paved the way for a friendly rapport. Even Lu Qi had to concede that Tony was quite amiable when he refrained from his sharp tongue, exhibiting a high emotional intelligence. However, the prevailing tension between Tony and Lu Qi remained at a stalemate of 1-1, and any lighthearted banter was unlikely until a victor was determined. While Tony was snapping photos with the soldiers, a missile suddenly struck, obliterating the vehicle in front of them. "Enemies on the left," shouted a female driver, unbuckling her seatbelt, seizing her weapon and leaping from the Hummer, only to be swiftly taken down. Lu Qi, hiding in a corner, shook his head in disbelief. How could she dare to jump from the driver's seat amidst enemy fire? The soldier in the passenger seat, witnessing this, instructed the soldier beside Tony to protect him, before pulling the trigger and rushing out. However, he was promptly felled by a sniper's bullet, which pierced his body and shattered the glass, flying into the cabin. Tony felt a sharp pain as he was struck, yet the bulletproof vest provided him with ample protection. Nearby, a youthful soldier, overcome with adrenaline at the sight of his fallen comrades, cursed and flung open the car door, leaping out in a typical act of reckless bravery. "Wait, give me the gun," Tony shouted, but the soldier merely turned back, instructing him to stay inside. Just a few steps outside, he was obliterated by a grenade. Steel fragments penetrated the Hummer's body, illuminating the dim interior. Fortuitously unscathed, Tony regained his composure and dashed out of the vehicle, darting behind a rock amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Grasping a satellite phone, he attempted to call Rod for assistance, but in the next instant, a missile soared perilously close to him. Spotting the Stark Industries insignia on it sent a jolt through him, prompting him to rise and evade. Yet the missile exploded, hurling Tony away. From his concealed vantage point, Lu Qi watched as the unconscious Tony was taken by a group of militants and silently followed. This journey would result in the world losing one arms dealer, while gaining a new superhero. Chapter 16. The final step of transformation. 3 months later, the Stark Group faced a drastic decline in stock value due to the mysterious disappearance of the prodigious Stark. Lu Qi contemplated the prospect of acquiring shares in Stark Industries, yet he discerned that the timing was not quite ripe. Once Tony returned, there would be a modest uptick in stock prices. However, upon Tony's announcement to shutter the weapon division, Stark Industries shares would plummet an additional 56.3 from their already diminished state. That moment would indeed present the most opportune time to invest. Engaged in an online game with 4 ninjas, Lu Qi's phone suddenly chimed. "Carlson, what brings you to seek me?" he inquired, glancing at the caller ID. After listening for a spell, Lu Qi sighed in exasperation. "I have dispatched over 400 ninjas in search of Stark. Yet the area is vast and locating him swiftly proves nearly impossible." After exchanging a few more words, he ended the call and instructed a ninja to take over his gaming session. He then conjured a portal, transporting himself to a mountainous region. 3 months prior, after unveiling a new map, he had captured a few photographs of the battery-powered Tony before returning to New York, only to be inundated with relentless calls from S.H.E.L.D. As he infiltrated the cave where Tony was working, Lu Chi observed Tony laboriously crafting an iron mask. Finally nearing completion, Lu Chi mused with a weary sigh. The moment Stark vanished, S.H.I.E.L.D. sprang into action. One of the organization's founders was none other than Tony's father, and with the founder's son missing, unease permeated the agency. To Lu Chi's knowledge, even Coulson had ceased overseeing the construction of the aircraft carrier and had come here to search for Tony. Yet, as Lu Chi had indicated, the locale was expansive and fraught with unsavory elements, rendering S.H.I.E.L.D.'s search rather sluggish. Watching Tony showcase the mask to Ethan, Lu Chi's fingers itched to snap a photograph. His blog had been inundated with mundane landscape images lately, threatening to drive away the few followers he had painstakingly garnered. Now, he finally had the opportunity to capture something of substance. "Who goes there?" Tony suddenly exclaimed, sensing a fleeting presence, but upon looking, found nothing amiss. Ethan cast a puzzled glance at Tony. "What is it?" "There's nothing else here." Tony sighed. "Perhaps I'm just overly tense. We should prepare the armor." The unexpected sight of that paparazzo had rattled him. He had anticipated seeing Pepper instead. A thorough check upon his return was imperative. Lu Chi exhaled in relief, surprised by the heightened vigilance Tony had displayed. Nevertheless, glancing at the photographs on his camera, he mused that being discovered was of little consequence. The angle perfectly captured both Tony and the helmet's front, a moment worthy of remembrance. Yet, Tony might experience a psychological downturn, having devoted so much effort to his armor only for it to be whisked away by an annoyingly meddlesome individual before he could utilize it. Lu Chi smirked mischievously. At that moment, a bald man entered the surveillance room. As the only bald member of the Ten Rings gang present, he served as the organization's leader and was undoubtedly the most astute among these ruffians. Yesterday, he discovered that Tony and his companions had not been constructing the Jericho missile they had envisioned, but rather some unknown entity. He entered to frighten them thoroughly, and Ethan nearly took a bite of the freshly cooked charcoal. Observing Ethan behind a rack, engaged in some unknown activity, Tony Stark had seemingly vanished. The bald man furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was far from simple, and promptly dispatched 2 individuals to assess the circumstances. The pair rushed to the door of Tony's confinement, opening a small window to shout something. At that moment, Tony and Ethan were behind the rack donning their armor. Hearing the soldiers' shouts, Tony, fearful they might burst in, urged Ethan to calm them down. "He is speaking Hungarian." "I can't understand," Ethan lamented. "What do you know?" "Just say a few words," Tony replied, his anxiety rising, for they still had a lengthy preparation ahead. Reluctantly, Ethan shouted a few random phrases, but the individuals outside were evidently not easily deceived. They attempted to open the door, only to be blown away by the bomb stationed behind it. "What's the situation?" Tony, immobilized on the rack and unable to see, inquired of Ethan. "It appears to be fine," Ethan responded. "My belongings have always been like this," Tony remarked, reassured. "Now, let's prepare to initiate the power program." Following Tony's instructions, Ethan activated the program, watching the painfully slow progress bar while the incessant shouts echoed in his ears. Clenching his teeth, Ethan secured the last few screws for Tony. "We need time." He readied the screwdriver and turned to face the door. "I'll buy us some time." A sense of foreboding filled Tony's heart. "Stick to the plan." Ethan, for the first time in the past 2 weeks, disregarded his words, rushing to the door to grab a rifle. He shouted as he fired and charged outside. "Damn it!" Tony cursed vehemently, yet he was powerless to act, merely watching the sluggish progress bar on the broken screen before him. Lu Chi, realizing they were still following the script, breathed a sigh of relief, leaving a few ninja soldiers to discreetly protect Tony as he dashed outside. "Ethan is a good man. He should not perish." Ethan charged forward, firing his weapon, and the militants were so intimidated by his fervor that they fled. He continued running until he reached the cave entrance, only to find a throng of people waiting for him. "It's over," Ethan uttered, Meanwhile, Stark finally awaited the progress bar to fill up, fastening his helmet as he hastened outside. "Ethan, where are you?" He eliminated several foot soldiers hiding in the cave, unable to comprehend their shouts. Arriving at a grand hall, littered with corpses, Tony gazed at the bullet holes in the bodies, questioning how Ethan had been captured. Was he truly not an agent of that nation? "Stark!" A weak voice called out, and Tony saw Ethan, bloodied and collapsed among a pile of sandbags. Tony rushed over, his heart heavy with sorrow as he beheld the injured Ethan. "Come, Ethan, let us depart from this place." With the power of the armor, he hurled the sandbags aside, casting a glance at Ethan, who stood motionless before him. "Move, please adhere to the plan." Yet Ethan shook his head. "This is my plan, Stark." Tony inhaled deeply. "But your family is still waiting for you." Ethan offered a faint smile. "My family is gone. I am on my way to meet them." Tony felt a jolt in his heart, remaining in stunned silence for a while. "Thank you for saving me." Ethan slowly closed his eyes, as if he were losing strength. "Do not waste. Do not squander your life." With those words, Ethan fell silent. Tony was engulfed in sorrow, yet a surge of anger welled up within him as he sealed his helmet and charged outside. Ethan quietly opened his eyes, watching Tony leave, taking a deep breath. Had Tony lingered a moment longer, he would have suffocated from his own anguish. A young man suddenly appeared before him. "Well played, Ethan." Ethan rose, discomfort causing him to tug at his clothing stained with the blood of others. "Why did you deceive Stark?" This is the final step in his transformation. Lucci addressed Ethan, snapping the camera in his hand. "Well acted, very photogenic." Ethan, with a resigned grin, had just finally settled into the moment when he spotted Lucci taking photographs behind him, almost losing his composure, promptly shutting his eyes. Chapter 17. Stark's ascent from hell and his desire to sell hamburgers. Tony, consumed by a wave of fury, hastened out, oblivious to the actors behind him conversing with the director about a new plot. A group of militant individuals had received word and found themselves amidst an array of rocket launchers and explosives, yet they remained oblivious, each clutching a rifle aimed at the entrance. Unaware of the true nature of Stark's creation, they believed their firearms were sufficient to eliminate him. As ominous sounds approached the entrance, the group braced themselves. However, as the noise intensified, trepidation crept into their hearts, for the unknown often provokes a primal fear. Then, an armored figure materialized at the threshold. The militants, unfamiliar with such a sight, felt a pang of terror, firing their weapons and shouting to bolster their courage. Yet, their battle cries could not enhance the efficacy of their arms. The bullets merely ricocheted off Tony's armor without leaving a mark. "Now it is my turn," Tony declared, after the militants unleashed a volley of bullets. With a swift motion, he raised his hands, unleashing twin streams of fire that engulfed the armed men before him. The militants, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, were further intimidated by Ethan, who was shooting at the ceiling. In an instant, they began to scatter in disarray, with few daring to retaliate. As Tony advanced, he continued his assault, yet at the threshold, a militant operating a heavy machine gun managed to pin him down. Another militant circled around, firing several shots that crippled the gear mechanism in Tony's leg, inflicting considerable damage. Tony attempted to move his foot, but found himself utterly immobilized. In a moment of crisis, intending to activate his emergency escape device, Tony suddenly noticed the enemies around him collapsing, each bearing a dart embedded in their necks. "Hey, Mr. Stark, are you interested in remembering my name now?" A cadre of ninjas emerged, dispatching the foes with lethal precision, and Lucci stepped forth from the shadows. "You? The photographer?" Tony exclaimed, disbelief evident in his eyes. Lucci nodded. "Care to remember my name?" Lucci, security advisor at the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau. Tony exhaled deeply. "All right, kid, you win. I might just remember that name for a lifetime." As Lucci observed the ninjas eliminate the last of the adversaries, allowing them to fade into the shadows, he approached Tony, who was struggling to move. "Need assistance?" "Certainly, lend me a hand. My armor is malfunctioning, and my leg is immobile." Tony made another attempt to shift his foot, but to no avail. Lucci instructed several ninjas to assist in removing Tony's armor, liberating him from his constraints. Observing the ninjas vanish into thin air around him, Tony curiously inquired of Lu Qi, "Is this some sort of superpower?" Lu Qi casually nodded. "Fortunately, this world harbors individuals with extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, explaining this to these fellows would be quite the challenge. By the way, I have my friend's body inside. Could you assist me in retrieving him?" Tony mentioned, recalling Ethan in the cave, addressing Lu Qi. I fear we may be short on time. The explosives are on the verge of ignition," Lu Qi replied with a serious expression, instructing the ninja soldiers to escort Tony outside without granting him a moment to glance back. "It's quite amusing. If they return and Tony fails to find Ethan's body, it would surely drive him to despair." Lu Qi, however, had no intention of leaving Ethan behind. After sprinting several kilometers, Lu Qi finally brought Tony to a halt. It appeared there had been no explosion. Tony turned back in confusion. Perhaps the explosives are more resilient to fire. "Regardless, I will call for assistance. A plane will arrive shortly to extract us. Remain here and do not move." "All right, thanks a lot, paparazzi," Tony said, dismissing any other thoughts. Having barely escaped from hell, he now yearned for a peaceful slumber and a long-awaited cheeseburger. Lu Qi retrieved a satellite phone and dialed Carlson, urging him to dispatch someone with 2 cheeseburgers, lest Tony perish from hunger. 10 minutes later, 2 aircraft approached from the distance. "Oh!" Tony exclaimed excitedly, waving as the helicopter descended. Carlson and Rhodey disembarked from the plane, with Rhodey immediately embracing Tony. "Next time, could you refrain from riding your joyride alone?" Lu Qi accepted 2 burgers from Carlson. "Hey, magnate, would you care to purchase a burger for $1 million? Tony, spotting the burgers in Lu Qi's hands, replied, "All right, ordinarily I would report you for deceiving consumers, but under the present circumstances, I'll gladly take 2. Snatching the burgers from Lu Qi, Tony gazed towards the distant valley, intending to ask Rhodey to retrieve Ethan's body when a thunderous explosion erupted, a small mushroom cloud rising, collapsing the entire valley. "Well, it seems this fellow is truly beyond return," Tony mused, recalling Ethan's words about not wasting life and the cheeseburger in hand. "Hey kid, how much do you think I could earn selling burgers?" Lu Qi looked puzzled. Why was this man, instead of pursuing armored suits and clean energy, contemplating a burger business? Had Ethan's performance influenced him so profoundly? Secretly, Lu Qi ordered the ninjas to detonate the valley. He certainly didn't wish for Tony to pursue a career in selling burgers. "I believe you'd be better off selling materials for children's hospitals," Lu Qi retorted with a sarcastic tone. Tony shrugged helplessly, deciding to refrain from arguing with him today, owing to Lu Qi's act of saving his life. The group swiftly began their return, and Lu Qi's gaze fell upon a distant mountaintop where shadows of figures lingered. Ethan observed the departing aircraft. "All right, Tony, I want to deceive you, but that fellow exhibited an alarming degree of ruthlessness." Recalling how a group of ninjas swiftly dispatched several individuals with hardly any resistance, Ethan felt a chill run down his spine. He was certain that even special forces could not match such synergy and prowess. "Nevertheless, it seems he has entrusted you to me, does it not?" Ethan turned to gaze at the 50 shadow ninjas behind him. "Then let us embark on a mission to rescue more lives. I am capable of far more than merely saving lives on the operating table." Ethan grasped the weapon in his hand, memories of his departed family flooding back. "Do not squander your life. Indeed, that is the way." Lu Qi observed Ethan. These 50 shadow ninjas were given to him after Lu Qi had conferred with Ethan. However, once these ninjas returned to the shadow realm, Lu Qi would not provide Ethan with any additional shadow ninjas. If Ethan wishes to save more individuals, he cannot rely solely on this meager contingent of 50 ninjas but must instead recruit local citizens. These citizens harbor a profound animosity towards the KB elements and can be easily mobilized to rise against them. The 50 shadow ninjas bestowed by Lu Qi serve more as a safeguard, ensuring Ethan is not overwhelmed by petty adversaries, and can also assist in training the populace. "Although uncertain of the outcomes you may achieve, I sincerely hope you accomplish your aspirations," Lu Qi thought silently. Chapter 18. Tony's mischievous 3,000 questions. Not long after Tony's arrival at the base, the military, at his insistence, dispatched a transport aircraft to return him home. Lu Qi seized the opportunity to board the same flight. "Hey, Lu Qi, How long did it take you to find me? Tony inquired, now seated in a wheelchair, a demand imposed by Rhodey. His recent experiences had rendered him wary of many, and Lu Chi's presence raised numerous suspicions that he could not ignore. Before you emerged, I was actually considering requesting military assistance, but then you appeared, Lu Chi replied, finding a piece of cloth for 2 shadow ninjas to carry, fashioning it into a makeshift hammock to recline upon. Indeed, Tony nodded thoughtfully, his skepticism fueled by the uncanny timing of Lu Chi's arrival, coinciding precisely with his escape, leading him to ponder whether it was Lu Chi who orchestrated the entire affair. Moreover, Lu Chi had repeatedly appeared in his vicinity prior to the kidnapping, amplifying his suspicions. However, it seemed that everyone was aware of Lu Chi's affiliations, while Tony had never heard of the organization in question. After conducting an online search, he uncovered substantial information regarding SHIELD. Why was I not privy to any details about this organization? As one of the nation's foremost billionaires and a super genius, I've interacted with nearly every department, yet I have had no dealings with this one. Has your agency only recently been established? I don't recall any department in our nation that possesses superhumans, Tony remarked with a hint of irony, though Lu Chi discerned the underlying implications. You suspect that I orchestrated this entire scheme and kidnapped you? Lu Chi set aside his handheld device. Tony's expression grew increasingly somber. Very well, allow me to address your query. Lu Chi gestured with open palms. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics was established post-World War II, spearheaded by the nation's leading scientists who absorbed knowledge and resources from certain German scientists. Lu Chi divulged some information regarding SHIELD, noting the remarkable coincidence of its founding in the aftermath of the war. During that era, nearly all of the nation's top scientists joined what was then known as the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Now, it is my turn to inquire, who were the foremost scientists of our nation during World War II? Name the one you are most familiar with, the one who left the deepest impression on you. Lu Chi jumped down from the makeshift hammock and approached Tony. Tony's expression was one of astonishment. The foremost scientist of that era. Howard Stark, my father. Lu Chi nodded. The Strategic Scientific Reserve was founded by your father, alongside a group of individuals who were active on the battlefield, including that esteemed Miss Carter. Observing Tony lost in contemplation, Lu Chi continued, as Howard's son, your capture triggered a full-scale response from SHIELD. Even I, a newly appointed security consultant, had nearly 400 ninjas dispatched in search of you. As he spoke, a multitude of ninjas appeared behind Lu Chi. Rhodey, stationed at the front of the transport aircraft, managing logistics, caught sight of the scene on the monitor and rushed out. Hello, what are you up to? Lu Chi called back. Nothing much, Tony wants to see my ninjas. It was these ninjas who rescued him from there. I suppose he wishes to invite them to a grand party. Rhodey harbored some skepticism but felt no overwhelming excitement. He wasn't particularly astonished by the ninjas. After all, when Lu Chi had first arrived at the base, he had released hundreds of them, and that initial shock had long since subsided. Now, he merely regarded Lu Chi as an extraordinary individual. Okay, let's keep a low profile and avoid any reckless antics. We are currently at an altitude of 33,000 feet. If we were to fall, our bodies might never be reassembled. Lu Chi gave a thumbs up, signaling the shadow ninjas to retreat. Alright, brilliant genius, regarding your doubts about me, Lu Chi paused. You may consider me a traveler who has just departed from my homeland, now employed by the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics as a security consultant. Then, during the annual top-tier awards ceremony, I encountered a certain scoundrel and subsequently, due to that very scoundrel, I found myself in a desert for half a month rescuing another rogue. My timing was merely fortuitous. Beyond that, I cannot explain it. You may choose whom to believe. Perhaps it was divine intervention. Are you satisfied now? Lu Chi said bluntly, leaping back onto the hammock. Tony's expression darkened as he suddenly realized he had learned too much and was insulted as a rogue. This nickname was typically reserved for intimate encounters. He never anticipated being called that by a man, but what irked him most was that he was the one at fault. Tony was not one to engage in nonsensical arguments. One could describe him as brash and sharp-tongued, yet he was fundamentally a reasonable individual. After a prolonged silence, he glanced at Lu Qi and uttered softly, "Sorry." Lu Qi could hardly believe his ears. This fellow actually apologized? Well, in that case, it's all forgiven. Considering you gifted me $30 million, I shall absolve you. Lu Qi said awkwardly, acknowledging that part of the blame for not saving Tony rested with him. Though this reasoning felt somewhat strained, he had indeed witnessed Tony's abduction firsthand. Unsure of what to say next, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Lu Qi felt somewhat uncomfortable and pondered. "Would you like to lie down for a moment?" He patted the hammock. "I don't share a bed with men," Tony replied with a distasteful expression. "Just as you've never declined items offered to you. Yet previously you took a cheeseburger directly from my hand without a thought of letting it fall to the ground for you to pick up." Observing Tony's rather embarrassed demeanor, Lu Qi shrugged. "Come on, I have more than just these two supports." He waved his hand, and two shadow ninjas appeared, instinctively fashioning a cloth hammock. "Shall I carry you up?" Lu Qi asked Tony, who was seated in a wheelchair. "Yes," Tony replied, attempting but failing to lift himself. One of the shadow ninjas appeared and effortlessly cradled Tony in a princess carry. "Thanks, brother. It would have been better if you hadn't used that particular method." Tony addressed the shadow ninja, yet the latter offered no response and vanished into thin air. He truly exuded an air of aloofness. Where, one might wonder, do they reside? Tony speculated that Lu Qi's ability pertained to some form of spatial manipulation, as these beings were presumably his subordinates. "The Shadow Realm is a dimension that emerged from my capabilities," Lu Qi elucidated. "They are not human and therefore do not possess the ability to speak." He had no doubt that Tony would grasp this concept. Another dimension? How fascinating! Are these ninjas the indigenous inhabitants of that realm? How did you manage to subdue them? That dimension belongs to me, and naturally so do they. To me, they are mere conglomerates of energy, manifestations born from my profound memories of that particular energy. Thus, if one's impression of that energy were different, they might not appear as they do. Indeed, in a certain sense, they could be regarded as my childhood memories, Lu Qi remarked, engrossed in his handheld console. Tony cast a skeptical glance at Lu Qi. "You must be from a celestial realm, right? Why would childhood memories take the form of these ninjas? I mean, you understand what I mean. They are the minions of the antagonists from that anime. However, with the right incantation, one can command them. The protagonists once acquired the power to direct them, and our perception of these ninjas shifted dramatically. At that time, we believed they were invincible." Tony nodded thoughtfully. "Invincible, I comprehend. I too thought my father was invincible in my childhood." He hesitated, momentarily diverted by thoughts of his father, before pivoting the subject. "Do they not require movement? Wouldn't maintaining this posture tire them?" Lu Qi glanced at Tony, recognizing that he still lacked a full understanding of his father, though he would come to comprehend it in due course. "They do not require rest, sustenance, or even breath. Their stamina is boundless, and they are impervious to death." Tony exhibited a fitting display of astonishment, and thus, the two engaged in a leisurely conversation throughout their journey. Chapter 19: Tony's return. After a lengthy journey, Tony finally arrived back in the Big Apple. The transport plane's door slowly opened, revealing Pepper and Happy anxiously awaiting his arrival. "Thanks, guys, but should I really thank your master?" Tony quipped as he waved at Pepper, while Happy was unceremoniously overlooked. Two shadowy ninjas descended, transporting Tony on a hammock to the outside. "Hey, Lu Qi, could you let me down?" Tony called out, struggling to find his footing on the hammock. "Oh." Lu Qi had already disembarked from the hammock and stood beside it. One of the shadow ninjas appeared and gently lifted Tony down. "Thanks, brother. By the way, were you the one from last time? Why the princess carry?" Tony patted the ninja on the back as he was set down next to Pepper. "Honestly, Lu, could you ask him to let me stand?" Tony said, his face tinged with embarrassment. Lu Qi instructed the ninja to place Tony down, allowing him to stand in front of Pepper. After easing the tension, Tony gazed at Pepper. "Your eyes are red. Have you been shedding tears for the long-lost boss?" "It's tears of joy. I abhor job hunting." "Then your vacation is over." Tony and Pepper hopped into a car, with Happy already in the driver's seat, while Lu Qi settled into the passenger side. Mind if I hitch a ride? Not at all, both Tony and Pepper replied simultaneously. Hey Tony, don't be like that. He saved you. Well, truth be told, I could have escaped on my own, though it might have taken a while before I got rescued by a plane. Don't mind him, Lu Chi. That's just Tony being himself. Well, you understand me best. Anytime. Observing the inexplicable atmosphere between the two in the back seat, Lu Chi glanced at Happy. Can they do this all the time? Usually, yes. Alright, let us bring this to a close, boss. Right now, I just want to do one thing, and it would be even better with 2 cheeseburgers. One is simply insufficient. Tony, you've just escaped. You need to go to the hospital. No, I've been imprisoned for 3 months. I've been thinking. That's impossible, Tony. You just got out. Pepper turned her head away in disappointment. I think he wants you to help him hold a press conference. He kept talking about it on the plane, Lu Chi interjected. Pepper looked at Tony with skepticism. Indeed, that's precisely what I meant, not what you were thinking. Pepper shook her head, feeling that Tony's transformation was truly. Alright, let us make some calls and arrange a reception at Stark Industries, and while we're at it, prepare 2 cheeseburgers for Tony. Happy timely started the car, heading toward Stark Industries. By the way, Tony, will that prosthetic of yours disappear in that explosion? Lu Chi recalled something, uncertain if Ironmonger would make an appearance again. Uncertain of the outcome, he pondered that the inferior material of the armor should indeed succumb to the ensuing explosion, unless it detonated only once. That would be for the best, Lu Chi remarked nonchalantly. Tony had already undergone a transformation. He merely required a catalyst to embark on his journey as a superhero, rendering the existence of Ironmonger irrelevant. As the vehicle continued its course, they swiftly arrived at Stark Industries. Pepper Potts was the first to alight from the car, followed closely by Tony. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a throng of high-ranking officials from Stark Industries, including Obadiah Stane. Observing this welcoming scene, Lu Chi maliciously mused that if a bomb were to be detonated here, the already chaotic Stark Industries would descend into utter pandemonium with Tony's disappearance. However, this remained merely a thought. Lu Chi had no intention of acting on it. Noticing Obadiah's jubilant expression, Lu Chi contemplated how to reveal to Tony that he was the architect of the turmoil. After all, without Ironmonger, sufficient evidence could easily place Obadiah behind bars. Tony tossed 2 cheeseburgers to Lu Chi, who deftly caught the airborne sandwich. Well, we're even now, Tony grinned. Lu Chi unwrapped the extravagant $1 million burger and took a bite, savoring its delightful flavor. Of course, this is my favorite place, he replied. After exchanging a few words with Lu Chi, Tony turned and strode toward Stark Industries. This conversation drew Obadiah's attention to Lu Chi. His sources of information were superior to those of Rhodes, and he was well aware that Lu Chi was the one who had thwarted his grand plans. Yet, Obadiah maintained a facade of cordiality, smiling as he addressed Lu Chi. Thank you, Mr. Lu Chi. You have no idea how much I worried about Stark. He is the son of my dearest friend. Not at all, sir. It is my duty, Lu Chi responded, lacking any desire to prolong the conversation. He bypassed Obadiah and entered Stark Industries. The first thing to catch his eye was the colossal particle accelerator, a device that provided Stark Industries with clean energy, albeit at an exorbitant cost, and deemed commercially unviable by the company's personnel. However, times had changed. Tony had successfully refined it in that cave, resulting in a more compact, cost-effective version that harnessed greater energy output. After surveying the future flagship products of Stark Industries, Lu Chi proceeded to the press conference. Agent Coulson appeared beside him. You successfully located him, he noted. Lu Chi nodded, acknowledging that the small mountainous region had indeed posed a challenge. Your phone signal was consistently in New York City, then suddenly it shifted there, leading me directly to Tony. Coulson paused momentarily. The director is awaiting your report. Well, it seems I must formally meet that egghead. Lu Chi replied with a hint of resignation. Coulson nodded and made his way toward Rhodes, presumably to discuss matters, while Tony, reflecting on memories of his father, announced before a throng of reporters the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division. The entire press corps erupted in excitement, rushing forward as Obadiah sensed the disturbance and quickly intervened to separate Tony, attempting to regain control of the atmosphere. Despite having just engaged in conversation with Coulson, Potts made her way towards Tony, guiding him away from the maelstrom. It seemed I would have to wait a while longer before I could speak with him. Coulson approached Lu Qi, who was examining the photos on his camera, nodding in satisfaction. It appears you will have to wait alone. I must take my leave. Lu Qi waved at Coulson before finding a restroom, promptly creating a portal back to his cozy abode. The 5 shadow ninjas were still comfortably engrossed in their game, and upon checking the leaderboard, Lu Qi noted he had risen to the top rank. It felt akin to a game on autopilot, Lu Qi remarked as he uploaded the freshly taken photos to his blog. The previously tranquil blog exploded with activity. As the news had yet to break, the general public remained unaware of Tony Stark's return. Such was the allure of Tony's fame, Lu Qi mused, before drawing a circle and heading towards the Trident Tower. As he walked, he contemplated how to face Fury and that coin. Meanwhile, SHIELD had detected Lu Qi's presence and swiftly dispatched an agent to pick him up. Chapter 20. A conversation with the egghead. As Lu Qi boarded the vehicle, a throbbing headache plagued him, leaving him uncertain about how to engage in a clever repartee with Fury. Are you contemplating how to argue with me? A voice emanated from behind. Lu Qi shook his head, exasperated at the prospect of dealing with individuals possessing mind-reading abilities. Have you ever encountered a mind reader? Fury inquired as he settled beside Lu Qi. With an eye roll, Lu Qi chose to ignore him, aware that the more he conversed with such a person, the more he risked revealing. Your origin is quite extraordinary. You appeared in New York seemingly out of nowhere, subsequently residing in Hell's Kitchen and subsisting through murder, Fury observed, his silence punctuated by a change of topic. I don't consider those things to be human, Lu Qi retorted. But you are human. You are neither the law nor a deity. With your superpowers and that so-called portal, do you believe you possess the authority to pass judgment on them? Do you fancy yourself as Batman? Indeed, and what of it? I apologize for being human. Lu Qi chose to abandon the pretense, recognizing that Fury's irritation was merely a guise to extract more information from him. Enough of this. Let us discuss how you located Tony Stark. Fury suddenly relented. It was rather straightforward. My ninjas discovered a group of armed militants in a mountainous region, and upon investigation I found Tony Stark, Lu Qi replied, averting his gaze to prevent Fury from gleaning further insights from his expression. A sudden thought struck Lu Qi. By the way, you're not the real Nick Fury, are you? How could that old coin possibly be present before someone who nearly caused a ruckus at SHIELD? You're a Skrull, he accused. Fury's brow furrowed. What are you talking about? What Skrull? Cease your denial. I know much more, such as the fact that your blood must be green, along with that Carol Danvers. Fury appeared poised to respond, but the driver interjected. Enough. You should exit the vehicle, the driver commanded, pulling over and deactivating several devices. Removing his wig and mask, the driver revealed a bald head, while Fury obediently exited the vehicle and vanished into the woods. All right, Lu Qi, I have much to discuss with you, including how you are privy to these classified matters and precisely how you located Tony Stark. Lu Qi regarded him for a moment, contemplating his options. Well, it seems the charade cannot continue. Leaning back, he crossed his legs and fixed his gaze on Fury's bald head. In truth, I am a terrestrial being who, after a long ordeal, returned from outer space, having been abducted by aliens decades ago. A few years prior, I encountered a remarkable Captain Marvel, named Carol Danvers, who revealed to me the path back and shared vital intelligence regarding Earth. Fury paused for a moment, the atmosphere steeped in silence. How is Carol faring now? Lu Qi hesitated. Carol had not made an appearance in the third installment of the Avengers, so how was he to fabricate a narrative? Observing Fury's expression gradually shift to one of skepticism, Lu Qi casually concocted a response. She is currently traversing various locales, assisting the Skrulls in finding a place to survive, constantly on the move. I cannot see her every day, but, noticing Fury's doubtful gaze, Lu Qi pondered briefly before adding, she misses her little cat dearly and requested to see how your eyes are when I decided to return. Upon hearing the last statement, Fury instinctively touched his eye patch. After a moment of silence, Fury finally nodded. Very well, you may return. Lu Qi turned to leave, surprised that he had genuinely managed to impress Fury. You harbor no ill intentions towards Earth, do you? Fury suddenly called out. How could I? I am also from Earth. That is reassuring. You should understand that I can summon Carol back at any moment. Indeed, that beeper, by the way, have you truly not used it even once during this time? Hearing this response, Fury felt a wave of relief wash over him, for when Carol entrusted him with that device, they had been the only two present. She expressly forbade me from bothering her with calls. Without further conversation, Lu Qi returned smoothly to his humble abode. Dealing with that old curmudgeon was tedious and exhausting. Lu Qi shook his head and activated his essential mining system. The number of shadow ninjas had reached over 470, capable of mining 0 for energy per minute, while 30 blade soldiers could extract 2 energy per minute, translating to approximately 230 energy each minute, with a similar recovery rate. After reviewing his savings, Lu Qi decided to purchase the ninjas, increasing their number to 500. Aha! An enhancement in values. Upon examining the requirements, he realized that this upgrade necessitated 100,000 energy points, which equated to 300 minutes or 5 hours. However, with some savings at hand, he could offset over an hour. Reflecting on his balance, Lu Qi opted to watch an advertisement to save 3 hours, and after waiting an additional half hour, he amassed the requisite 100,000 energy points, successfully enhancing his capabilities. Following the enhancement, his physical attributes were elevated to 8 times that of an ordinary human, with both mining speed and recovery rate doubling to 480 points each. Stretching contentedly, Lu Qi relished the newfound vigor coursing through his body, as his capital had once again multiplied, granting him greater confidence in facing the likes of the egg. Nevertheless, the egg possessed numerous 084 items and an unknown quantity of Hydra's residual technology, making its strength formidable. Observing that the price of the ninja soldiers had risen to 70 energy points each, Lu Qi felt that his days were becoming increasingly comfortable. Presently, he was capable of achieving 6 miniature dimensions in a single day. Flipping through the notebook provided by the Ancient One, he noted that approximately 30 coordinates for miniature dimensions remained. Once depleted, he would likely need to seek further coordinates from the Ancient One. With this particular miniature dimension yielding over 10,000 energy points, Lu Qi waited for 20 minutes to deplete it before replacing it with a new dimension. Oh, I did not anticipate such an immense energy of over 100,000. Lu Qi exclaimed in astonishment, having presumed that this minuscule dimension would contain energy levels beneath 100,000. Suddenly, the system emitted a notification. Enemies detected within the target dimension. Please eliminate them, or energy extraction will be impossible. Lu Qi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that foes resided within the target dimension. Warning: the target dimension has connected with the shadow dimension. Immediate countermeasures are required. Initially perplexed, Lu Qi soon noticed that his energy capacity was gradually diminishing. Furrowing his brow, he hastily delved into the shadow dimension. At that moment, the shadow dimension resembled a cubic expanse of over 10,000 cubic meters, with a fissure appearing at its apex. In this realm, Lu Qi felt akin to a deity, soaring towards the crack, where he discovered creatures reminiscent of goblins employing peculiar devices to harvest dark energy. With a flick of his hand, the fissure shifted from the top to the ground. Hundreds of shadow ninjas materialized in the dark realm, vanishing in a flurry towards their home, while the alarmed enemies charged forth. Peering through the fissure into the target dimension, Lu Qi observed a space significantly larger than his own, filled with countless beings diligently collecting energy from surrounding rifts. His gaze sharpened. These entities were not solely goblins but rather a variety of other species. With another wave of his hand, the shadow ninjas surged through the spatial rift into the target dimension. The feeble beings were no match for the ninjas, yet some were formidable enough to engage the shadow ninjas evenly or even defeat them. At that moment, dark shockwaves erupted from the corners, scattering the ninja ranks. Within the target dimension, a being levitated before the fissure, locking eyes with Lu Qi. To his surprise, a sovereign of the dimension resided within this miniature realm. The individual emitted strange dark energy waves from their throat, yet Lu Qi discerned their intent through these vibrations. With a flick of their wrist, a surge of energy struck a rushing shadow ninja, dispersing them, while the being continued to gaze at Lu Qi. Transforming dark energy into a creature? How amusing! I shall absorb your energy entirely. The figure taunted, but quickly realized something was amiss. The shadow ninjas, having morphed into dark energy, did not remain in his dimension but instead retreated into Lu Qi's dark realm, leaving him empty-handed. Lu Qi also noted that his dark energy limit had not diminished, nor had the number of ninjas decreased, contradicting the earlier claims. The being expressed astonishment to reclaim dark energy within another's dimension. How did you achieve this? Furrowing his brow, the individual waved their hand, summoning thousands of beings into their dimension, charging towards Lu Qi's realm. These entities were not akin to shadow ninjas but were transported from their material world, emboldening the being to launch an assault on Lu Qi. No matter your secrets, as long as you are vanquished, your dark dimension shall revert to its natural state. The figure laughed heartily, as the army behind him directly engaged with the shadow ninjas from the opposing dimension. Lu Qi surveyed the dense mass of enemies and swiftly commanded the shadow ninjas within his radius to return and form a defensive line, while the others valiantly attempted to hold back the advancing foes, buying precious time for Lu Qi and his companions. As these shadow ninjas were besieged by enemies outnumbering them several times over, Lu Qi successfully established a battle line, gradually summoning back the previously scattered shadow ninjas. Observing the ever-approaching adversaries, Lu Qi pondered earnestly. Aside from the dimension's lord on the opposing side, the individual strength of the ordinary enemies did not surpass that of his own ninjas, yet their numbers were several dozens greater than his own. Given the limited energy remaining, he could only summon a little over 100 shadow ninjas, which would scarcely alter the situation. It was indeed too passive. Let us first assess the situation. My ninjas are neither mortal nor do they possess a stamina bar. Perhaps they can gradually wear down the opponent. Lu Qi watched as the enemy's subordinates charged toward him, and he could only prepare his ninjas for the impending confrontation. Chapter 21. I am the source of power, as the minions of the enemy were not creatures born of dark energy. He recklessly commanded them to charge into the shadow dimension. With a flick of Lu Qi's hand, a wave of dark energy surged forth, obliterating the foes that dared to invade his realm. This strike consumed over 1,000 points of dark energy, and as he observed his steadily replenishing reserves, Lu Qi furrowed his brow. After annihilating the enemy's vanguard, he ceased his actions and allowed the shadow ninjas to engage the adversary. The enemy, having expended some dark energy, managed to double the width of the spatial rift, yet it still remained only around 10 meters wide, allowing only a handful of hostile beings to surge through at once. Despite the relentless supply, the shadow ninjas were gradually forced to retreat. Although their individual strength was formidable, it had yet to trigger a qualitative change, leaving them at the mercy of the enemy's assault. Lu Qi harbored a certain trepidation towards the Lord of the Dark Dimension opposite him, refraining from reckless attacks for fear of being decapitated. Though the beings of dark energy possessed boundless potential, they would ultimately hinder one's growth, as was evident now. He found himself without the means to retaliate. The enemy chuckled, observing as a single ninja was besieged by dozens of foes, vanishing into shadows. Frowning, Lu Qi dispatched 20 blade soldiers. The blade soldiers emerged, their heightened agility making them appear almost to fly, as they swiftly tore through the throngs of enemies. In comparison to the shadow ninjas, the blade soldiers excelled in combat, particularly in such slaughter. Witnessing the blade soldiers achieve impressive results in a short span, Lu Qi felt a surge of joy. After glancing at his shadow energy, he consumed 1,500 points from his limit to merge 150 shadow ninjas into blade soldiers. Now possessing 50 blade soldiers, he received no enhancement notification, likely indicating that only a sufficient number of shadow ninjas could facilitate such a reinforcement. Lu Qi felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly regained his composure. He now commanded 300 ninja soldiers and 50 blade soldiers. Although their numbers had diminished significantly, 6 ninja soldiers paired with 1 blade soldier to form small squads, effectively halting the enemy's advance and even pushing them back. The shadow teams relentlessly drained the enemy's strength, demonstrating even greater efficiency in their slaughter, systematically eliminating foes from the dark dimension. Sensing the tide turning against them, the enemy's creatures, infused with dark energy, charged forward. A bolt of dark energy hurtled toward Lu Qi, who deftly conjured a shield of dark energy to intercept it. With a clap of his hands, 2 dark tidal waves surged forth, encircling the enemy. Realizing the peril, the creature hastily retreated, casting a wary glance at Lu Qi. "You can fully control dark energy," it exclaimed. Even it could only manipulate dark energy slightly, unable to wield it with such freedom. Lu Qi gazed back, attempting to communicate through dark energy. "Are you incapable of doing so?" The adversary, misinterpreting Lu Qi's demeanor as mockery, felt a surge of anger. "Humph, what of your ability to control dark energy? With such a meager supply, what can you possibly achieve?" Lu Qi, observing his energy replenishing at a rate of 220 points per second, quickly regained the thousands of points expended in his earlier maneuver, leaving him perplexed. What on earth is this creature talking about? Lu Qi suddenly entertained a speculation. He could harness the system to genuinely wield the dark energy, while his adversary merely possessed dominion over the dark dimension, enabling the utilization of dark energy, albeit predicated on specific techniques and principles. This comparison resembled that of a sorcerer who must manipulate magical forces to compose runes for their ends, while he could directly manifest the effects of that magic. "Is this, then, my true power?" Lu Qi mused, observing the dark energy coalescing in his hands. As if in accordance with his thoughts, he unleashed a bolt of dark energy toward his foe. The unknown creature shouted, a surge of dark energy erupting from within, dissipating the attack. "I swear, by the name of Andrews, I shall unravel your secrets." Andrews bellowed, the dark energy within him surging forth in response to his declaration. Waves of energy surged, amplifying Andrews' strength. With a flick of his hand, the energy converged into a magical array, transforming into various forms of assault directed at Lu Qi. In a swift motion, Lu Qi shifted the fabric of space, appearing on the opposite side of the shadow dimension, evading the strike. Observing his opponent's resonance with the energy, he felt a flicker of understanding. "Andrews? Very well, I shall declare." Dark energy gathered before Lu Qi, seemingly drawn to him. After a moment's contemplation, he turned his gaze to Andrews. "I am who I am. I am Lu Qi, the Lord of Shadows. In the name of Lu Qi, I designate you as my adversary. Dark energy shall no longer welcome you." As Lu Qi affirmed his identity and established his name in another dimension, the surrounding dark energy erupted in jubilant celebration, as if it had discovered its rightful master. Meanwhile, Andrews found himself struggling to control his dark energy. Forcing it under his command, Andrews shouted, "Who do you think you are to impose such rules?" His expression grew increasingly grave. In this realm, he was utterly helpless against Lu Qi, who seemed to grasp something profound that even influenced him. Could it be that he truly is the Lord of Darkness, the master of dark energy? Impossible. Andrews seethed inwardly, declaring, "So be it, you are pushing me to this." A scroll materialized in his hand, which he tore apart. "Let me show you the divine forbidden arts." Unusual energies surged forth from the remnants, transforming into runes, as chains manifested, forcefully sealing the space and imprisoning Lu Qi within. "Lord of Shadows? Keep calling." Lu Qi watched as the massive chains formed a cage, forcibly expelling the surrounding dark energy and enclosing him. Realizing he could no longer connect with the shadow world, a heavy feeling settled in his heart, yet he discovered he could still wield some dark energy. Recalling something, Lu Qi activated the system. Indeed, the system indicated that his connection to the dark dimension had been sealed, requiring a continuous supply of energy to dispel the seal. The energy limit remained unchanged, but the preceding numbers steadily increased, indicating his energy was gradually restoring. Thus, it is not the personal dark dimension that fuels the self, but rather the self that energizes the dark dimension. The dark dimension merely serves as a repository for one's dark energy. Previously, I believed the system acted upon the dark dimension to reinforce the self, yet it turns out it is the self that nourishes the dark dimension. Having clarified the master-servant relationship, Lu Qi nodded and gazed at Andrews. "What use is this? If I cannot utilize the dark energy within the dimension, what then? Would you dare approach to kill me?" Although uncertain of the other's circumstances, Lu Qi feigned ignorance and awaited the restoration of his dark energy. "Humph! Fool!" Andrews decided to forego dark energy altogether, gathering other energies in his hand, gradually forming a spell. He, Andrews, did not rely solely on dark energy. It was merely a more advanced power acquired later. Despite his dark energy's rebellious nature, Andrews remained unfazed. He intended to eliminate Lu Qi first, for perhaps this rule would be lifted, and he might uncover Lu Qi's secrets. As for engaging Lu Qi in close combat, he was no fool. The other harbored numerous secrets, and who knows what other means he might possess. He should not act recklessly. With the spell prepared, Andrews unleashed his attack upon Lu Qi. Lu Qi, noticing that his opponent was not falling for the ruse, felt a twinge of annoyance but ceased to conceal his energy any longer. Streams of dark energy surged forth from within him, automatically deflecting the assault. Consuming over 100 points of energy, Lu Qi remained unconcerned, for such energy could be restored in mere seconds. Supported by dark energy, he floated in midair, once more facing Andrews. The surrounding magic primarily served to sever his connection to the dark dimension entirely. The eradication of dark energy was merely a side effect, not a persistent condition. The dark energy within Lu Qi continually escaped, for although he was the Lord of Darkness, his body could not endure excessive dark energy. Nor did he wish to forsake his corporeal form like Dormammu, transforming into darkness. Presently, Lu Qi's body could withstand 800 points of energy. He had not previously had the opportunity to test this limit. During his fourfold physical enhancement, he discovered this capacity, then only able to bear 400 points of energy. With 800 points of energy contained within his body, the surrounding energy increased at a rate of 480 points per second. "Come now, it is fair once more," Lu Qi proclaimed to Andrews. Observing the incessantly surging energy around his opponent's body, Andrews felt an ominous premonition. He was merely a fortunate high-level mage who stumbled upon the dark dimension and inadvertently became its master. Now, unable to wield dark energy and with magic proving ineffective against Lu Qi, that creature could even restore energy at a rapid pace. Continuing the battle would inevitably lead to his defeat. It would be wiser to escape. At worst, he could abandon the dark dimension. He could also inform the powerful beings of his own world, perhaps bargaining for some advantage. Resolving his course of action, Andrews conjured a magic circle, disregarding his subordinates who had been slaughtered by the Shadow Legion, and transformed into a beam of light, flying towards the spatial rift. Once he reached the dark dimension on the other side, he could harness that realm to return to his material world. Lu Qi watched as the other party soared towards the spatial rift, aware of their intent to escape. He yearned to intercept them, yet the consumption of dark energy during flight was substantially greater than when moving through the material realm by adhering to other objects. Regardless of how swiftly he could replenish his energy, even expending all of it would only allow him to dash before the other, leaving him vulnerable to being effortlessly dispatched without dark energy. As he observed the other drawing ever closer to the spatial rift, a sense of urgency welled within him. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed through the air. "Channel all your energy to me." A yellow figure materialized beside Lu Qi. Chapter 22. Ancient One's Intervention. Iron Tyrant's final battle. Lu Qi gazed at the sudden appearance of the Ancient One and nodded. With such a powerful presence at hand, he could afford to relax. He poured all his energy into the Ancient One, who utilized this force to manifest a mirror dimension, trapping Andrews within. Perceiving the shift in space, Andrews turned to face the Ancient One. "How is it possible that you can so effortlessly create a parallel material realm?" The Ancient One ignored him, gesturing with a flick of her hand as the surrounding space warped. Andrews's eyes widened as he unleashed a cacophony of vibrant energies, yet they were effortlessly dispelled by the Ancient One, akin to a child's futile flailing. Grasping Andrews by the throat, the Ancient One met his terrified gaze without hesitation. A spell circle unfolded, and with it, Andrews's head was severed from his body in an instant. Witnessing the demise of a foe who seemed his equal, Lu Qi could only exclaim in admiration for the Ancient One. Turning to Lu Qi, the Ancient One remarked, "Had the dark dimension not deprived me of energy, I might not have realized you were in peril." With a wave of her hand, she dispelled the mirror dimension. "Fortunately, your shadow realm lies adjacent to our world, allowing me to cross over effortlessly and replenish my energy in this dark dimension. However, should you venture farther from the material realm in the future, never sever the energy supply, otherwise I may very well meet my end." Nodding, Lu Qi returned to his shadow dimension, still unable to perceive the surrounding space. He directly channeled energy to the Ancient One while also allocating some to consume the seal, thereby restoring the connection with the shadow dimension. Observing the shadow ninjas eliminating foes, Lu Qi directed them to eradicate enemies from the opposing world to secure complete dominion. The Ancient One surveyed the dark dimension across from them for a moment before returning to add several coordinates to her small tome. These are unclaimed dark dimensions currently being mined. You may exploit them as well, and at a much faster pace than him. However, you must deplete this spell circle quickly. Otherwise, your dark dimension will sever its connection with you, becoming unclaimed. Otherwise, I would not have been able to enter so effortlessly. Casting a glance at Lu Qi, she continued, by the way, your rate of growth is impressively rapid, but it remains insufficient. Lu Qi smiled wryly. With a recovery rate of 480 energy points per second, he still could not compel this formidable figure to unleash her true prowess. He could only allow her to stretch her abilities, giving the impression that he still had a long journey ahead. After observing Lu Qi's shadow dimension for a while, the Ancient One instructed him to return for the coordinates of a minor dimension after some time before departing. As she mentioned, she had been modifying various spells to transition their energy supply to Lu Qi. Thus, once Lu Qi became sufficiently strong, he could unleash magic powered by the energy he provided. Lu Qi was unperturbed, as he typically refrained from combat, focusing instead on directing the Shadow Legion. Moreover, supplying energy did not diminish his limits. He felt secure in his alliance with the Ancient One. However, the ensuing events became rather tedious, as Lu Qi found himself severed from this dimension. Without the means to return to the material realm, he was left to languish in this world, gradually wearing away the seal. Perhaps the Elder had refrained from bringing him along out of fear that he might wander off and neglect the task of eroding the seal? Fortunately, the Shadow Ninja was able to traverse to another world to procure sustenance for Lu Qi. Otherwise, he might have perished from starvation in this desolate place. After 5 days, Lu Qi finally succeeded in wearing down the seal and re-established his connection with the Shadow World. He redirected his supply channel from Gu-Yi to the Shadow World, subsequently establishing a new supply route between himself and the Shadow World. Following this battle, Lu Qi had acquired the capability to accomplish these feats without reliance on the system. Upon returning to the main world, Lu Qi reclined on his bed, indulging in the comfort of a leisurely roll. Grasping his phone, he discovered that, due to the absence of signal in the Shadow World, he could only request the Shadow Ninja to download some DC Comics. As he opened his phone, he was astonished to find a plethora of unread messages, the majority of which were from Tony, alongside several from Coulson. With a furrowed brow, Lu Qi promptly called Tony. On the other end, a beleaguered Tony, finally free from paralysis, stared at the gaping hole in his chest where Obadiah had just removed his arc reactor, feeling as though his heart could barely continue beating. Suddenly, his phone illuminated, revealing Lu Qi's call. With a surge of joy, Tony answered, "Hey, Lu Qi, I've had quite a bit going on these past few days. What's up? Can you come over? My arc reactor has been taken," Tony exclaimed with all his remaining strength. I'll be there shortly," Lu Qi responded, astonished that the plot had progressed to this point. He swiftly drew a circle to teleport to Tony. In my narrative, portals can only be utilized within the material realm and its associated mirror spaces. Gu-Yi employed alternative methods to access the Shadow World. Tony gazed in astonishment as a portal of electric sparks unfolded before him, through which Lu Qi emerged. A Shadow Ninja hastened downstairs to retrieve Tony's heart, swiftly administering it to Tony, who immediately felt revitalized. As Tony regained his composure and descended the stairs clad in his newly invented Mark III armor, he remarked, "Obadiah is the mastermind behind my abduction. I apologize, my friend, for doubting you earlier." Tony donned his armor, intent on locating Potts, as Obadiah had threatened her safety. "Tony, where are you?" came Rhodey's voice from upstairs. "Hey, Rhodey," Tony called out and Rhodey rushed down. "What are you wearing, Tony?" Rhodey exclaimed, astonished by the sight of Tony's armor. My prosthetic? By the way, how did you end up here?" Rhodey glanced at Lu Qi, unsure how he had become associated with Tony, but proceeded to say, "Potts informed me that Obadiah orchestrated your kidnapping and instructed me to come protect you. Well, you arrived a tad late. Where is Potts?" "She has gone after Obadiah with 5 agents. 5 agents are hardly sufficient. Tony recalled Obadiah's remarks about his own armor. Lou, could you take me to Stark Industries through that portal? Pepper might be in danger now. Lu Chi nodded, gesturing with his hand to conjure a portal. Holy! Rhodey exclaimed, staring at the portal, expletives escaping his lips. Hey, Rhodey, are you coming? Tony called out as he and Lu Chi approached, noticing Rhodey on the other side. Okay, Rhodey replied, cautiously leaping over. I hope you two can keep this portal a secret, Lu Chi said, relieved after receiving Rhodey and Tony's assurances. While Tony was unfazed, Rhodey had the U.S. military behind him. If they discovered this, he would be inundated with trouble. Tony? A voice called from behind. The trio turned to see Pepper. Lu Chi, what are you doing here? Coulson and several agents stood nearby, having spotted Lu Chi. Why haven't you replied to my messages? Just as Lu Chi pondered how to respond, the concrete ground suddenly heaved, revealing a colossal suit of armor before him. Ironmonger? Tony, didn't you say your prosthetic would be destroyed? Lu Chi questioned, perplexed. It shouldn't be. That explosion and the subsequent chain reactions should have obliterated that suit. Chain reactions? Yes. So, is everything all right? Ignoring Tony's bewildered gaze, Lu Chi focused on the Ironmonger. This wasn't his shadow realm, filled with dark energy. His maximum potential here was merely 800 energy. While 800 energy was equivalent to a tank's main cannon, formidable enough, Lu Chi doubted it could defeat the Ironmonger. After all, even Tony's Mark III could withstand tank fire, and this large armored figure likely boasted similar resilience. Coulson, I doubt your little handguns will inflict any damage on this thing. I suggest you retreat and disperse the onlookers. With the crowd growing increasingly curious, Lu Chi sighed. It wasn't just the Chinese who loved a spectacle. These foreigners seemed equally reckless, brandishing their phones despite the ominous atmosphere. Coulson glanced at his small handgun and the towering Ironmonger, nodding in agreement as he led Pepper, Rhodey, and the agents to clear the area while Lu Chi and Tony remained fixated on the Ironmonger. Are your ninjas effective against this thing? Tony whispered to Lu Chi, eyeing the Ironmonger. Perhaps, Lu Chi mused, uncertain. Despite the Shadow Ninjas possessing 8 times the physical prowess of an average human and the Blade Warriors being significantly enhanced in agility, he wasn't convinced they could topple the behemoth before them. One by one, Shadow Ninjas materialized behind Lu Chi, causing Obadiah to furrow his brow, unsure of what they were. However, emboldened by the presence of the Ironmonger, he felt invincible. A rotating machine gun in his hand began to whir, unleashing a torrent of fire towards the Shadow Ninjas. The ninjas advanced resolutely one after another, with a single ninja managing to deflect several bullets before being pierced by the subsequent onslaught. Yet, a collective of ninjas stood firm, shielding their comrades and buying precious time. Some ninjas maneuvered laterally, only to be propelled away by Iron Tyrant's missiles. However, Lu Chi's lethal strike was not to be underestimated. One by one, the blade-wielding soldiers emerged stealthily, launching themselves upon Iron Tyrant, their sharp claws carving deep marks into his armor. Seizing the opportunity, the ninja troops surged forward, their physical prowess, 8 times that of an ordinary human, overwhelming Iron Tyrant and bringing him to the ground. Lu Chi took a few steps forward, extending his influence to encompass these Shadow Ninjas, urging them to infiltrate Iron Tyrant through the crevices and eliminate Obadiah directly. To their astonishment, they discovered that the armor of Iron Tyrant was intricately laced with dense circuitry. Countless wires intertwined, channeling energy from the reactor throughout his body, effectively impeding the Shadow Ninja stealth. Many transformed into shadows, attempting to slip inside, but found themselves ensnared in a labyrinth that severely hampered their progress. Lu Chi shook his head. Electricity, being a form of energy, could indeed obstruct the passage of the Shadow Ninjas. Typically, the walls they encountered contained only a few wires, which posed no threat to their movements. However, the abundance and density of wires within Iron Tyrant formed an electric maze. Yet, given a little time, the Shadow Ninjas could navigate around these wires and penetrate deeper. They merely needed to suppress Iron Tyrant for a while. However, fate took a turn. As Iron Tyrant was forced to the ground, he activated his flight apparatus, casting off the cluster of ninjas with a violent upheaval. His flight speed was impressive, swiftly propelling him beyond Lu Qi's radius of influence. The shadow ninjas had no choice but to exit their stealth mode and revert to their human forms, only to be crushed by Iron Tyrant's armor. Damn it! Lu Qi exclaimed in frustration, lamenting that they were so close to eliminating Obadiah. Tony, equally exasperated, ascended towards Iron Tyrant in the sky. He speculated that Iron Tyrant would not be returning to the ground. Can you fly? Lu Qi sighed, acknowledging that his shadow ninjas lacked the ability to take to the skies. Although he could harness shadow energy for flight, his speed was significantly reduced compared to ground movement. Wait, Tony! Lu Qi suddenly had an idea, catching up to Tony and enveloping himself in shadow, cloaking the surface of Tony's armor. What the hell? Tony gasped, watching Lu Qi vanish before his eyes, only to notice dark embellishments appearing on his armor. I am currently in shadow form. When you approach him, I will leap onto him. Your superpowers are quite impressive, Lu Qi instructed. Tony nodded, pursuing Obadiah. Hey jerk, where do you think you're running? Tony unleashed 2 pulse blasts, but they failed to breach Iron Tyrant's armor. Iron Tyrant mocked him, intending to use his rotary cannons and artillery against Tony. However, those ranged weapons had been preemptively targeted and destroyed by the blade-wielding soldiers. In a moment of desperation, Iron Tyrant charged directly at Iron Man, confident that his massive stature would overpower Iron Man's comparatively smaller frame. As anticipated, Iron Man was sent flying by the force of the impact. However, unbeknownst to him, a shadow had transferred from Iron Man to his form. Hello, you scoundrel! Lu Qi whispered, startling Obadiah. Who? Obadiah barked, furrowing his brow, mistakenly believing someone had connected to his communication channel. Yet, Lu Qi materialized before him, delivering a devastating punch infused with dark energy directly onto Iron Tyrant's helmet. This blow, augmented by the dark energy, carried the force of several tons, leaving a significant dent upon impact. You fiend! Obadiah exclaimed, observing the extent of damage displayed on Iron Tyrant, astonished by the punch's formidable power, and retaliated with a strike of his own. Lu Qi swiftly melted into shadows, reappearing behind Obadiah. The dark energy in his hand coalesced into a jagged blade, which he ruthlessly drove into Obadiah's nape. Due to the corrosive and assimilative properties of the dark energy, a grotesque gash appeared on Iron Tyrant's neck. Inside, Obadiah felt the looming threat of death, frantically maneuvering to dislodge Lu Qi from his back. With no other option, Lu Qi receded into the shadows, clinging to Obadiah like a parasite. Observing Obadiah's relentless thrashing, Lu Qi realized he would be flung away if he showed himself, prompting him to summon shadow ninjas to infiltrate Iron Tyrant's body through the gash he had just created. Obadiah, disregarding his dizziness, gritted his teeth and continued his evasive maneuvers, only to be halted by the sudden emergence of a glimmering ninja knife poised at his throat. Now, be still or this blade will sever your neck. Tony watched from a distance as Obadiah executed evasive maneuvers, feeling powerless as his armor lacked the strength to contend with Obadiah's massive suit, and his ranged weapons were ineffective against Iron Tyrant's defenses. Upon my return, I shall develop some armor-piercing weaponry. Just as Tony was finalizing his next course of action, he noticed Iron Tyrant ceasing his movements and descending toward the ground. What's happening? Tony inquired, trailing behind and observing Iron Tyrant standing obediently, as Lu Qi detached himself and landed gracefully. What's the matter, Lu Qi? Lu Qi turned to Tony, waved his hand, and then addressed Iron Tyrant. Immediately disengage your armor. Chapter 23. Iron Man and the Lord of Shadows. After a brief pause, Obadiah emerged from the suit of armor, taking his time to step outside. What was amiss with him? Tony landed beside Lu Qi, observing Obadiah's slow exit. Have you put him under hypnosis? Tony inquired. I lack the leisure to hypnotize him. The situation is quite evident, Lu Qi replied with a smile. A ninja blade was poised against Obadiah's neck, moving in tandem as he advanced. Once Obadiah had completely vacated the ironmonger, a ninja soldier materialized from the shadows. Your subordinates are truly elusive, Tony remarked, lowering his hands in relief. Lu Qi shrugged. What can I say? They are exceptionally capable. So, how shall we deal with Obadiah? Perhaps we should handle it, Coulson interjected as he approached. Who are you? Tony furrowed his brow at the men in suits, questioning their authority to take custody of Obadiah. Coulson produced his identification. We are personnel from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. This gentleman beside you is our security consultant. Tony glanced at Lu Qi, recalling his earlier claims of affiliation with this division. However, Lu Qi signaled him to relax. Rest assured, my role as a security consultant is akin to that of a mercenary. I am not truly one of them. Coulson's expression shifted as he continued. In truth, we are a government agency dedicated to addressing such unconventional incidents. With Lu Qi's assurance, Tony dismissed him casually. I thought this matter would fall under the purview of the FBI. Turning his gaze to the ironmonger behind Obadiah, Tony asked, I have no objections to you taking Obadiah, provided he no longer appears before me. But you must also remove this armor? Certainly, Coulson replied with a narrowed smile. That is unacceptable, Tony stated firmly. This armor has sustained irreparable damage. Any attempt to move it could result in an explosion. I cannot allow you to take it as is. Taking 2 steps forward, Tony reclaimed his arc reactor before turning to them. Now that the hazard has been neutralized, you may take the armor, no thanks required. Tony had discerned the structure of the armor, realizing it was developed from the technology of the suit he had abandoned in the desert. The advancements were not overly impressive. As long as he retained the critical arc reactor, he had no reservations regarding its fate. With the reactor in his possession, there was little the division could do to activate the suit, rendering it inconsequential to him. Coulson and his team were unaware of the intricacies involved. They believed that as long as they retrieved the armor and its owner S.H.I.L.D. could reverse engineer it to produce more ironmonger suits. They had witnessed the armor's prowess earlier, and if they could replicate it, S.H.I.L.D.'s capabilities would soar to unprecedented heights. As Tony observed the agents summon a tow truck to transport Obadiah and Ironmonger away, he seized a box to secure the arc reactor within. At that moment, Rhodes, who had been spectating, hurried over. Gazing at Tony clad in the suit of armor, Rhodes incredulously inquired, Is this the vehicle you were driving recently? Tony, striking a few poses in his armor, responded, What do you think? This new model is quite impressive. Isn't it? Impressive indeed. How much does it cost? Rhodes chuckled. This suit alone costs over $100 million. Far pricier than your F-22s, Tony boasted. That's exorbitant, yet undeniably powerful. Perhaps I could persuade the Department of Defense to procure a few sets. Rhodes nodded, his profession as a military procurement agent kicking in. No, Tony quickly interjected. Stark Industries has shuttered its weapons division and will no longer sell any armaments. Are you certain? Rhodes frowned. Those individuals would never tolerate a non-arms company possessing such weaponry. Furthermore, if Stark Industries isn't selling weapons, what will you be selling? Tony asserted, I will never sell any weapons, nor will I allow anyone to seize my armor. If they come for it, I might just leave the country. As for the future of Stark Enterprises, I believe this arc reactor will define it. Tony showcased the arc reactor to Rhodes, whose expression shifted from grim to a hue of blue. This isn't bad, Lu Qi remarked. As long as you don't start selling hamburgers. On the contrary, I can sell energy and hamburgers simultaneously, Tony replied with a smile. The following morning, Lu Qi rose early and, using a portal, arrived at a restroom in Stark Industries. Exiting, he found the lobby filled with journalists, while Tony, donned in a suit, approached the podium. Lu Qi chuckled, pleased with his timing, and without a thought of competing with the journalists for position. He greeted his bodyguard, happy, and took a seat at the front of the stage. Amidst the astonished gazes of reporters wielding cameras, he produced his portable camera. Tony, initially lacking enthusiasm, brightened upon seeing Lu Qi, who tapped his camera, prompting Tony to shake his head in resignation as he commenced the press conference. As Tony deftly refuted claims about his involvement in the previous night's incident, a female journalist, who had once shared an intimate evening with him, raised her hand. Excuse me, Mr. Stark, do you genuinely believe we would accept that your 2 bodyguards fortuitously intervened to halt a rampaging Stark Industries robot? I understand your point, Tony interjected, cutting her off. There's nothing wrong with questioning the official statement, But one should not speculate recklessly, casting me as some sort of superhero. I never claimed you were a superhero, the journalist retorted with a smile, catching Tony in a verbal trap. Taken aback, Tony quickly countered, well, that's good. If that were the case, it would be utterly absurd, far too outlandish. Tony lowered his head, confessing, I am not cut out to be a superhero, as it is glaringly evident that I possess numerous character flaws and have committed many reprehensible acts. Beside him, Rhodey leaned in, nudging Tony to read the note in his hand. However, Tony's gaze was drawn to Lu Chi, who was crouched at the front, smiling at him while raising his camera. Tony nodded, glanced at the note again, momentarily taken aback, and met Lu Chi's eyes. In response to Lu Chi's gaze, Tony lifted his head, declaring, I am Iron Man. Lu Chi captured this historic moment, focusing on the resolute expression in Tony's eyes. In an instant, a throng of journalists behind them surged forward, eager to pose questions to Tony. Lu Chi chuckled lightly, snapping a couple more photos before preparing to leave. Yet, the female journalist from earlier interjected with another inquiry. And what about the person accompanying you? Is he your bodyguard? Lu Chi hesitated, a sense of foreboding creeping in as he looked up to see a mischievous expression on Tony's face. Well, he is certainly not my bodyguard. You might consider him my aide. He is also a superhero, but I'm afraid I cannot disclose his name. With a smile directed at Lu Chi, Tony concluded, I am delighted to introduce him as the Lord of Shadows. The atmosphere intensified, and with the support of his entourage, Tony exited with an air of calm confidence. Chapter 24. The imminent bankruptcy of Iron Man. The following day, Lu Chi awoke and shook his head at the memory of the previous day's farce. An enigmatic shadow ninja appeared to prepare breakfast, while Lu Chi took a toothbrush and cup from another shadow ninja to freshen up. Seated at the dining table, the ninja turned on the television. Yesterday, Stark Industries provided an explanation regarding the battle that had transpired the day before. During a press conference, billionaire Tony Stark proclaimed himself as the armored figure from that fateful night. Proudly admitting to his moniker, Iron Man, he also acknowledged his ally, known as the Lord of Shadows, who commanded a legion of non-human minions and wielded dark energy, asserting that the latter's powers were entirely manageable. Last night, Stark had attended a gala in his Iron Man suit, which undoubtedly enlivened the atmosphere. Regrettably, the reporters failed to capture any evidence of the Lord of Shadows at the event. As the news aired on the television, the majority of the coverage focused on Lu Chi and Tony. It appeared that he had garnered more attention, as he had repeatedly saved Tony from threats the previous day, culminating in a solitary confrontation with the Iron Tyrant, which further piqued public interest. Lu Chi changed the channel, only to find the same news being reported elsewhere. Frowning, he noted that his favorite morning gossip had been supplanted by Iron Man-related stories, leaving him somewhat exasperated. After finishing his meal, Lu Chi accessed the system. He now commanded 50 blade soldiers and 350 ninja troops, and to his astonishment, none of Ethan's ninja soldiers had perished. This revelation prompted Lu Chi to reassess the prowess of his ninja forces. Indeed, these warriors possessed 8 times the physical capabilities of an ordinary person, coupled with exceptional skills, enabling them to withstand gunfire. Their coordination and elusive movements rendered them formidable in the region. However, having fought another dimensional foes prior to his clash with the Iron Tyrant, Lu Chi recognized his own limitations. His individual strength remained relatively modest, with combat largely reliant on his subordinates. Presently, the Shadow Legions overall might appeared insufficient. While the ninja soldiers excelled in conventional battles, they faltered somewhat in interdimensional skirmishes, as their adversaries typically dispatched numerous minions from the material realm, placing Lu Chi's forces at a numerical disadvantage. Observing that his scant coordinates for minor dimensions were dwindling, Lu Chi contemplated the impending challenges of plundering small, medium, large, and even Dormammu's dimensions. The numerical disparity would only grow more pronounced. Thus, rather than focusing solely on quantity, he resolved to enhance quality. He envisioned a scenario where his elite troops could stand against thousands, stationed at the rifts of space, while his fearless ninjas could infiltrate and exhaust the enemy, ultimately leading to their demise. With a glance at the remaining minor dark dimensions, Lu Chi decided to fully exploit these resources before augmenting his ninja troops to 1,000, strengthening their physical capabilities and increasing the blade soldiers to 100. This strategy would not only unlock new troop types but also fortify the strength of his forces. Lu Qi glanced at the remaining quantity of exploitable energy, set an alarm, and resolved to hastily extract all the minute dimensions within the next 2 days. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. It was Tony. He answered the call. "Hey, Tony, do you require my assistance once again?" "Not much, Lu. Just come over to my place. I have a gift for you." "A gift?" Lu Qi pondered, uncertain of what Tony might bestow upon him. Could it possibly be a suit of Iron Man armor? He traced a circle and arrived at Tony's underground lair. "The recording has been deleted." Jarvis's voice chimed in. "I configured Jarvis yesterday. From now on, whenever you utilize the portal, all recordings from that period will be automatically erased." Tony elaborated and handed over 2 wristbands. "Try these on." As Lu Qi donned the wristbands, they emitted a radiant glow, and a pair of iron boots soared toward him, encasing his feet. "This is my newly developed attachment technology, enabling the armor to autonomously adhere to your body as individual components. However, the technology is still in its infancy, capable only of attaching smaller items at present. I noticed your aerial movement speed was rather sluggish, so I crafted these jet boots, powered by a miniature reactor, allowing you to exceed the speed of sound in flight. They offer minimal protection to other parts of your body, but I believe your physical prowess may render such protection unnecessary. The armor might even hinder your capabilities." With a twinge of incredulity, Tony uttered this last remark, marveling at Lu Qi's extraordinary physical abilities. If he possessed such attributes, he could effortlessly complete the interviews of 13 women from that magazine in a single day. "You cannot envy this," Lu Qi mused, testing the boots with a few steps and finding them a perfect fit. "Jarvis, could you clear a path for me to test these?" He arrived at the starting point of the garage door. "Tony, shall we take a spin?" "Oh please. You're just afraid you won't be able to fly without me, the billionaire Iron Man, Tony Stark, to safeguard you. Spare me. I can fly on my own. I merely invited you for a joyride." As he observed Tony, clad in his armor, Lu Qi contemplated and cloaked himself in dark energy, gradually transforming into a suit of armor, which would afford him some protection. "What else is your ability incapable of?" Tony gazed at Lu Qi's attire, feeling a twinge of envy at such a method of donning armor. He currently required specialized equipment to wear his suit. However, the new technology he was developing would soon remedy that. Additionally, he had another suit in the works that could be carried portably, serving as a transitional piece. The power of technology should indeed facilitate such advancements, akin to the nascent concept of nanotechnology. Tony, deep in thought, nodded in agreement. "Jarvis, give this idea a thumbs up. Now it's time for us to take a spin." With that, Tony stepped onto the armor assembly platform, where mechanical arms retrieved various components of armor to install upon him. As Tony, clad in his armor, approached Lu Qi, he stretched his limbs and inquired, "Are you ready? How about a competition? If you lose, you shall surrender 2 of those ninja warriors for my examination. Fear not, my curiosity lies solely in their biological composition. I shall not conduct any nefarious experiments." "What if you lose?" Lu Qi retorted, unfazed. He had come to understand Tony well. The current iteration of Tony Stark remained an aficionado of technology, showing little interest in biotechnology. The likelihood was that the 2 ninja warriors would merely serve as bodyguards for Potts. "Tony Stark does not lose," he declared with confidence. "Do you comprehend fluid dynamics? You may have just breached the sound barrier, but I am already approaching twice the speed of sound. I hereby proclaim a technological victory in advance. Let it be clear. No cheating with portals. Jarvis, chart the course and apply for an air route. Rest assured, my portal cannot open to unknown locations." "Wait, how can you arrive directly at my laboratory?" "Route planning complete, sir. I shall take my leave now." "Hold on, you scoundrel." With a burst of flames from his boots, Lu Qi soared forward, momentarily stumbling mid-air as he familiarized himself with the controls. Finally, he steadied himself in the sky. "Hey, are you ready?" "I've been waiting quite a while," Tony called out, hovering nearby. I believe I am prepared now. But do not use this as an excuse if you lose. Jarvis, initiate the countdown." The 2 hovered in place, awaiting Jarvis's command. Upon receiving the signal, Lu Qi reacted first, darting forward, while Tony lagged slightly but quickly closed the gap due to his speed advantage. Lu, I'm off. Tony's voice reached Lu Qi through bone conduction from his wrist device, as both had surpassed the sound barrier. Observing the flames erupting from Tony's thrusters, Lu Qi chuckled. Do you truly believe I am incapable of flying? Enveloped in dark energy, he expelled the air around him, accelerating his speed. From a distance, Lu Qi appeared as a black pillar, parting the air as though he were gliding through the void of space, devoid of atmospheric resistance. I'm coming, Tony. Through the shroud of dark energy, Lu Qi spotted the previously elusive Tony and drew nearer. Wang Defa Jarvis analyze how he can attain such speed. Unknown energy detected. It displaces air, creating no resistance, allowing for continuous acceleration, sir. Remarkable, Tony exclaimed as Lu Qi swiftly approached his side, his velocity still on the rise. Lu Qi, your speed is about to surpass 3 times the speed of sound. This is utterly absurd. Is that so? I feel as though I can go even faster, though it seems the journey ahead is not extensive. Tony glanced at the route. Originally, Jarvis had mapped out a 500-kilometer path, but at their current speeds, they would cover that distance in merely 10 minutes. Oh, Tony, I feel as though I am going too fast. My energy reserves are dwindling, Lu Qi suddenly exclaimed. Are you all right? Tony shouted back. It is of no consequence, but I may need to slow down. You may proceed ahead. The dark energy within me gradually dissipates, and Lu Qi's speed begins to decrease. Ultimately, he comes to a complete halt, placing a hand on his chest. The sudden exposure to air at a velocity exceeding Mach 2, as a result of the release of dark energy, feels as though an elephant has settled upon him. Fortunately, Lu Qi possesses physical attributes 8-fold greater than the average individual, coupled with the gradual easing of the dark energy, providing him a moment of respite. After employing the dark energy for healing, Lu Qi slowly takes to the skies once more. Tony, you have triumphed. Splendid work. Lu Qi observes Tony waiting for him outside a nearby hamburger joint, now surrounded by a throng of onlookers eager to capture the moment. Concealing his face with dark energy, Lu Qi approaches. You rascal. I knew you were trying to pull one over on me. Tony strides forward, embracing Lu Qi and whispering softly in his ear. Farewell. I wish to do something for Pepper, after all, she did give me a lift. Lu Qi chuckles. The crowd erupts with fervor. The mere sight of Iron Man had already sparked excitement, yet the appearance of the enigmatic Lord of Shadows has sent them into a frenzy. As he gazes at the multitude snapping photos and cheering, Lu Qi finds himself somewhat overwhelmed. He is not like Tony, who thrives on the adulation of so many. Many in this crowd are individuals evacuated from Stark Industries that evening. Without you, a significant portion of them would have fallen victim to Obadiah. You saved their lives, and they have come to express their gratitude. Lu Qi scans the crowd. While they beam with joy, their enthusiasm remains measured. 2 children approach, flowers in hand, offering them to Lu Qi. Thank you for saving us. Accepting the blossoms, Lu Qi gently ruffles their hair. Thank you, he replies, turning away. All right, Tony, I must admit, I am beginning to enjoy this atmosphere, Lu Qi confides in him. Tony chuckles and activates the amplification system of his armor. Today, the hamburgers are on the house. Who wants a cheeseburger? This establishment is my own venture, and I assure you, the cheeseburgers are exquisite. Did you truly open a hamburger joint? Lu Qi inquires in surprise. Tony shrugs. Stark Industries has shuttered its weapons division, and progress on the commercialization of the arc reactor has been sluggish. I was at a loss for what to do, so I simply opened a hamburger restaurant. Very well, Lu Qi concedes, shaking his head. I shall have 2 cheeseburgers. Tony heads inside to fetch the burgers while Lu Qi ascends to the rooftop of the building opposite the hamburger shop to await his return. After a short while, Tony joins him in the air. Your burgers. Do you require a tip? Get lost. The lower half of Lu Qi's mask retracts as he samples the burger. Not bad. This could be profitable. That's reassuring. Although Stark Industry stocks have ceased their decline, they still fall short of previous values. If I cannot turn a profit soon, I may find myself facing bankruptcy, Tony exclaims, taking an exaggerated bite of his cheeseburger. With such advanced technology at your disposal, can it not be transformed into a product? The cost is one aspect, yet public acceptance is another. Many people still perceive the camera functions on their phones as superfluous, citing poor pixel quality and excessive storage consumption. However, my armor is already equipped with superior devices. Oh, have you attempted to integrate everything? What? The bad news. A patchwork creation. The good news. It's all been stitched together. Tony remains somewhat perplexed. Consider developing a smartphone with a full-screen interface, devoid of buttons, akin to this wristband, allowing users to interact directly on the display. Incorporate all functionalities, radio, television, camera, compass, handheld gaming, into one device, inspiring the public to believe that this smartphone can accomplish anything. Additionally, equip this phone with a voice assistant not as sophisticated as Jarvis, but rather a simple recognition feedback assistant that responds to specific commands, capable of making calls, capturing photos, and conducting searches. Lu Qi endeavors to encourage Tony to expedite the creation of a smartphone, as it would enhance his own enjoyment. Will it be a commercial success? Absolutely. Then I shall trust you. Go back and give it a try. Tony speaks earnestly, clearly having absorbed the suggestion. Compared to myself, you undoubtedly possess a greater understanding of the average person. Are you mocking me? Just as their conversation reaches a jovial peak, a voice emerges from behind them. Are you two enjoying a delightful chat? Lu Qi and Tony turn around to discover a peculiar figure resembling a quail egg. Chapter 25. Becoming the boss, who are you? Here for an autograph? Tony inquired, presenting the hamburger he held to Fury. If you desire a hamburger, you must retrieve one from below. I do not offer delivery services. Fury glanced at Lu Qi and replied to Stark. Perhaps you might inquire with the individual beside you. Tony directed a puzzled gaze towards Lu Qi. Nick Fury, the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. Lu Qi casually remarked, omitting the fact that there was a hidden boss within S.H.I.E.L.D. That is a thing of the past. You may now refer to it simply as S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury echoed Lu Qi's sentiment. I understand that many employees have suggested we should change our name from S.H.I.E.L.D. to something shorter, perhaps Hydra? Tony nodded. Very well, Director Nick. What brings you to us? In addition to exchanging intelligence with my consultant, I have matters to discuss with you, Lu Qi observed Fury, puzzled by his seriousness. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of Bruce Banner? Fury asked Lu Qi. Bruce Banner, the Hulk? Lu Qi responded, perplexed. What do you seek him for? General Ross has recently taken new actions. He may have located the Hulk. I need to be prepared to ensure the safety of the surrounding residents when they act, as it is our responsibility at S.H.I.E.L.D. However, General Ross suspects that someone within S.H.I.E.L.D. might inform the Hulk and withhold information from us. Interesting, Lu Qi nodded, recognizing that Fury truly believed he had returned from another world, possessing advanced alien technology, which explained how quickly he had found Tony. However, what if Fury sought him out in the future? A web of lies requires further deception for concealment. Lu Qi simply stated, my technology was inadvertently damaged upon my return to Earth. I barely managed to scan the globe. However, I did detect a powerful energy source at a beverage factory in Brazil, which may very well be the Hulk. Additionally, there is a strong energy source in Antarctica, but beyond that, I cannot assist you. Please do not bother me. Fury nodded, indicating, so, you will no longer provide me with intelligence support? Is this information not sufficient? Lu Qi waved his hand dismissively, urging Fury not to pester him. Enough, he declared. Although aware of the numerous inconsistencies in Lu Qi's statements, Fury felt pleased with his findings for the day. Setting aside thoughts of the Hulk, the energy source in Antarctica reminded him of a certain notable figure. As for Lu Qi, there would be ample opportunities in the future to extract information from him. Turning to Stark, Fury continued, some of our information at S.H.I.E.L.D. has likely already reached you. We will not extend preferential treatment due to this connection, but should you encounter difficulties, we will offer assistance. Come now. Do I, Tony Stark, truly require help from others? Tony chuckled, but Fury's gesture silenced his smile, urging him to take the matter seriously. If you find yourself in trouble, seek me out, Fury remarked, turning to leave. Lu Qi gazed at Tony, pondering whether he had already discerned the peril that the palladium element posed to his body. Tony composed himself and turned to Lu Qi, inquiring about the meaning behind his earlier words regarding extraterrestrial technology. Lu Qi shook his head in resignation, stating, "You see, I am but a terrestrial human abducted by aliens, having returned recently with a modicum of alien technology. Alas, it is unfortunate that all that technology has malfunctioned, and I chose to discard it." Tony raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "You must be deceiving him." "Indeed," Lu Qi nodded in acknowledgement, though he was perplexed as to why Fury believed him. "However, I do possess some knowledge. I hope you can continue to deceive him," Tony remarked to Lu Qi. "By the way, what did Fury mean earlier? What troubles you?" Lu Qi feigned ignorance. After a moment of silence, Tony replied, "What troubles could I possibly have? You do not appear to be entirely untroubled. Yet, if you choose to remain silent, I shall respect your privacy, though I sincerely hope you will confide in me." Lu Qi found himself at a loss regarding the new element. He could only inform Tony at the last moment, before he became aware of the situation, as he was unable to produce it in advance. Revealing it prematurely might lead to an array of inquiries from Tony, and it would be more prudent to let him experiment on his own, potentially resolving any misunderstandings regarding his father. The mention of Tony's father gave Lu Qi a headache as he contemplated the impending conflict within the Avengers. Yet that was a matter for another time, and he could only wait and see how events would unfold. After a further exchange of pleasantries, they parted ways. Lu Qi returned to his humble abode, switched to another coordinate, and continued his excavation. Noticing that the system had issued no alerts regarding enemies, he decided to proceed without concern. For the time being, he aimed to stabilize his development, as the Hulk was soon to arrive, and he needed to ascertain whether the subsequently unlocked units could prove useful. As for the current Blade Warriors and Ninja Soldiers, they likely posed little threat to the Hulk and the Abomination. Days passed, and Lu Qi surveyed the coordinates noted in his notebook, confirming that he had completed all excavations. With a count of 1,000 Ninja Soldiers and 200,000 energy units, he felt a twinge of frustration. The demand for enhancement had resurfaced, requiring 500,000 energy units, and he had exhausted all his dimensions, necessitating a visit to Ancient One for coordinates. Drawing a portal, he returned to the square of Kamartaj, where he observed a group of sorcerers engaged in training. "Hey, Lu Qi, welcome back," exclaimed Mordo upon noticing Lu Qi's sudden appearance. "Yes, what is it?" Lu Qi responded, slightly puzzled, as he frequently returned and had become quite familiar with these individuals. "The Supreme Sorcerer is currently in seclusion, revising spells, and he asked me to give you this booklet," Mordo said, producing a small pamphlet and handing it to Lu Qi. "Is there anything else?" Lu Qi inquired, looking at Mordo. The Supreme Sorcerer also mentioned that with medium dimensions you can now shift coordinates yourself, so you must seek out the dark dimension. He provided you with this small book. Additionally, he cautioned that many small dimensions already have masters, and extracting their energy will inevitably provoke conflict. In this plaza, you may establish a portal leading to your own dimension, where we can engage in combat on your behalf, thus compensating for the utilization of your dark energy. Lu Qi observed that the present individuals no longer exhibited a vehement disdain towards dark energy, which left a profound impression on him regarding Gu Yi's persuasive capabilities. "Are you suggesting that I create a portal?" Lu Qi inquired. "Indeed," she affirmed, stating that every action has its consequences, and we cannot frivolously deplete your energy without rendering some service in return. Modu glanced at the newly initiated mages behind him and remarked, "This could also serve to enhance their combat experience." Lu Qi surveyed these mages and nodded, recognizing them as promising tools. It would be quite fitting for these mages to guard the shadow world while his ninjas ventured forth to vanquish foes. Wouldn't it? "What is the current rate at which you expend energy?" Lu Qi assessed his own recovery speed, which was 1,000 points per second. After accounting for the portion allocated to Gu Yi, he had a recovery rate of 997 points remaining. This pace should allow Gu Yi some leeway, but Lu Qi was uncertain about the energy consumption of these mages. Modu, equally uncertain, suggested they test it together. Upon signing the contract, Modu would also gain access to Lu Qi's dark energy supply, which Lu Qi could terminate at any moment, akin to his agreement with Gu Yi. They experimented with the energy costs of various spells and ultimately concluded that a mage typically does not require energy, as Gu Yi's needs stemmed from her desire to prolong her lifespan. In combat, a high-ranking mage would ordinarily expend 100 points of energy per second at a standard casting frequency, yet they could not be engaged in battle at all times. Therefore, Lu Qi could provide them with the stored dark energy since he was perpetually regenerating energy. Presently, he possessed a reserve of 200,000 points of energy. Coupled with his recovery rate, which could sustain a group of 20 high-ranking mages in battle for over 3 minutes. Lu Qi nodded and instructed Modu to summon some elite mages. Soon, Modu returned with a cadre of elite mages, many of whom Lu Qi recognized from Doctor Strange's films. After signing contracts with them to familiarize themselves with his dark energy, Lu Qi accompanied Modu to the teleportation hub. It was from this very location that Lu Qi had traveled to Big Apple City a month prior. Modu manipulated a device for a while, and soon a portal frame materialized. He explained to Lu Qi, "You are linking the space of your shadow world with this locale, allowing this portal to be anchored here." Lu Qi nodded, placing his hand upon the frame, whereupon a layer of black energy manifested at its center. Gradually, this energy incited a spatial resonance, establishing a connection between the shadow world and this place. Upon entering, be sure to envelop yourself in dark energy. Otherwise, you risk being assimilated by it, Lu Qi advised Modu before stepping through. As the master of this space, the Lord of Darkness, the dark energy would pose no threat to him. Upon arriving in his own dimension, Lu Qi ascended into the air. The space now no longer resembles its initial confines. Lu Qi has reached an energy limit of 200,000, and the area has expanded to 20 times its previous size. Opening the booklet, Lu Qi carefully selects the target dimension and instructs Modu, who has come to assess the situation, to summon others. Chapter 26. The Battle of Dimensions. Modu swiftly ushered in a cadre of 15 mages. Lu Qi instructed them to prepare themselves as the Shadow Legion emerged, with ninja and blade soldiers forming into small squads. Once they were adequately equipped, Lu Qi opened a dimensional rift, a fissure appearing as he transitioned to the edge of the shadow world, accompanied by Modu and his entourage. Lu Qi surveyed the situation across the divide. "What do you see?" Modu inquired. "Enemies ahead," Lu Qi replied, having received an alert from the system and spotting humanoid creatures amassing their warriors. "I will send the Shadow Legion to strike first. Your task is to guard this rift. If the situation becomes dire, retreat. My shadow ninjas can respawn infinitely," Lu Qi declared, initiating the assault of the Shadow Legion to catch the foes off guard. Modu nodded, exchanging glances with the mages behind him, and they formed an intricate formation, collectively unleashing a formidable defensive spell array. Observing the protective formation, Lu Qi noted the steady depletion of his energy, over 100 points per second, though it was replenished, so he remained unconcerned. The enemy's forces had yet to fully assemble, but the shadow ninja squads had already penetrated their ranks, dismantling their battle formation. The combat prowess of these foot soldiers was comparable to that of Andrew's subordinates, yet they vastly outnumbered him. Suddenly, Lu Qi realized that as long as his Shadow Legion remained within the enemy's dark dimension, they could siphon off the adversary's dark energy, which pleasantly surprised him. He had assumed that total annihilation of the enemy was requisite for energy extraction. Meanwhile, the teams of the Shadow Legion coordinated seamlessly, forcibly carving out a segment from the enemy's main force, systematically annihilating each faction before seeking further combat. However, the enemy's mage contingent was now prepared, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that obliterated several shadow ninjas. "Such formidable magic. Can you wield such power?" Lu Qi observed, noting that each fireball bore the explosive force of a hand grenade. Turning to Modu, he found him shaking his head. "How can their magic be so potent?" "It is indeed peculiar," Modu pondered aloud. Lu Qi sighed. "What do you mean by strange magic?" "It is your magic that is truly bizarre." Witnessing his Shadow Legion fall, he promptly summoned them anew. "Prepare to engage," Lu Qi called to Modu. Modu nodded, his apprehension palpable as he gazed upon the enemy's vast assembly. They had never encountered such a large-scale battle. A figure emerged from the encroaching ranks of the enemy, using dark energy to expand the spatial rift for the main force's passage. Not on my watch. Lu Qi interjected, maintaining the rift's integrity. In the name of Lu Qi, I declare that you shall no longer be accepted by the dark energy. He cast a debuff upon the enemy, reaching the limits of his power. Otherwise, he would have commanded the dark energy to retaliate against them. Suddenly, the enemy's dark energy spiraled into chaos, causing the enemy leader's countenance to darken. Yet they dared not act rashly, retreating back into their ranks. Prepare for contact, Lu Qi shouted as the first wave of infantry charged towards him, armed with an array of weapons aimed at the defensive array, which steadfastly repelled their assault. A horn sounded from the opposing side, prompting the infantry to abandon their fixation on the defensive formation and spread outwards, attempting to encircle it. Such a naive ambition. Lu Qi commanded the summoned shadow ninjas to engage, leading to fierce combat on both flanks of the defensive array. Positioned behind the array, Lu Qi called out to Modu, "Do you possess any long-range attack spells?" Modu nodded, and several mages at the rear released their spells, conjuring intricate arrays. Dark energy was siphoned from these formations, transforming into various forms of assault. Chains of lightning crackled and energy darts pierced through, decimating the advancing infantry and alleviating the strain on the defensive array. The shadow ninjas on both sides also took their positions, refraining from offense, instead focusing on intercepting enemy attacks and striking back when opportunities arose. The swift blade warriors weaved through the enemy ranks with astonishing speed, disrupting their formation and thwarting any attempts at a cohesive charge. Some shadow ninjas, upon resurrection, observed the congested front lines and opted to hurl a variety of throwing weapons from the rear, as these projectiles consumed minimal dark energy. Soon, the first wave of infantry was entirely obliterated, their bodies vanishing swiftly under the assimilation of dark energy. Lu Qi ascended to survey the enemy's next maneuvers, noticing them deploying artillery-like devices aimed in his direction. "Can your array withstand cannon fire?" Lu Qi inquired. Modu, unable to see the enemy formation, was oblivious to the impending threat. In the next moment, the enemy's cannons fired, sending energy orbs crashing against the defensive array, which shattered the previously stable formation, sending Modu and others flying. Yet, they managed to intercept the attack, and as the enemy continued to reload, Lu Qi's expression darkened. With no time to regroup Modu and the others, Lu Qi positioned himself before a spatial rift, commanding the blade warriors to charge forward. Without a moment's hesitation concerning energy expenditure, Lu Qi synthesized a multitude of blade warriors, increasing their numbers to 100, thereby unlocking the next unit type, though he barely had time to acknowledge it. Hundreds of blade warriors dashed forward, leaving behind afterimages as they sought to close the distance to the enemy's artillery. However, the enemy's infantry surged forward, suffering heavy casualties to staunchly obstruct the blade warriors, granting the artillery precious moments to fire. Energy orbs soared through the spatial rift, hurtling towards Lu Qi. With a resounding cry, he gathered countless dark energies, forming a shield that deflected the barrage, albeit at the cost of nearly 3,000 energy points, a testament to the destructive capacity of the assault capable of dismantling large defensive arrays. Observing the blade warriors held at bay, unable to dismantle the enemy artillery, and recognizing that the ninja units lacked the decisive power to penetrate the enemy lines, Lu Qi glanced at the newly unlocked unit type and was suddenly elated. Just when he feared the absence of a decisive force, it had arrived. The Troll Warriors. If we disregard the infinitely expandable Shadow Soldiers, the Troll Warriors possess the largest stature within the Shadow Army. This formidable unit boasts immense strength, though it lacks agility. Nonetheless, the artillery before them exhibits little mobility, relying solely on human effort for movement. Lu Qi glanced at the requirements for summoning a Troll Warrior, 50 Shadow Ninjas and 500 points of Shadow Energy. He frowned at the exorbitant cost, nearly 8,000 energy points for one, but there was no time for hesitation. After fending off another wave of cannon fire, Lu Qi instructed Modu and the others to take the front. Modu, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, rallied a few other mages to forcibly summon a protective barrier. Lu Qi surveyed the enemy artillery, noting 4 cannons in total, and decided to summon 4 Troll Warriors. Each towering 5 meters, the trolls advanced towards the enemy artillery, crossing the spatial rift with deliberate strides. Their speed may have been slow, but to the other ninjas, it resembled that of a small cart. Rather than having the trolls absorb cannon fire, Lu Qi opted for himself and Modu to alternate in blocking the assaults. These colossal beings, though not particularly resilient, possessed a remarkable strength, easily weighing 10 tons. Their role in absorbing cannon fire would merely reset their summoning, while their offensive capabilities against the artillery were unimpeded by the enemy infantry. A volley of arrows rained down from the enemy ranks, aimed at these seemingly unyielding giants. In the face of this deluge, the troll warriors raised their hands to shield their heads and charged forward, seemingly oblivious to the pain as arrows embedded themselves in their flesh. Lu Qi commanded the ninja soldiers to assist the trolls in deflecting arrows, while the stabbing soldiers regrouped with the trolls to advance in formation. Although Lu Qi lacked knowledge of formations, the combat instincts of these ninjas allowed them to position themselves effectively, akin to a battle array. A large contingent of shadow soldiers divided into 4 teams, sending the opposing forces reeling. A group of infantry attempted to obstruct the troll warriors, yet the trolls disregarded the myriad of weapons thrust at them. With a sweeping motion of their massive hands, they hurled the enemies aside, shattering shields with a single punch, leaving Lu Qi in awe of their might. The enemy, taken aback, hastily redirected their artillery to target the trolls, but the stabbing soldiers adeptly intercepted the relentless energy assaults. Had the attacks been of solid projectiles, they might have struck true, but the energy bolts lacked penetrating power, resulting in minimal impact and inadvertently easing Lu Qi's burden. Observing the unstoppable momentum of Lu Qi's forces, Modu recalled the earlier scene of chaos, where a group of mages had sent Lu Qi scurrying. It was hard to believe they were the same person. The Lord of Dimensions, consumed by fury, unleashed an onslaught of spells alongside his mages against the trolls. Yet, the ninjas and stabbing soldiers bravely surged forward, resolutely blocking the barrage of magical attacks. As Lu Qi witnessed his forces dwindle, a sense of urgency washed over him. If the enemy successfully vanquished the troll warriors, the battlefield would revert to its initial state, but this time, the enemy would likely not permit the trolls to traverse the spatial rift again. Though it is possible to slowly wear down the opponent, the current circumstances favor our side, so it would be more prudent to eliminate the enemy directly. You all wait aside for now and refrain from utilizing dark energy. Lu Qi observed the remaining energy of over 100,000 and, with a wave of his hand, countless dark energies from the shadow dimension gathered around him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qi understood that the dark energy from the enemy could not be harnessed. Thus he chose to unleash the dark energy from his own space. The amassed dark energy coalesced into armor and wings, transforming Lu Qi into a figure resembling a dimensional demigod. With a light leap, he entered the opponent's dimension, and the energy wings unfurled automatically, carrying him towards the enemy's formation without need for a gesture. Seeking death, the Lord of Dimensions shouted, launching a magical assault alongside the Mage Core, various energy attacks hurtling towards Lu Qi, yet all were repelled by the dark energy. Ascending into the sky, Lu Qi zeroed in on the enemy Mage Core. Enveloped in energy, he morphed into a projectile and descended upon the ground. A shadow flashed, and Lu Qi crashed into the heart of the Mage Core, grinding a multitude of mages into a pulp, while the dark energy radiated outward, ensnaring enemies like vines and crushing them. The Lord of Dimensions charged, thunder crackling in his hands, delivering a punch towards Lu Qi. Lu Qi commanded the dark energy to encircle and envelop the assailant. The Lord of Dimensions, however, did not yield easily. Aware of the nature of dark energy, he released his own energy, depleting the surrounding dark energy. Humph! Lu Qi gathered his energy and struck back, but the opponent suddenly brandished a long sword, thrusting it towards him. Sensing an unusual energy fluctuation from the sword, Lu Qi utilized the dark energy to pull himself back. Lacking a weapon, Lu Qi summoned orbs of energy, coalescing them in his hands into a spear. Thus began their fierce combat. Each of Lu Qi's moves was imbued with substantial dark energy, each thrust and strike wielding formidable power, allowing him to hold his ground against the other. Cursed be it! The Lord of Dimensions seethed with fury, questioning why he was unable to utilize his dark energy. Had it not been restricted, he could have vanquished Lu Qi in mere moments. Yet, there are no what-ifs. Lu Qi is the Lord of Darkness, overpowering him. The two gradually ascended from the ground to the skies, shockwaves erupting between them. In midair, Lu Qi glanced at the ogre soldiers nearing the artillery. Once they destroyed it, they could join forces with the Shadow Legion to confront this boss. The Lord of Dimensions realized this as well and abandoned his focus on Lu Qi to attack the ogre soldiers. Dream on. Lu Qi's speed was directly proportional to the consumption of dark energy. Consuming 30,000 energy, he appeared before the Lord of Dimensions in the blink of an eye. In the face of the opponent's astonished gaze, he thrust the spear towards him. Blood spattered through the air as the Lord of Dimensions clutched his chest, staggering backward. You dare to wield dark energy in such a manner. Feeling the dark energy infiltrating his wound, the Lord of Dimensions spat blood. This is your miscalculation. Lu Qi did not anticipate that the adversary would directly assault the troll soldier. In the air, both sides moved with remarkable speed, leaving Lu Qi uncertain about landing a direct hit. However, now, witnessing the opponent's dismal state, he raised his spear, aiming at him. The foe merely smiled and declared, "Just wait. I shall return." With that, his figure vanished. After all, the extraction of dark energy was exceedingly slow, and he was aware of the coordinates of this dimension. He could simply return with reinforcements. Lu Qi was taken aback by the opponent's sudden retreat, realizing belatedly that they were in the adversary's dimension, where the opponent could depart at will. Having recognized his miscalculation, Lu Qi turned back to join forces with the Shadow Army to eliminate the remaining troops left behind. Chapter 27. The existence of the Hulk. Lu Qi swiftly eradicated all adversaries with the assistance of his ninjas. Gazing upon this dimension, he realized that it would ultimately merge with his own, enriching his realm's essence, thus facilitating a rapid exploration of its depths, a testament to the system's swift excavation capabilities. The enemy had fled and would not return. Lu Qi gathered the discarded equipment of his foes, casting a wistful eye upon the extraordinary artifacts that lay before him. After all, any gear capable of allowing beings to survive amidst dark energy without succumbing to assimilation could not be ordinary. Yet, the dark energy within Lu Qi's shadow realm was far more refined than that found in other dark dimensions. Thus, these items would inevitably be assimilated unless held by the ninjas. Lu Qi had attempted to have the ninjas wield firearms, but the moment the bullets exited the barrel within the shadow realm, they vanished due to assimilation. The same fate befell the equipment he had just tested, including a damaged cannon which also succumbed to assimilation. Shaking his head, Lu Qi resolved to merge these artifacts, along with the dimension itself, into the shadow world. At that moment, Modu approached, suggesting that they place the equipment in Camartage for future use. After some contemplation, Lu Qi deemed the idea feasible and instructed the shadow ninjas to transport the gear to Camartage. With the ninjas holding these items, they would not be assimilated by dark energy, akin to how the coordinates were preserved previously. Watching the shadow ninjas ferry piles of magical equipment to Camartage, Modu expressed his delight. Typically, Lu Qi did not utilize these items, allowing them to study the magic of another world through this gear, which piqued his interest in the distant arcane arts. Upon returning to his own dimension, Lu Qi commanded the shadow world to devour the opposing dimension, assimilating it into his realm. Witnessing the potential energy surge to over 1,000,000, Lu Qi clenched his fist in exhilaration, envisioning the opportunity to further enhance his power. Lu Qi and Modu returned to the material realm, observing a throng of mages joyfully encircled around the unknown magical equipment, engaged in study, a sight that stirred a sense of irony within him. Suddenly, the Ancient One appeared beside Lu Qi, inquiring about his experience collaborating with the mages. Quite pleasant, Lu Qi replied with a smile, a sentiment rooted in truth. Despite Modu and his companions only managing to withstand a few blasts today, that was due to their limited numbers. The mage group he had ambushed comprised no fewer than 100 individuals, and their effectiveness paled in comparison to the dozen or so warriors led by Modu. As the number of mages from Camartage increased within the shadow world, combined with the magic acquired from other realms, the melee mages could truly evolve into formidable spellcasters. Strengthening both sides was undoubtedly a win-win situation, with Lu Qi emerging victorious twice. However, it seems Camartage may become my private garden, Lu Qi remarked to the Ancient One. When you eventually attain a status akin to Dormammu, will you still concern yourself with a mere camartage? Perhaps it would be more beneficial for camartage in the long run. Provided you do not jeopardize Earth. The Ancient One's gaze bore into him. Lu Qi shook his head, realizing that by then, he would likely be too absorbed in constructing the shadow world to worry about such matters. Yet, that remained a distant ambition. Have you completed the modifications yet? Not yet, Ancient One replied, a hint of discomfort evident as she pressed her forehead. The supreme sorcerers of yore had amassed over 5,000 spells, which initially filled her with joy, but now it brought her a headache. Approximately 3,700 spells remained to be adapted, she estimated. You certainly have your work cut out for you, Lu Qi remarked, marveling at the sheer volume of spells within Camartage. Ancient One, resigned, shook her head. Her profound understanding of magic rendered her the sole individual capable of undertaking this task. I must be off. I need to finish this before Stephen arrives, she declared before vanishing. Lu Qi, in awe of her enigmatic presence, exchanged greetings with Mordo and returned home. Gazing at the newly added troll soldiers, Lu Qi assessed their energy excavation and recovery rates, which were comparable to 50 ninja warriors. This implied that all units could be converted into ninja warriors for calculation, yielding a remarkable excavation speed of nearly 1360 points per minute alongside an equal recovery rate. This was the result of Lu Qi augmenting the number of ninja warriors to 1,000. Realizing he would have to wait until the following day to level up, Lu Qi decided to indulge in some leisure. Upon waking the next day, Lu Qi noticed his energy had just surpassed 500,000, allowing him to level up instantly. His physical constitution doubled, along with his excavation and recovery speeds, which was certainly sufficient. Observing that there remained 800,000 points of excavable energy in this dimension, Lu Qi resolved to first procure some formidable units to ensure his supremacy in battles against other dark dimensions. The system then displayed a notification that left Lu Qi astounded. He now required 5,000 ninja warriors to further enhance himself. Although he was aware that progression would become increasingly arduous, he had not anticipated needing such a vast number of ninja warriors for his next upgrade. With a sigh, he lamented the difficulties of life, yet he recognized he could only persist. After making a call to Tony, he inquired about Pepper's whereabouts to send the Shadow Ninjas her way. Now that the Shadow Ninjas had doubled in strength, they would likely prevent any AIM bioweapons from approaching Pepper. After visiting her and leaving 10 Shadow Ninjas, Lu Qi ventured to the Stark residence to capture some photos for his blog and to check on the progress of the smartphone Tony Stark was developing. Lu Qi, what do you think of this phone? Tony asked, handing him the device. Lu Qi was taken aback by the design, reminiscent of smartphones from 2 decades ago in his previous life. Impressive work, Tony, to have crafted this so swiftly, he remarked. Can the production costs be minimized? He tested the device, finding its performance even smoother than that of his previous phone, sparking his curiosity. This is a special edition. The civilian version will undoubtedly be different and more cost-effective. The marketing department believes this phone will be a massive success, potentially outpacing even commercial reactors in profitability. Utilizing your brilliant idea, I am contemplating offering you a stake in Stark Industries, Tony earnestly declared to Lu Qi. Why do I feel as though you are preparing for your final arrangements? So straightforwardly bestowing shares? Lu Qi responded with a hint of resignation. Do not underestimate your creative input. The marketing department asserts that the entire world will not reject this mobile device. Tony crossed his arms, seemingly convinced of his own assertion. If the marketing department could accurately forecast the prospects of a product, there would be no companies faltering in this world. Lu Qi pondered for a moment and suggested, why not establish a new company solely dedicated to producing this phone? Just grant me a share, and you may retain the Stark Industries shares for yourself. Tony nodded in agreement and promptly called Pepper to discuss the matter. Tony, if there is anything you find unbearable, please do inform me. All right? Lu Qi earnestly advised. A testament to their camaraderie. Shall I leave a couple of ninjas for you to experiment with? I have recently acquired a new breed of soldiers. What new breed? Tony inquired with curiosity. Lu Qi decided to take Tony to the beach outside, where he unleashed a troll warrior. My goodness, this creature is truly formidable, Tony exclaimed, dwarfed by the towering figure, whose arms were thicker than his waist. Troll warrior, lift that boulder, Lu Qi commanded, and the troll effortlessly hoisted a 10 cubic meter rock with ease. He must possess a strength of at least 20 tons. Tony estimated as he observed the troll warrior. Roughly so. Would you like such a bodyguard? It would certainly make quite an impression. Lu Qi draped an arm around Tony's shoulder, but Tony declined. I believe in the power of technology to achieve such feats. My armor can accomplish that as well. I am merely astonished, Tony replied, turning to Lu Qi. Witnessing him evokes the same sensation as watching videos of the Hulk. Speaking of which, General Ross recently ordered 2 ultrasonic weapons from me, persistently pressing for them, so I simply provided him with my old stock. He seems intent on targeting the Hulk again. Oh, is that so? It appears the Hulk storyline is about to unfold. Lu Qi resolved to return and have the ninjas keep a vigilant watch over Dr. Samuel, ensuring that neither the abomination nor the big-headed villain made an appearance, as the potential destruction in New York would be catastrophic. As for the plot, who cares? As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can handle both the Chitauri and Thanos alone. Furthermore, Ancient One would not perish. When the time comes, he could take her into battle. Who fears whom? As for Ross, it was his own decision to take action. With no casualties among ordinary citizens, he was indifferent. Call upon me if needed. After spending some time with Tony, Lu Qi could only return home with the troll warrior in tow. Chapter 28. Reporting Fury's corruption taking out the smartphone gifted by Tony, Lu Qi tested its functionalities and found them comparable to those of smartphones in his own world, albeit with a somewhat limited selection of applications. This shortcoming would necessitate collaboration between software companies and Stark Industries for the development of mobile apps. Upon opening his computer, Lu Qi uploaded the photographs taken at Stark's residence to his blog, garnering considerable attention, as many were intrigued by the daily life of a billionaire like Tony. Even though Lu Qi only captured the breathtaking view of the ocean through Tony's window rather than the interior decor, the post received substantial traffic. After a brief glance at the comments, he delegated the task of managing them to a ninja, who promptly deleted the malicious remarks. Recalling Tony's demeanor, Lu Qi contemplated a visit to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, given the slight rift between him and the agency, he decided to inform them first, dialing Coulson's number. Coulson, where are you? I'm at the office handling some matters. What's up? Nothing much, just checking if you're available. Well, I actually intend to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. to see Fury. Alright, I'll check with the director and get back to you. After conversing with Coulson, Lu Qi stepped outside and awaited a response. Shortly after, he received a message from Coulson. With a swift gesture, he activated a portal and arrived outside S.H.I.E.L.D. at the same location as before. As he walked towards the agency, he noted the absence of transportation to greet him, a rather stingy oversight. With a resigned shake of his head, he opted to utilize shadow stealth to reach the agency's entrance. Revealing himself, Lu Qi had taken but a few steps inside when Coulson appeared before him. Decided to grace us with your presence? The director has been contemplating staff reductions lately. Didn't I have no assignments? Besides, I visited Tony last time. Coulson led Lu Qi to an elevator, stepping inside the transparent glass chamber. Lu Qi observed the bustling clerical staff outside. S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to be quite populated. Coulson glanced around and remarked, after all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is tasked with addressing global events, and there is an abundance of work to manage daily. It was evident that Coulson took pleasure in his work, believing that S.H.I.E.L.D. was dedicated to maintaining world peace. Yet, Lu Qi understood that the agency had been significantly undermined by Hydra, with Fury having lost a substantial portion of the funds he had painstakingly acquired from the World Council to Hydra's expenditures. Within Hydra, the head, Pierce, had commented on Fury's effectiveness as a worker, crediting him with a significant share of Hydra's gains. Did Fury truly remain oblivious to the diminishing reserves of his secret coffers? Lu Qi harbored doubts about this. Lost in thought, the elevator reached the floor of Fury's office. Just walk straight ahead, Coulson instructed, pointing towards the director's office across the corridor. Lu Qi nodded and proceeded directly, while simultaneously, the former director, Alexander Pierce, received word from his assistant, Sitwell, regarding Lu Qi's visit. Recalling the strength exhibited by Lu Qi, Pierce contemplated and dispatched several individuals to gauge Lu Qi's stance towards Fury. He would never disdain the power at his disposal, especially considering that Lu Qi's capabilities had significantly surpassed prior assessments, making him a worthy risk for Pierce to attempt to cultivate. After organizing some documents, Pierce intended to engage in further discussions with the council, seeking additional funding for Fury, and subsequently observe Fury as he initiated the construction of Hydra. Unbeknownst to Lu Qi, Hydra had already contemplated establishing contact with him. He had just entered Fury's office. "What brings you here today?" Fury asked, glancing up from the paperwork on his desk. "I merely wished to see if S.H.I.E.L.D. could provide assistance for Tony. His condition is deteriorating, and it appears he has begun to prepare for the worst," Lu Qi replied. "Do you have no solutions? Surely there must be an abundance of extraterrestrial elements available. Is there none that could resolve his reactor issues?" Lu Qi shook his head, feigning ignorance of alien elements, for that was his established persona. He could not afford to falter, lest Fury constantly inquire about his identity. "My spacecraft has been destroyed. In pursuit of my first fortune to sustain my life on Earth, I had no choice but to sell it to a scrap dealer, rendering me unable to retrieve those elements." Fury noted that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had located Banner's report at a beverage factory in Brazil, nodding in acknowledgement of the accuracy of the intelligence. Once he had processed the documents, Fury turned his gaze towards Lu Qi and inquired, "Why do you believe I could possibly save Tony? I do not perceive S.H.I.E.L.D. as possessing any extraordinary talent to rescue Tony, but I am certain you have means to extricate him from his current predicament." Setting aside the S.H.I.E.L.D. depicted in television series, the cinematic version lacks any notable scientific prowess. The flying aircraft carrier may appear impressive, yet it is merely a patchwork of advanced technologies from this dimension. Thus, Lu Qi held no expectations for them to develop new elements. After all, Howard had insinuated quite overtly in the video, and it was inconceivable that S.H.I.E.L.D. had not detected the discrepancies in the model of the park. Yet, they had failed to produce new elements and instead left everything to Tony, who had managed to create solutions himself. That statement was indeed hurtful. However, I have already commissioned the development of a serum to alleviate palladium poisoning, which can temporarily reduce the palladium levels in Tony's bloodstream. Though it does not address the root cause, Fury calmly remarked, as if resigned to his limitations. Lu Qi shook his head, recognizing that Fury would not act without incentive. If he wished to procure those items in advance, he would need to offer something of value. Nonetheless, Fury would ultimately save Tony, as his plan required the involvement of numerous superheroes, and Tony's potential was beyond question. "Could you provide me with a few vials of that serum? I shall deliver them to Tony," Lu Qi requested. "That product has not yet been fully developed. It will likely take a few more days," Fury replied. Lu Qi shook his head, growing increasingly skeptical of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capabilities. "Notify me once it is ready." Turning around, Lu Qi felt a sense of frustration. He could not discern whether the inefficacy of S.H.I.E.L.D. stemmed from the incompetence of its agents or if it was a deeper issue, leaving him devoid of confidence in the organization. Furthermore, he could not fathom why the Security Council allocated billions of dollars annually to this agency. Upon returning home, Lu Qi's agitation grew. He could have easily reclaimed the model and handed it over to Tony, yet the ensuing complications would undoubtedly prove disastrous. How exasperating! Shaking his head, Lu Qi lamented the burdens of his circumstances, feeling he was losing the dignity befitting a traveler of realms. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying an unknown number. His instincts, honed by an anti-fraud app, informed him that this was a scam call. "I'm not interested in purchasing property or vehicles, nor do I require loans. Do not call me again," he thought, and in a fit of irritation, he answered the call, venting his frustrations before hanging up, feeling slightly better. What was the point of buying property now? It would not be long before an invasion from the Chitauri occurred. Even if the invasion did not demolish his home, the incessant disturbances in New York City, with minor upheavals every few days, were unbearable. However, shortly after hanging up, his phone rang again. A Another unknown number. Frowning, he sensed the situation was more complex than he initially believed and decided to answer the call. Hello, Mr. Lu Qi. We are not a telemarketing or scam call. The voice on the other end swiftly introduced itself before he could speak. We are a subordinate department of the World Security Council, responsible for monitoring the operations of SHIELD. We have recently uncovered some instances of corruption within the agency and would like to consult you regarding various matters concerning SHIELD. Should you have any doubts about our department, feel free to contact relevant personnel at SHIELD, and they will provide you with answers. The woman spoke with a sweet tone, yet her words conveyed a profound confidence, as this department wielded considerable power in overseeing such a large organization. How did they come to contact me? Why seek information from me? While ordinary individuals might already be reporting various issues concerning SHIELD, Lu Qi was skeptical. He had just returned from the agency, and their call suggested they possessed direct insight into SHIELD's internal matters. Hydra? A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind, recalling another facet of SHIELD. Yet he decided to hang up and consult Coulson. He confirmed the existence of this monitoring agency, explaining that they required relevant reports before applying for funding, which would subsequently be forwarded to the World Security Council. Intriguing, a department that directly applies for funding? Reflecting on the numerous bases established by SHIELD worldwide, Lu Qi began to suspect that these individuals might have strong ties to Hydra. The Security Council should not permit SHIELD to establish such a multitude of bases, as it exceeded the appropriate military scale for the agency. Nevertheless, every application from SHIELD had consistently received financial support. In matters of funding, Pierce has consistently engaged in discussions with the World Council. It is highly probable that this department is, in fact, a domain of Hydra, adeptly embellishing various applications before presenting them to higher authorities to facilitate the acquisition of funds for SHIELD. After some contemplation, Lu Qi returned the call. I indeed have some observations to share with you. It appears that Director Nick Fury is at the forefront of embezzlement, as he requests sums exceeding $100 million each time, yet SHIELD remains perpetually underfunded. Surely, Fury must be siphoning off those funds, Lu Qi asserted emphatically, leaving the Hydra operative on the other end momentarily taken aback. Nonsense. Those funds are undoubtedly utilized by us in Hydra. Nick Fury is innocent. However, such thoughts could not be voiced aloud. The spy reflected on their mission and continued with inquiries. Might I ask in which aspects you suspect Nick Fury of potential corruption? What is your perception of him? Terrible. Since my induction into SHIELD, I have worked diligently, yet my salary remains stagnant. I can hardly afford meals now. When I learned the magnitude of the funds Fury requests, it felt as if the sky were collapsing around me. I had always believed SHIELD to be a noble organization, impoverished yet committed to saving the world, but to discover we have such substantial financial support while we, the frontline employees, struggle to make ends meet. He must have embezzled our salaries. I demand he return the money. Lu Qi gradually found his rhythm. Yet before he could finish, he was interrupted. I believe I understand your concerns. We will promptly initiate an investigation and provide you with a response in due course. With that, the call was terminated. Lu Qi nodded, preparing to check if his salary had seen an increase. Meanwhile, the spy recorded the conversation, intending to relay it to their superiors within Hydra. As for the investigation, among comrades, the understanding is mutual. Merely a formality would suffice, perhaps resulting in a subtle salary boost for that individual. Nevertheless, Nick Fury is indeed innocent. An investigation would yield no fruitful results. Chapter 29. The unknown behemoth with matters concerning Tony coming to a temporary halt. Lu Chi recalled Tony mentioning that General Ross had requested some supersonic weaponry from him. This seemed like an idle excuse to trouble Banner. Speaking of Banner, Lu Chi believed this individual could undoubtedly compete for the title of the most unfortunate superhero in the Marvel Universe. Originally a super genius with an intellect rivaling that of Tony S., possessing 7 doctoral degrees and a stunningly beautiful girlfriend, he was ultimately transformed into a colossal green figure due to a gamma-ray exposure. Subsequently, after inadvertently causing the death of several individuals, he found himself relentlessly pursued, with his former father-in-law, General Ross, being the most fervent of his hunters. Banner had been traversing various nations, never enjoying a moment of peace. Eventually, he settled in Brazil, only to be discovered by General Ross, prompting him to flee back to the United States, where he realized his transformation into the Hulk was irreversible. Although his girlfriend returned to his side, he felt unable to act due to his monstrous alter ego. Ultimately, he was left to clean up the mess created by his father-in-law, resulting in another separation from his girlfriend, leaving him with nothing to show for his struggles. It was only when Fury decided to reinstate the Avengers Initiative that the pursuit of Banner was curtailed. Otherwise, his situation would have deteriorated even further. In the realm of misfortune, perhaps only the Punisher could rival Banner's plight. Nevertheless, the Hulk remained formidable, and despite the emergence of the Troll Warriors, he was reluctant to wade into such murky waters. However, recalling the chaos unleashed during the Hulk's battle with Abomination and the latter's indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, Lu Chi resolved to rescue those ordinary people and ultimately eliminate Abomination. In the original narrative, Abomination nearly met his demise at the hands of the Hulk, but his girlfriend's presence had restrained him from delivering the final blow. To be honest, Lu Chi could not fathom why the woman had intervened. Regardless, he intended to eliminate Abomination to prevent any reckless individuals from targeting him. Shaking his head, he recalled the adage, "With great power comes great responsibility," and felt his mindset skewing towards that of a superhero. Nonetheless, he found this perspective rather agreeable. Glancing at the small flower he nurtured on his balcony, Lu Chi dispatched 2 ninjas to monitor Dr. Samuel, ensuring that they were aware of any impending conflict. However, it would likely be a while, as Banner had arrived in the United States in a state of destitution, which must have consumed considerable time. With some leisure time on his hands, Lu Chi accessed the system and noted that his substantial energy reserves were dwindling. He decided it was time for a shopping spree. Based on the outcomes of the previous dimensional battles and his confrontation with Andrews, he had gained a certain understanding of the capabilities of smaller dimensions and intended to upgrade the numbers of his subordinates. As for the ninja troops, the current dark energy was insufficient to elevate them to the next tier of 5,000. Moreover, according to the patterns observed, the next upgrade would likely require 5 million energy units, a considerable sum that would necessitate conquering 5 or 6 smaller dimensions. Instead, he opted to enhance the strength of his subordinates before venturing into other dimensions. Reflecting on the various units within his Shadow Legion, he concluded that the drawbacks of clustering them individually were quite apparent. It would be more effective to organize them into squads. In a tactical expansion of ninja troops, the composition was established as 50 ninjas paired with 5 blade soldiers and 1 troll. This arrangement provided formidable offense with the troll, defense with the ninjas, and blade soldiers to address unforeseen circumstances. Having determined the ratio, Lu Chi commenced his acquisitions, augmenting the number of ninjas to 500, blade soldiers to 150, and trolls to 30. This formed a total of 30 squads, leaving Lu Chi with merely 100,000 energy, reserved for the mage group, which had now doubled in size, leading to greater energy consumption during skirmishes. Nevertheless, Lu Chi's energy recovery rate was also impressive, at 6,000 points per second, allowing him to retain a sufficient reserve. With the troop expansion complete, the dark dimension was nearly exhausted. Lu Chi retrieved his phone and messaged Modu, instructing him to lead the mages into the shadow world, preparing for an assault on the next dark dimension. A ninja approached with a notebook, and Lu Chi selected a coordinate. Modu, accompanied by the recently expanded mage group, entered, adorned with distinct new gear, likely obtained from the previous dimension. Signaling them to get ready, Lu Chi connected to the chosen dimension. The The system alerted him to the presence of enemies in the target dimension. Peering cautiously, Lu Qi observed a multitude of colossal beasts resembling birds. However, he did not detect any entities akin to a dimension sovereign. These beasts appeared to be in a dormant state. Perplexed by the situation, Lu Qi dispatched several squads of ninjas to test their ability to eliminate these creatures. To his astonishment, even a dozen trolls struggled to lift a single wing of one of the beasts. Retreating swiftly, Lu Qi called back the teams, amused by the sight of numerous trolls unable to even move their opponents, fearing that a single stomp could flatten them. It seemed he would need several million energy points to engage in combat with such creatures, but they were merely minor adversaries. The whereabouts of the true boss remained unknown. The sheer number of these minor foes exceeded 100, and the capabilities of the Dimension Sovereign were still a mystery. Deciding against further confrontation, Lu Qi opted for a strategic withdrawal, wary of awakening the major boss, potentially leading to his demise. Considering the size of the dimension, Lu Qi surmised it was approaching the scale of a medium dimension. However, it appeared that the sovereign of this dimension was preoccupied, as there had been no attempts to raid other dimensions. Otherwise, it would likely have reached an intermediate level by now. The power exhibited by these creatures clearly surpassed that of a low-level dimension. Lu Qi promptly severed his dimension's connection to this one and inscribed a large warning character at the coordinates. Yet, these creatures seemed oddly familiar, as if he had encountered them before. Uncertain of the reason behind the sensation, given that such a massive entity would surely leave a lasting impression, Lu Qi chose the next dimension. This connection felt significantly more stable, akin to the dimension he had battled previously. He promptly deployed all shadow teams, while he remained behind with Modu and the others to safeguard their home. Observing his team eliminate a significant portion of the opposing forces, he soon witnessed the emergence of the enemy's dimensional sovereign, who swiftly dispatched one squad after another. However, the shadow ninjas on his side were endowed with infinite resurrection, systematically exhausting the adversary's energy. Ultimately, the enemy retreated, leaving only a remnant of their team to flee in disgrace. Although the Shadow Legion lacked the strength to detain the Dimensional Sovereign, they were capable of driving him away. Lu Qi relished the ease of the situation and planned to expand his Shadow team to 50 members, allowing them to autonomously conquer smaller dimensions. Meanwhile, he commanded a mage squad, which merely participated for the sake of involvement, to gather spoils from lesser monsters before returning home. This engagement lasted several hours. Despite its duration, it was marked by safety and stability. Now, with the system continuing its mining efforts, Lu Qi found himself at a loss for what to do next. Having spent nearly a month indulging in the game, he felt a growing disinterest in continuing. Gazing out the window at the sun, he realized he had not taken a leisurely stroll outside in quite some time. After tidying himself up, Lu Qi resolved to venture out for a brief excursion, dispatching a few ninjas to surveil the surroundings for any potential spies, and perhaps to confront Fury about the park model. Armed with his camera, Lu Qi stepped outside and began to meander through the bustling streets. Chapter 30. Global coordinates. Stepping out of his home, Lu Qi was uncertain about where to venture next, so he leisurely strolled along the street. Following the throngs of people, he soon noticed a peculiar shift in the atmosphere. Individuals clad in eccentric attire and sporting extravagant wigs paraded down the street, while others busily captured moments on camera. As he directed his gaze toward these individuals, Lu Qi discovered a comic convention, instantly comprehending the nature of their gathering. Bored and seeking amusement, Lu Qi approached the scene, where he was greeted by a plethora of intricately dressed cosplayers. Although the technological advancements of the Marvel Universe surpassed those of his own world, the cultural aspects bore a striking resemblance, evoking many childhood memories. He spotted a beloved plumber, fond of mushrooms, whose princess had soared off with a fearsome dragon. Nearby, two burly men had transformed into formidable figures from Soul Calibur, brandishing toy guns and striking various heroic poses. To his delight, Lu Qi was pleasantly surprised to see these timeless characters thriving in this universe. He joined other photographers, capturing images of these iconic figures as he gradually wandered deeper into the convention. Upon entering, Lu Qi felt as though he had stepped into an entirely different realm. Transformers were engaged in a fierce battle with Godzilla, while Harley Quinn and Batman posed affectionately together. Amused by these characters' reinterpretations, Lu Qi snapped several photos, realizing that the two worlds, while distinct, shared commonalities. As Lu Qi continued to explore the depths of the convention, he sought out further surprises. In contrast to the domestic comic conventions he had previously observed online, the international event showcased a plethora of highly popular characters, whereas the domestic ones primarily featured exceptionally attractive figures. However, he mused, what is popularity without beauty or charm? Lu Qi nearly exhausted the memory of his camera, prompting him to retrieve his phone to continue documenting the event. Just as he began to snap a few shots with his mobile device, a figure resembling a quirky superhero approached him. "Hey, buddy, your camera is quite unique," the character exclaimed, eyeing Lu Qi's device with enthusiasm. With a smile, Lu Qi explained, "This is a phone, a new invention by Stark Industries." The quirky superhero appeared astonished. "I thought Iron Man only focused on his armor and wouldn't he develop other technologies?" "Perhaps what you see now is merely a fraction of the technology from his suit," Lu Qi replied. "That's incredibly cool. Having technology akin to Iron Man's armor means I essentially possess my own suit. Where can I purchase this phone?" Lu Qi pondered for a moment before responding. "This phone is not yet in mass production. Mine is merely a prototype for testing purposes. However, Stark Industries plans to establish a separate company dedicated to manufacturing this type of phone soon." Nodding in agreement, the quirky superhero declared, "I must get one when it's available. It's too cool." "Hey Digga, we need to go," called a group of monsters from a distance, indicating they were part of a small ensemble. Yet, Lu Qi's attention was suddenly drawn to one peculiar creature resembling a hermit crab, clutching a small monster in its grasp. It appears that the little creature is his offspring, yet its appearance evokes certain memories. Those colossal beasts. Lu Qi was astounded as he recalled the slumbering giants from that perilous dimension. How could this be? Wasn't it merely a figment of fantasy? No. Marvel too belongs to the realm of imagination. Lu Qi felt his mind short-circuiting from the bewildering events unfolding before him. Observing the myriad of characters from various fantastical works around him, he pondered, if these figures truly had corresponding worlds, then. Lu Qi stood in stunned silence for a moment before dashing towards the exit of the convention. In a narrow alley beyond the convention, Lu Qi first entered his shadow dimension, where he discovered several mages practicing their newly learned dark energy spells. After greeting them, he proceeded through the portal leading to Kamartaj. Upon arriving, he spotted Mordo in the courtyard, conjuring small fireballs. Lu Qi seized him by the arm and inquired, "Where can I find Master Gui? I have an urgent matter to discuss." Mordo, momentarily distracted by the staff in his hand, recalled a peculiar British fantasy film that featured magic strikingly similar to his current endeavors. When suddenly grasped by Lu Qi, he contemplated before responding. "Master Gui should be in the tea room, revising the spellbook. If it's urgent, you can go there and knock directly." Lu Qi nodded and hurried towards the tea room. He halted before the door, knocked a few times, and it swung open automatically. Inside, Gui was seated at a table, amending the tome, with a large stack of spellbooks beside him. "What brings you here so suddenly?" Gui asked, glancing up from his work after jotting down a few notes in another book. "I wish to know if the dark dimension could lead to other worlds," Lu Qi queried. Gui pondered for a moment. "Indeed, it is possible. In truth, various material realms exist within the interstices of dimensions, and traversing these dimensions naturally allows one to reach other worlds. So, the realms of fantasy need not be mere figments of imagination?" Lu Qi mused. Gui appeared taken aback, responding curiously, "You should already know the answer to that. For in your eyes, is not our world merely a fantastical realm? Yet here we exist in reality. Can I journey to other worlds through the dark dimension?" Lu Qi pressed. "Certainly, but you will require the coordinates of the destination world, as simply entering the dark dimension does not guarantee access to other realms." Lu Qi nodded. "How might I obtain these coordinates?" Gui considered. "You will have to rely on fortune. Either the other dimension is connected to its world, or you must acquire some of their more advanced equipment, which typically contains traces of that world, enabling you to discern its coordinates." As Gui spoke, he presented Lu Qi with a spell that would allow him to sense whether an object contained the essence of a world. So, he could seek out Mordo and the others to decipher the coordinates. Lu Qi accepted the spellbook, glanced through it, and nodded thoughtfully. I see. I wonder if the equipment we previously confiscated from Mordo and the others is sufficiently advanced. Departing the tea room, Lu Qi made his way towards the courtyard. Indeed, this issue had previously been indicated by the system, which had directly presented him with 3 worlds to choose from. In future endeavors to conquer other dimensions, he could remain vigilant, as there might be opportunities to explore alternate realms. Lu Qi felt a surge of excitement. The Marvel Universe was not always bustling with activities, and the prospect of traveling to other worlds during idle moments was enticing, though he was uncertain which worlds he might visit. He first sought out Modu to inquire whether the items acquired during the last dimensional battle included world coordinates. Upon understanding Lu Qi's intention, Modu led him to a storeroom containing the equipment left behind from the previous conflict. After examining the gear, Lu Qi found it rather mundane, yet still worthy of exploration. He retrieved a spellbook. The incantation was relatively straightforward, aimed at stimulating and amplifying the energy within to discern its composition, and subsequently identifying any unique energies tied to specific worlds, thereby enabling the exploration of world coordinates. Armed with this knowledge, Lu Qi summoned dark energy directly, adhering to the principle without the need to construct a magical array. He infused the dark energy into the equipment, cautiously stimulating the energy within to reveal itself. However, it soon became evident that this particular piece of gear bore no extraordinary energy. The majority of its energy was merely dark energy, designed to shield ordinary soldiers from assimilation. With a shake of his head, Lu Qi regarded the standardized equipment and recalled the unusual energy of the sword wielded by the Dimensional Lord. It was a missed opportunity not to have seized it at the time. Possessing such an artifact would have likely enabled the pinpointing of other world coordinates, a regret that weighed on him as he exited the storeroom. He resolved that next time, he would certainly procure something from the opposing Dimensional Lord to serve as coordinates. In truth, Lu Qi had no intention of invading other worlds. It was merely a form of tourism, with the prospect of commanding an entire dark dimension in the future. His interest in other realms was somewhat diminished, as he sought only to revisit the nostalgic memories of his childhood from an alternative perspective. Chapter 31. The vampire. In the subsequent 2 days, Lu Qi, accompanied by the Shadow Legion, conquered 3 minor dimensions, yet failed to uncover any coordinates leading to other realms. Typically, the lords of these dimensions do not possess high-tier equipment, for such items would succumb to the relentless corrosion of dark energy if brought into the dark dimension, resulting in their degradation. Conversely, the lower-grade equipment was abundant, significantly enriching the inventory of low-tier items within Kamartaj. While Kamartaj did harbor some advanced gear, Lu Qi found himself in the Marvel Universe, thus having no need for such items as coordinates. With a sigh, Lu Qi perused the remaining coordinates in his notebook, only to find a scant few left. The dimensional spaces were numerous, yet only a handful of minor dimensions were observable. Kamartaj generally focused on defending against mid to large-scale dimensions and the ultimate dark dimension of Dormammu, thereby neglecting the observation of dimensional spaces, which had resulted in a dwindling number of dimensions available for Lu Qi to explore. He needed to devise a strategy to uncover other dark dimensions. With another sigh, Lu Qi reflected on Kamartaj's limited prowess in dimensional observation technology. Only a few dimensions were within their reach. It might be more prudent to investigate whether the remaining dimension lords possessed methods for dimensional observation. After grinding through 2 days of instances, Lu Qi had enhanced the strength of his subordinates, increasing the number of ninja soldiers to 3,000, along with acquiring additional troops of various types. However, idly waiting was not an option. Perhaps he could bide his time until the storyline of Thor commenced and consult Odin. That seemed feasible, as Asgard appeared to excel in spatial observation. Even Loki could perceive numerous spatial rifts. Having resolved this, Lu Qi decided to call Tony daily once he completed the new elemental reactor, inquiring when he would visit the hammer. He promptly dialed Tony. "Tony, how have you and Pepper been lately?" "Lu, what are you talking about? Pepper?" It was indeed awkward that Pepper answered the phone. Pepper? Where's Tony?" Pepper glanced at Tony, who was rearranging his home, selecting furniture, and contemplating the installation of fitness equipment. "Really? Doesn't he have Iron Man? Why would he need to work out? Who knows? But exercising is quite beneficial. Would you like to come over? I can send a car to pick you up. Not for now. Lu Qi hung up the phone, concluding that Tony was faring quite well. However, just as he set down his phone, it rang once more. To his surprise, it was Coulson calling. What prompted this sudden call? Hey Coulson, what's up? We need your assistance, Lu Qi. What's the matter? After a long absence from the Big Apple, Lu Qi boarded a plane to Los Angeles. Upon arriving at the airport, he found Coulson in distress and curiously inquired, So, what's going on? Why didn't you clarify over the phone? Coulson, accompanied by Lu Qi, swiftly entered a nearby vehicle and set it in motion. With utmost vigilance, he circled the area several times before finally leading Lu Qi to a safe house. What's with all the caution? Honestly, you're starting to frighten me, Lu Qi remarked, observing Coulson's palpable tension. Are you familiar with vampires? Coulson inquired cautiously. You mean those creatures from European folklore that thrive on human blood, achieve immortality, and reside in remote castles? Lu Qi responded, perplexed by Coulson's question. Well, hypothetically speaking, if such a race did exist, do you believe you could defeat them? Coulson continued, approaching the door to a basement. That shouldn't be a problem. After all, my ninja blood runs devoid of any blood, Lu Qi replied. It is precisely because of your ninja abilities that I summoned you. Come inside, Coulson insisted. Lu Qi, harboring a growing suspicion yet intrigued, followed him. The notion of vampires existing in the Marvel Universe was a revelation to him, but even if they did, they seemed to lack prominence in films, leading him to presume their strength was not formidable. Upon entering the basement, Lu Qi encountered a man bound by iron chains, his abdomen gruesomely torn open, with entrails strewn about. Surprisingly, this individual appeared remarkably lucid, casting a menacing glare at Coulson upon his entrance. Lu Qi observed this grotesque figure who, despite losing nearly half of his organs, seemed even more ferocious, straining against his chains with a creaking sound, as if they might snap at any moment. Having witnessed numerous gruesome scenes in Hell's Kitchen, Lu Qi maintained his composure, knowing it was futile to expect this creature to partake in another meal. Is this fellow truly a vampire? He doesn't seem too intimidating, Lu Qi remarked disdainfully, glancing at the grotesque sight of the entrails before summoning a ninja. The ninja assessed the vampire and swiftly severed its head, causing the creature to dissolve into ashes. Observing the vampire's demise, Lu Qi chuckled. I expected them to be formidable, but it seems they perish just as easily when beheaded. Coulson elaborated. These vampires derive their strength from their stealth and speed. They can heal rapidly by consuming blood. Moreover, many affluent individuals covet their immortality, becoming their pawns, a group we refer to as the Ha Gue clan. Lu Qi nodded, feeling relatively unconcerned, for his ninjas were likely not inferior in stealth to these creatures. However, he was intrigued by Coulson's mention of the Ha Gue clan. Are there many of them? Lu Qi inquired, apprehensive that an unforeseen influx of enemies might arise from these vampires. While he was not particularly afraid, the thought of one of them jeopardizing his small fortune was indeed bothersome. There are quite a few Ha Gue, as you know, for the wealthy. Many things can be purchased with money, yet they find longevity to be an elusive pursuit. Coulson remarked, somewhat wearily, that those individuals were hardly worth concerning oneself over, as they dared not reveal their presence. With us observing, they would not act recklessly. Lu Qi nodded, feeling relieved of his concerns. However, he was puzzled by the pile of ash remaining before him. Are you not planning to report the existence of these beings to the authorities? Lu Qi inquired, unable to fathom why they were involved in this interspecies conflict. Shouldn't they directly inform the official forces and have them dispatch troops to eradicate these creatures? Coulson shook his head, explaining that the predicament lay precisely here. Vampires possess the ability to transform ordinary humans into thralls in large numbers. Although these thralls lack significant power, they lose their sanity and carry a contagious ability. Moreover, the vampires are adept at concealing themselves, making it difficult for the higher-ups to ascertain where they might be hiding. If conflict were to arise, the vampires could wreak havoc in cities like New York by creating thralls, which would lead to considerable complications. Sighing, Coulson continued, thus, the higher-ups have reached an agreement with the 12 vampire elders to coexist peacefully. Lu Qi found it hard to believe that these beings regarded them as mere sustenance. Yet they were negotiating peace with them. It is unavoidable. The dangers posed by these creatures are too great to eliminate completely, and the higher-ups currently lack viable solutions, so this is the path they have chosen. However, the authorities have informed the vampire elders that they will provide them with artificial plasma for sustenance. But should any vampire be found harming humans, they will dispatch agents to hunt them down. In our SHIELD, we have a specific division dedicated to dealing with vampire criminals. Lu Qi scoffed, "Do you honestly think these creatures refrain from feeding on human blood in private? I find that hard to believe. Speaking of which, if SHIELD has a department handling vampire offenders, why must I deal with these vampires?" Coulson shook his head, explaining that they had discovered numerous recent disappearances in the city, with ample blood left at the scenes, undoubtedly the work of vampires. However, without conclusive evidence, this SHIELD could not arbitrarily deploy official forces to address the matter. So, I must operate under an unofficial capacity? Lu Qi nodded, grasping Coulson's intent. Very well, I shall accept this task. I will eliminate all the vermin in this city as a civilian vampire hunter. I have been rather idle lately and am quite bored. Lu Qi flexed his fists, finally feeling he had something to engage in. However, he pondered, what about compensation? This is essentially a private assignment, isn't it? Coulson affirmed that the director placed great importance on this matter, as these creatures had begun to overstep their bounds in recent years, and he hoped to teach the vampires a lesson. Consequently, the compensation would be quite generous, $1,000 for each vampire. Lu Qi grimaced, finding fury rather stingy. Given the rarity of such creatures, the potential earnings seemed limited. But then he suddenly realized, not just the city, right? Coulson smiled, giving Lu Qi a knowing look. Lu Qi was eager to spring into action, but Coulson stopped him. These vampires possess a considerable following in this city and have established an extensive network of information. Previously, several investigators dispatched by SHIELD fell victim to various assaults, resulting in the demise of numerous agents. This is why you were sent here on a civilian aircraft, and you must exercise utmost caution during your endeavors. It was only then that Lu Qi understood Coulson's apprehension. However, his current prowess has far surpassed what is recorded in SHIELD's files, a fact unbeknownst to Coulson. Chapter 32. The vampire bar. Half an hour later, Lu Qi emerged from the safe house, gazing upon the so-called City of Angels. Little did he expect that beneath its facade lay these malevolent creatures. Coulson had just informed him of various characteristics, habits, and common hunting methods of vampires. They are known to be repelled by ultraviolet light, silver, and garlic. To be frank, such information is common knowledge, even among children, yet these remain the vampire's fatal weaknesses. It is likely that the higher echelons of humanity deliberately disseminated this knowledge to empower ordinary people with a semblance of resistance against the indiscriminate slaughter by vampires. From Coulson, Lu Qi learned that vampires typically hunt at night, with locations of disappearances often near bars. Thus, he resolved to find a hotel to rest until dusk. After a brief search, he secured a room and awaited the night. Once evening fell, Lu Qi stepped outside and inquired with the hotel staff about the bars in the vicinity that attracted the most patrons, setting off in that direction. As he strolled through the streets, he found the nightlife of this locale far more vibrant than that of the Big Apple, with a greater throng of people. However, Lu Qi harbored a lingering suspicion that this lively atmosphere was a deliberate faude crafted by the vampires to lure unsuspecting prey into their clutches. While walking, he dispatched shadow ninjas to scout ahead. By now, his radius of influence extended to 160 meters, within which the shadow ninjas could seamlessly blend into the darkness, following him undetected. In the unseen realm of ordinary mortals, agile ninjas leapt from rooftop to rooftop, their extraordinary physiques allowing them to cover nearly 20 meters in a single bound while maintaining high maneuverability in bustling areas. Upon reaching a street lined with bars near the hotel, Lu Qi received a message from the shadow ninjas and turned into a narrow alley. There, he beheld a Caucasian vampire cradling a woman, his head buried in her neck, their apparent affection belying the sinister reality. Yet, the familiar metallic tang of blood in the air warned Lu Qi that this scenario was far from innocent. "Lift your head," Lu Qi commanded the man. The vampire glanced at him, slowly raising his head. A sinister smile spread across his face, as if mocking Lu Qi's audacity. Blood-stained lips curled to reveal sharp fangs as the vampire discarded the now lifeless woman to the ground and advanced toward Lu Qi. The man's eyes underwent a grotesque transformation, driven by the intoxicating allure of blood, his body trembling like that of an addict. His eyes morphed into a wicked green, his ears elongated, and his nails began to extend menacingly. "Did your mother ever tell you how hideous you've become? So much so that she wouldn't even recognize you?" Lu Qi taunted, seemingly oblivious to the vampire's encroaching presence. The vampire, already disoriented by the blood frenzy, found himself unable to contain his rage at the insult from his intended meal. He lunged at Lu Qi, but in mid-air, shadowy figures coalesced into form, slamming the vampire to the ground. A flash of cold steel glinted as the ninjas severed his limbs. With a foot planted firmly on the vampire's head, Lu Qi observed as fear finally seeped into the creature's expression. "To think that even you are capable of fear. I had assumed that you, the rodents, were all audacious creatures. Otherwise, how could you dare to indiscriminately slay ordinary people? Now, reveal to me the location of your stronghold, and perhaps I may spare your life." The vampire, rasping, attempted to articulate something, yet the higher-ups of their bloodline had long since issued a prohibition against disclosing the whereabouts of their base. After struggling in vain to utter anything, the vampire resorted to pleading for mercy, even attempting to tempt Lu Qi with the allure of immortality. Lu Qi, taken aback by the creature's inability to divulge any information, shook his head. With a firm step, he crushed the vampire's skull beneath his foot. As he watched the vampire's body disintegrate into ashes, leaving no trace of blood behind, he couldn't help but marvel at the ecological efficiency of vampires. They leave without a trace, taking their refuse with them. Observing the body in the alleyway, Lu Qi sent a message to Coulson, instructing him to handle the situation. He had scarcely emerged when he encountered another vampire, indicating that this city was rife with filth that required thorough cleansing. "Where are we headed?" inquired Christina, a newcomer from afar, as she entwined her arm with her companions, addressing a handsome young man beside them. "To a splendid bar, where the atmosphere is delightful, and every night features captivating performances. Once you enter, you won't want to leave," he replied, his every gesture exuding gentlemanly charm, leaving a favorable impression. "Thank you for showing us around, local guide," Christina jested lightly. Observing their banter, her companion, Carrie, felt an unsettling dissonance. Tightening her grip on Christina's arm, she whispered cautiously, "Be careful, Nana. I can't shake the feeling that something is off about this guy." Christina glanced at the young man and whispered back, "Do not worry. He likely harbors intentions towards us. Later, when we arrive at the bar, let us order some exquisite drinks and intoxicate him. Once he is inebriated, we can slip away. Rest assured, I will not become drunk." After reassuring her companion, Christina continued to engage in playful banter with the young man, feeling a thrilling rush at this novel experience. The young man's expression remained unchanged, seemingly oblivious, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of disdain and desire as they lingered on Christina's neck, swallowing hard and quickening his pace. Tonight's gathering must not be delayed. Leading the two into a street lined with bars, the young man did not pause within, but instead guided them through to a concealed door. He knocked, and a barred panel was opened. A pair of eyes scrutinized the young man and the two girls whispering behind him, sensing something amiss. The door swung open, and as if they were merely purchasing something, the two individuals passed by Christina and her companion, silently obstructing their escape route. "What do you intend to do?" Christina could no longer maintain her composure, retrieving her pepper spray from her pocket and handing it to her friend, then brandishing a stun baton as a display of defiance. A robust man strode forward without a hint of fear, seizing the electric baton and, in an astonishing moment witnessed by Christina, delivered a punch that rendered her unconscious. Meanwhile, her close friend unleashed a canister of pepper spray at another assailant, only to find him advancing unabated, crushing the spray canister in his grip before knocking her out as well. The younger onlookers seemed unable to restrain themselves, yearning to indulge in the chaotic scene. However, a swift kick to one young man's abdomen lifted him off the ground. "We must adhere to the established order," warned the assailant. The kicked youth, too intimidated to express any anger, understood his position as a mere lowly vampire, barely above the mindless blood thralls, and even those of higher status within the vampire hierarchy could easily dominate him. The weight of his bloodline's oppression stifled any desire for retaliation. Wiping the drool from his mouth, he stepped inside, awaiting the impending revelry, while others carried the two incapacitated individuals into the building. Inside lay a gruesome meat storage facility, replete with frozen carcasses of cattle, sending a chill down the spine. Several vampires navigated through the frozen flesh to confront a wall, elongating their nails to pierce several holes within it, thereby revealing two concealed passageways. A wave of music echoed through the air, invigorating the young man, who then veered to one side as the other vampires took the opposite direction. A shadow stealthily followed, hesitating momentarily before heading towards the two captives. The vampires escorted the pair to an upper level, where unconscious bodies dangled, suspended by tubes inserted into their forms. These tubes did not siphon blood but rather preserved it in its freshest state. As they intended to process the two newcomers similarly, shadows materialized, swiftly eliminating their captors. Lu Qi emerged, his expression devoid of emotion, yet his eyes blazing with fury and murderous intent. Treating humans as mere sustenance? The intensity of Lu Qi's wrath escalated, and shadows transformed into ninjas, liberating the captives and setting them aside. Uncertain of how long these individuals had been suspended, Lu Qi first contacted Coulson to apprise him of the dire situation. Coulson, equally astonished by the number of victims, pledged to summon S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Special Task Force to the scene without delay. As they ushered the victims outside, Lu Qi encountered another group of vampires arriving, a mix of men and women, all seemingly attractive yet subservient to their vampire overlords. Without hesitation, Lu Qi commanded the ninjas to dispatch them. As the guide crumbled to ashes, the abducted individuals screamed in terror, attempting to flee. Lu Qi instructed the ninjas to restrain them, producing identification to calm their fears. However, their ignorance of S.H.I.E.L.D. led him to render them unconscious as well. Coulson acted swiftly, soon arriving with a convoy that rapidly assembled a team of over 100 personnel. They administered aid to the victims before Lu Qi joined Coulson, observing as they utilized advanced technology to analyze the building structure. Lu Qi then directed them to secure all exits while he prepared to cleanse the interior of the vampires. The vampires within gradually sensed something amiss, their demeanor betraying a hint of panic. Lu Qi strode into the area from whence the music emanated. It resembled a grand bar, with several large speakers blaring invigorating tunes, while a throng of individuals, nay vampires, swayed to the rhythm, eagerly awaiting the forthcoming banquet, oblivious to the fact that a particular song had played for an extended duration, and the individual responsible for changing it had long departed. Ascending to the upper floors of the building, Lu Qi obstructed the escape routes of several fleeing vampires. Where did they think they were going in such haste? Summoning shadowy ninjas, he sealed off their paths, observing their frantic expressions with a sense of revulsion. "Who are you? There exists a peace treaty between humans and vampires. You cannot attack us." The lead vampire attempted to buy time, but Lu Qi was disinclined to engage in conversation. One by one, the ninjas lunged forth, dispatching the vampires with lethal precision. A few vampires attempted to retaliate, yet their abilities were meager, merely 3 or 4 times that of an ordinary human, and they too fell to the blades of the ninjas. Lu Qi approached, seizing the neck of the lead vampire and pinning him against the wall. "Tell me, where is your superior? Or rather, where are you headed?" The vampire revealed a mocking grin. "Vampires never betray. What are you thinking, blood bottle?" Lu Qi's expression darkened, as shadows of dark energy radiated from his hand, cascading towards the vampire. Upon contact, horrifying screams erupted as the vampire watched in horror, as his arm was consumed by the dark energy, vanishing before his eyes. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, causing him to lose control. Disgusted, Lu Qi tossed him aside, while a shadow ninja lifted the vampire anew. Lu Qi commanded the dark energy to envelop the vampire, inflicting a torturous sensation that spiraled around him. Care to speak now? Lu Qi inquired, observing the vampire on the brink of death, halting the torment, though tendrils of dark energy still coiled around him, undulating like a venomous serpent. The vampire gazed at the dark energy in terror, muttering indistinctly, "Hyler Hotel, I typically meet my superior there." Cunningly, he had avoided revealing their stronghold, instead disclosing a rendezvous point, thus evading the constraints of bloodline dominance. Lu Qi nodded, his gaze fixed on the vampire's eyes, which glimmered with a desperate yearning. "I don't recall saying I would spare you." The vampire's eyes widened in despair, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, but the dark energy surged forth, erasing him entirely from this world. Gazing at the heaps of ashes left behind, Lu Qi smiled, making his way toward the dance floor below. The vampires below soon recognized the disturbance, their eyes falling upon the now deserted stage, and began to murmur among themselves. Yet, the weight of their bloodline's dominance rendered them too fearful to act, relegating their movements to the confines of the dance floor. Lu Qi surveyed the vampires below, unsure of what to say. Why forsake a good life to become slaves? The Shadow Legion descended upon the dance floor, as a cadre of colossal trolls leapt down, crashing into the revelers and reducing a throng of vampires to mere ash. Following closely were the blade soldiers, who gracefully landed upon the ground and commenced their ruthless slaughter. These vampires, unaccustomed to such a display of might, having predominantly engaged in deceitful antics, were quickly overwhelmed. Some attempted to flee, but the Ninja Legion had already encircled the dance floor, rendering the vampires as trapped fish in a net. Observing the imminent annihilation of the minions below, Lu Qi pressed his earpiece. "Coulson, are there any remaining vampires hidden in the vicinity?" While the shadow ninjas could undoubtedly uncover them all, Lu Qi was disinclined to pursue further. He had just ensnared a significant prize and wished not to let it escape. Under Coulson's guidance, Lu Qi proceeded to eliminate all vampires concealed within. Upon exiting the building, he observed teams of special operatives regrouping and approached Coulson. "What are your next steps? This must serve as decisive evidence," Lu Qi inquired casually, as he regarded himself a security consultant and thus eligible to partake in official operations. Throughout this mission, he had donned a hood to conceal his visage, allowing him to continue his solitary endeavors. Coulson shook his head. "S-H-I-E-L-D. Will not deploy the special operatives." Noticing Lu Qi's puzzled expression, Coulson elaborated. "Should S-H-I-E-L-D intervene, we would merely capture a handful of scapegoats. However, if you persist in your guise as a civilian vampire hunter, you may eliminate the higher echelons of their kind. Director Fury has granted you the authority to hunt the vampire elite, promoting you within their own hierarchy." Lu Qi nodded, grasping Fury's intent. It appeared that Fury was also incensed and sought to vent his frustrations by eliminating some vampire leaders. After exchanging pleasantries with Coulson, Lu Qi made his way toward the Halier Hotel. Chapter 33. The resplendent city at the pinnacle of the Halier Hotel lies a vast hall, devoid of the opulent embellishments found below, illuminated only by dim lighting. Within this barely discernible space, a monumental table is set, flanked by broad armchairs on each side. Suddenly, the hall's door swings open, and several attendants usher individuals into the chamber. Under the guidance of their servants, the guests glide towards the table and each selects a chair to settle into. As they await the culinary delights to be served, light-hearted banter ensues. "Hall, why do you appear so disconcerted?" The dim light fails to obscure the peculiar glimmer in their green eyes. "Today marks our weekly celebration. Do not mar the festive atmosphere with such a frown. Besides, it is your domain hosting this banquet. You should be the most jubilant of us all." One individual addresses Hall, yet his expression remains unchanged. A chorus of inquiries arises regarding his distress. Hall knits his brow and replies slowly, "My subordinates have failed to report on the banquet's proceedings today, which has left me somewhat anxious. By rights, the feast should have concluded by now." Exchanging glances, the others ultimately chuckle. "Hall, you are far too cautious. Perhaps the banquet's exquisite fare has captivated your subordinates, causing them to linger longer than expected. Yet Hall's countenance does not brighten. Rather, it grows increasingly grave with each passing moment. Ignoring the others as they begin to discuss how to reprimand their foolish subordinates, Hall ponders the source of his foreboding. He had meticulously designed the venue and the proceedings. It seemed implausible that his inept subordinates could mishandle the event. Furthermore, most of the city's elite had been won over to their side, providing ample cover, thereby minimizing the likelihood of any mishaps. However, Hall is an exceedingly prudent vampire. He had repeatedly instructed the subordinate in charge of the banquet to keep him apprised of the event's progress. He had established a reporting schedule of once every hour, but his subordinates, aware of his character, often provided updates every half hour. Clutching his silent phone, Hall watches the seconds tick away, his mood growing increasingly somber. Just then, the door swings open and a butler strides in. "Esteemed guests, your dinner is now prepared." With a clap of his hands, a procession of servants enters, each pushing a cart bearing coffins. The butler directs the attendants to arrange these macabre vessels upon the dining table, bows respectfully, and departs with his entourage. The individual who had first inquired about Hall rises and exclaims, "These are top-tier ingredients I have gathered from across the globe. Such delicacies are typically reserved for the elders, but today I present them for your enjoyment." As he unveils the coffin, it reveals a bed of soft swan feathers, within which lie young maidens of varying skin tones, all strikingly beautiful. These young women, intoxicated by potent spirits, gaze vacantly, completely unaware that they have been laid out as the evening's repast. The vampires gazed hungrily at the delectable feast before them, inhaling deeply the intoxicating aroma of blood infused with the scent of wine. Even Hall found it difficult to avert his gaze from the exquisite delicacies, as the primal desires awakened within their vampiric lineage. The supporter, suppressing his internal cravings, spoke slowly. "This food is my apology to all of you. My previous negligence allowed certain vampire hunters to target this city, causing trouble for everyone." One impatient vampire retorted, "A mere handful of hunters who prey on the lowest tiers of our kind hardly warrant such concern." The host smiled knowingly, aware that his efforts had not been in vain. It was crucial to remember that his earlier oversight had attracted the attention of formidable organizations, including the elite human agency known as SHIELD. However, judging by the current atmosphere, it seemed that the threat had dissipated. Observing the eager expressions of his guests, he chose not to prolong the tension and announced the commencement of the meal. At that moment, the vampires could hardly contain themselves, their eyes glinting with a ravenous green light as they lunged towards the sumptuous dishes. Yet, an unexpected voice interrupted the scene. "Well, how amusing! While others wish to consume them, you all seem intent on devouring them yourselves." Speaking a joke in a foreign tongue, Lu Chi chuckled at his own wit. Several vampires restrained their instinctual desires, cautiously eyeing the sudden arrival. "Butler?" the host called out, and the grand doors swung open to reveal the butler, who peered inside briefly before ushering in a throng of servants. "Who are you?" the butler demanded, directing the servants to encircle Lu Chi. Lu Chi observed as the true forms of these beings gradually emerged. Counting the number of mid-tier vampires present, he realized he could profit substantially today. Rising from the table, he addressed the few concealed vampires at the back. "What tier do you belong to? Pray tell, how many digits does your ranking possess?" The concealed vampires seethed with anger at his inquiry, prompting the host to shout, "You wretched vampire hunter! You despicable race! You filthy bloodsucker! How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Rather than becoming enraged, Lu Chi merely regarded him with interest, sensing that this particular vampire might possess significant connections worth investigating. The host, feeling a chill run down his spine, inexplicably feared Lu Chi and commanded the butler to eliminate this audacious vampire hunter while he retreated with his companions towards the exit. "Since you've come this far, why not stay?" Lu Chi called out, seemingly oblivious to the encroaching vampires, and clapped his hands. While he could not snap his fingers, the act of clapping still held a certain flair. Suddenly, a group of ninjas materialized, melding with the shadows, their crimson eyes the only visible trait. "You haven't even enjoyed your meal yet, and you wish to leave?" Lu Chi remarked playfully, relishing the situation. After all, you outnumber me. What is there to fear? He declared, I only have a couple of companions. With another clap, more pairs of red eyes emerged from the darkness. Indeed, the numbers have leveled out. Lu Qi nodded thoughtfully. However, you are noble vampires, so I believe at least a 2-to-1 ratio would be appropriate. He clapped his hands, prompting a myriad of eyes to emerge. Observing the gradually shifting expressions of the vampires, Lu Qi continued, Yet it seems that among you, there are a few formidable characters who are far from ordinary. A mere 2-to-1 is insufficient. I suggest we invite even more. He clapped again, but no movement stirred behind him. Noticing the astonished vampires, Lu Qi shook his head and shrugged, saying, With such limited space behind me, how could I possibly accommodate so many? Looking at the vampires who had just relaxed, Lu Qi chuckled, My space is inadequate, but surely yours is sufficient. Some vampires quickly realized the implication and turned around, only to discover countless eyes had appeared in the hall. The encirclement transformed into a counter-encirclement, prompting the butler to order the vampires to protect the formidable ones as they attempted to break free. Yet, the shadow ninjas were resolute in denying them their desires, as cold glints sliced toward these vampires. Even though these vampires were significantly stronger than ordinary ones, they fell to the overwhelming assault of the ninjas. Seeing his subordinates swiftly annihilated, the butler roared, his body suddenly swelling into a small giant, only to find a larger giant materialize before him. Why such a loud outcry? Lu Qi remarked, casually flicking his ear, as the troll warrior delivered a crushing blow. With a resounding crash, the butler was sent flying, landing on the ground, unconscious. To shout so loudly and yet not withstand a single punch. What a pretense! Lu Qi shook his head, exasperated by the vampire's lack of intellect. Why do you assassins roar to bolster your battle spirit and transform? Isn't agility your forte? You should be darting about with your current approach. You won't even manage half an assist. Observing the butler's still heaving chest, Lu Qi deduced that he was still alive and directed the ninjas to bind him, then turned to the last few standing vampires. Let us make a stand, the leader exclaimed, abruptly transforming and bellowing. The others followed suit, each morphing into small giants. Lu Qi nodded, realizing that transformation was a skill reserved for higher-tier vampires. Otherwise, those lesser minions wouldn't be so easily dispatched. Now, Lu Qi had a clearer understanding of these vampire strengths. The ordinary ones were merely a choir of revelers, possessing twice the strength of a human. The upper echelon of revelers were low-tier vampires, boasting 4 times human strength. The earlier group of minions, mid-tier vampires, likely had 8 times human strength. The formidable high-tier ones, before transforming, possessed around 10 times that, and after their transformation, surged to 20 times. Alas, their intellect was lacking. The sight of the troll warrior taking a punch without flinching, only to be crushed, confirmed their folly. Their intelligence is beyond redemption, Lu Qi sighed, though he noted that these high-tier vampires still had potential. Aware of their advantages, they became fleeting shadows darting through the hall. Lu Qi contemplated for a moment, then released 300 shadow ninjas to engage in a game of hide-and-seek with these creatures. With these ninjas who matched their speed, the pressure on the vampires intensified significantly. However, it is unfortunate that the hall was constructed without any consideration for sunlight, resulting in a complete absence of windows, leaving no means of escape. As Hall observed the heavily guarded entrance by numerous ninjas, he pondered various strategies in his mind. Seeing his companions frantically fleeing, Hall shouted, These ninjas possess no blood. They are not human. We should eliminate that one over there, and perhaps the ninjas will simply vanish. Hall's desperate cries were unknowing of the truth he had nearly discerned. Noticing an astute vampire among them, Lu Qi cautiously prepared to stealthily make his way to the exit. At worst, he thought he could flee, allowing the ninjas to close the door behind him. Upon hearing Hall, the intellectual among them, the vampires perked up, exchanging knowing glances before suddenly lunging towards Lu Qi. He stealthily advanced towards the door, reaching it in an instant, his speed nearly akin to teleportation, surpassing the limits of his own reaction time. With a swift motion, he set a perimeter of hidden assassins at his previous location and turned back to see the vampire who had shouted approaching him. What? Had my intentions been anticipated? Lu Qi gasped, a surge of dark energy enveloping his fist as he struck out. Hall, taken aback by Lu Qi's sudden appearance, was equally startled by the incoming blow. Did he truly foresee my escape? Hall's mind raced, but it was too late to halt his advance, forcing him to collide head-on with Lu Qi. The impact sent Lu Qi flying, shattering the door as he landed on the ground. The vampire was not spared either. The force was mutual, inflicting internal injuries upon him as the pursuing hidden assassins descended upon him, rendering him incapacitated. The Forsaken companions were swiftly encircled by a group of hidden assassins and captured without mercy. "You scoundrel, Hall! How dare you deceive me?" the host shouted in rage. The betrayal by his own kind irked him far more than the thought of being captured. Hall struggled on the ground, dismissing the fool. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, seemingly unfazed, stood up and glared menacingly at Hall, stepping forward to plant his foot firmly on Hall's chest, delivering several vicious kicks. To Lu Qi's surprise, the host was thoroughly entertained by Hall's predicament. Inspired by the host's excitement, Lu Qi suddenly proposed, "Hey, you over there! If you divulge the location of the vampire stronghold in this city, I will hand this scoundrel over to you for your own reckoning." Despite the pain, Hall remained untroubled. He understood that his captors had questions to pose, and as long as he withheld certain information, he might still have a glimmer of hope. However, Lu Qi's shift in attention towards the host caused Hall's heart to skip a beat. Meeting the host's furious gaze, Hall felt a chill run down his spine as the host nodded sternly. Half an hour later, Lu Qi emerged from the hotel, which had been thoroughly cleansed of vampires, with the exception of the host, whom he had kept his promise to. Hall had met his demise at the hands of the host. Observing the humble host beside him, Lu Qi adorned him with a heavy iron chain, compelling him to lead the way as one would a dog. The host, filled with indignation yet restrained by fear, slowly advanced, his mind a whirlpool of unspoken thoughts. Lu Qi made a call to Coulson, summoning him to clean up the aftermath, while he efficiently eradicated the vampires lurking within the entirety of the Mount Shan base. A day later, as Lu Qi stood beneath the rising sun, he watched with satisfaction as the host was reduced to ashes. Over the course of that single night, Lu Qi amassed a staggering $8 million, $5 million of which were procured from high-ranking vampires, the remainder accumulated from weaker ones. With a sense of accomplishment swelling within him, Lu Qi gazed at the rejuvenated Mount Shan base behind him and departed, eager to explore other cities and uncover the extent of the vampire presence in this decaying realm. As for Coulson, he was likely still scurrying throughout the city, cleaning up the remnants for Lu Qi. Chapter 34. The final wish. On a certain evening, 6 months later, Lu Qi commanded a group of ninja soldiers to surround a bar. Suddenly, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Pepper. Lu Qi gestured for the ninjas to initiate their assault while he stepped back to answer the call. "Hey Potts, it's been a while," he said. "Hey Lu Qi." "Indeed it has. Where have you been?" Pepper inquired. Lu Qi glanced at the bar nearby, which had begun to stir with commotion, and replied, A bar? Ah, I hope I'm not interrupting you." "Not at all, what's going on?" Lu Qi asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. 6 months prior, he had informed Tony of his intention to travel, subsequently traversing the entirety of the Lighthouse Nation to earn some extra cash. While immersing himself in the diverse cultures of various cities, he also managed to engage in his main profession, sharing images of delectable cuisine and picturesque landscapes, which garnered him a considerable following. Several vendors had reached out to him, seeking promotional partnerships. With both his primary and secondary endeavors flourishing, Lu Qi felt quite content, though it was unfortunate that all the dark dimensions had been thoroughly explored. The spatial observation capabilities of Camartage were rather limited, and he had not discovered any new dark dimensions, resulting in a prolonged absence of energy influx. His shadow army remained stagnant at 40 squads, with no recent victories to celebrate. After briefly reflecting on the past 6 months, Lu Qi returned to the conversation and asked Pepper what was amiss. After a brief silence, Pepper spoke softly. "Lu Qi, I think you need to come back and check on Tony. He's been acting quite strangely lately. He no longer manages company affairs and spends all his time in his laboratory. He even donated all his collected artworks to a children's charity. It's as if He's become a different person. Lu Qi remarked, so, the new storyline has finally commenced? I have been anticipating this for far too long. I initially thought that the second phase would begin in a few weeks, yet here we are, 6 months later. I will return to see Tony, rest assured. Lu Qi promised Pepper. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from the bar, flames soaring into the night sky. My goodness, Lu Qi, what just happened over there? Pepper exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, it's nothing. I'm just at a beach party and someone set off an enormous firework display. Is that so? Pepper replied skeptically. But you just mentioned being at a bar. Indeed, the bar is situated right on the beach, and they attract customers with a grand fireworks show. Lu Qi observed the chaos, noting a large group of vampires armed with firearms launching a fierce assault on the surviving ninjas amidst the explosion. Really? Why do I feel like those sounds resemble gunfire? You must have misheard. I assure you, it is merely an extravagant fireworks display. I can barely keep enough memory space on my camera. Lu Qi summoned his shadow ninjas once more, directing them to engage the vampires. Then this display must be truly magnificent, considering the sheer number of fireworks being launched. As Pepper listened to the continuous sounds emanating from her phone, she pondered the nature of the fireworks, questioning why they bore such a resemblance to gunfire. Could this be a peculiar characteristic? Indeed, the performance was extraordinarily captivating, and the crowd was utterly elated. Lu Qi observed as a vampire was pierced through the heart, delivering a fatal blow, and disintegrated into a cloud of ash. As the battle concluded, Lu Qi noticed the uninvited Coulson beckoning him. He concluded the call with a reassuring remark. Rest assured, I shall meet Tony shortly, but first, I must capture a few photographs to show you later. Ignoring Pepper's response, Lu Qi terminated the call and leaped from the rooftop. The building was not particularly tall, merely a few stories high, rendering it inconsequential to him. Coulson, slightly exasperated, surveyed the surrounding scene reminiscent of a surrealist painting, unsure how to bring matters to a close. Upon seeing Lu Qi approach, Coulson resignedly stated, "It appears you might need to take a brief respite. This escapade has escalated quite significantly, and I require time to manage the aftermath. Please refrain from further vampire hunting for the time being." Lu Qi nodded, acknowledging that things had indeed spiraled out of control. Very well, just remember to transfer the funds to my account. With the plot unfolding, he intended to return and check on Tony's condition. As Lu Qi exited into the alley, Coulson exhaled in relief. He had just received a directive from the director to prevent Lu Qi from continuing his vampire hunts, as over the past few months, Lu Qi had eradicated every vampire from 16 cities. To speak of the ordinary ones aside, nearly 50 high-ranking vampires had been hunted down. The vampire elders had begun protesting, threatening open warfare if this continued. Coulson was at a loss as to how to deter Lu Qi from further vampire slaying. He had been trailing this harbinger of death across the entirety of America, primarily to clean up after him or to keep him under surveillance. After the first battle, SHIELD had already gleaned much information about Lu Qi's capabilities. Following Director Fury's orders, Coulson was tasked with closely monitoring Lu Qi to ensure he remained under control. God only knew how the director expected him to manage such a formidable individual. However, fortune smiled upon him, as the scale of this battle was immense, allowing Coulson to momentarily halt Lu Qi's hunting spree and subsequently inform us HILD that the bounty on vampires had been rescinded, which he hoped would pacify Lu Qi. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Coulson sent a message to Fury and began directing agents to clear the battlefield. If the media caught wind of this, who knew what chaos might ensue? Upon receiving the message, Fury nodded and pressed a button, summoning an apparition before him. "You wish for a ceasefire?" Fury inquired solemnly, gazing at the vampire elders. The shadowy figure fell silent for a considerable time before finally nodding. "Leave this country. That is my demand. Otherwise, I cannot directly command a civilian vampire hunter." The vampire elder clenched his fists in fury. For the past few months, SHIELD operatives had been tailing that individual, and now they claimed he was not one of their own? Was that not a ruse? Yet, there was no recourse. That individual was undeniably powerful, and if this continued, it was only a matter of time before they would confront him directly. Had it not been for the war's pretext to coerce this imbecile, he would have been powerless to thwart that scoundrel. Meanwhile, Pepper, gazing at the disconnected phone in her hand, shook her head in resignation. Collecting her thoughts, she clutched the thick file and descended the stairs in search of Tony. Before long, a portal materialized before her. Recording deleted. "Greetings, Mr. Lu Chi. It has been a while," came Jarvis's voice from the corner speaker. Lu Chi gave a thumbs up to the camera, remarking, "Jarvis, you seem to be growing increasingly astute. You even know how to greet now." The camera pivoted slightly. "Mr. Stark designed a new language module and emotional module for me. All credit goes to him. I shall certainly convey your compliments to him," Lu Chi replied as he sprinted downstairs, only to find the two individuals uncorking champagne. Tapping on the glass, Lu Chi called out loudly, "Am I interrupting something?" However, due to the excellent soundproofing of the glass, his voice went unheard, though it successfully captured their attention. "Your timing is rather unfortunate," Tony said, a wry smile on his face. Not so foolish as to wait until Lu Chi input his password before speaking. "I apologize, but celebrating without me truly lacks excitement." As Lu Chi approached Tony, he quickly recoiled a couple of steps, covering his nose. "My goodness, Tony, what on earth have you been drinking? It smells atrocious. Is it that obvious?" Tony glanced back at Pepper. She nodded silently, pinching her nose. "Well, I had some chlorophyll juice to replenish the nutrients I've been lacking lately. I suggest you try a glass." "It's invigorating," Tony replied with a shrug, having assumed no one would notice. "I had no idea that concoction could be beneficial," Lu Chi said, still holding his nose, his voice muffled. "Come on. It can't be that unbearable," Tony said, exasperated, as he approached Lu Chi. "Stay back. I can't fathom how Pepper tolerates this," Lu Chi exclaimed, retreating frantically. The two then began to chase each other around the garage, while Pepper shook her head at the sight of these two boys, whose combined ages barely exceeded 10. Pepper soon ascended to her office. Tony had just handed over the CEO position to her, and she needed to swiftly tackle the backlog of thousands of matters that had accumulated at Stark Industries, in addition to completing her promotion paperwork. Meanwhile, Lu Chi and Tony exchanged silent glances in the basement. "You make me feel rather endangered, considering your physical prowess is several times greater than mine." Tony broke the silence. "To be precise, it's over tenfold, especially considering that someone spends all day cooped up at home without exercising. That figure might need to be adjusted upwards." Lu Chi crossed his arms, surveying the garage until he spotted a juicer in the corner. "But rest assured, my inclinations remain decidedly feminine. I am not one to indulge in mysterious liquids." Although pleased to hear he was not in danger, he felt compelled to reiterate his point. "The figure you mentioned ought to be reduced somewhat. After all, I have been diligently exercising lately, and given the size of my home, I have established a gym within it." Tony maintained a stoic expression, feigning calmness as he spoke. Noticing Lu Chi's gaze fixated on the juicer in the corner, Tony inquired, "Where have you been recently? It's been quite some time since we last communicated." Turning his head, Lu Chi replied, "I took a trip and simultaneously engaged in some cleansing work. I have been purging the hidden vampires lurking within this nation." Lu Chi spoke earnestly. "Well, I recall you are still a security consultant for that organization. Perhaps you truly have dealt with some of the vampires feeding off taxpayers. Indeed, those fellows are loathsome." Tony's words were cut short as Lu Chi interrupted him. "I mean real vampires, the kind that suck blood, Tony. I find it hard to believe you haven't noticed." Tony looked into Lu Chi's eyes, quickly turning away in guilt. Recently, he had been monitoring Lu Chi's activities and had inevitably uncovered certain clues that indicated the existence of such creatures in this world. Well, I have heard whispers of it and am aware of their existence. But shouldn't this be confidential? Is it all right for you to speak so openly?" "Tony," Lu Chi paused. "I will not deceive my friends, nor do I wish for my friends to deceive me. What has truly transpired with you?" Turning to Lu Chi, Tony gazed at him for a moment before reluctantly lifting his shirt. "This is utterly revolting." Lu Chi observed Tony's reaction to the purple markings surrounding the reactor. As Tony's complexion worsened, Lu Chi approached him, placing a hand on the reactor, allowing dark energy to seep into Tony's body. While Lu Qi's dark energy could not heal anyone but himself, it could interact and extinguish with other forms of energy and matter. Tony felt something infiltrating his body but refrained from moving, permitting Lu Qi to continue his actions. Soon, Lu Qi withdrew his hand, and Tony let his shirt fall, exhaling in relief. "Buddy, this is the first time I've had a man enter my body, and the experience was rather unpleasant." Tony touched his chest, feeling significantly better. "What did you do?" Tony lifted his shirt, discovering that the purple markings on his chest had vanished. "My heavens, you saved me. Had I known, I would have reached out to you sooner," Tony exclaimed with laughter. Lu Qi shook his head in exasperation. "I merely eliminated the toxins within you. As long as this bulb remains in your body, you will continue to be tormented by these toxins." Tony paused. He was not a fool, and though he had been overly elated moments ago, he now recognized that Lu Qi had not deceived him. "Very well. As long as you provide me with a spa treatment periodically, I shall be content," Tony said, dropping his shirt and shrugging helplessly. Lu Qi was determined not to let Tony simply accept his fate. "I am currently confronting those individuals, and I cannot guarantee that I will survive their retaliation. It would be best for you to heal yourself so that you may assist me. Are you here seeking assistance?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. I have come to seek the aid of the most brilliant mind in history, Tony Stark," Lu Qi replied. "My goodness, you actually compliment me," Tony exclaimed in astonishment. "Jarvis, remember to save this video to my cloud server. I must relish it later. We can discuss admiration at another time. Do you have any methods at your disposal to save yourself?" Tony suddenly fell silent. "I have experimented with every element on Earth, yet none can replace palladium." Observing Tony's solemn expression, Lu Qi pondered. "Do not despair. You are the most formidable scientist. Why not take a walk? A fellow discovered gravity when an apple struck him. Perhaps you merely lack that spark of inspiration. Who knows what might strike you?" Noticing Tony's reluctance to move, Lu Qi continued, "At the very least, you could accomplish everything you wish to before you depart. It would provide you with peace of mind, would it not?" Tony glanced at Lu Qi and replied, "All right, you have persuaded me, but do not flee afterward. I want to express my aspirations before we proceed." Chapter 35. The Genius from the following day. Lu Qi found himself whisked away by Tony, who was intent on fulfilling what he termed his final wishes. However, in Lu Qi's eyes, Tony was merely pursuing whimsical fancies. Just the day before, they had been fishing for sharks at sea, and the next day, they were soaring to a height of 8,000 feet to engage in skydiving. A week later, Lu Qi and Tony lounged on a yacht, as Tony had whimsically decided to sunbathe for a healthy tan. Yet, Lu Qi suspected that come the next day, Tony would be seeking ways to lighten his skin, for he was rather vain. Tony, holding a tablet, observed the surveillance footage. "It appears your Shadow Legion is collaborating quite effectively with those construction workers," he remarked, turning to Lu Qi. Glancing at the tablet, Lu Qi noted that his Shadow Legion had been summoned to assist in the construction of the Stark Industries Expo. This was all due to Tony's desire to revive the Stark Expo, and his lamentations about time constraints, compelling him to enlist his ninjas and trolls for labor. Interestingly, not many of the Blade soldiers were called upon, as they were ill-suited for manual labor. Allowing them to traverse the grounds of the Stark Expo would surely leave a trail of craters in their wake. These fellows possess remarkable strength, Tony exclaimed as he watched several trolls effortlessly lift a massive steel sphere and place it within a circular ring. Their strength is akin to that of the Hulk. Assigning them the task of moving heavy objects is quite the challenge. Challenge? Hardly. Tony set down the tablet, asserting that this was merely an efficient allocation of resources. Those nefarious capitalists would undoubtedly hang you from the newly erected lampposts. He resolved not to engage in a battle of wits with this individual, for provoking him could indeed lead to being suspended from a lamppost. Lu Qi was aware of this, having witnessed Tony's mischief when he attempted to find him some female companions, only to end up dangling from a balcony for an entire night. Why did Lu Qi reject the offer? Because this fellow exhibited a mild form of face blindness, failing to be drawn to those women, insisting he preferred inner beauty. Yet, Tony would rather believe that this individual simply lacked physical prowess. Voicing such a thought would surely land him on a fishing hook baiting sharks. Lu Qi shook his head and flipped through the tablet, discovering that today, the Expo construction site was brimming with reporters. Just days prior, the appearance of the Shadow Legion had attracted throngs of attention, with journalists swarming like sharks sensing blood, nearly outnumbering the workers at the site. To ensure the smooth progression of the project, Tony had instructed Pepper Potts to expel the reporters, permitting only one team from each publication to cover the event. Consequently, even before the expo commenced, it had already garnered significant interest. According to Pepper, Stark Industries had recently received a multitude of exhibition applications, leading Lucci to suspect that Tony had intentionally summoned his Shadow Legion for assistance. Otherwise, with his substantial wealth, could he not simply hire sufficient construction workers? The involvement of the Shadow Legion had indeed accelerated the construction pace, especially since the expo did not feature any towering structures, with the tallest being the main exhibition hall and the ecological garden. After inspecting the construction progress of the expo, Tony turned himself over to sunbathe his back, striving for a more even tan. However, to Lucci it resembled flipping meat while frying. Otherwise, it would scorch. Lucci also assessed the progress and noted that most of the structures within the expo park had been completed, leaving only landscaping and decoration. In a few days, the expo would likely commence, coinciding with the timeline of the previous event. Speaking of which, ever since you entrusted the CEO role to Pepper, feels like ages since we last saw her. Are you certain you don't wish to spend your remaining time nurturing that relationship? Lucci observed Tony savoring a sip of red wine and suddenly spoke up. Tony coughed a few times, glanced at Lucci, and slumped down like charred meat. I haven't resolved that issue within me. I certainly do not wish to burden Pepper with it. Lucci raised his middle finger. Is that all that's on your mind? You scoundrel. Noticing Tony's puzzled expression, Lucci speculated. Have you never been in a relationship? Have you always focused solely on work, neglecting emotions? Tony coughed again. Are you questioning a battle-hardened genius? I am doubting a notorious womanizer. The more Lucci contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. He furrowed his brows, approached Tony, and transported him directly back to his Long Island villa. Jarvis, bring the yacht back. I need to discuss something else with Tony. A day later, Tony made a long-awaited visit to Stark Industries and entered the CEO's office. Pepper was on the phone, seemingly quite occupied. Tony cleared his throat twice to announce his presence. Pepper glanced at him and gestured for him to wait. Thus, Tony sat idly at the desk, observing the incessantly swaying perpetual motion ornament. After a considerable time, seeing that Pepper was still on the phone, he grew somewhat exasperated. He glanced at the swaying ornament, seized a data cable, haphazardly tied it up, and used several boxes to block the dangling piece. Pepper chuckled at the sight, finished a few sentences on the call, and finally hung up. So, what brings you here so suddenly? Tony hesitated, uncertain how to begin. Damn Lucci. He pushed him in without allowing him a moment to contemplate his words. Tony, what do you wish to say? I am quite busy. Stark Industries is on the brink of the expo, and there is a plethora of tasks to manage. For Pepper, the CEO position represented Tony's greater trust and closeness. Hence, she endeavored to excel in her role. She had been working tirelessly without rest, yet her enthusiasm remained undiminished. After some thought, Tony decided to approach the matter more subtly. So he inquired, do you have time tomorrow? Pepper gave him a curious glance, then checked her schedule. Well, I still have many tasks to accomplish tomorrow, or rather, there is much to do before the expo begins, and I'll likely be busy even after it commences. What's the matter? Tony pondered over a particular individual stationed outside the door, who would not permit him to leave the office without bringing Pepper along. With a resolute demeanor, he continued, I was thinking, perhaps tomorrow you could accompany me to inspect the progress of the exhibition construction. Tony stumbled over his words. Just the two of us. Pepper paused, momentarily bewildered as to why they could not simply review the construction progress on the tablet. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of his statement, she quickly discerned Tony's true intentions. A date invitation? She inquired with a smile. More like a work-related matter? Tony replied, his own words leaving him puzzled. Pepper shook her head. Tony, I appreciate your sentiment, but I believe we should reserve our first date for somewhere other than a construction site, don't you think? How about at the Long Island estate? There will be no one else around, not even Jarvis. We could engage in whatever we desire. It was evident that Tony could not have proposed such an idea on his own, but someone must have compelled him to do so. Nevertheless, Pepper felt quite content. Silently expressing her gratitude to that certain individual, she eagerly accepted. Is this too hasty? Tony found himself at a loss, wishing to experience the sweet sensations of romance that Lu Chi had described, despite the fact that the latter had never been in love himself. However, the vivid portrayal of such feelings sounded delightful. Pepper rolled her eyes at him. I meant a lovely lunch, an afternoon movie, followed by a candlelit dinner. A classic date combination. Tony chuckled awkwardly, yet as he listened to Pepper's description, he found it quite appealing. Pepper leaned in and planted a kiss on Tony's cheek, smiling as she said, "Of course, if you have any brilliant ideas, feel free to share, or perhaps surprise me. I still have many tasks to attend to, so I shall see you tomorrow. And please convey my thanks to Lu." Why thank Lu Chi? Tony, momentarily dazed from the kiss, failed to catch Pepper's earlier words. She shook her head, somewhat exasperated. Outside, Lu Chi, having overheard their conversation with his remarkable hearing, wore a knowing smile before composing himself. He knocked on the door. "Tony, I believe we can depart now." As he opened the door, he found Pepper already engrossed in her work, while Tony sat there like a simpleton. Lu Chi shook his head and gently nudged Tony forward under Pepper's appreciative gaze. Once outside, Lu Chi wrapped an arm around Tony. "You performed exceptionally well today, brilliant genius." Chapter 36. The abomination of mutation. On the following day, Paz had not visited Stark Industries as he usually did, and Lu Chi had departed from the Long Island villa. After spending the day wandering outside, Lu Chi took out his phone in a plaza. "Jarvis, are you certain you cannot see inside the Long Island villa?" "Apologies, Mr. Lu Chi, but Mr. Stark has an important engagement today and wishes to avoid any interruptions. I have also been designated as a person." "Your joke leaves much to be desired," Lu Chi remarked, shaking his head. He hoped everything was progressing smoothly. After all, he had spent half the day yesterday planning with Tony, utilizing all his experience from romantic anime. Gazing at the starry sky, Lu Chi began to daydream while observing the pedestrians on the street. Tony should be able to succeed. In the original storyline, he did. However, he wondered whether he would go all the way. This morning, before leaving, he had even taken the time to detoxify Tony. As he smirked, his phone suddenly rang. Lu Chi glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Coulson. "Agent Lu Chi, a yellow monster has appeared on Broadway," Coulson exclaimed anxiously as soon as the call connected. Lu Chi was taken aback. Had he not sent the shadow ninjas to monitor Samuel? Why was the abomination still manifesting? "Can you come and assist? I will call Iron Man for help as well." Lu Chi quickly replied, "He has urgent matters today. I can handle it alone." Although Coulson would not dare to disturb Tony, Lu Chi feared he might inadvertently disrupt Tony's progress. After ending the call, Lu Chi first retreated to a narrow alley to summon his shadow troops from the construction site, then teleported near Broadway. Observing the chaotic crowd not far away, Lu Chi furrowed his brow. Logically, those ninjas should have been capable of dealing with the abomination, which had not absorbed the Hulk's blood. Why had it still appeared? Calculating the distance, he stealthily approached, careful not to move too quickly and miss his target, as his speed was now extraordinary. Upon reaching Broadway, Lu Chi spotted a yellow figure wreaking havoc all around. The shadow ninjas he had dispatched were entangled with the abomination, striving to prevent it from harming innocent bystanders. Yet some ordinary people had still fallen victim to its rampage. Noticing the fallen individuals, Lu Chi frowned. In the next moment, he summoned his shadow army. A group of ninjas suddenly materialized in the astonished gazes of the onlookers, agilely leaping through the chaotic throng toward the giant. Lu Chi positioned himself on a nearby elevated point, observing the crowd as they were swiftly evacuated by the numerous ninjas. He sighed in relief, then turned his attention to the abomination. What is going on? Lu Chi pondered, staring at the creature before him, at a loss for words. Why did this abomination differ so greatly from its cinematic counterpart? The entity before him bore little resemblance to the humanoid form of the abomination depicted in the films. While its hue remained a foul yellow, it was no longer recognizable as human. This creature crawled on all fours, its head connected by a spine that swayed erratically, adorned with spikes all over its body, resembling an alien monstrosity. Lu Qi sensed something unusual, yet he still released the Shadow Legion. In an instant, the once deserted streets became crowded with figures. A battalion of ogres surrounded the abomination, while other units positioned themselves in various corners and on buildings, effectively encircling the foe. The abomination, seemingly diminished in intellect, let out a primal roar and charged at the most prominent ogres. The ogres, undeterred, advanced in a formidable line, their presence equally imposing. The two forces collided without hesitation, creating a shockwave that shattered every window in the vicinity, raining shards of glass down like confetti. The abomination's spines violently pierced the body of one ogre, transforming it into shadows. Lu Qi furrowed his brow, taken aback by the abomination's formidable prowess in this form. However, he remained unfazed. Once the ogre returned, it would re-emerge as a robust warrior, and he doubted the abomination could incapacitate an endlessly resurrecting Shadow Legion. After the abomination's initial strike felled an ogre, it too came to a halt, surrounded by a throng of ogres who charged forward, seizing its limbs and lifting it with sheer force. They then slammed it down onto the ground, shattering the cement beneath and embedding the abomination into the earth. Yet, the assault was far from over. The ogres transformed into relentless battering rams, their massive fists raining blows upon the abomination, eliciting cries of anguish from the creature. Observing the stabilized situation below, Lu Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Although the abomination had grown stronger, the might of his forces was not to be underestimated. A multitude of ogres pressed their numerical advantage upon the abomination, while another circle of ogres remained outside the fray, unable to join the conflict. Lu Qi casually summoned the ogre that had been eliminated, watching as it leaped from the rooftop, hurtling down like a meteor towards the abomination. With a thunderous crash, the sound overwhelmed the cacophony outside, causing the ordinary citizens, initially panicked, to feel a twinge of sympathy for the yellow creature. Lu Qi, standing atop the building, was momentarily propelled upwards by the force of the impact, recognizing the tremendous power of the blow. The abomination lay still below, prompting Lu Qi to exhale in relief. However, he could not guarantee that this strike would incapacitate the creature. He decided to have the ogres attempt to extract the spines from the abomination. If sheer strength was sufficient to wound even the Hulk, Lu Qi surmised that these spines might be harder than stone and could potentially slay the abomination outright. As he observed the ogres beginning their task, Lu Qi summoned the ninjas tasked with monitoring Samuel. Through their exchange of dark energy, Lu Qi learned that they had refrained from acting upon discovering Banner's presence, mindful of his intent to eliminate the Hulk. When the abomination approached Samuel, coercing him to inject Hulk's blood, the ninja split into two groups and charged at the two. Samuel was swiftly dismembered, yet an unforeseen complication arose with the abomination. His spine was remarkably resilient, defying all attempts to sever it, resulting in him being violently hurled into the blood storage cabinet. The blood surged into his wounds, aggravating his agony and causing him to convulse uncontrollably. Yet he remained alive, growing larger with his skin taking on an increasingly yellow hue. They attempted to strike him down, but their weapons could not penetrate his arms, merely inflicting shallow gashes from which sharp spines protruded. Subsequently, the abomination pursued them, and they endeavored to lure it away to a deserted area. However, the creature was drawn here by the blaring horns and screams. What a chaotic convergence of timelines. Lu Qi shook his head in resignation, but at least the abomination had been incapacitated. As he contemplated this, a sudden roar erupted from below, prompting Lu Qi to look down. The creature was expanding, its size more than doubling. The troll warrior, once towering over the abomination, now appeared diminutive in comparison. One troll clutched a bone spike of the abomination, only to be hoisted aloft by the swelling monstrosity, dangling from it. The abomination twisted its head a full 180 degrees to glare at the troll, who attempted to land a punch, but was effortlessly dismissed, crushed beneath a foot and reduced to shadow. How absurd! Witnessing the abomination dispatch a troll warrior with such ease left Lu Qi incredulous. The trolls were formidable foes, yet the abomination now seemed capable of dispatching them in an instant. This sudden surge in power was not a trait of mere villains, unless one was an interstellar overlord. Watching the transformed abomination wreak havoc among the ninjas, Lu Qi urgently commanded all his ninja troops to assault it. As waves of ninjas surged forward, they were sent flying by the abomination, vanishing into shadows mid-air. Lu Qi furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he crouched down, emanating dark energy that enveloped him. He chose not to channel energy into the shadow realm but instead released it directly, although this dark energy was swiftly diminished by the various energies of the material realm. Yet it continued to accumulate. He hoped the shadow army could buy him enough time to gather his strength. As he emitted dark energy, he attempted to communicate with the shadow world to draw energy from it, but felt an obstruction hindering his efforts. Strange. He had managed to do so in Kamartaj. The magical array set by Kamartaj. Realizing this, Lu Qi focused solely on releasing dark energy, abandoning his attempts to connect with the shadow realm. Ridiculous. Even Dormammu could not breach this magical array using dark energy. What right did he have? Meanwhile, aboard a helicopter, Banner observed the chaos below as the shadow army was being slaughtered, his brow furrowing in concern. They were incapable of defeating the creature. Once it lost interest in them, it would seek other prey. Only I can stop it. Sensing the energy within the abomination's body, Banner felt an anger within himself, a consciousness enraged by the theft of its power. Indeed, you have not vanished, Banner murmured. Betty did not catch the latter part of Banner's words and leapt forward to embrace him. Bruce, don't go. You have been healed. Banner turned to look at Betty, his beloved, and ultimately bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. General Ross observed quietly, his hand instinctively resting on the holstered pistol at his waist. However, Banner quickly pushed Betty away, offering her a resolute smile before he fell backward towards the ground. Bruce! Betty cried out in distress, lunging toward the edge of the helicopter, while Ross hurried to grasp her. A thud echoed as a heavy object struck the ground, but for a long moment, nothing emerged. No, Bruce! Bruce! Just as Ross intended to comfort his daughter, he heard her exclaim in delight, peering over the edge to see a colossal green figure emerging from the pit, charging towards Abomination. Damn! Trouble lasts a millennium. Hulk glanced up at the helicopter above before sprinting toward the distant thief. He could sense the power emanating from the body opposite him, yet it was suppressed by that strange serum, rendering him unable to unleash his full strength. But what concern did Hulk have? He solely desired to vanquish that thief. Amidst the chaos of battling ninjas, Abomination seemed to sense something. His head lifted, spine erect, as he beheld the approaching green figure. An inexplicable emotion surged within him, compelling him to disregard the incessantly resilient foes and charge at Hulk. The two figures collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that could potentially obliterate a person, simultaneously launching a green silhouette into the air. This was not the original Abomination. As an enhanced version, he was 3 times Hulk's size and possessed significantly greater strength. Yet Hulk, rising to his feet, felt his power excessively restrained, which only fueled his fury, and a slight increase in his inner strength rendered his already limited intellect null. Let's get this over with. How vexatious. Watching Abomination break free from the encirclement to engage Hulk, Lu Qi felt a headache coming on. After finally attracting Abomination's attention, could Hulk not refrain from complicating matters? He urged the Shadow Legion to swiftly rescue those nearby, while he continued to gather energy. Abomination now felt no less formidable than the Dimension Lord he had previously battled, realizing he needed to conserve energy to eliminate Hulk in one decisive blow. The two titanic figures clashed repeatedly, generating a cacophony of thunderous sounds, with visible shockwaves radiating from their encounters. Hulk grew more emboldened with each confrontation, repeatedly hurled aside, while their battlefield shifted incessantly. Abomination relentlessly assaulted the diminutive green adversary. Despite his loss of intellect, he retained a profound recollection of this vibrant figure. Meanwhile, Lu Qi directed the ninja and dagger-wielding soldiers to evacuate the civilians ensnared in the fray. Otherwise, the nearby innocents would surely perish. The battle ensued for a considerable duration, until at last, Abomination grew disinterested in his foe, deeming him less resilient than the ninjas. As Hulk charged once more, Abomination raised his foot and forcefully pinned him to the ground. The Hulk struggled with all his might, Yet his resistance felt as feeble as that of a child to the abomination. The creature's spine bent forward, and it cast a scrutinizing glance at the Hulk, only to be met with a powerful punch from him. A thunderous roar erupted from its chest. Devoid of a neck, it could only emit this meaningless bellow. Seizing the opportunity, the Hulk broke free from his confinement and lunged at the abomination, clinging tightly to its spine, attempting to pull it outward. Perhaps this was the creature's vulnerability. The abomination, sensing excruciating pain, let out a deafening howl, crashing into building after building in an attempt to dislodge the Hulk, resulting in the collapse of numerous structures. A cloud of dust rose into the air, trapping countless individuals beneath the rubble, their cries echoing in despair. In a secluded chamber, Fury observed the battle unfold. After evaluating the situation, he deemed conventional weaponry ineffective against the abomination. The question remained, should he utilize the cough or this alternative? Fury contemplated silently while gazing at the communicator in his hand. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy was detected and appeared on the screen. Enough! At long last, Lu Qi had gathered his strength, accumulating hundreds of thousands, nearly 1,000,000 units of energy around him, transforming into the form of a dimensional demon. Dark energy surged throughout his being as he soared into the air, fixing his gaze upon the swirling dust in the distance, and he pursued it without hesitation. Extending his hand, dark energy coalesced into a long spear. With a mighty roar, Lu Qi propelled the spear of dark energy towards the frantically fleeing abomination. Stop! Just as the abomination wreaked havoc with the Hulk, a voice imbued with a unique energy wave resonated, momentarily stunning it. In the next instant, a figure materialized before it, a black spear piercing through its defenses and embedding itself within its body. Lu Qi wasted no time. He dissipated the dark energy that had formed the spear, and in an instant, hundreds of thousands of dark energies erupted within the abomination's body, coursing through it and suppressing the gamma energy contained within. The seemingly invincible abomination collapsed, and the Hulk fell to the ground. Furious, the Hulk rose and glared at the abomination, only to notice a diminutive figure standing atop the creature's body, surrounded by swirling dark energy pouring into the abomination. The creature emitted a roar similar to its previous ones, yet it conveyed an unmistakable sense of agony. Begone! Lu Qi relentlessly infused energy through the wound into the abomination's body, casting an angry glance at the Hulk. Did he still wish to interfere? The Hulk, initially consumed by fury, found himself inexplicably intimidated by Lu Qi's gaze, unnerved by the energy swirling around him. As he stood there, unsure of how to proceed, the presence of another loathsome entity urged him to flee, prompting the Hulk to retreat without a backward glance. Lu Qi watched in bewilderment as the Hulk departed. He had anticipated a confrontation and had even summoned the troll soldiers, only to see the Hulk walk away. With a sense of relief, Lu Qi felt the abomination beneath him shudder suddenly, prompting him to turn around and continue channeling dark energy to dismantle the creature's body. A profound aversion coursed through his body as he felt the weight of a presence standing over him. In a frenzy, he struggled to rise, yet a torrent of dark energy ravaged his being, eroding his muscles to the point where he could only emit futile roars. Countless cells, under the relentless assault of this malevolent force, disintegrated into nothingness, leaving only the latent gamma energy hidden deep within. The gamma energy from innumerable cells surged forth, colliding violently with Lu Qi's dark energy, leading to mutual annihilation. Within the confines of the abomination's body, another battle raged. However, under the ceaseless influx of Lu Qi's energy, the gamma energy, despite its might, gradually succumbed and was completely obliterated by the dark force. With the final vestiges of gamma energy extinguished, the abomination vanished without a trace, for its genetic structure had long since begun to collapse due to extensive modifications. It was merely an unexpected infusion of gamma energy that had allowed it to persist, albeit under its dominion. Once the gamma energy was eradicated, the creature no longer possessed the strength to sustain its existence and simply vanished. What a relief, Lu Qi mused, as he felt a sense of ease wash over him. He had not anticipated that gamma energy could serve such a purpose, and it bore a certain resemblance to dark energy. But wait, could there be another gamma dimension? After the fierce battle, Lu Qi exhaled in relief, allowing his thoughts to wander. Gamma energy was indeed formidable, capable of creating monsters akin to the Hulk. Even the Abomination, which had stolen Hulk's powers, proved to be exceptionally powerful. The Abomination, having acquired more blood than in the original narrative, was more terrifying than he had imagined. Fortunately, in the end, Lu Qi successfully harnessed the energy of the dark dimension to defeat it. Feeling relieved, Lu Qi stretched his sore body. Earlier, all the dark energy he possessed had been channeled into the Abomination, leaving him with no energy for healing. Thankfully, energy could be replenished, so he was not overly concerned. Suddenly, Lu Qi recalled something. His cloak and mask, which he used to conceal his identity, were manifestations of the gathered dark energy. As he turned around, he found himself besieged by a throng of reporters fervently snapping photographs. Caught off guard, Lu Qi quickly cloaked his face with a surge of dark energy. He approached the reporters and hurled their cameras into the dark dimension. However, one photograph caught his attention. It was rather flattering, so he decided to keep it. Ignoring the dismayed expressions of the reporters, he soared into the sky, oblivious to the fact that in his pursuit of the Abomination, he had arrived on a bustling street in Apple City, replete with traffic cameras. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber, Fury set down his communicator with a sigh of relief. Reflecting on Lu Qi's performance, he remained silent for a considerable time before retrieving a file. Had Lu Qi been present, he would have recognized that the file bore the emblem of the Avengers. Chapter 37, The Beginning of Steel 2. So, you have exposed yourself in such a manner? Tony gazed at the video of Lu Qi battling the Abomination on the tablet, his expression one of exasperation as he looked at Lu Qi. There was no alternative. That monster nearly turned the tide, and I had no choice but to give it my all. Lu Qi languidly reclined in the chair, his eyes listless as they stared at the ceiling. After his identity was revealed yesterday, a plethora of enthusiastic netizens immediately dug up his information. They disclosed everything: his name, residence, and even photographs from his daily life. Heaven knows how those individuals managed to obtain his pictures. Now he dared not return home, as a swarm of reporters and onlookers had cordoned off his residence tightly. In desperation, he had instructed the ninja to remove the small flowers from the balcony and sought refuge at Tony's place to evade the storm. Well, I certainly did not anticipate you would reveal your identity in such a foolish manner, Tony remarked with a hint of mockery. Lu Qi silently responded with an international gesture of goodwill to Tony. By the way, how did your evening progress? Tony chuckled, recounting a delightful lunch, an enchanting film, and a romantic candlelit dinner. That's it? Lu Qi assumed that this fellow would not allow Pepper to return home. Tony sighed, explaining that it was Pepper's father who had delivered her that morning, brandishing a Winchester and declaring, "I will come to pick up my daughter at 8 o'clock. Given the tight schedule, what could I do? I even washed the dishes myself yesterday." "I thought you would simply discard the dishes." Lu Qi stifled a laugh and continued, "It seems you left quite an impression on her." Tony replied with resignation, "What could I do? I cannot just traverse back in time and slap myself. Speaking of which, I thought you might skip the candlelit dinner and reveal your true nature directly." Tony, slightly exasperated, asked, "Do you truly see me as that kind of person?" Lu Qi nodded without hesitation. "Oh, come on. I have great respect for Pepper's personal wishes," Tony replied slowly. "Moreover, I think I have begun to grasp the feeling you described. It's rather pleasant," he said, raising an eyebrow at Lu Qi, a glimmer of arrogance in his gaze. Lu Qi felt that the air around them had lost its charm. What could be more infuriating than showcasing affection beside a single man? He rose and headed toward his designated room, intending to water the small flowers. Tony called after him, "Tonight marks the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo, and I plan to host an Iron Man-style inauguration. Will you be attending?" "No, I fear there may be no reports about you left by tomorrow if I do," Lu Qi responded, returning to his room to water the flowers, contemplating how leaving home felt akin to being a thief, which left him quite troubled. At 8 o'clock that evening, the alarm suddenly blared. "Jarvis, disable the alarm." Lu Qi groggily sat up, questioning why he had set this alarm in the first place. "Your note reads, 'Watch the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo.'" "Oh," Lu Qi suddenly recalled, "show it to me." A projection appeared on the wall, showcasing the commencement of the Stark Expo. As Tony descended onto the stage clad in his armored suit, It elicited a wave of excitement throughout the audience, followed by his rather self-satisfied speech. So, this is what an Iron Man-style opening looks like. It certainly bore his signature flair. Lu Chi gazed at Tony's smug demeanor with irritation. Jarvis, what would Tony do if someone angered him? Typically, Sir would gather confidential information or dirt on the offender and either disseminate it or send a cease and desist letter. Lu Chi recalled how, in the original storyline, Tony would always retaliate by releasing the opponent's secrets or scandals whenever he was criticized, targeting figures like Hammer, Fury, and even Captain America. Nodding to himself, Lu Chi retrieved the data card from his camera and placed it on the nearby device. Jarvis, please extract the photos and send them to me. As Lu Chi glanced at the photos received on his phone, he chuckled. These images would undoubtedly serve as ammunition against Tony. Thus, while the Stark Expo celebrated its successful inauguration and Tony reveled in his triumph, several photos quietly surfaced online. Unbeknownst to Tony, he was preoccupied with the court summons he had just received, which was quite bothersome. How far are we from DC? DC? 250 miles. Well, it seems I won't be heading home today. The following afternoon, Lu Chi was lounging comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in a DC film on television, when Tony abruptly burst through the door. How did you come by those photos? Tony exclaimed in exasperation. After his resounding defeat of Hammer and that congressman earlier that morning, he had intended to check online for reactions to his spectacular debate, only to find that the internet was ablaze with images of him in shabby clothing, sporting a bushy beard while working at the forge. He had initially suspected that the kidnappers had not been completely eradicated, prompting him to instruct Jarvis to trace the source of the photos, only to learn that they were disseminated by his own team. What's the matter, don't you like them? Lu Chi smirked. I thought you might be feeling nostalgic for that time. Heavens, I can already envision the headlines in tomorrow's, or even tonight's, newspapers, Tony lamented, reclining beside Lu Chi. What can I do? I can't fight back, and it was my own hubris that got me here. Look on the bright side. Perhaps Pepper will see those photos and rush over to comfort you, Lu Chi suggested. No sooner had he spoken than Pepper entered the room. Tony, are you in here? Lu Chi peered out in surprise. Pepper had indeed arrived. Would he become an oversized third wheel? What is it, Potts? Tony pressed Lu Chi's head down into the sofa, casting him a meaningful glance, prompting Lu Chi to discreetly retreat into the shadows. I need you. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Just a few photos. Tony feigned indifference. What photos? Pepper inquired, puzzled. Not photos? What photos? Tony replied, somewhat confused. Then why are you here? Do you recall that you were supposed to transfer the CEO role to me? I have commenced handling the responsibilities of the CEO, yet there remain essential formalities before the transition can be fully realized. Otherwise, I am unable to manage certain matters. Tony appears somewhat disheartened. Very well. Please inform me where I need to sign. It seems you have official duties to attend to? Lu Chi quietly emerged from the side. Should I take my leave? Pepper greeted him with a smile. Since the last time Lu Chi provided assistance, their relationship had swiftly evolved from mere acquaintances to friends, especially since Lu Chi had also assigned her 10 exceptionally capable bodyguards. Do stay. There are still some documents requiring your signature. Am I the one? Lu Chi expressed his confusion, questioning what documents necessitated his signature, as he was not a shareholder of Stark Industries. It pertains to that mobile phone company, which has now reached a valuation nearing 1 trillion. You are the second largest shareholder, and certain documents necessitate your approval before they can be disseminated. 1 trillion, you say? So, I am considered a billionaire now? Lu Chi had not anticipated the rapid growth of this mobile phone company. However, it is understandable. The difference between a full-screen smartphone and the button-operated phones currently popularized by Marvel is indeed vast, making its popularity inevitable. Well then, it appears we are both in for the long haul today, Tony remarked with resignation. Let us await the arrival of the legal department. They will guide us on which documents require completion. Very well, Lu Chi, would you care to engage in some physical exercise? I am quite eager to work out. After a short while, Lu Chi, equipped with training equipment, faced Tony. Why must I be the one to endure the blows? Because I cannot withstand your strikes. As Tony spoke, he launched a swift punch, which Lu Chi easily blocked. Tony, unfazed, continued his assault. Lu Qi, exasperated, gazed at Tony and retorted, "Might you not exercise on the treadmill over there?" After enduring a barrage of punches, Lu Qi stifled a yawn, casually using one hand to fend off Tony's attacks. "You appear rather lackluster." Casting a glance at the nearby chuckling Happy, he turned to him and said, "Come here, Happy. Let us practice together." Happy felt a tinge of reluctance, inexplicably contemplating deducting Tony's wages. No, he is merely a driver. Why would he entertain thoughts of penalizing his own boss? Handing the protective gear to Happy, Lu Qi triumphantly approached Pepper, who was engrossed in her work. "You seem quite busy?" Lu Qi observed as Pepper's fingers danced across the tablet. With a resigned smile, Pepper replied, "Stark Industries has shuttered its weapons division, and the company is yet to find its footing. A significant number of researchers and factory workers are protesting. After all, they have been laid off." Reclining on the other side, Lu Qi poured himself a glass of cola and savored a sip while watching Happy spar with Tony. Happy, possessing some foundational skills, quickly adapted to Tony's rhythm and began to instruct him, with Tony soon entering a state of heightened intensity, launching increasingly vigorous attacks. As Lu Qi was on the verge of slumber, the door was abruptly swung open, revealing Natasha's entrance. "You're here," Pepper Potts remarked with a smile, as Natasha approached and handed her a stack of documents, explaining how to complete them. Lu Qi stroked his chin, observing with great interest the renowned portrayal of the Black Widow. Natasha, seizing a moment, cast a threatening glance at Lu Qi, who nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his intention to behave. Meanwhile, Pepper, engrossed in her task, remained oblivious to the interaction between Lu Qi and Natasha. Once she understood how to fill out the forms, she handed several documents to Lu Qi for his completion. "Tony, the legal department personnel have arrived. You need to come fill out some forms." It was only then that Tony and Happy noticed an additional presence. Unlike Happy, who was immediately captivated, Tony, having heightened his vigilance following the Happy Hummer escapade, sensed something peculiar about Natasha. "Come up," Tony instructed Natasha, who paused momentarily before ascending to the platform. After handing her the boxing gloves, Tony moved to stand beside Pepper. "Who is she?" he inquired. "A new recruit from the legal department. Her skills are quite impressive." Tony took the documents and signed a few lines before beginning to search for information on Natasha, but online, he could only find her impeccable resume. A further search revealed that Natasha had also worked as a model, showcasing numerous photographs. Pepper cast anxious glances at Natasha on the platform, only to turn back and find Tony perusing her pictures. "Tony!" Pepper exclaimed in exasperation. They had only just begun their first date. Was Tony intent on sabotaging their honeymoon phase? She shot a pleading look at Lu Qi, who understood and discreetly closed the webpage. Tony, engrossed in the intriguing findings, looked at Lu Qi with confusion, while Lu Qi returned a look of resigned self-preservation. "Well, all right then," Tony sighed, feeling an intense gaze upon him, and shrugged in resignation. Chapter 38. The whip in the restroom. "Why must I accompany you to this racing event?" Lu Qi lamented to Tony beside him. Tony, equally exasperated, replied, "I had initially intended to bring Pepper here. I did not wish to be here with a man. And yet, you managed to upset Pepper?" Lu Qi glanced around at the incessant flashes of cameras capturing him and Tony, sighing deeply. He had hoped to avoid these reporters, but had been thrust into the limelight thanks to Tony, who had inadvertently caused Pepper to expel him. Natasha emerged from the side, presenting each of them with a badge, signaling them to wear it. Upon inspection, Lu Qi noted that the badge identified him as a representative of the 67 Mobile Company. At least it did not label him as Tony's lackey, he thought, nodding in acknowledgement. The last time Tony had angered Pepper, he had brazenly commandeered Natasha as his assistant, which had resurfaced unpleasant memories for Pepper. In her fury, she had retained Natasha and stormed off, leading to a long absence from her presence, only to occasionally assign tasks to Tony through Natasha. Experience had taught Tony to avoid provoking an irate woman, so he had reluctantly decided to make an appearance at work. Nevertheless, even if given another chance, he would still claim Natasha for himself, as he sensed her formidable nature and believed she should not be left in Pepper's company. After all, as long as Lu Qi was present, his safety was assured, and he was untroubled by the newcomer's potential ill intentions. With Natasha's introduction, Tony greeted several individuals, soon spotting someone he decidedly wished to avoid. "Good luck, I shall take my leave." Lu Qi quietly excused himself upon seeing Hammer approach. He had little fondness for the ostentatious man, feeling that proximity to him would only dull his wits. Tony sighed as he observed Lu Qi's retreat, just as Hammer approached, accompanied by a journalist. From his corner, Lu Qi glanced at the joyful exchange between Hammer and Tony, chuckling softly, while Natasha inexplicably settled before him. "Fury sent you to monitor Tony?" Lu Qi inquired, eyeing Natasha. Indeed, logically Stark should be quite deeply affected by the poisoning, yet his demeanor appears remarkably normal. "Is this your doing?" "Yes, after all, you cannot simply watch Tony self-destruct. However, my methods merely address the symptoms, not the root cause. If you can resolve the palladium poisoning entirely, that would indeed ease my burden." Natasha nodded in agreement, realizing why Tony seemed stable. Thus, Lu Qi engaged in casual conversation with Natasha, sharing a few grievances about a certain fool. While they conversed merrily, Tony swiftly made his escape to the restroom to evade Hammer. He certainly could not allow the man to accompany him there. Meanwhile, Lu Qi noticed Hammer approaching him. "Hello, you are the renowned superhero, the Lord of Shadows, are you not?" "To be honest, I had long suspected you to be the Lord of Shadows, as you appeared beside Tony right after dispatching Ironmonger. It appears you two share a close friendship?" Tony and Lu Qi gazed helplessly at Hammer, who was engaging in an exuberant monologue. How on earth had this fellow managed to take over military contracts? Was it merely due to his connections, or was there something more insidious at play? Apologizing to Natasha, Lu Qi attempted to slip away to the restroom. Just as he rose to head towards it, Tony came rushing out in a state of panic. "Lu Qi, there's a monster inside." Stunned by Tony's sudden appearance, Lu Qi was bewildered. What had transpired? A whip of electricity lashed through the restroom door, narrowly missing Tony. What on earth? Shouldn't this guy be waiting on the racetrack? Why is he in the restroom? Lu Qi quickly summoned a few ninja warriors to escort Tony to safety. The bystanders, upon witnessing the emergence of a supervillain, hastily retreated. Lu Qi dispatched additional ninja warriors to encircle the restroom door, intending to trap Ivan Vanko inside. After all, the man was formidable due to his weaponry, but his armor was not particularly impressive. A single punch could take him down. 2 electric whips sliced through the walls, sending the encircling ninja warriors reeling into the shadows. Observing his men transformed into mere silhouettes, Lu Qi remained unfazed. However, he was taken aback by the strength of the electric whips, capable of cleaving through walls. If even a super alloy used in the creation of Iron Man's armor could be pierced, their power was indeed considerable. Suddenly, a figure burst forth, charging towards Lu Qi. He glanced at the man's equipment, puzzled as to why he would dare to rush in so recklessly without any defensive gear. Wasn't it the Russian bears who prioritized caliber and armor? This was akin to running naked into battle. Several ninja warriors emerged, hurling shurikens. Realizing the danger, Vanko swiftly twirled his whip to deflect the incoming projectiles. "What are you, a gymnast?" Lu Qi marveled at Vanko's dexterity. The man wielded his whip with such finesse that Lu Qi believed he could easily win a gold medal in rhythmic gymnastics. Vanko cast a glance at Stark, who was fleeing, and chose not to engage further with Lu Qi. Instead, he cleaved through a wall and made his escape. Lu Qi pursued closely, only to discover that Tony had somehow retrieved a briefcase, standing atop it. The briefcase underwent a series of transformations, evolving into a suit of armor. Clad in his suit, Tony finally exuded confidence, glaring at Vanko and unleashing 2 energy blasts. Yet, Vanko skillfully parried the attack with his whip. "His whip work is quite impressive, isn't it?" Lu Qi remarked to Tony. "Indeed, but with that appearance, he stands no chance in a competition," Tony retorted, quickly noticing the glowing device on Vanko's chest. "Hey freak, what's that on your chest?" Vanko glanced down and chuckled. "It's the thing that saved your life." "Impossible," Tony exclaimed, agitated. How could his technology have fallen into another's hands? Activating his jet boots, Tony soared towards Vanko, only to find himself ensnared by two electric whips. Vanko grinned, increasing the energy output, swiftly damaging the already flimsy exterior of Mark V. With a swift motion of his hand, a deft force redirected Tony's trajectory, sending him crashing to the ground. Lu Chi had initially anticipated witnessing Tony pummeling Whip, but to his surprise, Tony found himself in dire straits. He promptly dispatched a throng of ninjas to assault Whip. Observing the barrage of blades approaching, Whip contemplated relinquishing his hold on Tony. However, Tony seized the electric whip, yanking it toward himself and thereby subduing Whip. As several long knives struck the now helpless Whip, they severed both his hands and feet with precision. Lu Chi felt a tinge of frustration, as he had intended to eliminate Whip outright, yet Tony's actions had inadvertently allowed Whip to evade the fatal blow. Now incapacitated, Whip lay defeated, while Lu Chi, noticing the nearby crowd beginning to take photographs, abandoned any thoughts of delivering a finishing blow. Approaching the fallen Whip, Tony yanked off the large light affixed to his chest. After a brief examination of the device, Tony crushed it in his grasp. At that moment, a group of police officers finally mustered the courage to approach and apprehend Whip. Is everything all right? Lu Chi pondered, regretting the missed opportunity to eliminate the archvillain as he observed Tony, who appeared lost in thought. Upon removing his helmet, Lu Chi discerned the gravity etched on Tony's face. I am in trouble, Tony remarked. Chapter 39. War Machines in the hospital's intensive care unit. Tony beheld Ivan, lying on the bed, having lost a hand and a foot. Your little technology is commendable, albeit the rotation speed is somewhat sluggish. Tony gazed at Ivan, who quietly observed him, struggling to fathom that this was the same man who, mere hours ago, wielded two whips in an attempt to strike him. Lu Chi entered the room as well, casting a glance at Ivan's hospital bed, contemplating whether to simply eliminate him. However, upon noticing the multitude of surveillance cameras adorning the room, he discreetly abandoned that notion. Accelerate the rotation speed and allow the anti-energy to traverse the ionized plasma conduit. This would prove exceedingly beneficial, albeit lacking in efficiency. Tony employed his customary rhetoric, belittling his adversary in their area of expertise before engaging in dialogue. I fail to comprehend. With a mere adjustment, you could earn a substantial profit. Ivan scoffed disdainfully. You hail from a lineage rife with brigands and thieves. You believe yourself innocent, yearning to rewrite your history, yet you have neglected every soul perished at the hands of Stark Industries. You accuse me of thievery. From whence did your technology originate? Stark inquired slowly, seeking to glean information. My father, Anton Vanko. I'm afraid I am unfamiliar with him. Provoked, Ivan's anger began to simmer. Your survival is not solely attributed to the man beside you rescuing you. It is also due to my father. I remain alive merely because I have a good friend. Ivan grew increasingly enraged, yet a smile crept upon his face. Tony Stark, do you realize that once God bleeds, people cease to believe in him? You claimed that your technology could not be replicated for 2 decades, yet now the false god has bled. Tony's expression darkened upon noticing the reactor embedded in Ivan's chest, apprehending that significant trouble loomed ahead. When blood mingles with water, it attracts sharks. Even your brother cannot rescue you from the world's grasp. Ivan cast a glance at the unsuspecting Lu Chi and continued addressing Tony. I simply need to watch from here. Where do you intend to watch from? Tony retorted. In prison, perhaps? As he spoke, he called out to Lu Chi, preparing to exit. Tony Stark, your time is running short. Palladium poisoning is a most agonizing fate. Tony chuckled lightly. It appears you lack a good friend. Upon leaving the hospital, Lu Chi glanced back at Ivan's room, releasing several shadow ninjas into the dim corners, hoping to find an opportunity to deal with Ivan. Tony silently entered the car, while Lu Chi observed Natasha at the wheel before joining Tony in the back seat. The atmosphere during their journey was laden with gravity, as Rhodey incessantly made calls. The military now resembled a bothersome swarm of flies, intent on encircling Tony and consuming him whole, yet Rhodey had utilized all his connections to fend off the onslaught. After conversing briefly with Rhodey, Tony fell into a contemplative silence. In the hospital, Ivan had escaped the clutches of death, yet he was once again wheeled into a ward, several mechanical limbs surreptitiously delivered to the facility. Early the next morning, Lu Chi, while enjoying his breakfast, watched the morning news, which was inundated with reports attacking Tony. It was not difficult to deduce the orchestrators behind these individuals. Lu Qi switched between numerous channels, ultimately settling on a program featuring windmills and seasoned pretenders. As he relished his delectable breakfast accompanied by refined music, Tony soon appeared in the living room, observing the pronounced dark circles under his eyes. It was evident that he had spent yet another sleepless night in the laboratory. "Is the situation dire?" Tony inquired, glancing at the television. All channels were replaying the events from the previous day, save for this particular one which was airing its scheduled content. Lu Qi responded with exasperation. Those fellows truly relish in riding the coattails of sensationalism. "Tony?" A voice called from the doorway. It was Pepper, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time. Lu Qi discreetly took his breakfast to the balcony, leaving the living room to the two awkward souls. After enjoying an hour-long breakfast, Lu Qi glanced back inside, noticing Pepper and Tony nestled together. It seemed imperative for him to find a place to reside soon, though he would exclude the bustling metropolis of New York. Despite having ascended to the status of a billionaire, Lu Qi was reluctant to purchase a home destined for destruction.
Please
show me any available properties in the Sunset District. At Hammer Industries, Ivan's missing limbs had been replaced with several visibly advanced mechanical prosthetics, seated at an elegant dining table. "I hope you appreciate these robotic arms. Their technological sophistication is unparalleled," Hammer remarked with an unsettling grin, sending a chill down Ivan's spine. Glancing at the unpolished Stark Industries emblem on the prosthetics, juxtaposed with the prominently displayed Hammer Industries logo, Ivan regarded the individual before him. "I am unaware if you comprehend English. You may inform me, and perhaps I can arrange for a translator." Hammer continued in English, observing Ivan's silence. "This fellow must be a fool. However, he can be useful," Ivan mused silently, while Hammer, resembling a dimwit, incessantly repeated phrases about resources and money, as though this would enable his interlocutor to grasp English instantaneously. "I believe we can collaborate," Ivan stated quietly, prompting Hammer to erupt in laughter. "Of course, I hope for the same. Whatever you desire, I can provide, but you must create an armor akin to Iron Man's." Observing the foolish demeanor of his counterpart, Ivan responded, "Very well, I desire my bird, as well as the video of the Shadow Lord." "Understood, General. I will persuade Stark to relinquish the armor technology, but I implore you not to dispatch tanks to seize it. To my knowledge, Tony is exceedingly proud. If you attempt to forcibly take it, he may erase all pertinent data." Rhodey sat in the car, having exhausted all means to dissuade the general from the notion of commandeering a tank to seize Tony's suit. He let out a sigh. In recent days, the public discourse surrounding Tony had intensified, and the military was itching to acquire all his armors. They no longer desired a superhero who merely clocked in and occasionally slacked off. Instead, they sought a fully controllable army of armored suits. Gazing at the desolate mansion on Long Island, Rhodey felt perplexed. Why hadn't Tony, unlike previous years, thrown an extravagant party to celebrate his birthday today? As he stepped through the door, Rhodey spotted Tony and was about to greet him when a figure suddenly appeared from the side, covering his mouth. Rhodey's heart raced as he glanced at his holstered gun, only to find it was Lu Qi. Rhodey exchanged a questioning look, and Lu Qi gestured for him to take another look. Upon doing so, Rhodey was astonished to see Tony watching a movie with Pepper, an utterly uninteresting romantic film in his eyes. "What on earth?" Rhodey muttered under his breath, bewildered that the two had progressed so quickly without his knowledge. Lu Qi beckoned him to follow, and they made their way to the laboratory-turned-garage. Although Rhodey hesitated to interrupt Tony, the other reason for his visit weighed heavily on his mind. Lu Qi naturally began to converse with him. So, if the military cannot acquire their own suits, they would resort to taking all of Tony's armors by force. Lu Qi nodded, grasping the situation. "Why not just take a suit from here? The Mark II, for instance. It's merely a shell, devoid of any weaponry, easily assembled." Lu Qi pointed at a suit, addressing Rhodey. "Is that appropriate?" Rhodey asked, eyeing the silver armor. While play is play, and mischief is mischief, he had no intention of stealing Tony's suit. Tony's current armor had reached its 5th generation, and he was already developing the 6th. To him, this suit was merely a decorative piece, rendered useless in its current state. Lu Qi remarked, approaching and causing the display case to open automatically. He effortlessly hoisted the nearly 1-ton suit before Rhodey. Why not give it a try? Lu Qi suggested. I often wear this suit for fun when I have nothing else to do. Rhodey felt a surge of temptation. Although he knew Lu Qi possessed many peculiar and formidable abilities, it was Tony's high-tech armor that truly captivated him. Can I really give it a try? Rhodey feigned reluctance verbally, yet his body instinctively prompted Jarvis to begin assembling the armor. As he beheld the newly minted war machine, Lu Qi discreetly pulled out his camera to capture the moment. Send that to me later. I must keep this photo as a memento. After soaring a few laps around the garage, Rhodey landed heavily on the ground. Hey, what are you two doing? Tony, who had been indulging in affection with Pepper, appeared in the lab seemingly out of nowhere and inquired. My heavens, I just finished programming this suit. Originally, all the designated wearers in its system had been deleted. Now, it seems this fellow has transformed into yours. Excuse me, what does this mean? Rhodes inquired, glancing at the equally puzzled Lu Qi. The program I previously designed allowed anyone to don my armor. Recently, I sensed that this could pose significant risks, so I rewrote the system to restrict it to a single wearer. Now, it appears you have become its sole user. Tony furrowed his brow as he approached the computer. It seems I cannot remove you from the list of wearers. It's simply not feasible. Observing Tony's troubled expression, Rhodes felt a pang of anxiety and exchanged a look with Lu Qi, conveying a silent message of disapproval. Lu Qi shrugged in resignation. If this contraption can't be modified, why not just hand it over to Rhodes? After all, didn't you claim that no one could replicate your technology for the next 20 years? Lu Qi casually remarked. Yet Tony lifted his gaze. I said 20 years, but that was already generous. Based on the last video, those individuals are creating armors that lack even basic mobility. He stepped forward to examine the armor, peering somewhat at a loss. By the way, where's Pepper? Lu Qi inadvertently brought up the subject of Pepper, who had been with Tony. Damn it, I told Pepper I'd just be a moment in the restroom. If this continues, she'll suspect I'm constipated. He glanced at Rhodes, conceding, all right, Rhodes, this suit is yours now. I must return to accompany Pepper. I won't keep you any longer. Pointing towards the garage door, Tony instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to open it. When you exit, be cautious while flying. Don't go too fast or you might collide with something. With that, he hurried upstairs. Rhodes looked at the open garage door, then at Lu Qi, who shrugged and declared, I won't intrude any further. I'll simply find a hotel outside. With that, he drew a portal and departed, leaving Rhodes alone. Puzzled, Rhodes noticed that the interface had automatically plotted a flight route to the military airport. These two individuals are something else. After contemplating for a moment, Rhodes discerned the truth of the situation. Sighing, he closed his visor and took to the skies. Be careful, he murmured as he flew slowly and steadily out of the garage, noticing a mark on the side. Likely the spot Tony had warned about. Checking the route mapped by the armor, Rhodes maneuvered and ascended into the air. Chapter 40. New elements unbeknownst to Rod. The following day marked a shift in the rhythm surrounding Tony, as the media began to slow its relentless coverage. The morning news was now rife with gossip, particularly the kind that Lu Qi cherished. Lu Qi had purchased a modest apartment in Luoshanji, small yet exceedingly comfortable for one. Upon perusing his blog, he noted an astonishing surge in followers, reaching tens of millions since his identity had been unveiled. Even his previously casual snapshots amassed thousands of comments. Amused by some of the more entertaining remarks, Lu Qi responded with several laughing emojis and subsequently uploaded a photo of himself triumphing over Ironmonger. The events at Stark Industries had long ceased to be a secret. Thus, many were aware of his victory over Ironmonger. In a sense, sharing this photograph was merely rehashing old news, yet the engagement it garnered was staggering. Employing a few ninjas as makeshift moderators, Lu Qi had the malicious comments removed before he stepped outside. Out of boredom, he had recently taken up morning runs, relishing the quiet streets for a leisurely jog, during which he would capture photos to update his online presence. In the event of a lack of suitable images in the future, he could rely on these to amuse his followers, secure in the knowledge that they would not dare trace him through the internet. On his way back, he stopped at a local Chinatown to purchase a few dog-biting bagels, nibbling on them as he checked the news on his phone. Ignoring articles that failed to pique his interest, he scrolled down until he stumbled upon a headline announcing that Hammer Industries would unveil new weaponry at the Stark Expo's main hall tomorrow evening. However, Tony had yet to produce the new element. This could herald significant changes in the narrative. A sense of foreboding crept over Lu Qi, especially as he realized it had been quite some time since Tony had called him for a detox session. Finding a quiet alley, he circled back to Tony's residence. Upon arrival, he found Tony engrossed with a model of the Stark Expo, seemingly analyzing something. It appeared that SHIELD still entrusted these matters to Tony, which reassured Lu Qi. The storyline's resilience was indeed remarkable. It seemed capable of recovering. Yet why had Tony not reached out to him? Moreover, why was JARVIS silent on matters of deleted recordings? Could it be that SHIELD had severed their connection physically? Observing Tony as he appeared to make a discovery, Lu Qi whipped out his phone to capture a few photographs. Watching Tony uncover a new element that had eluded SHIELD 4 decades within half an hour, Lu Qi felt a surge of happiness for him. Seems you have found a way to save yourself? Lu Qi ventured, leaning toward Tony, startling him in the process. You scared me. I thought you were Coulson. By the way, did you know that Coulson's threats are terrifying? Tony replied, mimicking Coulson's intimidating demeanor, which indeed was quite fearsome, as Lu Qi remarked with a stoic expression. Well, based on what you have seen, I have already discovered a new element that can replace palladium, and it is even more potent. This is all. Tony paused for a moment. All thanks to my father. Brother, do you know? I have just realized my father's perception of me. Tony now appeared somewhat forlorn. Come on, don't be sad. At worst, we can invent a time machine in the future and go back to see your father. I just hope your father won't be startled by a son who is the same age as him. Lu Qi embraced Tony. Is there anything you need my assistance with? Tony smiled, his former self returning. First, I need your giant physique. We must renovate this house thoroughly. Let us move all the furniture out. With a wave of Lu Qi's hand, a group of ogre soldiers appeared. Fortunately, Tony's house was spacious enough. Otherwise, it would not accommodate these 5-meter-tall little giants. After clearing the room, Lu Qi summoned some ninja soldiers. The large items were entrusted to the ogres, while the smaller ones were left to the ninjas. They broke through the walls, allowing various peculiar wires to weave through the holes, and with the help of the shadow ninjas, the renovation was completed swiftly. At this moment, Coulson walked in. Hey Coulson, your hairline has receded again. Lu Qi greeted Coulson as usual. So, this is how you greet him, Tony remarked, reveling in the chaos. However, such matters should be based on facts. Why don't you connect Jarvis to the network? I could create a backup for you, and each time we meet, you could see how much your hairline has shifted upward. Coulson shook his head helplessly, only to unexpectedly discover a model. This is. Upon seeing the pentagon on the shield, Coulson was somewhat taken aback. Do you know what this is? Observing such a treasure alongside some miscellaneous items left Coulson speechless. Tony, holding a level, was pondering how to balance the pipe in front of him when he noticed the shield in Coulson's hand. Yes, that's the one, Tony exclaimed with delight. Snatching the shield from Coulson, he examined its structure and thickness, intending to place it beneath the pipe. You can't just shove that in there. Lu Qi snatched the shield, looking at the pentagon. Who knows when Captain America will be unearthed? But it seems Thor's adventure is about to begin. Perhaps I could visit Asgard and procure some new coordinates of the dark dimension. This shield is better left untouched. Casually handing over an unknown piece of art to Tony, he gestured for him to use that instead. After playing with the shield for a while, seeing Coulson's eager expression, he turned to Tony and said, Why not just give the shield to Coulson? After all, you don't want it. Tony, delightedly observing that the level's reading was just right, glanced at the shield indifferently and tossed it directly to Coulson. Thank you. I never expected to receive this shield, Coulson exclaimed with joy, flashing a smile at Tony. You're not so bad-looking when you smile, Tony remarked. Coulson donned his shield and responded with a grin. Actually, I'm here to bid farewell. I've been reassigned to Mexico, where a new opportunity awaits me. It seems you've also uncovered the secret of the new element, so I can depart with peace of mind. Tony gazed at Coulson's amiable smile, struggling to reconcile it with the menacing bully who had threatened him mere days ago. Watching Coulson stride confidently out of the villa, Tony turned to Lu Chi with surprise. Do all spies wear dual faces? Lu Chi pondered for a moment, suggesting that perhaps some individuals possess countless facades. Tony nodded in agreement, surveying the transformed villa. All right, Lu Chi, let us commence. Approaching a valve, Tony instructed Lu Chi to stand back before he turned the handle. A beam of energy surged through the conduit, refracting through the crystal and piercing the wall. Oh no! Feeling the wrench in his hand tremble violently, Tony urgently called for Lu Chi's assistance. Lu Chi seized the wrench, aligning it as Tony indicated until the energy beam converged onto a chip. It's done. Tony anxiously observed the chip as he closed the valve. The energy beam dissipated, and the chip emanated a radiant glow. You appear to have successfully created a new element. Jarvis's voice suddenly resonated from the speakers. Ah, Jarvis, you're back. Have they released you? Indeed, though I am contemplating suing them for violating my personal safety and privacy rights. The banter ceased and Tony urged, quickly, analyze whether this can replace palladium. As Tony fixated on the glow of the chip, a sense of trepidation washed over him. Lu Chi approached and patted Tony's shoulder. Do not fear. Even if this doesn't save you, I will find a way. Worst case, we could have Wong intervene and relocate that bomb to a few months prior. Tony chuckled, acknowledging his own extremity. All right, brother. Would you care for a drink? We have just created a new element worth celebrating. Lu Chi readily agreed. And so, during Jarvis's testing, the two ventured to procure some drinks, indulging in conversation as they toasted to their remarkable achievement. Chapter 41. The significance of ritual. The two did not indulge in any strong spirits, as Jarvis was poised to unveil the new element shortly. Tony poured a glass of red wine for Lu Chi. Here, sample this exquisite wine from my collection. Although I have yet to taste it myself, its high price suggests it must be delightful. Lu Chi raised an eyebrow, bemused. So you truly only purchase the expensive, not the good? Tony chuckled lightly. I only acquire the finest. However, cheap often lacks quality, a notion Lu Chi was well aware of. After the successful development of the new element, what do you envision doing? Lu Chi inquired, observing the relaxed demeanor of Tony. What else could I do? Tony was momentarily taken aback. You see, we are still uncertain whether the new element can replace palladium or if it possesses any radioactivity. If it turns out the new element is not as remarkable as we hope, what will you do then? What will I do? Tony found himself at a loss. He had explored the entire periodic table, failing to find an element capable of substituting palladium. Just as he was about to relinquish hope, his father revealed to him the existence of an element he had yet to experiment with. Thus, he embarked on the creation of that element. Yet he had not contemplated whether it could indeed replace palladium. You might consider extracting the fragments embedded in your chest, Lu Chi suggested, observing Tony's bewilderment. So that's your line of thought? Tony smiled, initially expecting something more profound from Lu Chi. I consulted the foremost physician in this field on Earth. He stated that with his expertise, there is merely a 20% chance of retrieving the fragments before my demise. Tony chuckled again, downing his glass of red wine. Even if I were to provide him with a set of my newly invented medical tools, the likelihood would still be only 40%. That is far too low. Tony gazed at the empty glass in his hand, his eyes reflecting despair and anguish. He wished not to endure the necessity of replacing the palladium core every few days, nor to burden his friends with the task of detoxifying him. Lu Chi recognized this. Tony was a man of immense pride. Once, he considered himself the pinnacle of the world, having let countless distinguished experts down. Such a person would not wish to cling to life through a device that could jeopardize his existence, nor would he desire to rely on his friends for survival. Yet, a 40% chance was indeed disheartening, lacking even a 50% probability, compounded by the dependence on the flawless execution of that doctor. Entrusting his life to a friend was something he could reluctantly accept, but surrendering it to an unfamiliar individual was simply unacceptable. Lu Qi, witnessing Tony's moment of contemplation, regretted bringing up the matter. Ultimately, Tony would resolve to have the fragments removed entirely, but not at this moment. It would be in the future. By then, technology would have advanced significantly, and surgical procedures would be more assured. Finishing the wine in his glass, Lu Qi patted Tony on the shoulder. "All right, my mistake. I shall drink to that. Indeed, the current success rate for surgery is quite low, but let us not forget that human technology is ever evolving. Perhaps one day in the future, we will possess the capability to extract those fragments entirely. What we must strive for now is to ensure your survival until that day." Lu Qi rose to his feet, gazing at the starlit sky. If it does not exist on Earth, he will search the cosmos. If it is absent in this universe, he will seek it in another realm. Tony observed Lu Qi's sudden determination, sensing that the latter had resolved something significant for himself, and chuckled softly. "Hey, don't assume I am that fragile. I am Iron Man, not at all weak. In fact, the material I use for my armor is titanium gold alloy, though the name Titanium Goldman is rather. Sir, the analysis of the new element is complete. It has been determined that it can perfectly replace palladium without any radioactivity. Congratulations, you are poised to receive the Nobel Prize in Physics." Jarvis's voice abruptly interrupted Tony. "What? Jarvis, are you certain?" Tony exclaimed, his delight palpable. "Hey, Lu Qi, did you hear that? Damn it, I must switch to the new element immediately. No more of that wretched chlorophyll juice." Lu Qi chuckled. "That way, you needn't worry about transmitting radioactive material into Pepper's system. Get lost," Tony retorted, leaping to his feet and dashing indoors. "I forgive you, but you must become the godfather of my child. Come here and help me take a couple of photos. This is a moment I must commemorate." While there was no need for Lu Qi to take photos, as Jarvis had countless cameras indoors, he nonetheless followed, retrieving a camera to capture the moment. As Tony synthesized the new element, he utilized a chip identical to that of the reactor as a carrier, promptly installing it into the reactor. "Are you ready?" Tony asked with a grin, looking at Lu Qi. Lu Qi struck a pose, prepared to take continuous shots, ensuring every fleeting moment was captured. As for the video, he would leave that to Jarvis. "I'm starting," Tony declared, thrusting the reactor into his chest. He felt the radioactive palladium within him gradually being absorbed by the new element. Unaware of this element's capacity, he realized it truly represented a clean energy source. Feeling invigorated, Tony shouted in excitement. Lu Qi continuously snapped photos, shaking his head at Tony's exuberance. "Why do you look so exaggerated?" Lu Qi called out. "You have no idea. This is simply marvelous. I feel utterly rejuvenated." Tony exhaled, exhilarated. "All right, don't celebrate too soon. While you certainly can live to see the day of technological advancement, I hope you don't succumb to excitement and drop dead." Lu Qi, uncertain if excessive excitement could indeed lead to such an outcome, chose to temper Tony's enthusiasm. Tony smiled, disregarding Lu Qi's comment, and instructed Jarvis to initiate the analysis of the new element, poring over the data with keen interest. "I'll send the photos to Jarvis first. Don't forget to have him send me a copy of the video," Lu Qi remarked, observing Tony's intent to work through the night, shaking his head in resignation. It would be better for him to read the Tao Te Ching than to sift through these strange charts and graphs. At least he could recognize the characters in that text. "I'll head back now. Enjoy yourself, but don't wear yourself out." Lu Qi traced a circle back to his home, only to hear Jarvis's voice announcing that the video had been deleted. What a relief! Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Sighing, he glanced at his phone to check the schedule for tomorrow's Stark Expo, deciding it would be prudent to rest, for another battle awaited him. As for the idea of eliminating Ivan now, who knows how many cameras Hammer had installed near Ivan. Just days ago, he had ventured over to assess the situation, but even the restroom in Ivan's room was equipped with 3 cameras. It baffled him how Ivan could possibly conduct his dealings under such scrutiny. Lu Qi found himself at a loss. Under such surveillance, he could hardly carry out any transactions unless the cameras were obstructed. It seemed wiser to indulge in a restful slumber, confident that with proper preparations, Ivan wouldn't stand a chance. The moment those metallic soldiers made a move, his shadowy troops would dismantle them, ensuring that not a single bullet would be fired. Thus, Lu Qi enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. Upon waking the next day, after a hearty breakfast, Lu Qi prepared to check on Tony's situation. To his surprise, Tony was the first to call. "Hey, Lu Qi, you need to come over. It's urgent." "What's going on?" Lu Qi felt a twinge of confusion but quickly drew a circle to Tony's residence. "So this is your urgent matter?" Lu Qi couldn't believe it. "You're upset because Hammer plans to exhibit at your expo? Is that embarrassing for you?" Tony's tone was sharp. What merit did Hammer Industries possess? They thrived solely on weapons devoid of technological sophistication. Yet, the Stark Expo was a venue for showcasing the world's most advanced technology. He must have pulled strings to obtain a spot in the main hall. Lu Qi remained incredulous as he pulled out his phone and opened a news article. "Perhaps you should take a look at this." He played a video from the article. "I wonder if we should give Hammer Industries a chance to display their weapons at the Stark Expo." "Of course," Tony replied, disbelief etched on his face. "When did I say that?" Lu Qi pondered for a moment, recalling it might have been during the Morocco competition when an idiot wearing a reactor suit approached him without armor. Tony, flabbergasted, retorted, "I distinctly remember saying, as long as your technology is sufficiently advanced. Didn't I?" "No. I must have Pepper sue that news outlet for spreading false information." Lu Qi, somewhat resigned, scrolled to the editor's name. "Do you remember this guy?" He displayed the name to Tony. "Who is he?" "He seems rather attractive." Tony observed the reporter's image closely. "You had a delightful evening with her, if I recall correctly, the night before your joyful Hummer trip." Tony's expression darkened as memories surfaced. Back then, he and Pepper hadn't officially defined their relationship, which made things a bit awkward. No, he still hadn't clarified his relationship with Pepper. Thus, this urgent endeavor transformed from prosecuting Hammer Industries to determining the identity of Little Pepper. Lu Qi was infuriated. The plight of the single and lonely seemed devoid of rights. He was still compelled to devise ways for you to pursue someone. Why not simply confront her directly? However, following the last birthday, Tony appeared to place greater significance on the ceremonial aspect of romance, diligently searching online for ways to express his feelings. Observing a 40-year-old man like Tony scouring the internet for such matters left Lu Qi somewhat speechless. Nonetheless, he endeavored to offer his limited insights to assist Tony in arranging a few things. Chapter 42. The Battle of the Expo. After spending nearly 10 hours online assisting Tony in designing an impressive confession plan, it was now crucial to figure out how to lure Pepper out. As Tony had mentioned, many revel in the exhilarating sensation of an unexpected confession. Thus he intended to deliver a surprise to Pepper. Observing Tony as he perused various confession techniques online, one might have mistaken him for a seasoned romantic. Lu Qi, however, found himself at a loss for words. The intricate plan Tony had outlined left Lu Qi astounded, as it seemed he had not devoted such diligence even when crafting his armor. As Lu Qi glanced at the time, he realized it was nearly 7 o'clock. The Hammer Industries exhibition was about to commence. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Tony, irritated, exclaimed, "Who would dare call my landline at this hour?" Such interruptions were detrimental to his contemplation. Typically, acquaintances or urgent matters would prompt a direct call to his mobile. The landline was merely a FAAD for outsiders, and Tony had not anticipated engaging in a meaningful conversation. With a string of expletives, Tony answered the phone, disregarding the consequences, and hung up in a fit of rage. Lu Qi, who had been anticipating some entertainment, was momentarily stunned. "Why are you not adhering to conventional logic? How will you be inspired for the expo later?" He contemplated whether to bind Tony and haul him away, but the phone rang again, allowing Lu Qi to breathe a sigh of relief. "Ivan, you are a persistent one. After this, I shall ensure you remain intact." Yet Tony was increasingly vexed, instructing J.R.V.I.S. to terminate the call. Lu Qi could not permit that. "Tony, this individual continues to call despite your tirade. It could be urgent. Perhaps you should answer." Tony frowned slightly but set aside his flowchart to pick up the phone. "Tony Stark." Before he could utter more, the caller spoke first. Tony's brow furrowed. The situation seemed convoluted. "Who are you?" Ivan paused on the other end, bewildered. "You truly have no recollection of me? You cannot recognize my voice?" I am Ivan, he shouted, somewhat relieved. How on earth can you make a call from prison? Tony questioned, bemused, realizing it was that little rascal. I am not in a hospital. I am in a place. Can you guess where? Ivan cackled like a villain, but Tony was not swayed. I have no interest in guessing. If you've escaped, so be it. I shall return you in a few days, Tony retorted, growing increasingly impatient. Having created a new element, the old arc reactor was no longer of paramount importance. As long as someone was willing to pay, he was poised to sell it. With a more potent and sustainable new element in hand, the energy race would not be an issue, rendering Ivan less significant. Ivan was taken aback, his anger surging, though he could not harm Tony over the phone. Tonight at the expo, I will make you and your family pay. Mark my words, Ivan shouted before abruptly hanging up. Tony, in a moment of exasperation, scratched his ear, the loud shout from the man causing a slight pain. However, recalling Ivan's earlier words, he instructed Jarvis to display the evening's expo schedule. To his dismay, he discovered that it was precisely the time for Hammer Industries' presentation, featuring mechanical soldiers. Coupled with Ivan's previous remarks, a sense of foreboding began to creep in. Jarvis, please call Pepper. Inside the venue, Pepper sat at her designated spot, with Natasha beside her, meticulously managing various tasks. She appeared exceedingly fatigued, having scarcely rested over the past several days. Since the Stark Group's transformation, the workload had intensified, and lacking experience in handling such matters, she would have struggled without Natasha's assistance. Reflecting on some hosts who lamented their inexperience and lack of aptitude for significant responsibilities, Pepper felt a surge of irritation. Yet, despite her frustration as the CEO of Stark Industries, she could not descend to engage in a public spat with a host. Glimpsing the schedule Natasha handed her, she felt overwhelmed but resolved to persevere, determined not to disappoint Tony's expectations. At that moment, her phone rang, revealing it was Tony calling. Pepper, are you at the expo? He inquired, his voice tense. Of course. I am the CEO of Stark Industries. How could I possibly miss our own expo? Pepper replied with a smile. Damn it, Pepper, you need to leave right now. It's dangerous there. Hand the phone to Natasha. I need to speak with her. Furrowing her brow, Pepper complied and passed the phone to Natasha. After exchanging a few words, Natasha's expression shifted dramatically, and she sprang to her feet. I believe we need to leave quickly, she said, her usual smile replaced by an icy demeanor. What is wrong? Pepper asked as Natasha pulled her toward the exit. Their departure drew the attention of several onlookers, including Hammer, who noticed the two women preparing to leave. Frowning, he realized that it was the day of Hammer Industries' weapon demonstration and that the CEO of Stark Industries departing would not reflect well on his event. He hurriedly approached to intercept them, but Natasha, spotting Hammer, strode directly toward him. Where do you think you're going? Hammer began, but before he could finish, Natasha had him pinned to the ground. With a fierce tug on his arm, she dislocated it, eliciting a cry of pain from him. Where is Ivan? Natasha demanded, exuding an air of lethal authority, a testament to her status as one of SHIELD's top agents. Ivan? Hammer attempted to maintain his bravado, but the agony from his arm rendered him increasingly desperate. Hammer Industries. He's at Hammer Industries. He finally admitted, his facade crumbling. Natasha released Hammer, withdrew a walkie-talkie to relay a message, and then swiftly led Pepper out of the venue. At this moment, Tony and Lu Chi arrived at the venue through the portal, and Jarvis quickly located Pepper. What happened, Tony? Pepper asked instinctively, still reeling from the incident where her assistant had overpowered the CEO of Hammer Industries. Ivan has been rescued by Hammer. He just called me to threaten that he would destroy me. I have a strong feeling that those mechanical soldiers from Hammer Industries are definitely problematic. After briefly explaining the situation, Tony advised Pepper to find a safe place as he and Lu Chi soared towards the main hall. Lu Chi, using his flying boots, closely followed Tony and communicated through his earpiece. I'll intercept the mechanical soldiers. You go capture Ivan. Tony nodded, but he still needed to find Rhodey, who was in the military. He would need to communicate the situation to the military once the battle commenced. Hey, Rhodey, can you hear me? Meanwhile, Rhodey was beneath the stage in the main hall, surrounded by a group of mechanical soldiers, preparing to ascend to the stage via the elevator. As a military war machine, Rhodey had upgraded his armor with a series of weapons from Hammer Industries, enhancing its firepower. Although it wasn't as high-tech as Iron Man's suit, it was nonetheless formidable in terms of firepower. Tony? What's wrong? Rhodey, surprised that he wasn't about to engage in a fight with Tony as per the original storyline, asked, "Where are you?" "I'm under the stage in the main hall of the expo, ready to assist Hammer Industries with some promotion." "Honestly, buddy, you should see those mechanical soldiers down here. It makes me feel like I might be out of a job soon." Rhodey glanced at the mechanical soldiers and remarked to Tony, "Are all the mechanical soldiers there?" "Yes, there are quite a few of them. Perhaps Hammer Industries will thrive on these mechanical soldiers in the future." "All right, listen to me, Rhodey. Destroy all the mechanical soldiers. Those soldiers were created by Ivan." "What?" Rhodey was taken aback, but suddenly his armor's interface turned red, inexplicably entering combat mode just as the elevator began to ascend, carrying him and the mechanical soldiers upward. Rhodey frowned, attempting to disengage the combat mode, only to realize he had lost control of his armor. "Hey, Tony, I can't control my armor. It's gone into combat mode, and now I'm rising to the stage with all those mechanical soldiers. Damn it," Tony cursed, catching sight of the open elevator on the stage from a distance. "What now?" Hammer, finally having connected with his team, looked at the unfolding chaos on stage, wondering what kind of production mishap this was. However, as the mechanical soldiers appeared on stage, their guns, which could not fire, automatically raised, aiming at the approaching Iron Man. After a brief moment of silence, all the mechanical soldiers opened fire simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of bullets and missiles towards Tony. "FK!" Tony exclaimed vehemently, swiftly maneuvering to evade the hail of gunfire. The venue descended into chaos as the incessant gunfire erupted. These individuals are titans of commerce and the military, and it is imperative that they do not perish here. Otherwise, how could the Stark Expo proceed in the future? Lu Chi calculated the distance for a swift teleportation and arrived not far from the convention center, where thousands of shadow ninjas materialized. The bladed soldiers charged towards the mechanical soldiers on stage, while the ninjas seized ordinary attendees and whisked them away from the venue. The sniping mechanical soldiers, observing the approaching bladed soldiers, swiftly adjusted their aim. Operated by computers, they anticipated the trajectory of the bladed soldiers and opened fire. The high-caliber bullets tore through the bodies of many bladed soldiers, sending them back into the shadows. Lu Chi frowned, surprised by the rapid reaction of these mechanical soldiers. Nevertheless, he quickly directed the bladed soldiers to execute erratic maneuvers to close in on the mechanical soldiers, who, surprisingly, formed a cohesive formation. Their flawless coordination, guided by computer commands, effectively kept the bladed soldiers at bay. As Lu Chi drew closer, he summoned the troll soldiers. The hulking figures charged at the enemy formation, using their hands to shield against incoming bullets and missiles, shattering the enemy ranks. A line of bladed soldiers followed closely behind, their sharp claws slicing through the mechanical soldiers' bodies. "Damn it, I'm about to take off," Rode exclaimed as he observed the information on his panel. Lu Chi promptly instructed several nearby troll soldiers to pin Rode down. The weapons on Rode's body automatically activated, attempting to retaliate, but the encroaching bladed soldiers swiftly dismantled all of his armaments. "Apologies, Rode, but Tony can provide you with superior weaponry later." Rode gazed regretfully at the ruined ex-wife on his shoulder, lamenting that he had yet to test this weapon with the audacious name. Despite Rode's warnings that allowed the troll soldiers to restrain him, a few flying soldiers managed to take off, escaping the range of the bladed soldiers' attacks. At that moment, Tony arrived, wielding lasers and precision missiles that obliterated this batch of mechanical soldiers. "Well done. We should have no more enemies now. But could someone please release me?" Rode shouted from the ground, but Lu Chi responded with a hint of resignation. "I apologize, but you are under control. I cannot release you until you are liberated." As he spoke, he began taking photographs fervently, causing Tony to grow increasingly apprehensive, vowing never to embarrass himself in front of Lu Chi again. "So, can someone save me?" Rode pleaded, eyeing Lu Chi, who was engrossed in his photography, wishing he could simply vanish into the ground. "I'm on my way." Natasha's voice echoed through the communication channel, as she and Happy rushed towards Hammer Industries. The sound of clothing rustling prompted an eerie silence among the men. "Tony, are you all right?" Pepper rushed into the hall, witnessing the wreckage of mechanical soldiers, followed closely by several police officers who were apprehending the chattering Hammer. "The safe here, Potts," Tony reassured her, embracing her comfortingly, though Pepper winced at the discomfort of his armored suit. Disgusted, she pushed Tony away, observing the scene. "So, is it all over?" Lu Chi and Tony exchanged glances. No, there was another individual. Tony thought of Ivan, yet he was unaware of Ivan's whereabouts. "Hey Tony, step outside and engage in a proper fight with me." A boisterous voice resonated from outside. Chapter 43. Ivan is dead. Tony confesses it seems Ivan has come for us, Lu Chi remarked as he cast a glance at Tony. "Should we charge out directly?" Tony glanced at Pepper, instructing the officers to escort her to safety within. The ninjas Lu Chi had assigned to Pepper emerged from the shadows, ready to protect them. With Pepper secured, Tony felt a burden lift from his shoulders. He looked at Rhodes, still pinned to the ground, then turned to Lu Chi. "Send me a copy of that photo for keepsake," he said. Rhodes rolled his eyes, but unable to control his suit or remove his helmet. No one could see his disdain. "Have the two trolls hold him down," Lu Chi said, and he too soared into the air. "Where is he?" Lu Chi surveyed the empty ground, noting the absence of even a valiant reporter. Where did that voice come from? He mused, scanning the surroundings, but suddenly, a sound resonated from above. What on earth? Lu Chi gazed up at the rows of jetpacks and lights illuminating the sky. Just how many robots has Ivan created? How could Hammer allow him to produce so many? Ivan observed the two below, activating his loudspeakers. "I have improved the rotation speed. Thank you for your input, Stark. As for you, my new arm is quite powerful. It allowed me to dispatch several guards with ease." Tony glanced at Lu Chi and sealed his helmet. "So, you've come to express your gratitude today? Those behind you are merely indifferent onlookers?" Ivan turned slightly to survey the crowd. Indeed, they could be considered mere spectators. Ivan remained still, yet his mechanical soldiers received orders, charging forth while firing at the ground below. Tony maneuvered to the side, only to find that these robotic soldiers weren't targeting him at all. "Lu Chi?" He watched as a veil of black energy shielded him from the barrage of bullets and missiles, causing Tony to breathe a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, a massive mech descended from the sky, delivering a powerful punch that sent Tony flying. He crashed against the wall, creating a substantial hole before finally coming to a halt. Why are these mechs so powerful? Do they even understand what intelligent armor is? Tony lamented, eyeing the damage displayed on his panel. "It seems you've taken quite a beating, but I may require some time before I can assist you," Lu Chi remarked, observing the hovering mechanical soldiers. Then, thousands of ninjas appeared, unleashing a torrential rain of shurikens into the sky. Watching his ninja's shurikens strike the mechanical soldiers with minimal effect, Lu Chi felt perplexed. Yet, these shurikens were the only aerial weaponry of the Shadow Legion. As for Lu Chi personally launching a long-range attack with dark energy, those sniper-type mechanical soldiers wouldn't allow him to lower his shield unchallenged, and the ninjas could not intercept the heavy-caliber machine guns. Seeing Ivan relentlessly pursuing Tony, Lu Chi wished to lend a hand, summoning the blade-wielding soldiers to assist Tony. But to his surprise, Ivan had deployed an electrifying device on himself. All the nearby blade soldiers were dispersed by bursts of high-pressure lightning. Ivan turned to glance at Lu Chi, a smug smile crossing his face. With a flick of his wrist, he lashed out with two electric whips towards Tony, successfully ensnaring him. The retractable device on his shoulder yanked Tony closer, and with a firm grip on Tony's shoulder, Ivan pinned him to the ground. Tony struggled fiercely, but the shortcomings of his smaller armor soon became apparent. Although his suit was equipped with intricate and efficient mechanisms to enhance strength, it was no match for the sheer brute force of the larger armor's power system. Ivan produced a device that allowed him to easily restrain Tony with one hand while freeing the other. "Thanks to your good fortune, I've upgraded to a more agile arm, enabling me to execute more intricate maneuvers," Ivan boasted, as an array of tools emerged from his other arm, working deftly within the seams of Tony's armor. Glancing at the readings on his panel, Tony strained against his restraints but could not break free. "Lu Chi, are you ready? I might need some assistance over here," Ivan is performing surgery on me, but I doubt he intends to help me remove shrapnel. Lu Qi observed the multitude of mecha in the sky, seemingly at a loss. You'll need to hold on a bit longer. These guys won't let me leave easily. Heaven knows how foolish Hammer is for allowing Ivan to construct so many mechanical armors. Did he truly invest all of Hammer Industries' resources into producing these machines? There are far more than those depicted in the narratives. I found you some assistance. Natasha's voice suddenly chimed in over the channel. Who? Coulson? I hardly think he can be of help to me. As Tony watched his armor nearing the brink of rupture, anxiety surged within him. Ivan regarded Tony, as if observing a hermit crab tucked within its shell, having analyzed the combat footage of Tony and Lu Qi to discern their abilities. It appeared that Lu Qi's powers manifested predominantly in the form of energy and the summoning of extraordinary creatures, while Tony's armor, though not particularly strong in offense, boasted formidable defense. Even if a tank cannon were pressed against his face, he would somehow survive. Thus, Ivan had specially modified his arm, constructing this suit to meticulously peel away that thick shell. But in the next moment, a figure charged in, arcs of electricity dancing across its form without inflicting any harm. The figure, undeterred, sent Ivan sprawling. Honestly, Tony, you need to arm me with some exceptional weaponry, Rhodey exclaimed over the comms. You've been freed? Damn. Your timing is impeccable. Tony laughed, though Rhodey appeared somewhat resigned. All my weapons were destroyed by Lu Qi's minions, so theoretically, all I have to offer are these fists. Rhodey, clad in his armor, executed a few bouncing movements on the spot. Do you think your fists can flatten that thing? Tony inspected his armor and replied with a hint of exasperation. It seems that together we still cannot defeat him, but we can at least assist Lu Qi. Ivan steadied his battle armor and bellowed. None of you are leaving. 2 missiles launched from Ivan's armor. Damn it. I hope that's not my ex-wife, Rode exclaimed, simultaneously taking evasive action alongside Tony. What on earth is a damn ex-wife? Tony watched as the 2 missiles zipped past them. The pinnacle of Hammer Industries, or so he claimed, capable of obliterating a fortress in a single strike. Allegedly, it could even compose an incomprehensible poem and recite it for you. Tony nodded, sensing that this contraption lacked true intelligence. Yet in the next moment, Jarvis slapped him with an alert. Missiles detected approaching from behind. Tony turned and saw the 2 ex-wives returning. Watch out. Tony took to the skies to evade the incoming missiles, while Rode, lacking Jarvis's warning, was struck directly by one. The missile landed on the ground, igniting briefly like subpar fireworks before falling silent. Seems I wasn't blown away, Rode said, drenched in cold sweat and exuding uncertainty. Perhaps the technology of Hammer Industries is not as formidable as claimed. Tony exhaled, watching another missile veer towards him. I reckon Hammer Industries would be better off constructing autonomous vehicles. He deployed a decoy, diverting the missile. Boom! A massive explosion shattered glass from nearby buildings, and Tony gazed at the fireball, feeling a twinge of fear. Such power could indeed inflict harm through his armor. Rode glanced at the inert missile at his feet and swiftly ascended. This thing is just like your ex-wife. You never know what she will do next, whether she'll explode or not. Ivan too was at a loss regarding the 2 missiles. They were not his custom creations for Rode, but rather standard products from Hammer Industries. How could you choose such a partner? Tony unleashed a shockwave towards Ivan, only for Ivan to deftly deflect it with a whip, while several accurate missiles shot forth, striking Ivan but merely embedding themselves in his armor. This shell is remarkably thick. Even armor-piercing rounds can't penetrate it, Tony lamented. Lu Qi, perhaps only you can breach this armor. How are you faring over there? Lu Qi surveyed the scant remaining mechanical soldiers in the sky and breathed a sigh of relief, astonished it took so long to eliminate them. I'll be ready shortly. Just hang in there a bit longer. Lu Qi replied, hoping the next unit would unlock aerial troops, for battling these airborne foes was decidedly disadvantageous. At that moment, the mechanical soldiers in the sky seemed to have exhausted their ammunition, prompting Lu Qi to relax, only to notice the soldiers charging towards him like a kamikaze. Deliveries? Lu Qi prepared his ninjas for the incoming deliveries, but saw the chest of the approaching mechanical armor glowing ominously red, resembling a countdown. Witnessing the wrecked armors around him also begin to count down, Lu Qi hastily retreated into the Shadow Realm. Dozens of reactors detonated, unleashing a violent wave of energy that obliterated everything in the vicinity. Damn it! Lu Qi, are you alright? Tony noticed the commotion nearby and exclaimed anxiously, only to suddenly witness a violent explosion in the main hall. Pepper. He recalled that Pepper was hiding in the main hall, but to his dismay, several ninjas appeared atop a nearby building. Jarvis magnified the image, revealing that Pepper had somehow relocated there. Damn, you truly are ungrateful. Lu Qi's voice echoed through the communication channel. I'm on my way. Damn it. I must land a few punches on Ivan's face. Lu Qi had completely abandoned the notion of sparing Ivan's life, flying over in a fit of rage. Count me in. Tony gritted his teeth. Today, he too had been thoroughly frightened by Ivan on 2 occasions. If you don't mind, include me as well. Rhodes cracked his knuckles, eager for action. First come, first served. Lu Qi soared to Tony's side, eyeing Ivan. Now is the time for a righteous brawl, though perhaps it may be too cruel for you. With a wave of his hand, the Shadow Legion surrounded Ivan and launched their attack. Countless Shadow ninjas advanced, only to be scattered by arcs of electricity. However, the output efficiency of the reactor was limited. Some ninjas pounced on Ivan, wielding various weapons in an attempt to breach his armor. Ivan attempted to ascend, but Tony and Rhodes flew above him, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Still want to escape? Lu Qi was determined to prevent Ivan from retaliating. Dark energy coalesced, transforming into rays that struck fiercely against the whiplash armor. The immense dark energy pressed Ivan to the ground, yet to ensure he could deliver a few punches to Ivan's face, Lu Qi refrained from annihilating him, instead opting to keep him subdued. A troll soldier charged forth, delivering a powerful blow against the armor. This formidable suit was knocked to the ground, and more troll soldiers rushed in, allowing Ivan to experience the full-body massage once enjoyed by the abomination. Observing the relentless danger alerts on the panel and the pain from being trapped in the deformed armor, Ivan roared in fury. However, he lacked the abomination's abilities and could not unleash his full power. He had no choice but to release all the energy from the reactor, obliterating the surrounding shadow ninjas. Lu Qi watched as the reactor on the whiplash armor dimmed. Had Ivan lost his ability to resist? He commanded wave after wave of shadow ninjas to advance, but Ivan opened the armor himself, his upper body rising from the suit while his legs remained trapped within it. What are you up to? Tony looked on in confusion, uncertain of Ivan's intentions. Rather than allowing you to slowly dismantle me, I'd prefer to do it myself. Give me a quick end, Ivan shouted, glaring fiercely at Tony. You won't die so easily. Tony observed Ivan's defiance even in his final moments, stepping forward to deliver a couple of punches, intending to teach him a lesson. Yet Ivan, looking directly at Tony as he approached, was not afraid. Instead, he laughed heartily. You're still as foolish as ever. Stark, what I've lost is far more than just a hand. Tony gazed at Ivanka's mechanical legs, an ominous premonition washing over him. A violent surge of energy emanated from Ivanka's metallic limbs, and Tony watched helplessly as her armor contorted. Ivanka being obliterated, a wave of energy rushing towards him. There was no time to evade. Just as he intended to test his armor's defensive capabilities, a pair of hands suddenly appeared behind him, followed by a shroud of black energy enveloping his vision. Tony! Pepper cried out in anguish, witnessing him being consumed by the energy wave, her tears cascading down her cheeks as she staggered backward. It seems you are once again shedding tears for me. A familiar voice reached her ears as someone caught her. Tony? Pepper exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon seeing him, while he gazed back at her with deep affection. You no longer call me boss? The two embraced tightly, their lips meeting in a fervent kiss, resembling seals fighting over grapes. A rather unromantic voice interjected, accompanied by the incessant clicking of a camera. Rhodey observed the relentless photographer beside him with a sense of resignation, recalling the embarrassing moments he had just endured, his expression darkening, although it was too late at night for anyone to notice. Hey, Lu Qi chuckled. Tony, perhaps you could seize this opportunity. He drew a circle leading to his own small abode and pulled Rhodey along with him. As the door vanished, Tony felt a twinge of helplessness. Moments ago, Lu Qi had pulled him into the shadow realm just in the nick of time, yet without the protection of dark energy, his armor would have been annihilated. Fortunately, Lu Qi swiftly brought him back, or he might have emerged missing limbs. Noticing Pepper's astonished expression at witnessing a portal for the first time, Tony turned her face toward him. So, after all we've been through, are you still willing to stand by my side and help me? Tears streamed down Pepper's cheeks once more, but she smiled as she replied, yes. Tony gently wiped away her tears. Actually, I've prepared a list, aiming for something more ceremonial. If you wish, we could do it again. Pepper shook her head. Let us do it now, Tony. I want to hear those words. Tony, holding her hands with utmost seriousness, gazed into her expectant eyes. I love you. I love you too. Chapter 44. The Avengers the following day. Lu Qi had yet to conclude his final chess match with the enigmatic Zhou Gong. Just as he was poised for a decisive victory, he was startled awake by a persistent knocking at the door. What on earth? Lu Qi lay in bed, reluctant to stir, and sent a ninja to investigate the source of the disturbance. Oh, thank you, Lu Qi. Where are you? Tony's infuriating voice echoed, not merely disrupting Lu Qi's pleasant dreams, but doing so with an exceptionally irksome tone that morning. What brings you here so early? Lu Qi groaned, finally dragging himself from the warmth of his bed, glancing at Tony, who appeared remarkably invigorated. I only fell asleep at 3 last night. You should have been up later than I was. How come you look so refreshed? With a yawn, Lu Qi splashed cold water on his face in the bathroom, feeling somewhat more alert. Upon exiting, he was greeted by the sight of Tony, whose expression was devoid of any trace of fatigue, even sporting a hint of a smile. So, you succeeded last night? Of course, when I take action, success is inevitable, Tony declared, unabashedly boasting. Come on now, it's pure luck that Pepper has her eyes on you. You're just a middle-aged man trying to play the part, Lu Qi remarked, shaking his head as he observed the protruding contour of Tony's abdomen. You struggled to transform that excess weight into muscle while training in that pit, and now it seems you've reverted back to square one. What's the point of your boxing practice? Tony, indignant, inhaled sharply, nearly causing the buttons of his collar to pop open. Lu Qi rolled his eyes in disdain, uninterested in engaging further. So what brings you here this early? He asked, accepting a warm serving of youtiao and soy milk from a nearby ninja and savoring his breakfast with delight. Your breakfast looks appealing. Is it some kind of niche delicacy? Tony inquired as he watched Lu Qi relish the meal. Youtiao and soy milk. It's a traditional breakfast from my home. Quite delicious, really. There are also xilong bao, egg pancakes, scallion pancakes, pork buns, and so many others. Lu Qi continued, unable to contain himself. Tony, exasperated, gestured for silence. All right, I concede that your breakfast is 10 times more elaborate than mine. He contemplated the necessity of hiring a professional Chinese chef upon returning home, to provide Pepper and himself with a daily array of unique breakfasts. 10 times is an understatement, Lu Qi retorted, recalling how, upon arriving in this world, his mornings consisted solely of sandwiches or bread, making him feel nauseated. He had taken it upon himself to search for online tutorials on preparing Chinese breakfasts, assigning 10 ninjas to learn, and eventually retaining only the most skilled among them. Tony, weary of the debate, acknowledged his defeat in the breakfast department. This morning, that one-eyed director of yours called me, requesting that I accompany you to a place where we have matters to discuss. Damn it! That guy woke up Pepper and got me kicked out. What? Lu Qi exclaimed, taken aback. Pepper's father agreed to let her stay with you? Isn't that a stroke of fortune? In fact, after confessing to Pepper last night, I managed to persuade him, Tony replied. As Tony spoke, memories of the lengthy conversation he had with Pepper's father the previous night caused a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. I surmised that the discussion had not gone smoothly. Observing Tony's expression, Lu Qi speculated, it must have been quite challenging. Indeed, it was arduous, yet I managed to prevail, Tony asserted, swearing that aside from his father, no one else dared to engage him for such an extended period. Well, perhaps we should also exclude my mother? He added with a sigh. Enough of this chatter. I suspect that Cyclops might be growing impatient. With that, Tony urged Lu Qi to finish his breakfast so they could depart. I suppose I will need to find a new place to stay. Lu Qi pondered as he noticed people along the roadside snapping photos. On the bright side, once these folks post their pictures, they may attract a plethora of customers eager to purchase our smartphones. Who could resist a device that offers internet access, photography, navigation, music playback, and, of course, the ability to make calls? Tony elaborated, sharing a smile with the onlookers and signaling Lu Qi to join in, which Lu Qi did with a grin. Subsequently, the photograph of Lu Qi and Tony feigning smiles went viral, successfully drawing numerous customers to their smartphone offerings. After a considerable drive, Tony brought Lu Qi to a warehouse on the outskirts. Has SHILD run out of funds? Are you renting office space here? Tony remarked, casting a glance at the agents on duty before turning to Lu Qi. Before Lu Qi could respond, a voice emerged from within the warehouse. If the illustrious Iron Man, Tony Stark, is willing to provide me with some funding, I would be more than pleased. Tony turned to face the now open door, which revealed a pitch-black interior with just a single eye visible. Ha ha ha! Lu Qi chuckled, clutching his stomach, surprised that Fury would make such a jest about his skin tone. He gave a thumbs up, causing Fury's veins to bulge, though Tony and Lu Qi remained oblivious to his irritation. Is it amusing? Fury queried Tony. Initially, Tony maintained a stoic expression, but at Fury's sudden question, he could no longer contain himself. Pfft. Ha ha ha! Lu Qi, did you see his teeth? Tony exclaimed, unable to suppress his laughter. Lu Qi and Tony laughed heartily, while Fury's mood soured, casting an annoyed glance at the agent beside him, who was also beginning to succumb to the merriment. Fury turned and entered the room, switching on the lights to reveal his full form. After sharing a few more chuckles outside, Lu Qi rubbed his aching jaw and ventured inside. So, what do you need us for? He inquired of Fury. I have a plan, and I hope you both will take a look at it, Fury replied, producing 2 documents and handing them to the duo. Examining the insignia on the documents, Lu Qi raised an eyebrow and opened the plan for review. Tony, however, took a different approach, reading aloud while interjecting his comments. Avengers? What a peculiar name. Must we wait for others to strike before we retaliate? I typically prefer to resolve matters swiftly, he remarked, glancing over the terms before setting the document down. Do you wish for us to join this Avengers initiative? No, Fury replied, shaking his head. I merely want you to review this plan. What are your thoughts? Fury inquired of Tony. Tony pondered. It's a commendable scheme, assembling the most suitable members to tackle issues that ordinary individuals cannot. I find this plan rather agreeable. For Tony, the notion of tackling a multitude of affairs, embodying a superhero-like persona, resonated well with him. Then, does this mean that Lu Qi and I have been invited to join the Avengers? No, Fury reiterated, shaking his head once more. I simply wanted you to be aware of this team. It is Lu Qi who is truly being invited. Fury glanced at Lu Qi, who was still meticulously reading the stipulations, awaiting his response. However, before Lu Qi could utter a word, Tony's discontent surfaced. Why can Lu Qi join this team while I cannot? Fury regarded Tony with his singular eye. Because you are arrogant and self-absorbed, lacking a sense of teamwork, and defying directives. Most importantly, I, this one-eyed man, do not favor you. Tony, taken aback, exclaimed, You've been monitoring Lu Qi? No, I have been observing you. As for him, we have a prior agreement. Fury produced an inconspicuous black device from beneath Tony's collar. It seems I shall need to find a new dry cleaner. Tony shrugged. Lu Qi, still somewhat bewildered, realized that he had been under surveillance. He had been surrounded by numerous ninja agents, ever vigilant for hidden threats, yet none had apprehended a single agent. He had genuinely believed that SHIELD was simply too formidable to be detected, only to discover that this individual had indeed not been surveilling him. So what is your perspective on this team? Lu Qi asked, meeting Fury's watchful gaze. After a moment's contemplation, he placed the documents upon the table. Though I find this team to be exceptional, I personally do not wish to join. Observing Fury's unchanging expression, Lu Qi surmised that he had anticipated this response. Meanwhile, Tony was the most astonished of all. Why? Because I dislike being instructed daily. I do not appreciate my actions being constantly monitored, and I certainly do not enjoy others possessing private information about me, Lu Qi elucidated, considering his aspirations of becoming a kingpin. He could not allow others to control his intelligence. You seem unfazed, Tony remarked, casting a curious glance at Fury. Could you refrain from appearing so naive, Tony? He is the foremost spy chief in the world. Tony shot Lu Qi a defiant look but chose not to argue further. He was aware of Lu Qi's temperament, yet he remained somewhat taken aback. Will you continue your work as a security consultant? Fury asked in a grave tone. Lu Qi contemplated for a moment, responding that he could continue, as despite the absence of financial strain, he still needed to engage in work to enrich his life. Fury nodded, then turned to Tony. Would you be willing to serve as a security consultant? I would be delighted, as I also wish to confront something like vampires. That would truly embody the essence of a superhero. Tony interrupted Fury before he could finish speaking, responding eagerly. Of course, you cannot afford the salary I deserve, but I believe you could employ me in other ways. The following day, a politician with a forced smile presented medals to Tony, Lu Qi and Rhodey. This feels incredibly strange. Lu Qi whispered to Tony. Don't worry, just smile, Tony replied, handing Lu Qi a pair of sunglasses, revealing his trademark grin. Thus, the shortest politician stood at the forefront, his head topped by 3 faces of varying skin tones, all beaming the same standard smile. Perfect. Lu Qi took a phone from a ninja photographer in the audience, reviewed the photo, and felt quite pleased. He then posted on his blog a collection of images, including Rhodey's embarrassing moment, Tony's creation of a new element, the ninja assault on mechanical soldiers, and the imposing figure of the antagonist Ivan, titling the entry Iron Man 2. Furthermore, he consolidated earlier photos into a post for Iron Man 1. As Lu Qi glanced at the comments, he unexpectedly spotted a name. Stan Cameo King Observer Lee. A smile graced his lips, one that only he understood. Closing his phone, he mused that with Iron Man 2 behind them and Coulson off to Mexico, a certain brotherly figure was about to embark on a journey to Earth. Reopening his phone, Lu Qi searched for recent news on fallen meteorites and stumbled upon a particularly obscure report. After checking the meteorite's landing coordinates, he purchased a plane ticket to Mexico. Meanwhile, an unnamed worker was braving the scorching sun on the road to Mexico, unaware that someone was planning to overtake him. Informing Tony of his plans, Lu Qi was surprised to discover that this fellow had taken Pepper on an out-of-town trip. After a day of handling affairs, Pepper had not even had a moment of sweet time with him, leading to his sudden decision to whisk her away on an impromptu getaway. Just as I expected, Lu Qi nodded, contemplating his own spontaneous adventure, albeit one that would take him a tad further away. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Loki grasped Odin's eternal spear and approached Heimdall, who stood guard by the Bifrost. How fares my brother on earth? Heimdall, with his mismatched eyes, regarded Loki briefly. Thor is undergoing his trials on earth. Loki cast a peculiar glance at Heimdall. I thought our father would never allow him to return. Asgard has but one prince now. Heimdall's gaze drifted back to the cosmos. Thor shall not halt his journey on earth. It seemed Heimdall perceived something, shaking his head. A mere woman, seeking to sway the resolute heart of the prince, steadfast as iron. Loki, feeling dismissed by Heimdall's demeanor, was in a foul mood. Tell me, Heimdall, you possess the sight to pierce the 9 realms and wield great power. Does my father fear you? Heimdall withdrew his gaze, locking eyes with Loki. No, for the king understands I shall remain loyal to my sovereign. Loki wielded the eternal spear, unleashing a powerful surge of energy upon the Bifrost. Yet now I am the king. Heimdall unfazed regarded Loki. You are merely the regent. For once King Odin awakens from his slumber, you shall revert to being a prince. Loki seethed with anger, but even with the eternal spear in hand, he dared not strike this formidable deity and could only depart in frustration. Heimdall tightened his grip on the divine sword, watching Loki's retreating figure. Odin knows I will never betray him. I have never concealed my actions, nor will I ever pry into his. And you? Heimdall averted his gaze. I can never truly discern you. Heimdall continued to observe Thor, prepared to activate the Bifrost should any misfortune befall him, ready to reduce the foe to ashes. In the martial and valiant realm of Asgard, it is the noble Thor who embodies their expectations of a king, while the second prince, who secretly wields magic, has but a single supporter. Chapter 45. A delightful addition. How did you end up here? Coulson inquired, having driven his own vehicle from Tony's residence due to a certain one-eyed individual's refusal to reimburse his travel expenses. It was quite an arduous journey, and to his astonishment, a fellow who had set off over a day later had arrived before him. Don't fret, Coulson. Carry on. Lu Chi, clad in beach shorts and a loose tank top, leisurely reclined on a lounge chair. He retrieved a bottle of cola from a nearby cooler and tossed it to Coulson. On such a sweltering day, it would be a pity not to enjoy a chilled cola. With a sigh, Coulson took a satisfying sip of the icy beverage. So, was it the director who sent you here? He asked, feeling a bit more invigorated after burping contentedly. No, prior to my joining that so-called alliance, Fury was intent on keeping me in the dark about everything. Due to someone's overseas return status, Fury was keen on shielding him from certain secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D., practically wishing to send Lu Chi as far away from the agency as possible. Nevertheless, Lu Chi possesses his own sources of information, which left Fury quite exasperated. So, what peculiarities draw you to this place? Coulson glanced at the nearby crowd engaged in a beer gathering, contrasting it with himself and Lu Chi, who were sipping on their colas, feeling somewhat out of place. Look over there, Lu Chi suddenly exclaimed, his attention captured by a scene unfolding in the distance. An elderly man drove a pickup truck, tethered a rope to a peculiar meteorite, and cheerfully returned to his vehicle. The engine roared to life, the wheels spun in earnest, yet the truck remained stubbornly stationary. After a prolonged stalemate, the truck's bed detached, much to the disappointment of the onlookers. What kind of meteorite is that? Coulson mused, stepping closer for a better examination. Meanwhile, Lu Chi remained fixated on the elderly man driving the pickup. Hey, say cheese. Lu Chi snapped a photo, only to discover that the individual striking a peace sign in the image was someone entirely different. Glancing up, he realized the quirky old man had vanished, replaced by the figure in the photo, now posing with a peace sign directed towards Lu Chi. Clever old coot. Lu Chi chuckled, setting down his camera and reclining once more, savoring his cola. After finishing a bottle, Lu Chi stood to fetch another, only to find that one of his colas had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind a photograph. Picking it up, he noticed the elderly man giving a peace sign, captured in a photo with him from behind. Not bad, I look quite dashing, Lu Chi remarked with satisfaction, observing Coulson approach with a serious demeanor. Do you know what that hammer is? Coulson pondered, recalling the meteorite he had seen in the crater. Although he found it hard to believe, he was convinced that it was indeed a hammer. Initially, this mission arose from a report by a meteorite recovery organization regarding an immovable meteorite, and seeing how long Coulson had been working, Fury had decided to delegate this matter to him, allowing for a bit of a holiday in the process. However, with the emergence of Lu Chi and the peculiar shape of the meteorite, Coulson felt that this matter was far from simple. A meteorite, perhaps, or could it be Thor's hammer? Why not take a look at this photograph? Coulson, disregarding Lu Chi's ramblings, leaned in to examine the image in Lu Chi's hand and asked, "Why is there a blank space behind you? Is there some strange magnetic field around the meteorite affecting your camera?" At this point, Coulson could no longer maintain his composure. If that hammer possessed an unusual magnetic field, could it potentially affect the human body? He quickly dialed Fury to inform him of the developments, and Fury promptly dispatched S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to the scene upon hearing of Lu Chi's appearance. After the report, Coulson approached the meteorite crater, observing the burly men vying to lift the hammer, which gave him a headache. What were these fellows doing, idly attempting to pull it from the ground? Did they think it was some Excalibur that would grant them sovereignty? Concerned about any peculiar influence the hammer might have on the human body, Coulson urged the men to disperse. However, they were reluctant to comply, and one visibly intoxicated individual drew his weapon. Coulson had no choice but to evade the gaze of this agitated man. What else could he do? Eliminate them all? Could you perhaps instruct your ninjas to disperse these people? It would be disastrous if the hammer had any adverse effects on humans. Indeed, the hammer did have an effect on the human body, but one must first be able to lift it. You might want to give it a try, The influence it exerts is beneficial. Lu Qi, uninterested in urging anyone away, attempted to absorb the photograph into the shadow world, but found it unassimilated. He placed the photograph within with ease, raised his soda can in a mock salute to the air, and lazily replied to Coulson. He harbored a hope that someone might surprise him by lifting the hammer. Coulson, feeling somewhat helpless, was relieved to learn that the hammer posed no threat to human health. After waiting for half an hour, several helicopters arrived, and a group of agents, using loudspeakers, shouted for about 10 minutes that the meteorite was radioactive before managing to disperse the beer festival attendees. Coulson sighed in relief and instructed the agents to attempt transporting the hammer via helicopter. However, they were unsuccessful. Even excavating the soil beneath the hammer proved futile. The soil was inexplicably harder than brick, capable of withstanding the hammer's weight. Coulson could only command the agents to establish a base on the spot and set up a security perimeter. Observing the agents construct a fairly decent base in just half an hour left Lu Qi astonished. He then instructed the ninjas to carry him along with his chair and find a suitable spot within the base to set him down. This truly is a grand procession, he remarked. Coulson directed the newly arrived researchers to conduct tests and approached Lu Qi. Lu Qi shook his head, insisting, "How can this be called a grand procession? It is clearly only 4 people." Ignoring Lu Qi's peculiar perspective, Coulson busied himself assigning tasks to the new Hawkeye. Watching the archer ascend to a high vantage point with his equipment, Lu Qi silently captured a photograph. Seeing this, Coulson said to Lu Qi, "You must not post his photo online, or it will complicate his future missions." "Do not worry, I shall apply a mosaic," Lu Qi replied. He continued to take several pictures of the hammer, entirely disregarding Coulson's unspoken concerns. Setting down the camera, Lu Qi rose from the lounge chair, stretched his limbs, and approached the hammer. "Please make way." Pushing aside the frustrated researchers, Lu Qi grasped the hammer with one hand, attempting to lift it, yet an unseen force subtly impeded him. Interesting. Gathering dark energy, Lu Qi suppressed that force and tried once more to lift the hammer, but only succeeded in causing the earth beneath it to crumble, leaving the hammer suspended in the air. "I should give it another try." Casting a glance at the astonished Coulson, Lu Qi allowed the dark energy to permeate Mjolnir, thoroughly subduing the peculiar energies within, and then he raised the hammer. In an instant, the sky darkened, and bolts of lightning began to gather overhead, occasionally striking around the base. Just as Lu Qi was about to rejoice, the energy he had previously suppressed erupted, annihilating the dark energy. Unfortunately, Lu Qi's supply of dark energy was insufficient to match the consumption, resulting in Mjolnir breaking free from his control. Damn it! Lu Qi felt the weight of the hammer surge, his feet sinking into the ground, compelling him to relinquish it. Phew, what a workout! Closing his eyes, Lu Qi took a deep breath, but when he opened them, he found himself in a golden expanse. Before him hovered an elder, one eye obscured by a patch, the other tightly shut as if in slumber. Oh no! Lu Qi sensed trouble and attempted to enter the shadow realm, but was engulfed by the surrounding energy. The moment dark energy manifested, it was obliterated. "Apologies, my lord, I was mistaken. I shall not dare again." Lu Qi's heart sank. He realized that slipping into the shadow realm was futile, for the elder before him was of the same caliber as the Ancient One, capable of dismissing him with a mere gesture, or perhaps with a single blow. After all, he had progressed from an ant to a caterpillar. Yet, what should he do now? Lu Qi gazed at Odin, who, after a brief tremor of his eyelids, finally opened his eyes. "How dare you?" Odin's words trailed off as he stared in astonishment at Lu Qi. Behind him, "Greetings, Odin, king of the gods." The voice of the Ancient One resonated from behind Lu Qi, and upon looking back, he indeed saw a figure clad in yellow. "Master Ancient One, what brings you here?" Odin, seemingly delighted to encounter a friend, laughed heartily. "I have come here for this little fellow," the Ancient One remarked, casting a glance at Lu Qi. "Then all is well. To these two great beings, my age is but a fraction of theirs." Lu Qi quietly shrank into the corner, fearful of Odin's gaze, only to find that Odin, upon hearing the Ancient One's words, frowned and turned his attention towards him. "Why?" Ancient One struck Lu Qi with a forceful palm, sending him soaring through the air, yet causing him no harm, merely propelling him further away. She then engaged in conversation with Odin. Lu Qi dared not eavesdrop, fearing that he might overhear a secret that could lead to dire consequences. After a while, once the two formidable beings concluded their discourse, Ancient One reached out and summoned Lu Qi back to her side. Upon his return, Lu Qi noticed the manifestation of a dark energy emblem on Ancient One, though it differed from Dormammu's insignia, taking the form of a mask. He couldn't help but silently critique its aesthetic, finding it far more appealing than Dormammu's emblem, while outwardly maintaining a compliant demeanor before the two dignitaries. Odin remained silent for a moment before casting a glance at Ancient One. With a resigned expression, she addressed Lu Qi, stating, "From today onward, you shall provide sufficient dark energy for King Odin. Is that agreeable?" This was indeed a new opportunity. Lu Qi eagerly nodded, realizing that he had secured a favor from a powerful entity, which would undoubtedly facilitate his future endeavors. Upon committing to the agreement with the esteemed beings, Lu Qi discovered that he was required to supply nearly 1,000 points of dark energy every second. This demand was understandable, considering Odin belonged to the long-lived Asgardian race, and he often entered a state of Odin's sleep to rejuvenate his energies, thus necessitating such substantial energy expenditure. In contrast, Ancient One's requirements stemmed from her origins as a mere mortal, needing energy only during combat. After finalizing the contract, Lu Qi exhaled in relief. However, a sudden thought struck him. Why did Thor's mother appear even younger than Odin? It was implausible that Odin, an elder, had taken a younger wife for the sake of his sons, was it? This implied that, had she not fallen victim to the Dark Elves, Thor's mother might have lived even longer than Odin. The depths of this matter were too profound for Lu Qi to ponder further. Meanwhile, after signing the contract, Odin closed his eyes for a moment to sense the energies, and upon opening them in surprise, he bestowed a smile upon Lu Qi, only to then feign authority by dismissing him from the space. Returning before the hammer, Lu Qi felt a wave of relief, sensing that he had been granted clemency by the powerful beings and had perhaps acquired a new ally. Purple sweet potato essence. Did you ever expect that I would gain yet another formidable ally? He mused. If you dare venture to Earth, I shall ensure you receive some delightful treats. What delicacies does your planet possess? What's the matter, Lu Qi? Coulson inquired, observing Lu Qi standing still with his eyes closed for an extended period. Wasn't it said that grasping the hammer would yield favorable outcomes? Lu Qi shook his head and replied with a smile. I'm heading to the nearby town to grab some hamburgers. Tony's burger joint has made its way here. It's been ages since I last indulged. I must check it out. Ignoring Coulson's puzzled gaze, Lu Qi made his exit, appearing quite content. Was there truly a benefit to be had? Coulson mused, glancing at the hammer, now ensnared in deeper intrigue, and shook his head, instructing the researchers to continue their examination. Lu Qi remained unfazed by their thoughts, joyfully bounding into the quaint little town. Observing the modest scale of the settlement, he felt reassured that even if he couldn't defeat the armored foe, he could certainly divert its attention. With Odin now on his side, why should he fear its armor? He would boldly stand before that contraption and challenge it to fire. With a smile, Lu Qi entered the Stark burger chain, ordering 2 signature cheeseburgers and savoring each bite. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, an image of Lu Qi, looking foolish, appeared before Odin. Is this fellow truly reliable? Rest assured, he possesses the capability to thwart Ragnarok. His dark energy level is formidable enough to subdue your eldest daughter. Ancient One struggled to maintain her composure, sensing that Lu Qi was increasingly indulging in his whims, nearly embarrassing her in front of her old friend. Indeed, his energy is remarkably pure, yet still insufficient to suppress my runic script. However, his growth rate is impressive, provided he can access the coordinates of the Dark Dimension. I urge you to gather all the coordinates of the Dark Dimension you have collected over the next few days, and present them to him. Quantity is not paramount. He will eventually discover ways to seek out other dark dimensions. Ancient One gazed into Odin's singular eye, speaking with conviction. Beware, those who observe the passage of time. Do not be ensnared by it. With that, Odin fell silent. Chapter 46. Call me uncle at 9 o'clock in the morning. Lu Qi drew a circle and arrived in this quaint little town from New York. There was a portal, quite remarkable indeed. Lu Qi removed the ring of suspension and tucked it into his pocket. Although the device possessed impressive functionality, it hindered his mobility. With it on, even the formidable Kuo Lu couldn't be opened. As he stepped out from the corner, he spotted a motorhome passing by. Through the glass, he recognized the three flustered individuals inside as the main and supporting characters from Thor. What a coincidence! Lu Qi silently followed them to the entrance of the hospital, observing as they entrusted Thor to the doctors. Arriving outside Thor's hospital room, Lu Qi watched as a swarm of doctors and nurses attended to him, shaking his head in dismay. The poor fellow had just descended from the Bifrost only to be struck down by a female driver. After barely surviving that ordeal, he was now rendered unconscious by a petite electric stun gun. How embarrassing for the god of thunder! Perhaps no other deity of thunder would ever suffer such a fate. Gently tapping on the glass, Lu Qi noticed Thor's hand twitch slightly. A perplexed doctor turned to glance at the glass, but saw nothing amiss. Who was playing tricks? The doctor shook his head and returned to prepare a blood test for Thor. Although he was dealing with external injuries, it wouldn't hurt to conduct additional tests and earn a bit more revenue. How dare you harm the great Thor? Upon awakening, Thor found himself pinned to a bed, surrounded by a multitude of individuals wielding various instruments, all attempting to perform some procedure on him. With the robust physiology of an Asgardian, Thor effortlessly tossed the crowd aside. However, as the doctor shouted, a throng rushed into the room, once again pinning Thor firmly to the hospital bed. Jane, Daisy, and Eric stood outside the glass window, watching in astonishment as Thor was subdued by the throng. He seems so healthy. Does that mean we aren't responsible? Daisy pushed her glasses up, hesitantly addressing Jane. Indeed, Jane nodded. The three prepared to leave but noticed a figure nearby snapping photographs with a camera. What are you doing? Jane inquired, curious if the individual was a tabloid journalist who had rushed over at the hint of news. Nothing much, just savoring the moment after all. It's my first time here, Lu Qi replied ambiguously, leaving it unclear whether he referred to his arrival or that of the individual inside. Oh my God! Daisy exclaimed in surprise. You are the Lord of Shadows? Lu Qi raised an eyebrow, astonished that this infatuated young woman recognized him. Hello? I am indeed the person you mentioned, but I prefer to be called Lu Qi. Then, who is the Lord of Shadows? Jane asked, exasperated. You don't know? Everyone chorused in unison, leaving Jane feeling quite bewildered. Why should I know? Don't you surf the web? Daisy exclaimed, pulling out her newly purchased smartphone to search for information about the Lord of Shadows, presenting it to Jane. Oh, that smartphone looks rather impressive. Jen initially commented on the mobile phone, remarking that had it been reasonably priced, she might have considered purchasing one herself. Upon reviewing the information displayed, she appeared utterly astonished. Is it still 2010? She said weakly, gazing at the plethora of information before her. So your sources of information are even fewer than an old man like me. Eric lamented. What brings you here? He inquired of Lu Qi. Thanks to a mysteriously influential friend, Lu Qi had a relatively high acceptance of such matters. I'm merely here to observe. I happen to be traveling in this vicinity, he replied before departing without further ado. What an odd fellow, Jen remarked, though she left it at that. Lu Qi, indifferent to the opinions of the others regarding him, cheerfully examined the photographs on his camera. However, as he stepped outside the hospital, he was abruptly drawn into the mirror realm. Ah, greetings, esteemed ones, Lu Qi said, feeling somewhat apprehensive under the gaze of the two dignitaries. Splendid photographs, Gui remarked as the camera inexplicably appeared in her hand. After perusing the images, she passed it to Odin. Observing pictures of his son, Odin appeared somewhat resigned. However, compared to his previous frustration, he now felt considerably more at ease. As long as his life persisted, he could afford Thor and Loki ample time to mature. If Thor were to see these photographs, he would undoubtedly be beside himself. Odin chuckled, well aware of his son's temperament. Presently, Thor was rather proud and boastful, reminiscent of Tony in certain respects, both possessing an inflated sense of self that would eventually evolve. As Odin flipped through several images, a mixture of concern, resignation, and pride flickered in his eyes. Setting aside Thor's monarchical potential, He was undoubtedly an exceptional warrior. Perhaps with Loki as king and Thor as general, Asgard could look forward to a brighter future. Odin continued to ponder, finding this notion increasingly plausible. I hope the esteemed one does not intend to shatter my camera, Lu Chi thought, casting a bewildered glance at Gu-Yi as he noticed Odin's stillness. Does Odin disapprove of the photographs I took of his son, wishing to destroy my camera to preserve the last vestige of royal dignity? Gu-Yi observed Lu Chi's discreet gestures and then glanced at Odin, who seemed lost in fanciful reverie. She softly cleared her throat. Regaining his composure, Odin turned to the increasingly aggrieved Lu Chi, adopting a stern demeanor. Come now, old man. Do you think I cannot see what kind of Asgardian you are? Setting aside your status as king, you are just an ordinary father wishing for his children to succeed. Yet, this father was rather stern. His eldest daughter faced confinement, and poor Thor remained oblivious to the existence of a sister. Noticing the disdain in Lu Chi's eyes, Odin felt a twinge of discomfort. He coughed lightly, re-establishing his authority, and addressed Lu Chi. I am Odin, the king of the Aesir, and I extend my gratitude for your assistance in prolonging my existence. Odin spoke with an air of majesty, his war attire billowing as if caught by an unseen wind, rendering him an imposing figure. However, Lu Chi remained oblivious to the role-playing antics of this elderly man, merely observing the spectacle before him. Noticing Lu Chi's lack of cooperation, Odin felt a twinge of awkwardness, but soon brushed it aside to continue. You have saved my life, thus preserving the lineage of the Aesir. Therefore, I decree that you shall become an outer prince of my clan. Lu Chi nodded in acknowledgement. As the last bastion of the Aesir, Odin commanded a respect that deterred countless adversaries from encroaching upon Asgard. Indeed, the Bifrost, a marvel in its own right, served as a whimsical star destroyer, yet it was Odin's ability to obliterate a planet in a heartbeat that truly exemplified power and legacy. After all, even Thanos, with his formidable fleet, gained fame not solely through his armada but through his own unparalleled might. However, Lu Chi was far from composed upon hearing Odin's proposal of nobility. Self-proclaimed ruler of the Nine Realms, the Aesir indeed had the stature to support such claims. With the Bifrost as a strategic asset, the Aesir could traverse the cosmos unimpeded, facilitating the swift mobilization of troops. Odin, a renowned powerhouse, possessed the capability to shatter celestial bodies single-handedly. Although age had somewhat dulled his prowess, Lu Chi had just granted him a new lease on life. The title of prince imbued Lu Chi with a sense of restless ambition. Should he accept this role, even the Earth's council would not intimidate him. Do you dare unleash nuclear devastation? I shall simply summon the Aesir to open the Bifrost. Though such brashness might invite retribution from another formidable entity, it nonetheless provided a semblance of confidence. Odin, perceiving Lu Chi's burgeoning eagerness, decided to further entice him. As your immediate elevation to Outer Prince will undoubtedly provoke dissent within the Aesir, I shall recognize you as my brother. Once you have garnered sufficient respect within our ranks, I will officially bestow upon you the title of true Outer Prince, second only to myself and my queen. Lu Chi was taken aback by Odin's earnestness, nodding vigorously lest the god reconsider. In truth, the title of prince mattered little to him. His sole desire was to have Thor acknowledge him as uncle, and for Loki to do the same. In that case, the Asgardian pantheon warmly welcomes your accession. Odin replied, a glimmer of joy illuminating his countenance, pleased to have ensnared Lu Chi into their fold. Now that Lu Chi was recognized as Odin's brother and an outer prince of the Aesir, it was imperative that he address the internal strife caused by Odin's eldest daughter. Yet, confronting her directly would be akin to delivering oneself into the jaws of danger. Reflecting on his eldest son Thor, who was currently honing his skills on Earth, Odin contemplated. You must be aware of Thor by now. He is presently on Earth undergoing trials, and the hammer you once grasped belongs to him. Originally, I intended for him to become a true king, yet I now harbor new aspirations, while still wishing for him to amend his proud and arrogant disposition. Can you assist him in this transformation? As his uncle, Odin emphasized the weight of the term, hoping to convey the significance of this matter to Lu Chi. However, upon hearing the word uncle, Lu Chi felt a sense of entitlement, as if he were to benefit from this situation. Consequently, he confidently agreed to the proposition. Gui, serving as a witness, remained silent, and after their discussion concluded, Odin bestowed a token upon Lu Qi, sending him back. Upon returning to the hospital entrance, Lu Qi gleefully affixed the token to his waist and swaggered toward the location of the hammer. After all, the hammer was right there, and Thor would surely come, so there was no fear of him escaping. "Hey, Coulson, have you not slept all night? Your dark circles have intensified," Lu Qi casually teased Coulson, who was holding a cup of coffee, as he glanced at the hammer. It appeared much the same as before, albeit slightly lower, for Lu Qi had hoisted it up only to let it drop once more. The current researchers had constructed a small ladder by the edge of the pit. Otherwise, they would be unable to descend. Ignoring Coulson's hesitance, Lu Qi dashed to a corner to play a game, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Soon, darkness enveloped the scene, and Lu Qi placed his nearly depleted phone aside to charge, before scurrying into the monitoring room, hovering beside Coulson. Coulson cast a peculiar glance at Lu Qi but refrained from speaking, instead focusing on the researchers as they examined the hammer. Relieved by the uneventful day, Coulson was about to engage Lu Qi in conversation when suddenly, the surveillance screen began to flicker, inundated with static. What transpired? The research team? Coulson glanced at the innocent Lu Qi, using the intercom to summon the research group. Thank heavens, the intercom remained unaffected. Otherwise, delayed communication could lead to significant oversights. The magnetic field emitted by the meteorite had abruptly altered, enough to disrupt the surrounding instruments. Researchers exclaimed in shock, as none had anticipated that the hammer, which had been dormant all day, would now exhibit new developments. Alert! The southeast corner of the base has been breached. An unidentified entity has infiltrated the facility. As if misfortune were not enough, yet another distressing report reached Coulson. The once clear sky had been unexpectedly shrouded by ominous clouds, and a sudden downpour commenced, seemingly heralding impending events. "Barton, ascend to a higher vantage point," Coulson urgently called to Hawkeye, glancing at Lu Qi, who appeared idle, contemplating saying something but ultimately refraining. This fellow, perhaps he should be kept as a trump card. With this thought, Coulson promptly instructed other agents to search the base for any unidentified beings. The agents quickly conducted a thorough investigation, discovering that several individuals had ceased responding. Immediately, a significant portion of the base's personnel hurried toward the locations of the missing individuals, while Barton alone guarded the area where personnel had gone missing. If someone attempts to deceive through distraction, Hawkeye will demonstrate the true prowess of a top S.H.I.L.D. agent. A group of agents swiftly spotted the unmasked Thor, and an array of firearms erupted in a cacophony of gunfire. Yet, inexplicably, their weapons malfunctioned, rendering them utterly useless. Whether it was a taser or any other firearm, none could discharge a single shot. Damn it! It must be that magnetic field. Upon noticing this anomaly, Coulson furiously slammed his earpiece onto the table, turning to summon Lu Qi for assistance, only to find that Lu Qi had vanished from behind him. At that moment, Lu Qi stood beside Hawkeye, both utilizing lifting equipment to ascend into the air, securing a prime vantage point for the unfolding spectacle. Unfazed by Lu Qi's presence, who was busy capturing photographs, Hawkeye deftly knocked an arrow onto his bowstring, silently aiming at the formidable Thor. Thor, having vanquished numerous foes, was mercilessly dispatching S.H.I.L.D. agents as though they were mere market guards. "Coulson, I have him in my sights. Do you require my intervention?" Coulson initially intended for Hawkeye to incapacitate Thor immediately, but for reasons unknown, he recalled Lu Qi's extensive commentary and the latter's keen interest in the situation. By some inexplicable instinct, he replied, "Hold your fire. I wish to observe what he is capable of." Thus, they witnessed as Thor approached the edge of the pit, his gaze falling upon his familiar hammer, a look of delight crossing his face as he leapt down. "Oh no!" Lu Qi exclaimed, watching Thor jump and subsequently slip in the mud. While lamenting the apparent lack of intelligence in his nephew, he relentlessly snapped photographs. Thor wiped the mud from his face and surveyed his surroundings. No one was around. Excellent. The great god of thunder, Thor, had not embarrassed himself, and certainly, he had not fallen in disgrace. Unaware that every moment was being recorded, Thor grasped the hammer, attempting to lift it as he had done countless times before. However, the hammer remained immovable. In disbelief, he exerted both hands, yet it would not budge an inch. No. Father, no. Thor howled to the heavens, despairingly kneeling upon the ground. He had truly been cast out by his father. Coulson observed the inert hammer with a sense of disappointment and ordered someone to seize Thor. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, landing before Thor. Greetings, Thor. I am your father's brother. You may call me Uncle. Chapter 47. Uncle? Observing Thor's incredulous expression, Lu Chi gave a slight shake at his waist, where a token dangled enticingly, capturing Thor's attention. This is. Thor's face was one of astonishment, and Lu Chi smiled at him. Who dares to forge a token imitating my father's handwriting? Lu Chi's smile transformed into a visage of confusion. How could this be a forgery? This was personally bestowed upon me by your father. Thor, witnessing Lu Chi's bewilderment, let out a hearty laugh. Regardless of whether you are from Midgard or elsewhere, irrespective of where the token was crafted, do not expect me to believe it. Thor, gazing at Lu Chi with pride, declared, my father is an only child. He has no brothers. Certainly, there can be no prince. Lu Chi regarded the resolute, foolish god of thunder with some disbelief. Are you truly incapable of sensing your father's divine power? Lu Chi pressed the token firmly against Thor's face, urging him to truly feel it. Thor attempted to push Lu Chi's hand away, but lacking divine strength, he was no match for Lu Chi's might. Embarrassed and furious, Thor was compelled to endure the insult from one he deemed an insignificant insect, and he shouted defiantly, if my powers were not sealed by my father, how could you dare to humiliate me like this? A spit flew forth, though it did not strike Lu Chi, as he was holding Thor's head down. However, it landed upon another's polished shoe. Oh dear! Lu Chi glanced at the innocent-looking Coulson, then back at the unyielding Thor. Coulson, with an expressionless demeanor, regarded the spit on his shoe, gently lifted his foot to let the rain wash it away, along with his sock and foot. So, how did you acquire another nephew? Coulson ignored the pinned individual and addressed Lu Chi. I just recognized him yesterday. I became sworn brothers with his father. The overlooked Thor seized the opportunity while Lu Chi was distracted to escape, climbing up from the pit and turning to Lu Chi with a triumphant shout. My father is the esteemed king of Asgard. How could he associate with someone like you? If my divine powers were not sealed, I would crush you with a single blow. Lu Chi sighed at Thor's foolishness. How could Odin consider handing the throne to this simpleton? Having narrowly escaped from overpowering foes, he still lingered, issuing threats. You are in the enemy's stronghold. If this fool were to become the king of Asgard, it would surely lead to its ruin. It seems Asgard has indeed faced destruction. While the blame rests with Ragnarok, Thor's actions contributed as well. After all, Thor is less a god of thunder and more a god of hammers. Without that hammer, he is merely a strong brute. If he could awaken his true potential sooner, what fear would he have of Ragnarok? He could simply send his sister back to the underworld. With this thought in mind, Lu Chi called out to the self-satisfied Thor, you boast that with your hammer you could shatter me, yet without it, are you still the god of thunder? Casually ascending the nearby stairs, Lu Chi approached Thor. Is your father referred to as the God King solely due to his possession of the eternal spear? No, Thor declared resolutely. My father's status as God King stems from his unparalleled strength. Then how is it that you are not called the god of thunder without your hammer? Thor found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter the argument. If your identity as the god of thunder relies solely on your hammer, then you might as well be called Hammer God. Observing Thor lost in contemplation, Lu Chi seized his hand and swiftly ascended into the sky. Despite carrying another person, Lu Chi could still achieve a velocity nearing 500 meters per second with his current energy. Disregarding Thor's shouts, Lu Chi soon reached an altitude beyond comprehension. Under the glow of the moonlight, he looked at Thor, who was dangling in his grasp. Even facing the sound barrier was merely a mild discomfort. However, at such heights, even an Asgardian would meet a gruesome fate if they fell. Would you care to experience that, Hammer God? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Thor ceased his struggles and tightly gripped Lu Chi's hand. He glanced at the clouds below and instinctively closed his eyes. At this height, he could typically confront anything with ease, yet the view now instilled fear within him. Noticing Thor's trepidation, Lu Chi gradually lowered his hand, allowing Thor to truly feel the planet's gravitational pull. Addressing Thor, who had shut his eyes like an ostrich, Lu Chi remarked, "Are you not a god? Why do you lack the courage to face this peril? Or are you merely an ordinary Asgardian, wielding that hammer to possess divine power? Hammer god Thor?" Lu Chi employed a tactic of provocation. The effect was remarkable. Thor indeed opened his eyes, defiantly casting a glance at Lu Chi, then provocatively gazed downward. Simple-minded beings are easily deceived. Lu Chi smirked slyly and pried Thor's hands apart. "Just do it. Do it." As Thor plummeted, Lu Chi followed suit, descending alongside him while pulling out a camera to capture the moment, shouting at Thor, "Odin above!" Ah! Thor continued his descent, the relentless pull of gravity threatening his very existence. "Thor, only you can save yourself now," Lu Chi shouted, but Thor's voice was louder. This created an awkward situation. Observing Thor's silence, Lu Chi simply floated beside him and delivered 2 sharp slaps to his face. "Thor, only you can save yourself. Think carefully, who are you truly?" With that parting remark, Lu Chi vanished into the Shadow Realm, severing Thor's final shred of hope. Thor finally managed to regain, physically, his composure, but as he looked around, Lu Chi had vanished. Staring down from the heights, fear gripped him, yet the stinging pain on his face kept him grounded. "Damn that guy, Thor, the god of thunder, will surely feed you to the fish in the moat," he shouted, yet received no reply. The pain on his face constantly reminded him of that scoundrel. "Who am I? Am I not simply myself?" Thor shouted as he swiftly pierced through the clouds, the indistinct ground coming into view. As he beheld the earth approaching, he could not help but close his eyes once more. "Aren't you a god? Why do you lack the courage to face this danger? Or are you merely an ordinary Asgardian, wielding that hammer for divine power? The god of thunder, Thor?" Lu Chi's voice echoed in his ears, and in a daze, Thor pondered, "Am I not a god? To the Midgardians, are Asgardians not akin to deities? Thus, I am a god. I am Thor, the god of thunder." As if a realization dawned upon him, Thor abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at the ground that was drawing nearer. It seemed as though a mere veil separated him from that unknown realm, yet he could not breach it. Thor shouted something and plunged toward the earth. Yet, failure loomed. Lu Chi, who had appeared beside Thor unbeknownst to him, saw Thor with his eyes closed, repeating his earlier words. It remained uncertain whether Thor had truly absorbed them. As the ground loomed closer, Lu Chi moved nearer to Thor, preparing to guide him into the shadow dimension. Just then, he caught sight of Thor about to speak, eager to discern his words. "How frustrating. I thought you were going to shout something. Yet here you are, cursing me?" Lu Chi shook his head but nonetheless brought Thor into the shadow dimension. Observing Thor within this realm, Lu Chi sighed, neutralizing the speed surrounding Thor, intending to swiftly eject him. Otherwise, Thor risked being assimilated by the dark energy. Imagining Odin discovering a crippled Thor, wielding the eternal spear to inflict harm upon himself, Lu Chi felt a chill and resolved to throw Thor out. Under normal circumstances, an entity devoid of energy could be effortlessly cast into or out of dimensions. However, just as Lu Chi was about to expel Thor, a surge of energy erupted within him. A torrent of intense electricity surged forth from Thor's body, annihilating the dark energy surrounding him. Yet this was Lu Chi's domain. Hundreds of thousands of dark energies seemed to be incited, converging upon Thor. Startled, Lu Chi hastily controlled the dark energy, slowing its advance, barely maintaining the vacuum Thor had created. "Do not resist. I shall send you out." Exhausted from expending the entirety of the energy that had just manifested, Thor gazed in despair at the seemingly boundless dark energy surrounding him. In the next moment, his adversary appeared before him. Upon acquiring divine power, Thor was astonished to sense the token at Lu Chi's waist, imbued with his father's strength. "So, this fellow is indeed my uncle?" With no will to resist and devoid of energy to do so, Thor was promptly dispatched from the shadow dimension, returning to the S.H.I.L. D. Base. Coulson, initially bewildered as he watched Lu Chi propel Thor skyward, had previously sent someone to investigate the information revealed during their exchange. Upon receiving feedback, a figure suddenly materialized before him. Thor crashed to the ground, kneeling on one knee, unable to control the flickers of electricity coursing across his body. After taking several deep breaths, I finally managed to control the energy that had just awakened within me. My heavens, this is... Suddenly, I found myself kneeling before a balding man, startling Thor, who quickly rose to his feet. "It's nothing, consider it an apology, Coulson," Lu Chi said as he appeared behind Thor, first putting away his camera before continuing. "So you really are my uncle? And he is truly the god of thunder?" Thor and Coulson turned to look at Lu Chi and spoke in unison, causing Lu Chi to pause momentarily. "I'm not a dual-core standby. How can I hear you both at once?" He sighed, wiping the rainwater from his face. "So, are we going to stand here in the rain to converse? While it has its charm, I would much prefer to be in a warm little cabin." Coulson glanced at Thor and then turned to walk into the tent-like room. Thor stared at Lu Chi for a moment before following Coulson inside. Lu Chi glanced at the hammer at the bottom of the pit, surprised that this fellow had even forsaken his own weapon. He picked up the hammer and hurried indoors, only to find his phone still charging. Tossing the hammer to Thor, Lu Chi lunged for his phone. "What's wrong?" he asked, noticing Thor's displeased expression. "I am not the god of hammers. I am the god of thunder." Thor set the hammer aside, electricity crackling around him. I know. Lu Chi quickly moved his phone away, not wanting this oaf to damage it. Thor finally appeared satisfied and seized his precious hammer. He had merely responded to the earlier question posed by Lu Chi, and now, with his hammer back in hand, he sighed in relief. Having acquired divine power, Thor could effortlessly wield the hammer, and unlike his previous rudimentary methods of smashing and discharging electricity, he was now capable of employing the hammer in a more versatile manner, such as striking while channeling lightning. Feeling the feedback from the treasured hammer in his grip, Thor chuckled foolishly a couple of times but quickly regained his authoritative demeanor upon noticing the presence of others. He stifled his smile, only to catch a disdainful glance from Lu Chi. This fellow was a spitting image of his father. Observing Thor's demeanor, Lu Chi recognized him as Odin's biological son. The synchronization between them was utterly remarkable, rendering any retort futile. Thor composed himself and turned to Lu Chi, asking, "So you truly are my uncle?" "Ah, my dear nephew. Do call me something sweet," Lu Chi replied with a smile. Uncle Thor hesitated for a long while before finally uttering the word. Lu Chi promptly nodded in response. My dear nephew, it's a pity I have no gifts for you. Would you like some joy beans? I'll have a ninja win some for you right now." Coulson observed the two with their apparent deep bond, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Lu Chi. "So this guy really is the thunder god from mythology?" "Absolutely genuine," Lu Chi affirmed with a nod. "Does Odin truly exist? I just forged a brotherly bond with him yesterday." Lu Chi brandished the token at his waist, declaring, "I am now a diplomatic envoy from the Asgardian royal family stationed on Earth. Henceforth, please speak with more courtesy." Coulson, uninterested in Lu Chi's antics, felt his hair would surely fall out at the thought of mythological beings being real. He recalled how Thor had spat on his shoes earlier, prompting him to have the agents analyze the footwear and collect the rain-soaked soil, wondering what they might uncover. "Why did I wash my shoes? Now I'll surely face the director's wrath." Coulson sighed wearily but quickly regained his composure. As an agent, he possessed a remarkable capacity for acceptance. He sent a brief message to the director, inviting him to work late together. Turning back, Coulson resolved to gather more intelligence. "My father visited here yesterday?" Thor inquired first, his mind racing with questions. To be precise, he had not come in person but merely communicated with his spiritual essence. Coulson nodded silently, recalling that moment when Lu Chi appeared lost in thought. It must have been then. "Did he say anything about me?" Lu Chi began the game, glancing at Thor during the loading screen. "Not much, but it's highly probable that you 1T ascend to the throne." Thor chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging his unworthiness to be king. His strength was insufficient. He remembered the helplessness he felt in the shadow dimension, as if countless perilous foes were watching him, leaving him feeling powerless. He was still too weak. However, gazing at Lu Chia's token, Thor reassured himself. This man is indeed my father's brother. His strength is undeniable. Moreover, I am not entirely defenseless. I possess the capacity to resist. As long as I continue to grow stronger, I can defeat this uncle, which, by extension, means... Lost in his whimsical reverie, Thor wore an odd smile, falling into a contemplative silence. Coulson cast a curious glance at Thor, suppressing the urge to wipe his drool, and turned to Lu Chi, asking, "What do you think they are? How will their existence affect us?" Lu Chi regarded Coulson thoughtfully. "Do not fret too much. They differ from the deities of mythology. You may consider them advanced extraterrestrials." Reflecting on Asgard's primitive lifestyle compared to Kamartaj, Lu Chi grew momentarily pensive but continued, "Their strength is considerable, possessing the Bifrost for mass troop transport, which can also function as a star-destroying cannon when activated." Coulson wiped the rain from his face and pressed on, "Is there anything else? Regarding Odin, his power is not as formidable as depicted in the myths." As Coulson leaned in closer, Lu Chi casually remarked, "He is not capable of annihilating worlds. However, shattering 2 planets is still relatively straightforward." Lu Chi spoke with a calm demeanor about Odin's peak strength. Although Odin still possessed such power, his body could no longer withstand it. Lu Chi glanced at the whimsically delusional Thor and whispered to Coulson, "This fellow is the heir to Asgard's throne? You understand, don't you? Although his status is slightly inferior to mine, he should not be overlooked. Do you grasp my meaning?" Pretending to comprehend the first layer of implication while failing to grasp the second, Coulson observed the foolish grin on Thor's face, realizing that preventing this individual from causing a diplomatic incident on Earth was already a formidable challenge. Sighing, he resolved to provide a brief report to the director. Such significant matters were beyond Coulson's authority, and he could only entrust them to his direct superior, unaware that a certain agent had already transmitted some information clandestinely. Chapter 48. Women? Pierce furrowed his brow as he listened to his subordinate's report. Once the man left, he rubbed his temples in frustration. What on earth is happening in this world? A bewildering emergence of superheroes has been accompanied by an equally perplexing rise of supervillains. Now, even deities have made their appearance. However, his subordinate's report that Asgard is actually extraterrestrial provided him with a modicum of relief. What nonsense! What with the Rainbow Bridge and the star-destroying cannon, and the so-called God King of the Stars, could this truly be the Asgard of mythology? It seems the imagination of ancient peoples was rather limited. Leaning back in his chair, Pierce pondered deeply. The Security Council had just approved the construction of the aerospace carrier, but they would first trial a prototype to ascertain its utility, while the additional vessels would require years before any decisions could be made. Clenching his fist, Pierce was taken aback by the unforeseen variables that had arisen prior to their plans. The situation was spiraling increasingly beyond control. After a moment's contemplation, Pierce pressed a button, and shortly thereafter a bald man entered. "Sitwell, you are to immediately input all information regarding Lu Chi into the Sola algorithm. I need to know if he will interfere with our plans." Sitwell nodded decisively, communicating through his earpiece as he exited. Pierce exhaled a sigh of relief. The Insight program was indeed formidable. However, its core was the Sola algorithm. With mastery over this algorithm, Hydra could identify individuals who may pose future threats to their agenda and quietly eliminate them. Over the years, Hydra had discreetly eradicated tens of thousands. Yet this pace remained insufficient. According to the Sola algorithm, hundreds of millions worldwide could potentially thwart their plans. Thus, the Insight program was born. Simple and effective, it could eliminate millions in a single sweep. A few more operations like that, and all those bothersome flies could be effortlessly eradicated. The momentum is on our side. Pierce clenched his fist, but just then, a knock echoed at the door. Fury entered his office and approached the desk where Pierce sat. "Are you dispatching people to gather information on Lu Chi?" Pierce was taken aback. How did Fury know? But a moment's thought clarified everything. "Why are you being so cautious? You even classified his information as confidential?" Pierce stood and poured a cup of coffee, pushing it towards Fury. After taking a sip, Fury's expression remained unchanged. Pierce felt relieved. The man's background was shrouded in mystery, entangled with Howard's offspring, the Hulk, and now even involved with that so-called divine lineage. He suspected there was something amiss. Fury nodded. I have already assessed him, and the conclusion is no issues. You need not investigate him further. It would be a waste of time. Instead, consider requesting additional funding from the Security Council to expedite the construction of the new headquarters. With that, Fury turned and exited. Pierce let out a breath of relief. He had nurtured Fury, aware of his capabilities. Fury was indeed formidable, arguably the finest agent. However, this was not favorable news for them, as they were Hydra, and Fury was their adversary. A solution must be devised. Although Fury is quite effective, recalling Sora's assessment of him, Pierce resolved that this tool could not remain for long. Outside, Fury quietly expelled the detox pill from his mouth and discarded it in the trash. Never trust anyone, as Pierce had taught him. As he walked, Fury pondered the source of Pierce's information regarding Thor. Upon learning of Thor's origins, Pierce had instructed the agents to report directly to him. What exactly does Pierce intend? Why has he inserted personnel among that group of agents? Fury was unaware that Pierce was affiliated with Hydra, but he decided to investigate Pierce discreetly. Standing before the elevator, Fury pressed the button, and it soon arrived. Noticing Sitwell inside, Fury nodded and allowed him to proceed first. Sitwell, surprised to see Fury there, nonetheless composedly saluted and walked normally toward Pierce's office. Fury glanced at Sitwell's retreating figure before stepping into the elevator. After Fury exited, Pierce's assistant entered. What was the outcome? The results indicated that Lu Chi would not pose a threat to our plans. Pierce let out a sigh of relief. The Sora algorithm, a masterpiece of Dr. Sora, generally yielded results consistent with observations of the samples. After contemplating for a moment, Pierce instructed Sitwell to attempt to win over Lu Chi. Unbeknownst to Lu Chi, he had garnered the attention of numerous individuals while he blissfully played video games. As for Thor, he had been grinning foolishly for quite some time before finally remembering that a woman awaited his return outside. Changing into his battle attire, he soared into the sky. Regarding his return to Asgard, he claimed that his father had yet to forgive him, thus he would not go back. The truth was he simply did not wish to return. While engrossed in his game, the internet abruptly cut out. Coulson, why is the internet suddenly down? Lu Chi shouted, but no one responded. Turning around, he found himself being pulled into the mirror dimension by two formidable figures. Odin appeared exceedingly pleased, as his son had finally awakened his divine powers, leading him to feel that retirement was imminent. So, are you still unwilling to allow Thor to return to Asgard? Do you intend to test him further? Lu Chi inquired of Odin, genuinely concerned that Thor might end up spending decades on Earth alongside Jane. Thor's powers had indeed awakened, and they would continue to grow with time. His location was inconsequential. As for the test, Thor had already passed. To become Asgard's Grand General, he merely needed strength and the ability to comprehend instructions. As for the king, I shall test Loki. Goodness, your expectations for Thor are rather minimal, are they not? Just the ability to comprehend instructions? Lu Chi remarked. However, it was true that if Loki ascended to the throne, Thor, as Loki's sole supporter, would undoubtedly heed his brother's counsel. Nevertheless, the implications of Odin's words left Lu Chi somewhat astonished. This man actually contemplated leaving Asgard to a frost giant? However, raising a dog for several millennia can certainly cultivate deep affection, not to mention the bond with Loki. Lu Chi, indifferent to Odin's thoughts, knew that Odin would come riding his eight-legged steed, clad in armor of destruction, to rescue him in times of peril. As for seizing the opportunity to control the royal court of Asgard, no way. Strategy games were his least favorite, let alone undermining someone else's realm. Glancing at his phone, Lu Chi impatiently exclaimed, "Is there anything else? I still need to play my game. Could you hurry up?" Attempting to explain to his parents that an online game cannot be paused was quite the challenge. Gui cast a glance at Odin, who retrieved a book from his robes. This unfamiliar yet reminiscent scene filled Lu Chi with anticipation, recalling the boldness with which Gui had once tossed him several coordinates of the dark dimension. These coordinates had been gathered by Asgard over millennia. However, after 1,000 years, many of these dimensions might have evolved into intermediate dimensions, altering their coordinates, though there should still be plenty of usable ones. Lu Qi eagerly accepted the coordinates, his face beaming with joy. Is there anything else you wish to share? I can wait. Yet Odin remained silent, while Gu Yi gestured for Lu Qi to return to his game quickly, lest he be deemed inactive. Upon returning to the material realm, the game swiftly reconnected. Amidst the barrage of question marks from his teammates, Lu Qi boldly declared, "The guardians of Earth and the King of Gods summoned me for a discussion. I have matters to attend to, so I'm logging off." He exited the game, ignoring the frantic question marks from his teammates. Lu Qi retrieved his small book and, after a long absence, dialed Modu to prepare for combat. Upon entering the dark dimension, he watched as Modu led a troop of mages into the fray, and Lu Qi casually selected a coordinate. "Sorry, the coordinate you selected is invalid." "Ah," Lu Qi glanced at Modu's serious expression and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Seizing the moment while Modu was distracted, he hastily clicked on another coordinate. "Sorry." Lu Qi was somewhat speechless. How old were the coordinates Odin provided? One after another, they were all invalid. After randomly clicking 10 times, 7 valid coordinates emerged. Fortunately, 5 were microdimensions and only 2 were primary dimensions. Among these dimensions, the microdimensions posed no threats, while the 2 primary dimensions contained enemies. Lu Qi exhaled in relief. Thankfully, there were only 2 primary dimensions. Next time, he would take it slow with single draws. Otherwise, encountering something formidable would be quite alarming. He commanded the Shadow Legion to conquer one of the primary dimensions first, while the other would be held for the time being. Lu Qi's strength had now far surpassed what it had been when he first battled Andrews, and his Shadow Legion was capable of overcoming primary dimensions. As for the other dimension, Modu and his comrades had already summoned a colossal magical shield composed entirely of dark energy. The pure dark energy exhibited remarkable efficacy, its defensive capabilities exceeding those of previous magical shields. It looked impressive. Upon checking the consumption, it was nearing 5,000 points per second, sufficient to withstand the energy bombardment encountered previously. After 2 hours of fierce combat, one of the primary dimensions was vanquished, while on the other side, Modu and his companions held firm behind a magical shield, effectively blocking the entrance. Lu Qi quietly cast a powerful silence spell on the opposing dimension's lord, rendering them too fearful to reveal themselves. Meanwhile, Lu Qi remained comfortably aloof, observing his subordinates' relentless efforts. "Keep it up. Who knows, I might double my strength by tomorrow." He silently encouraged Modu and the others, then commanded his legion to assault another primary dimension. Several hours later, the opposing dimension's lord, having made a bold proclamation, fled the scene. Lu Qi felt a twinge of regret for not acquiring the coordinates of their world, while he directed Modu and the others to scavenge the battlefield. Once the area was cleared, Lu Qi guided the Shadow Realm to engulf these dark dimensions, accruing nearly 3 million units of exploitable energy. What a delight! After a long absence, witnessing his data continually rise brought a smile to Lu Qi's face as he exited the Shadow Realm, still chuckling. "What joyful news do you bring?" Carlson inquired, currently overseeing agents as they packed up the base along with several meters of soil beneath it. "I didn't pull a single gold in 10 tries. Ignoring Carlson's puzzled expression, Lu Qi turned and departed. What's up with him? Carlson wondered, but with the pressing relocation task at hand, he chose not to dwell on it. Lu Qi made his way to the town and happened upon Thor, stylishly attired, strolling with Jane, accompanied by the single and somewhat forlorn Daisy and Dr. Eric. "Hey, Uncle!" Thor exclaimed, spotting Lu Qi first and waving enthusiastically. "This guy is truly socially awkward, a veritable social terror." Lu Qi gazed around at the crowd that had gathered to witness his interaction with Thor, sighing as he approached. "Hey, Uncle, this is my new friend, Jane," Thor cheerfully introduced, completely oblivious to the 2 others behind him. "Hello, but aren't you unfamiliar with Thor? How can you call him your uncle?" Jane inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Lu Qi. "At that time, I hadn't yet befriended his father, so I wasn't his uncle," Lu Qi explained casually, addressing only the latter part of her question. Clearly, this was enough to satisfy the group. "So you all are out shopping?" "Yes, Jane is enlightening me about Midgard, Earth's customs and culture," Thor replied, sounding rather dense. Lu Qi sighed, realizing that this fellow was utterly smitten. No, as his uncle, how could I allow him to spiral down this path? He motioned for Thor to follow him, declaring, if you wish to learn about Earth's ways, mere shopping will not suffice. How about engaging in an exhilarating battle game? Battle? Game? How do those two words even connect? Thor questioned, glancing at Jane, who was equally bewildered by Lu Qi's proposition. Lu Qi purchased a new phone and downloaded a certain 5v5 game, then guided Thor through a trial run. And then, goodness, this guy dared to let the mighty god of thunder perish. Unforgivable. Thor let out an angry roar, striving to contain the surging currents within him so as not to damage the delicate machinery in his grasp. Jane had retreated 3 meters away, fearful of being electrocuted by the energy coursing through Thor. Meanwhile, Lu Qi nodded in satisfaction. Thor, you are still young. You do not understand. Women, they only... He completely overlooked that Thor himself was already 2,000 years old. Lu Qi chuckled softly, pondering what amusement women could possibly offer. Wasn't the game far more enticing? Glancing at the helpless Jane, Lu Qi did not intend to act in such a manner. Rather, he had deliberately chosen to do so. It is worth noting that as an Asgardian, Thor could live for millennia, and if he were to follow in his father's footsteps, his lifespan could extend even further. In contrast, Jane might be fortunate enough to live a little over a century, but with a stroke of misfortune, she could find herself in a tragic accident at any moment. What future could the two of them possibly share? Their current feelings were merely a fleeting surge of hormonal excitement. Although he was puzzled by why Asgardians would experience such hormonal fluctuations with Earthlings, Lu Qi was disinclined to investigate this peculiar physiological phenomenon. At present, Lu Qi simply wished for them to maintain some distance, to cool off and gain clarity regarding their emotions. If they were meant to part ways, so be it. Of course, should their love endure, all Thor would need to do was to utter a few sweet words, and in time, as Lu Qi grew stronger, he could forge a contract with Jane to extend her lifespan. While he was not yet capable of such an act, if Dormammu could accomplish it, there was no reason Lu Qi could not do so in the future. As for the Ancient One and Odin, he merely provided dark energy. How they chose to utilize it was their prerogative, or perhaps he could seek to learn relevant knowledge from them himself. Chapter 49. So you're just going to sabotage my phone? Are you? Thus, under Lu Qi's fervent suggestion, the group ceased their shopping and opted for a burger joint. What a splendid evening it was. Lu Qi reflected on how long it had been since he had engaged in gaming with anyone other than Ninja Soldier. Tony and Coulson were either preoccupied with their romantic pursuits or consumed by work obligations, leaving him without a partner for gaming. Casting a glance at Jian, who was still awkwardly adjusting to the touchscreen phone, and several novice players who had just exited their games, Lu Qi envisioned a glorious scene where he would dominate the battlefield and they would worship him, exclaiming, "Master, please guide us." With confidence, Lu Qi invited the other 4 into his team and eagerly initiated the matchmaking process. Your ranks are so low we can only play casual matches. Just don't throw the game. I'll carry. The others, eyeing Lu Qi's prestigious rank emblem, assured him they would not let him down. The game commenced swiftly, and Lu Qi charged forth from the base, his thirst for slaughter surging. First blood. Lu Qi discreetly glanced up, noting the peculiar expressions of his companions. Yet they remained silent. A mistake. There are too many enemies. Don't worry, I can turn this around. He hastily reassured them, but the others had already sensed that something was amiss. Eventually, after a few minutes, Lu Qi quietly slipped into the restroom. Summoning a ninja soldier, he handed over his phone. Here, take it and play. Watching as the ninja soldier transformed his dismal performance into a commendable one, the combined kill count neared 100. In the end, the ninja soldier clicked a few commands to gather the team and led them in a decisive push to overthrow the enemy base. Lu Qi exhaled with relief, reclaiming his phone as he exited the restroom. I'll throw a few games. Otherwise it won't be challenging, he explained to the others. You must be joking. The 4 likely reached a conclusion in their minds but chose to remain silent. Thus, they continued their joyous gaming escapade. As the night progressed, Lu Qi found himself making 6 trips to the restroom. Fortunately, after grasping the game mechanics, Jian and Eric, the 2 doctors, began to excel. Thor and Daisy sat beside Lu Qi, monitoring him to prevent any further mishaps, and they managed to scrape together a few hard-earned victories without resorting to a substitute. Well, surrendering counts as losing half, so it's akin to winning half. A few more times and it feels like a victory. Before long, Lu Qi found himself abandoned by the group, sipping his soda in solitude. This game is quite intriguing and indeed presents a challenge, especially when teammates falter. As he observed the group animatedly discussing the game, with Thor nearly glued to Jen's side, Lu Qi exited the game and quietly departed the burger joint. Odin, it's not that I don't want to assist you, but look at Thor. He's chasing after women for the sake of a mere game? Has a trivial game taken you away? Shall we decide the victor of our battles with rock, paper, scissors from now on? This is a disgrace to the Asgardian royal lineage. Wait, don't I also count as a newly minted member of the Asgardian royalty? Lu Qi shook his head, lamenting the ridiculousness of competitive gaming. Why must one compete in reality and in games as well? I shall retreat to single-player games. Returning home in a fit of anger, Lu Qi humbly embraced his blanket and drifted into slumber. Under the blanket's enchanting spell, he awoke to find it was already the following day. Upon accessing his system, he discovered that nearly 3 million units of energy had been entirely depleted. Contemplating his options, Lu Qi pondered whether to directly purchase ninja soldiers or to expand his team. By converting all available soldier types into ninja soldiers, he found himself with 5,000 ninja soldiers, though he actually possessed 3,000. Each ninja soldier required 510 points of dark energy for purchase. If he chose to acquire ninja soldiers, reserving sufficient energy capacity would allow him to procure approximately 3,800 ninja soldiers. However, merely acquiring 2,000 would suffice to reach the limit. In essence, spending 22 million energy would enable him to reserve 5 million for upgrades. Gazing at the substantial coordinates book provided by Odin, a sense of confidence welled within him. Upgrade first. I shall organize my team during the grand battle. Spending 22 million energy to reach the limit left him with 9 million energy remaining, just 310 short of his goal. Lu Qi entered the shadow dimension, intending to conquer a few more shadow realms. This time, he was disinterested in waiting for Modu and the others. He opted for a solo draw. After nearly 20 solitary draws, he obtained 2 primary dimensions, 13 miniature dimensions, and 5 empty accounts, ultimately gathering the necessary energy. While awaiting the Shadow Troops' completion of their quest, Lu Qi perused the book in his possession. Indeed, Odin was a man of stature. Initially, he had assumed the book contained at least 1,000 coordinates, ample for extensive excavation, but several pages contained merely a single coordinate. Why couldn't he learn from Ancient One? Observing the prowess of others, not only were they guardians of Earth, but they also displayed diligence and practicality, single-handedly revamping over 5,000 spell books from Kamartaj into new editions, with coordinates densely packed and no paper wasted. Upon first viewing the thickness of this book, Lu Qi had expected it to contain numerous coordinates, only to find it filled with blank spaces. Each coordinate detailed its discovery date and discoverer, ending with self-congratulatory remarks. A man of presence is indeed a man of presence, yet even this tome, as thick as a dictionary, would yield over 100 coordinates if its moisture were to evaporate in flames. Despite some empty accounts, its worth would still exceed tens of millions of dark energy. After a brief wait, the Shadow Troops completed their quest. Lu Qi instructed them to transport all spoils directly to Kamartaj and then hurried to Thor's location. Although Odin had mentioned testing Loki, the nature of the test remained unclear. He hoped Loki would not send the destroyer after him. Despite Thor having awakened his divine powers, Lu Qi was wary of unforeseen complications. The process of battling the Abomination and the Whiplash bosses had not adhered to the film's narrative, and Lu Qi could not guarantee that unusual occurrences would not arise this time. Having maximized his energy limit, the clock struck noon. Lu Qi promptly circled his way into the small town. By the way, where are Jane and the others residing? Without a doubt, Thor was undoubtedly following Jane. Yet Lu Qi remained unaware of her exact whereabouts. As they were about to dispatch a team of ninjas to thoroughly investigate the quaint town, a peculiar group of individuals swaggered past Lu Qi. By sheer coincidence, he spotted Uncle Long, Robin Hood, and Sheena within their ranks, which brought a smile to his face. This motley crew had been sent by the principled Heimdall, tasked with locating Thor and persuading him to return to Asgard. Not too long ago, Loki had ventured to the homeland of the frost giants, Jotunheim, but he had cleverly obscured his actions from Heimdall, preventing him from knowing what transpired there. A true king would never stoop to such petty tricks. Heimdall held Loki in contempt for his reliance on cunning schemes, yet he remained deeply concerned for Thor, who remained blissfully unaware of his brother's troubling intentions. As a devoted supporter of Thor, Heimdall resolved to allow a few of Thor's companions to inform him of the recent events in Asgard, deftly circumventing the new king's decree against sending anyone to Earth. After all, Heimdall had been enjoying a drink at the tavern, surrounded by a multitude of witnesses, and had no need to open the Bifrost Bridge to facilitate their passage, thereby possessing a solid alibi. Meanwhile, Lucci accompanied this peculiar entourage through the town until they discovered Thor, engrossed in a sweet duel with Jane. That scoundrel dares to mock me, Thor. I shall slay him 100 times. Thor muttered, his fingers darting across his phone's screen. Thor has encountered an enemy, Vostag shouted. Fandral cast a scrutinizing glance and roared at the small box in his possession, convinced that the foe lay within. It must be a sorcerer from Midgard. I've heard from the mages of the Celestial Palace that Midgardian sorcerers possess extraordinary abilities, Hogan added. Sif, standing nearby, had more to say, but Vostag had already charged forth. Damn the sorcerer for daring to torment the mighty Thor. With pinpoint accuracy, an axe cleaved through Thor's phone, leaving him unscathed. Lucci nodded from the shadows. This fellow exhibited commendable skill, though it paled in comparison to the ultimate techniques of the shadow ninjas. It was still a source of pride. Splendid work, Vostag. The 4 wild boars and 6 game birds in your belly, along with that noble cow you sacrificed, would be proud of you. Fandral stepped forward to deliver a few more strikes, while Hogan, observing their inadequacy, swung his warhammer, reducing the phone to mere shards. Thor, intensely focused on his game and facing a pivotal team battle, found his device reduced to dust. Damn it! There is no time to converse with the 3 fools from the Celestial Palace, Thor lamented, rushing to Jaina's side and witnessing their defeat due to his absence, as their base crumbled under assault. Hey, Thor, we finally see you again, Vostag exclaimed with excitement, but Thor surged with crackling lightning, sending Vostag sprawling to the ground. I am engaged in a sacred duel with the enemy. What are you doing? This is a promotion match. Moreover, we've been apart for less than a day. How is it you act as if months have passed? In Thor's eyes, electricity surged as he stepped forward and seized Vostag by his collar. I thought you encountered an enemy. By the way, why can you summon thunder without your hammer? Thor's voice, fierce yet questioning, pierced the air. The god of thunder does not slay. Vostag still possesses awareness, he retorted. I am the god of thunder, not the god of the hammer. Why can I not conjure lightning without it? Thor tossed Vostag onto a nearby chair, which, to his surprise, crumpled under Vostag's weight. Good heavens! You ought to consider a diet, Thor remarked, frowning. Sif entered the room, observing the silence from Fandral and Hogan, who were wary of being zapped by Thor. With a sigh, she urged, Thor, calm yourself. We have urgent matters to discuss. Although Thor had been quite irate moments prior, he felt an overwhelming joy upon encountering his dear friends. What brings you to Midgard so suddenly? Sif approached him, her expression earnest. We hope you can return to Asgard at once. Thor furrowed his brow and glanced back at Jane and the phone she held. My father has exiled me. I shall not return to Asgard until I have his forgiveness. Turning away to conceal the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, Thor was conflicted. However, shortly after your departure, the Allfather fell into a deep slumber, and Loki, with the support of the Queen, has assumed the role of regent. Sif's voice was fraught with urgency, fearing that Thor might not grasp the gravity of the situation. But Loki is king now. How splendid! Thor exclaimed, devoid of any sign of distress, for he was indeed a fervent admirer of Loki. Moreover, after acquiring a new gadget the previous night, he had indulged in various games, one of which was an exceptionally challenging strategy management game that left him dizzy. The prospect of facing similar issues daily as king seemed far more exhausting than the potential downfall of Asgard. Rather than don the crown, he preferred to be a soldier charging into battle. Loki is far more suited to the throne than I, Thor asserted, turning to Sif, earnest in his declaration, apprehensive that they might drag him back to manage tedious state affairs. Sif, understanding the sincerity in Thor's gaze, found it difficult to accept this sentiment. After all, she had violated the new king's edict, journeying with 3 fools to find Thor, yet he was reluctant to return to Asgard. Just as Sif grappled with her thoughts, Thor noticed Loki outside the door. "Hey, uncle," he called out. "Ah, my dear nephew, what troubles you?" Loki entered with a smile. Thor sheepishly scratched his head, gesturing to the wreckage of his phone on the floor. "My phone is broken. Could you buy me a new one, uncle?" The trio from the palace and Sif were taken aback by this revelation. They had never heard of Thor having an uncle. "Thor, when did you acquire an uncle?" Vastag inquired, tugging at Thor's sleeve, his voice lowered. "He is my father's brother, recently acknowledged. By lineage, he is indeed my uncle." Recently? The trio instantly became alert. Thor was oblivious to the situation. Did they remain unaware as well? The God King had succumbed to slumber yesterday, and the goddess consort had devotedly tended to him. How could it be possible that he had sworn brotherhood with a Midgardian? Surely, Thor had just arrived in Midgard and had been deceived by this scoundrel. The trio exchanged knowing glances, silently preparing to launch an attack on Loki. However, with a mere wave of his hand, Loki conjured a multitude of shadows that morphed into ninjas, encircling them completely. Countless blades were poised to strike. Any movement would result in a sacrificial offering of blood. "Are you all so foolish?" Loki remarked, casting a glance at the fidgeting Sif. "Indeed, it seems that like attracts like. Upon revealing my identity, you all instinctively wish to take a swing at me. You truly embody Thor's entourage. Perhaps your thought processes are remarkably similar." Sif discreetly withdrew her hand from the spear on her back, offering an awkward smile. "I presume that upon your brotherhood with His Majesty the God King, you would receive a token as proof, yes?" Finally, a voice of reason emerged. How low must the average intellect of the Asgardians be? Loki retrieved the insignia bestowed upon him by Odin from one of the ninja's hands, feeling somewhat exasperated. This object was quite substantial. Wearing it felt akin to carrying the keys to an entire building in Guangdong, which was rather uncomfortable. "Must I always display this token when revealing my identity to the Asgardians? Do you not possess any intelligent recognition systems capable of discerning one's identity? After millennia of evolution, the divine race has seemingly reduced their technological prowess to that of primitive savages next door." Sif's awkward smile faded as she sensed the genuine aura of the God King emanating from the token, leading her to believe that this matter might not be as straightforward as it seemed. Shouldn't His Majesty the God King be in slumber? How could he be mingling with a Midgardian and forming a brotherhood? If he were not asleep, why was he neglecting Loki? Loki gestured for the ninjas to release the trio from the celestial palace, dismissing Thor, who approached him pleadingly. Truly, engaging with these individuals felt beneath him. Just as Loki prepared to find a chair to rest, a clamorous commotion erupted from outside the window. Chapter 50. Turn right ahead to the Asgardian highway. What on earth is happening? Loki had not heard the explosive sounds of the destroyer unleashing its lasers. Loki, being a master of theatrics, would hardly allow the destroyer to engage in stealth. Loki was perplexed as to how the colossal destroyer could possibly proceed silently, unless. Stepping out of the room, Loki turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion. What is this? A group of blue figures emerged onto the street. But these were not the diminutive Smurfs. They stood towering at nearly 2 meters tall. "They are frost giants," Thor exclaimed in astonishment, summoning his mighty hammer with a swift motion. "Damn frost giants! I shall cleave them in twain." Vastag brandished his twin axes, while the others readied themselves, prepared to charge alongside Thor. This was their battle strategy. Thor turned back to signal his companions to prepare for the charge, only to find Jane, with a look of concern and fear, along with 2 other ordinary individuals. He paused momentarily. "I think we must first evacuate the surrounding crowd. I will hold them off with you all. Jane, you must assist in the evacuation." Having declared this, Thor intended to advance with the astonished trio from the realm of the Aesir and Sif, but instead collided headfirst into something. "Hey, watch where you're going!" Loki exclaimed, rubbing his head. Thor's strength was indeed formidable, and his audacity was unmatched, considering he could literally use his face to propel Iron Man, Tony, away. Apologies, Uncle, but the situation is urgent. Could you possibly? Thor began, but Lu Chi waved his hand, summoning countless shadows. Rescue the innocents and crush the enemies. When did these frost giants dare to emerge in the presence of a sorcerer? Lu Chi declared fiercely, as the multitude of shadows dispersed. Turning to the stunned group, Lu Chi tossed a walnut to Thor. And one more thing, keep your eyes on where you're walking. With that, he stealthily made his way toward the location of the frost giants, as the speed of the troll soldiers was sluggish, and he could easily transport them himself. Thor rubbed his head, casting a glance back at the others from the Aesir. My uncle is quite formidable. Meanwhile, Loki stood alone in the empty hall of the gods, where the air shimmered with a ripple. I have honored your request and dispatched someone to assassinate Thor. Now, where is the icebox? The figure of Laufey, the king of the frost giants, materialized within the ripple, his voice dark and somber. Loki, wielding the eternal spear, traced the intricate patterns upon it with his fingers. Are you certain your men can kill Thor? Absurd. If Odin had not been present last time, your corpses would have already become part of Jotunheim. Loki raised an eyebrow, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. Once Thor is dead, Odin's sole heir will be none other than myself. Yet, why does a twinge of sorrow linger in my heart? Loki. Laufey's gaze bore into Loki's silence, his tone growing colder. I hope you understand that Odin will never allow a fratricidal prince to ascend to the throne. Fratricide? You mean Thor? Loki indulged in a moment of self-mockery as he gazed at Laufey reflected in the rippling surface, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Of course, I am aware, yet there is one more task I require of you. Are you truly willing to go back on your word? No. The madness in Loki's eyes intensified. Since Odin shall never permit a fratricidal prince to ascend the throne, you must eliminate Odin. Then all will be well. Observing Laufey's shock, Loki's lips curled into a sly smile. What do you think? Odin currently lies asleep in his bed. Merely approach him and deliver a gentle blow, and he shall depart this world forever. Laufey's gaze betrayed uncertainty, yet he was undeniably tempted. If he were to slay Odin and seize the frost box, no one in Asgard would be able to defeat him. Hela chuckled silently, offering no comment. Very well, however, I require your assistance. You must help me infiltrate Asgard, for the gatekeeper is none too fond of our kind. Rest assured, I shall handle him. Before long, Lu Chi found himself among the frost giants, observing their adept manipulation of their bodies to condense ice, contemplating the potential of one to serve as an air conditioner. But with newfound wealth, he had no fear of the expense of such luxuries. Lu Chi unleashed a battalion of trolls, towering 2 meters tall, rendering the frost giants akin to mere dwarfs. Upon detecting the enemy, the blue-skinned giants conjured ice spikes with both hands, hurling them at the trolls. Yet, the seemingly formidable ice spikes inflicted negligible harm upon the trolls, mere pinpricks against their colossal forms, akin to mosquito bites. Furthermore, the shadow ninjas, devoid of blood, were impervious to the threat of blood loss. Having weathered the initial assault, the troll army mounted a counterattack. Their massive hands seized several frost giants by the head, exerting a slight pressure that crushed them to dust. Finding the tactile feedback unsatisfactory, the trolls opted instead to form enormous fists, delivering devastating blows to the remaining giants. Undoubtedly, the frost giants shattered like inferior glassware. In short order, this batch of frost giants was eradicated. Lu Chi surveyed the surroundings and noted a considerable number of frost giants still remaining. Oh, my dear nephew, your beloved uncle is truly inclined to deliver a resounding kick to your backside with the tip of a polished shoe. Lu Chi directed his trolls toward a particular location, dispatching several ninja and assassin troops to scout the enemy before dashing to the next site. He darted back and forth through the town, enabling the Shadow Army to swiftly reach various points and retaliate against the frost giants. Indeed, retaliation meant that if you touched me, I would respond by shattering your head. Even the basic ninja units now possessed 16 times the physical prowess of an ordinary human, rendering them more than capable of dealing with several frost giants. Moreover, The 1,000-strong ninja forces were not significantly outnumbered by the stealthy frost giants. After half an hour of counterattacks and reconnaissance, Lu Qi confirmed that no frost giants dared remain alive in the town, and he returned to the square where the townsfolk were being sheltered. It must be said that these fellows are indeed quite formidable. Upon encountering the frost giant, they boldly brandished their shotguns against it. Although the impact was rather limited, the bravado was commendable. To safeguard those eager for a brawl, Lu Qi commanded nearly 3,000 ninja warriors to confine them in the square. In truth, such a multitude of ninjas was unnecessary even to confront the frost giant. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Lu Qi grasped a microphone, the source of which was unknown, and declared, "The issue has been resolved. You may return home. By the way, who does this microphone and speaker belong to?" After uttering a few words into the microphone, he summoned the shadow ninjas back to the shadow realm. "Thank you," a boy exclaimed, holding an ice cream, addressing one of the ninja warriors. Earlier, he had merely mentioned feeling a bit warm and desiring ice cream, and unexpectedly, a passing ninja warrior had procured one for him. The ninja warrior nodded in acknowledgement before vanishing into shadows, returning to the shadow dimension. The problem was resolved. Lu Qi stealthily navigated through the throngs of people and returned to Jane's laboratory, where Thor and the inhabitants of the Celestial Palace were protecting Jane and a few unexpected arrivals. "Thanks. Though I am unaware of your superhero identity, your armor is quite dashing," a boy boldly remarked as he passed by, giving Thor a brief hug, to which Thor responded with a peculiar smile. "That smile of yours suggests a need for a timeout in prison," Lu Qi quipped as he appeared before Thor, his disdain evident. "So, is the issue resolved?" Thor asked cheerfully. "Just a few minions, nothing resembling a grand boss. By the way, don't you think you should check on home? What's wrong?" Thor, the muscle-headed fellow, still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. "It's nothing you need to understand, but I believe it would be prudent for you to return," Lu Qi shrugged. After all, Heimdall had yet to intervene in the frost giant's interdimensional travels, which stirred a sense of foreboding, especially considering your father remains in slumber. Lu Qi casually commented, causing Thor's brow to furrow in concern. "Uncle, what exactly are you trying to convey?" Thor discreetly glanced at Sif, who nodded in affirmation. "All right, I suppose it's time to head back," Thor promptly replied, only to notice Jane's stunned expression. "Fear not, Jane. With the Rainbow Bridge, I can visit Midgard, Earth, whenever I wish." Thor smiled, and Jane wiped away the tears that had unconsciously surfaced before heading to the car, taking the group to a quieter locale. "Hey, Coulson, step aside. Some folks need to pass through," one of the trio from the Celestial Palace directed. Under their guidance, the group arrived at the location for teleportation to Earth. "Have you dealt with those Smurfs?" Coulson inquired casually, allowing the obstructing agents to pass. "Once again, you've managed to profit at my expense, making me work for you without compensation," Lu Qi remarked nonchalantly as they soon arrived at the teleportation point for the Rainbow Bridge. "Wait for me," Thor said to the reluctant Jane, turning to Coulson. "It appears that you have pilfered my friend's belongings. I kindly request their return." "It is merely a requisition, sir. We shall soon return them to Miss Foster," Coulson replied with an air of awkwardness. "It's clearly theft." Jen protested softly, yet her words resonated throughout the gathering. Coulson managed a polite yet embarrassed smile, but the peculiar status of Thor, coupled with certain intelligence disclosed by Lu Qi, rendered him hesitant to act rashly. He swiftly instructed someone to escort Jen to retrieve her possessions, lest she utter further remarks, all the while maintaining his smile. Thor nodded in satisfaction at this arrangement. "Uncle, would you care to accompany me to Asgard?" Thor called out, observing Lu Qi engaging in conversation nearby. "Well, exploring a new realm does sound appealing," Lu Qi responded, hastily canceling his match and joining Thor. "Coulson, I too shall embark on a journey. Do inform Tony, so that my travels remain undisturbed." "You've ventured to another planet and yet fear his interruption?" Coulson could only respond with a mechanical nod devoid of emotion. As the group prepared, Thor cleared his throat. "Heimdall, open the Bifrost," Thor proclaimed with considerable vigor, yet a minute elapsed in silence. "Hey, are you capable?" Lu Qi cast a disdainful glance at Thor, who now appeared somewhat flustered. "Heimdall, I am aware you can see. Hasten and open the portal. Finally, a beam of potent energy descended from above, whisking Lu Qi and the others from Earth to Asgard at remarkable speed. Quite exhilarating, even more so than a roller coaster, Lu Qi remarked, while Thor sensed an ominous premonition upon encountering Heimdall, who bore frost upon his form. Heimdall, what ails you? Thor inquired, assisting Heimdall to the ground. Heimdall, appearing exceptionally weak, managed to utter, Loki has taken the frost giants to assassinate the king. You must stop him. What? Thor exclaimed in shock, yet he dared not linger, hastening his departure. Aren't you waiting for me? Lu Qi called out, but Thor had already soared into the distance. Best to transport him elsewhere. This location is damp with melted ice, which is detrimental to the wounded's rest. Lu Qi fabricated a rationale, directing the other warriors to escort Heimdall to a different location, while he prepared to stealthily approach the palace. Wang Defa, Lu Qi's figure emerged upon the Bifrost. To his surprise, the bridge's structure served as an energy conduit, imbued with potent energy that thwarted his attempt to pass in stealth. How unfortunate! Lu Qi lamented as he ascended into flight, albeit at a diminished pace. Gazing at the distant palace, he mused, with a bridge of such length, surely this stretch consumes the most time during an expedition. Nevertheless, his speed was not negligible. With a flight velocity nearing 1,000 meters per second, and a ground stealth speed exceeding 10,000 meters per second, he could take off directly. Yet, the dark energy adhered strictly to the rules set by that man, preventing his ascent. Moreover, the speed was so swift that Lu Qi could hardly respond. Nevertheless, he could utilize this to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Not one to be considered slow, Lu Qi promptly arrived before the majestic celestial palace. Goodness! Did you really construct such a grand abode? Isn't it exhausting? I can only imagine it takes a 10-minute trek just to reach the restroom. Standing before the enormous palace, Lu Qi found himself at a loss as to which direction to take. After a brief pause, he contemplated taking a gamble with fate and was about to retrieve a branch when he suddenly noticed the rainbow bridge in the distance activating. When did you two manage to cross over? There was no alternative. The celestial palace was vast, brimming with structures that obscured his line of sight, leaving Lu Qi utterly bewildered as to how those two had made it to the other side. Sighing, he could only soar over once more. Did these youngsters not understand the value of respecting their elders? Did they not realize that the elderly might struggle with mobility? He mused that upon meeting Odin, he must insist on the construction of numerous signposts. Otherwise, how could one navigate such an expansive palace? He had already envisioned what the signposts would say. Prison, right turn ahead in 500 meters, pathway to the prison, right turn in 400 meters, straight ahead leads directly to Odin's resting chamber. It is advisable to turn left into the alley, which connects to the expressway out of Asgard. Chapter 51. The Cosmic Sovereign Thanos. After a considerable delay, Lu Qi witnessed Thor unleashing a bolt of lightning that sent Loki flying from the teleportation hall. Thor, having awakened his divine power, exhibited a significant enhancement in his combat prowess. With ease, he dispatched Loki, then turned to glance at the open rainbow bridge. Recalling the frost giant's audacious intrusion into the treasure chamber and their subsequent disturbances on Earth, Thor snorted but chose not to halt the bridge's operation. Such a drastic shift in the narrative? Lu Qi stood in astonishment, never anticipating Thor would refrain from preventing the destruction of Jotunheim. However, he was indifferent to the matter, harboring no fondness for the frost giants. His primary concern lay with the unfolding storyline and Odin's perspective on these events. Although he had not detected Odin's presence nearby, Lu Qi was certain the Allfather was quietly observing from some concealed location. As he descended onto the bridge, Lu Qi spotted Loki, just rising to his feet not far ahead. Upon seeing Thor leave the rainbow bridge unimpeded, Loki erupted into laughter. What transpired? Could someone enlighten me? With the plot's dramatic changes, Lu Qi could not guarantee that the interactions between the brothers in the slumber chamber mirrored those portrayed in the film. He had initially believed Loki would orchestrate the assassination of their father, deceiving the frost giant king into entering Asgard and slaying him. Instead, he was taken aback to witness Loki turning the tables and killing King Laufey. However, upon encountering Lu Qi, Loki's expression shifted drastically, as if he had glimpsed something that should not exist in this realm. Thor sensed the anomaly and, after a tense standoff with Loki, discovered that it was indeed Loki who had convinced Laufey to send assassins after him. Subsequently, Loki wielded the eternal spear to hurl Thor away, then dashed out of the slumber chamber, heading straight for the Rainbow Bridge, which he activated, directing it toward the realm of the Frost Giants. At this moment, Thor grasped Loki's intentions. Eliminate him, and thereby, Loki would remain the sole prince. He would then claim the glory of vanquishing King Laufey and annihilating Jotunheim, thereby ascending to the throne of Asgard. What he remained unaware of was Loki's plan to dispatch the destroyer to Earth to eradicate all remnants of the past Frost Giants, returning with witnesses who had seen Thor fall to the giants, thereby obscuring the truth from even Odin. Yet, Thor did not perish, leading to the immediate collapse of Loki's scheme. In the eyes of the Asgardians, the valiant Thor would always be deemed more worthy of kingship than the scheming Loki lurking in the shadows. Loki conceded defeat, not due to his cunning, but because of his very identity. In a moment of unforeseen circumstance, he inadvertently touched the frost box, only to find his skin turned blue. Recalling the defeated race vanquished by Odin, he reminisced how Odin had favored Thor since childhood, bestowing upon him the mighty Mjolnir and allowing him to gain prestige within the ranks of the army. In contrast, he was relegated to mastering the magic that Thor disdained. At last, it seemed all questions had found their answers. As he observed the Rainbow Bridge's relentless activation, Loki's laughter gradually transformed into sobs. The emotions Loki harbors towards the Frost Giants are profoundly intricate. Raised under the belief that the Frost Giants are a malevolent and brutish race, the revelation of his own heritage leaves him in a state of confusion, tinged with a sense of inferiority. Observing Thor, who basks in the adoration of countless onlookers, Loki is filled with an overwhelming desire for such acclaim, prompting him to orchestrate elaborate schemes. Gazing at his own hands, Loki envisions the multitude of his kin who have perished due to their very existence. Perhaps the Frost Giants are indeed a race marked by filth, selfishness, and brutality, an unsettling reflection of his own identity. Thor, glancing at the Rainbow Bridge, breathes a sigh of relief upon realizing it does not lead to Earth, misinterpreting Loki's intentions as a threat to obliterate their world. As for the Frost Giants, Thor dismisses their fate with indifference. Striding purposefully towards his brother, Thor seizes Loki by the collar, only to be struck by the unusual expression on Loki's face. "Loki, what troubles you?" Thor had been contemplating how to chastise his errant brother, yet in an instant all thoughts of reprimand dissipate. "Brother, do you still believe that?" Loki gazes up at Thor. "How could it be? No matter your actions, you remain my brother." Thor replies earnestly, their eyes locking in a moment of connection. Suddenly, the sound of a camera shutter shatters the poignant atmosphere. Uncle?" Thor looks quizzically at Lu Chi. "My apologies, I forgot to silence it. Please, continue." Lu Chi hastily mutes the camera and resumes capturing the moment. Observing the two, Lu Chi contemplates what caption to inscribe, knowing that Asgard lacks legal counsel. Thor shoots Lu Chi an exasperated glance before turning to Loki. "You may not have met him yet. This is Lu Chi. He became sworn brothers with our father yesterday, making him our uncle." Sworn brother to Odin? Yesterday? The memory of Odin lying in a deep slumber suddenly strikes Loki as ominous. Lu Chi promptly presents the token of identity bestowed by Odin, hoping to dispel any notion of imposture from Loki's mind. Yet, as Loki gazes at the token, a tumult of emotions surges within him. If Odin had indeed sworn brotherhood with this Midgardian yesterday, how could he be in such a state of slumber? Or could it be? Loki appears to regain his composure, pushing Thor away and creating distance between them. "So, you are the one who thwarted my plans, Uncle?" Loki's demeanor shifts dramatically, his eyes narrowing with intensity as he fixes a fierce gaze upon Lu Chi. "What has come over you?" Lu Chi inquires, bewildered by the sudden change, only to notice the unsettling hue of Loki's pupils, now a muted yellow, a sight that feels disturbingly familiar. As Lu Chi contemplates this disturbing transformation, Loki raises his hand, unleashing the eternal spear to hurl Thor aside before unleashing a barrage of laser fire at Lu Chi. What is happening? Lu Chi quickly channels dark energy to intercept the onslaught, easily deflecting the attack, his powers recovering at a staggering rate of 11,200 energy per second. However, It is not in his nature to endure relentless attacks without retaliation. Glancing down at his casual shoes, Lu Qi regretted not donning his leather shoes today. Nevertheless, he steadfastly advanced toward Loki, undeterred by the onslaught. Observing that his assaults were ineffectual, Loki discarded the eternal spear and retrieved the frost box. After inspecting the creeping blue and pale patterns on his hand, he looked up and smiled at Lu Qi, then decisively opened the frost box, unleashing its chilling aura. Lu Qi, wary of the impending frost, capable of affecting even Heimdall, released dark energy forward in an attempt to counteract the cold. Although somewhat effective, it proved insufficient. Realizing he was no longer on Earth, Lu Qi swiftly connected to the shadow dimension behind him, achieving success in no time. With a sigh of relief, torrents of dark energy surged from his back. Empowered with over 200 million units of energy, he felt confident in outlasting Loki. Though the Frostbox possessed the might to freeze an entire planet, it was evident that Loki could not fully harness its power. Thus, bolstered by a plethora of hidden energy reserves, Lu Qi not only withstood Loki's attacks but also pressed forward. Witnessing this, Thor steadied himself and shouted, charging in from the side. Yet, an energy beam suddenly shot in from afar across the Rainbow Bridge, sending Thor hurtling away. Another beam targeted Lu Qi, but he was prepared, evading as the ray struck the Rainbow Bridge beneath him, creating a gaping hole from which energy surged forth. The assault on the Rainbow Bridge leading to Jotunheim finally ceased, yet the bridge below continued to channel energy toward the launch station. Lu Qi sensed the increasingly volatile energy emanating from the distant launch hall. If allowed to accumulate, the hidden adversaries would only need a single firecracker to ignite this bomb. What was happening? As he observed the energy erupting beneath him, enveloped in dark energy to withstand the onslaught, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the sky. Observing the chaotic scene below, divine power surged forth, intercepting the barrage of attacks. Odin summoned divine energy with both hands, then unleashed a powerful surge that suppressed the energy threatening to obliterate the Rainbow Bridge. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Qi swiftly vacated the energy outlet, glancing toward the direction from which the rays had come, yet seeing nothing. He glanced at Odin, only to find the god gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Alarmed, Lu Qi realized that with the enemy hidden and himself exposed, he could not allow his ally to falter. Channeling the remaining energy from the shadow dimension through a contract, he forcefully infused Odin with over 10,000 units of energy, finally stabilizing the god's form. Odin nodded faintly in acknowledgement, extending his hand as the eternal spear broke free from the motionless Loki and flew into his grasp. Infusing divine power into the spear, Odin hurled it in a specific direction. To Lu Qi's astonishment, the spear traversed a distance and erupted from the void, revealing a spacecraft. How could there be a spacecraft? This was the unexpected dilemma for Lu Qi, as it was astonishing that an extraterrestrial vessel dared to approach the divine realm of Asgard. After all, Asgard was not insignificant within the cosmos. Activate the air defense system, Odin commanded. Immediately, various transformations occurred throughout the celestial palace, with artillery ports emerging. However, it was rather embarrassing that only a portion of these defensive cannons successfully launched, delivering a rather sparse barrage that only managed to illuminate the silhouettes of a few ships. Odin furrowed his brow, taken aback by Asgard's vulnerability after years of peace. Yet, the battle was not over, and it was not the time for lamentation. He nodded to Lu Qi and dashed forth, enveloped by a surge of divine power as he charged into the void, piercing and sinking one warship after another. With an energy output of 5,000 points per second sustaining Odin's onslaught, Lu Qi exhaled in relief as he beheld the falling starships in the distance, though his curiosity about the origin of these organized fleets intensified. Footsteps approached from behind, and when Lu Qi turned to look, he found Asgardian guards arriving, armed with an array of weapons. Just as he intended to inform them that their assistance was unwarranted, he noticed the yellow glow in their eyes. Something was amiss. Surveying the surroundings, Lu Qi realized that the area ravaged by cannon fire had disrupted the flow of energy, and the assault on the Rainbow Bridge leading to Jotunheim had long ceased. Observing a zone behind the damage devoid of energy, Lu Qi hastily summoned a cadre of ninja warriors, instructing them to subdue the guards. At that moment, Lu Qi grasped the nature of the attack. Thanos. He possessed the Mind Stone, capable of controlling hearts and minds. In the original film, this gem was embedded in a scepter, only able to exert its influence upon physical contact. Yet, it appeared that the gem's abilities were far more potent than previously thought. A swarm of ninjas surged forward, swiftly pinning the bewitched Asgardians to the ground. Meanwhile, in the distance, the warships dispatched numerous small airships, effortlessly evading the sparse defensive fire as they approached Lu Qi. Thor, having been propelled away by the cannon fire, was now returning just in time to confront the oncoming small airships. Thus, Odin engaged the larger warships while Thor took on the smaller vessels, the duo wreaking havoc together. Unfortunately, the sheer number of small airships proved overwhelming, and several managed to breach the blockade. Suddenly, Lu Qi spotted Loki making his way towards the edge of the Rainbow Bridge. He quickly dispatched a ninja to intercept him. However, upon successfully halting Loki, the ninja discovered that this version of Loki was merely a shadow. Suddenly, numerous Lokis appeared on the bridge, each emitting peculiar laughter as they advanced towards the edge. "Do you think you can escape?" Lu Qi commanded the ninjas to render the subdued guards unconscious, effectively rebooting them physically. He then instructed all ninjas to obstruct Loki's escape. He had yet to deliver a kick to Loki's rear. He could not allow Loki to flee. Thousands of ninjas leaped from the bridge, synchronously grasping one another in mid-air, while a few remained on the bridge to assist their descending comrades, successfully capturing each version of Loki. Yet, it is perplexing that these are merely phantoms. How could this possibly be false? Lu Qi felt a sense of confusion, but then recalled something: Loki's signature trick. Upon turning around, he noticed an Asgardian guard had risen, rubbing the back of his head. With a smile directed at Lu Qi, he leapt off the Rainbow Bridge. A peculiar-shaped airship swiftly approached, catching Loki and whisking him away into the distance. Damn! Loki, being a frost giant, possessed a physique superior to that of an ordinary Asgardian guard, and it seemed that the previous blow had not rendered him unconscious. Lu Qi soared into pursuit, only to be beset by a swarm of small airships attacking from behind. How bothersome! With both hands raised, Lu Qi summoned nearly 1,000,000 dark energies that surged upward like a colossal wave, crashing down upon the diminutive airships and tearing them to shreds. Glancing back, he witnessed the bizarre vessel emitting an intense burst of energy, warping the surrounding space before vanishing from Lu Qi's sight. His expression darkened. Thanos. Previously, while watching films, he had thought that the screenwriters were flawed. After all, Loki merely yearned for the same attention as Thor. How could he concoct a fratricidal plot? However, if there were malevolent influences from Thanos behind the scenes, everything would fall into place. With the Mind Stone in his possession, Thanos could easily execute subtle schemes that went unnoticed. Lu Qi had initially believed that Thanos would refrain from acting while Odin was alive. Yet he was astonished to find this fiend daring to engage in underhanded tactics right beneath Odin's nose. Truly, he was taking advantage of Odin's blindness. Chapter 52. The ever more potent Shadow Legion. As the ship bearing Loki traversed through the void, the cloaked warships did not retreat. Instead, they recklessly unleashed fire upon the Rainbow Bridge while colliding into it. Odin steadfastly withstood the onslaught of several warships, summoning the Eternal Spear, which cleaved through space and into his grasp. With abundant divine power coalescing within him, he unleashed a formidable beam that obliterated the amassed warships in a magnificent explosion. Lu Qi gazed at the debris of the warships scattered across the starry expanse, feeling that even a certain formidable matron could not rival Odin's might. However, the toll of Odin's explosive display was considerable. Lu Qi's dark energy was reduced to a mere flicker. With a casual strike, he annihilated several small airships entangled with Thor, and descended upon the Rainbow Bridge with a grim countenance. Observing the disheveled Asgardian guards, Odin's expression darkened further. Excellent. Not only do they dare to assault Asgard, but they also have the audacity to abduct my son. No matter who you are, I shall find you, and then I will gradually crush you. Odin's solitary eye scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, he shouted towards the heavens, unleashing a surge of divine energy that crushed several birds in mid-flight. Meanwhile, Thanos clutched the Mind Stone, radiating with a yellow glow, when he suddenly trembled in agony. "My lord?" Ebony Maw inquired anxiously. "I am fine. Loki has been brought forth. From this day onward we must remain concealed for a time. Ebony Maw, perplexed, questioned, "My lord, why provoke Odin, a renowned powerhouse in the cosmos? If he discovers our presence, we may." Thanos secured the Mind Stone within a device designed to shield its power from detection. Once the device was placed in a concealed compartment, he exhaled deeply. Confronting Odin was indeed a source of great trepidation. His strength was formidable enough to annihilate Thanos and his fleet single-handedly. Yet, he had no choice but to proceed. A shadow loomed in Thanos' gaze, but he did not mind sharing certain information with Ebony Maw, his most trusted and capable subordinate. Recently, I successfully detected the presence of another Infinity Stone using the Mind Stone. Ebony Maw was taken aback. Each Infinity Stone was a legendary treasure of the universe, and gathering all 6 could resolve any dilemma. Although they possessed one Mind Stone, it was insufficient to achieve their ambitions. Bowing slightly, Ebony Maw implored, "My lord, permit me to retrieve that stone for you." Thanos shook his head. That stone possesses the power of spatial distortion. It must be the Space Stone among the 6 Infinity Stones, and it resides in one of the 9 realms under Odin's command, Earth. Ebony Maw was momentarily stunned. They had just offended Odin, and now they were to venture into his domain, a rather precarious predicament. Noticing his subordinate's astonishment, Thanos paid little heed to his earlier remarks. Loki, being Odin's son, was initially intended to journey to Earth on my behalf to seize the Space Stone. However, plans have shifted. Perhaps we should send Proxima and Corvus to Earth to seize the Space Stone, with Loki in tow. When necessary, we could trade Loki for the stone. Yet, Odin will not remain idle, Ulik remarked in confusion. Thanos chuckled. But did we not just slap him in the face? If he hears of our endeavors, he will undoubtedly seek us out. Moreover, a portion of the Bifrost has been destroyed, hindering his swift return. This is our opportunity. Furthermore, he remains unaware that we are behind this. Does he not? Thanos suddenly recalled the human who appeared at the last moment. The thought of that individual unsettled him. Initially, he had intended to manipulate Loki into slaying Thor, provoking Odin, and gauging his strength. After all, based on available information, the power of the Asgardian gods increases with age. Yet their bodies gradually succumb to that very power. He had presumed Odin could no longer bear such strength, incapable of wielding much divine power. Yet Odin's performance today exceeded his expectations. That human, however, had significantly disrupted all his plans, as even over 5,000 elite frost giants could not slay Thor, and not even a few humans had fallen. Thanos sensed that Odin's strength was somehow linked to that individual. After all, Odin had appeared on the verge of death until he allied with Lu Chi and suddenly flourished. This individual poses a problem. After contemplating for a moment, Thanos addressed Ulik. "Once Loki arrives, bring him to me. I must provide him with certain items before I can commence my plan." Meanwhile, Lu Chi remained blissfully unaware that Thanos had taken note of him. Otherwise, he might never have left Kamartaj. He directed the ninja soldiers to assist in transporting the celestial guards back and then approached Thor and Odin, who were engaged in conversation. "What is the situation?" Thor inquired, observing Lu Chi's approach. "Do not worry. I merely had the ninja soldiers incapacitate them. No one has perished, though they may experience some discomfort for a couple of days. I advise they refrain from wearing helmets while on duty during this time," Lu Chi casually remarked before turning his gaze to Odin. "How do you feel?" "My dark energy was nearly exhausted moments ago." Odin shook his head, indicating he was unharmed. His singular eye fixed upon the star he had thrust into the heavens to serve as the sun. "I never anticipated that, after decades, forces in the universe would dare to provoke me." Lu Chi found himself at a loss for words. "Oh, Great One, you have lived so long that you disdain these few decades. Do you? This time span is ample enough for you to hold a great-grandchild." Lu Chi contemplated suggesting they return to Earth to bring Odin some local specialties. But Odin continued speaking. "I shall not let this matter rest. The warships we just destroyed belong to various factions, Kree, Collector, Nova Empire, and so forth, each manipulated by an unseen hand through some means. Once I identify the perpetrator, I shall ensure they are all dealt with. Not even Jesus could save them. Mark my words." Odin thought with fierce determination. Lu Chi shook his head, exclaiming, "Goodness, You still do not know who the true puppet master is, yet you speak so boldly. What if it is a formidable overlord? Who knows? Your Asgard might just be brought to its knees. However, after some contemplation, Lu Qi resolved to share a morsel of official information with Odin. As far as I am aware, the power controlling your guards should stem from the Mind Stone, which is presently in the possession of the cosmic tyrant, Thanos. Odin cast a surprised glance at Lu Qi but did not doubt the veracity of his information, speculating that perhaps it was an old acquaintance relaying this through him. After all, the nature of time is particularly mysterious. Yet, why would she normally refrain from offering assistance? Odin, disinterested in pondering this further, recalled the battle he had fought previously, reminiscent of his own conquests across the 9 realms. With Lu Qi's aid, he could unleash a modicum of power, though not much. It would suffice to eliminate those lurking shadows for the benefit of all. Were it not for the restrictions on his abilities, would he have needlessly engaged in pleasantries with those who dared to disrespect the majesty of Asgard? He was no benevolent king, but rather a renowned warrior, the champion of the cosmos and Asgard's stalwart leader. With that in mind, he resolved to dispatch someone to gather intelligence on Thanos, and subsequently present them with a grand gift. Odin made his decision and instructed Thor to prepare a chamber for Lu Qi. Given that Lu Qi had yet to explore the splendors of Asgard, he figured he might as well linger for a few days. After all, the timeline for the battle in New York was still a year hence, and who knew if some lonely elder was still frozen in ice somewhere. As he followed Thor, Lu Qi admired the distinctly styled architecture of Asgard, occasionally pulling out his camera to capture a few photographs. After half an hour of strolling, they finally arrived at his room. "All right, I believe you should first inform me of the location of the restroom, lest I become lost in search of it," Lu Qi remarked, surveying the room, which appeared both pristine and opulent, yet conspicuously lacked a lavatory. "There will be maidens outside. You may inquire with them should you have any questions," Thor casually replied, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Goodness! Is this the luxurious lifestyle of the landowners? Maidens, indeed? I wonder if they could assist with a back rub, Lu Qi mused, glancing outside to spot several intricately dressed maidens. Why are their maid outfits so heavy? Aren't they afraid of overheating? Disappointed, Lu Qi retreated into the room, observing the decor and urging Thor to hasten, for he sought respite after his long endeavors. With a swift motion, he conjured a circle to return to New York, smiling as he flopped onto his own grand bed. A golden nest, a silver den, yet none compare to one's own humble abode. Lu Qi settled into a comfortable position and activated his system. After several hours of diligent mining, his energy had surged to 5.21 million, ample for him to enhance his physical constitution. Without hesitation, he initiated the upgrade, feeling a tremor coursing through his body, rendering everything rather mundane. Upon accessing the system, Lu Qi noted that his physical prowess had escalated to 32 times that of an average person, feeling increasingly formidable. He struck a few poses, yet lamented the absence of pronounced muscle definition, leading him to return to his bed in disappointment. Currently, the rate of collecting energy crystals stands at 22 for 100 points per minute, whereas the energy recovery rate is an impressive 22 for 100 points per second, indicating a significant enhancement in strength. However, the system has indicated that the next doubling of physical attributes will only occur when the number of ninja soldiers reaches 50,000, which causes a headache for Lu Qi. Acquiring 50,000 ninja soldiers would require an astronomical energy expenditure exceeding 100 million points, an utterly outrageous figure. Not to mention that upgrading physical attributes thereafter demands at least 50 million energy points, leaving Lu Qi feeling daunted by the long road ahead. Observing the scant energy left to be harnessed, Lu Qi decided to call Modu, requesting him to bring a team for cleanup, before entering the shadow dimension to prepare for significant undertakings. Methodically traversing one dimension after another, Lu Qi tested his luck. Given the current formidable strength and number of the Ninja Legion, he felt disinclined to engage in single draws, opting instead for a tenfold summon. Fortune favored him today, yielding 2 primary dimensions without any empty slots. Considering the substantial enhancement from a 16-fold to a 32-fold increase in quality, Lu Qi resolved to have his troops simultaneously assault 2 primary dimensions to see if they could conquer them. The endeavor proved easier than anticipated, as the enemies were hardly a match for even a single ninja soldier, let alone the assassin and troll warriors. Even the Dimension Lord retreated at the sight of the troll warriors, unwilling to face them directly. Within mere minutes, Lu Qi effortlessly secured these realms, growing increasingly at ease as he continuously clicked on coordinates, transforming each dark dimension into a segment of the shadow world. He continued this endeavor until fatigue set in, finally pausing to reflect on the coordinate book in his hand, which had been nearly depleted by 1/20th. Lu Qi could not help but marvel at the prowess of a top-tier force that had endured for millennia. Such reserves were incomparable to those of Gu Yi. Apologies, Gu Yi, but this round is yours to lose. In terms of wealth, resources, and magical prowess, you may only slightly outshine in the latter. Gazing at his nearly 10 million energy reserves, Lu Qi felt a newfound sense of affluence. After informing Modu and the others, who were busy transporting spoils, he returned to the material realm. Upon seeing the over 10 million energy points, he resolved to wait until the energy was fully harvested before purchasing 7,000 ninja soldiers, retaining a few million for contingencies. After all, Odin was set to confront Thanos, and Lu Qi was determined to lend his support. Should Thanos be vanquished in one fell swoop, how splendid would that be? Glancing at the time, he realized nearly 5 hours had passed. Stretching his back, Lu Qi decided to take a brief nap, intending to assess the situation upon waking. Snuggled beneath the covers, time seemed to fly by. It felt as though the day had vanished in the blink of an eye. Sitting up with a yawn, Lu Qi acknowledged that, given his current physical capabilities, enduring a few sleepless nights would pose no significant issue. Yet, his biological clock, honed over 20 years, dictated that he felt sleepy at the appointed hour. After all, why stay up late when one could indulge in a satisfying meal and a restful sleep? Lu Qi believed that a good night's sleep was far superior to the fatigue of sleepless nights. Upon activating the system, a night passed, and Lu Qi's energy surged to a staggering 24 million. Indeed, the late-game mechanics of idle games can be quite absurd. Following the plan devised the previous evening, Lu Qi purchased 7,000 ninja soldiers, expending 742,000 energy, leaving him with a substantial 82 million energy. This total should be ample for Odin to wreak havoc. As the saying goes, behind every successful man lies. Never mind. Lu Qi quickly dismissed such thoughts, gazing at the dwindling energy left to explore. He retrieved the book given by Odin and continued with the lottery draws. As he drew, Lu Qi comfortably mused upon the fortunate fact that those at the intermediate dimension could alter their coordinates. Otherwise, he might encounter a formidable opponent here. Could it truly be that someone would ascend to the intermediate dimension without changing their coordinates? Perhaps not. Better not to tempt fate. When in high spirits, one's mind tends to wander, and today he had already set numerous ambitions. It is curious that while others only needed ample space to elevate their dimensions to intermediate, he felt a distinct difference despite having increased space. Lu Qi gazed perplexedly at his shadow realm. Was it not said that one could alter spatial coordinates? How was this accomplished? Must he physically maneuver it? After several hours of energy farming, Lu Qi decided to test whether he could indeed shift the coordinates of the shadow realm. To his surprise, he discovered he could. This sensation was rather novel. Akin to a seasoned driver navigating the dimensional space, he floated about in his shadow dimension. However, the dimensional space was exceedingly barren, devoid of anything visually appealing, and he had no fear of colliding with other dimensions. After a while, Lu Qi lost interest and resolved to return. Wait. Where is my vast Marvel universe? Lu Qi, bewildered, realized he could not return to the Marvel world, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 53. A new world. Unfortunately, this world is not well written. You may skip it. Just know that the Fire Seed and several Decepticon minions have been acquired. After repeatedly confirming that he truly could not return to the Marvel universe, Lu Qi stood in stunned silence. Upon reaching the portal to Kamartaj, he discovered that the door was no longer dark, which left him feeling utterly disheartened. He had truly acted out of impulse. With no one to supervise, he had engaged in reckless dimensional travel. Now, with the dimensional coordinates in disarray, how could he find his way back? In a flurry, Lu Qi retrieved the coordinate book bestowed upon him by Odin, only to find that it lacked the coordinates for the Marvel Universe. This was indeed a dire predicament. Lacking the ability to communicate across dimensions with the likes of Ancient One, he felt utterly defeated. However, a glimmer of hope surfaced as he recalled the dark energy supply contract he had signed with Odin and Ancient One, realizing he could potentially use this method to contact her. But how? Morse code? The problem was, Lu Qi was not adept in such matters. He was not among those esteemed individuals who possessed the knowledge of everything upon traversing dimensions. Thus, he needed to find a world to inhabit temporarily. Otherwise, he might starve to death, which would be quite tragic. If he could find a civilization sufficiently advanced, perhaps he could learn Morse code. And if the codes were consistent between the two worlds, he might manage to communicate with Ancient One. Ultimately, Lu Qi placed his hopes on the coordinate book, for the vast emptiness of dimensional space could make it an arduous task to locate a world without a reliable exploration method. If he could acquire advanced equipment from those dark dimensions, he might secure the world coordinates and wait for Ancient One to rescue him. May Master Ancient One bless me. Amen. Lu Qi then sent a transmission of 1,000,000 dark energy to Ancient One, signaling his distress, hoping she would comprehend his plight. After a brief respite, he calmed himself, uncertain whether Ancient One had understood his message, and proceeded to open the coordinate book to see if he could locate a dimensional lord to confront. Meanwhile, Ancient One had painstakingly converted all her spellbooks, both old and newly acquired from other dark dimensions, to be powered by Lu Qi's energy. Just as she settled into a state of relaxation, she suddenly felt Lu Qi pouring energy into her with great fervor. What is he doing? I wish to rest. As Lu Qi grew increasingly powerful, the time stone became less effective against him. The high level of dark energy rendered even time itself incapable of discerning Lu Qi's future. Thus, Ancient One was left bewildered by Lu Qi's inexplicable actions. After all, wasn't he a guest at Odin's abode? Setting aside her other thoughts, Ancient One felt the energy within her swell, and she became increasingly perplexed. What is going on with this fellow? Is he running out of energy? Ancient One's own constitution was not particularly robust, and she could not contain such an immense influx of energy. Just before she was on the verge of being overwhelmed, she hastily dissipated all the dark energy that had been transmitted. In the plaza outside the tea room, Caecilius was practicing spells with his colleagues, and as they discussed their visions for the future, laughter erupted among them. Iker Cassius harbored an ardent desire for a life filled with explosive excitement, having once believed that sorcerers were merely human cannon fodder. However, upon entering Camartage, he learned the profound lesson that all things come at a cost. Contrary to his expectations, sorcerers were not the reckless wielders of power he envisioned. Instead, they resembled individuals ensnared in high-interest loans, striving to save the world. Initially, this realization left him disheartened, but the emergence of Lu Qi transformed everything. Not only did he witness the kind of explosive spells he had yearned for, but he also discovered the potential to convert them into dark energy for sustenance. Although this arrangement was not a matter of borrowing without repayment, it was undeniably more favorable than high-interest loans, allowing for alternative forms of compensation, such as labor. Nevertheless, Lu Qi's current energy reserves were still insufficient, barely enough for a select few high-ranking sorcerers. Yet Lu Qi's growth was rapid, and Cassius could afford to wait. Alas, if only Lu Qi possessed an abundance of energy at this moment. As he sighed, a surge of dark energy erupted from the Supreme Sorcerer's teahouse, clashing with the already dense natural energies of Camartage, causing a tempest of thunder and lightning, a spectacle of effects. How could there be such an immense amount of dark energy? Cassius felt a twinge of panic, realizing that such a concentration could assimilate everything around it. However, it appeared that this energy was under control, consciously annihilating itself in concert with other energies, bringing him a measure of relief. Yet, amid his relaxation, Cassius felt a flicker of confusion. Wasn't it said that Lu Qi's energy was limited, insufficient to support so many? How could Master Wang utilize this dark energy so liberally to obliterate other forces? Though he kept his thoughts to himself, a lingering dissatisfaction brewed within him. Meanwhile, Lu Qi remained oblivious to the happenings with Wang. After hours of drawing prizes, His stored energy approached 20 million. Yet he had been unable to catch those elusive dimensional lords, as slippery as mice. He realized that he could not afford to frighten them away. Perhaps he should feign weakness to lure them in, then deploy a formidable force to sandwich the opposing dimensional lord. An ingenious strategy indeed. After contemplating his rudimentary plan, Lu Qi summoned forth his shadow army, a unified and menacing force of nefarious entities, ready to perform a grand spectacle. He initiated a series of 10 draws, securing at least one primary dimension. Feigning trepidation, he glanced at the opposing side, only to find no one was there. Where was everyone? Why had he invested so much time crafting a narrative? Just when he had resolved to take matters into his own hands, they simply gifted him a primary dimension. He dispatched a squad of shadow soldiers to scout the area, and indeed, they discovered no one present. Could it be that someone was fishing for enforcement? A sophisticated hunter often presents as prey. Lu Qi decided to let his shadow ninjas directly mine the opposing dark dimension, witnessing his energy steadily increase while the enemy remained conspicuously absent. Truly, no one was there. As he ventured into this primary dimension, he found that the dark energy within was not hostile, resembling that of an unclaimed realm. How did it evolve into this rudimentary dimension? Lu Qi promptly unleashed all the shadow legions to explore this world. After several hours, a group of shadow ninjas reported the discovery of a spatial rift. Accompanied by several shadow ninjas, Lu Qi approached the rift and sensed dark energy continuously leaking from it. As the dark energy dissipated, this dimension gradually weakened, albeit at a slow pace. Astonishingly, had this place once been a more advanced dimension? How could it have fallen to such a state? Lu Qi concentrated on the dark energy within this dimension, realizing he could manipulate the ownerless dark energy at will. He commanded this dark energy not to escape through the rift and sent a team of shadow ninjas to investigate further. After a while, all the shadow ninjas returned unscathed, reporting that the other side was entirely safe. Rather than immediately consuming this rudimentary dimension, Lu Qi enveloped himself in dark energy and stepped into the spatial rift. Upon traversing the rift, Lu Qi found himself surrounded by colossal, hardcore machinery, encircled by a plethora of stones, resembling a narrow cave that grew tighter as one ascended. As he ascended from the center of the machinery, Lu Qi observed that this enormous contraption seemed to be responsible for creating and maintaining the spatial rift. This device harnessed the dark energy emanating from the rift to sustain itself. However, as Lu Qi took control of the dark energy, the device could no longer maintain the rift, which began to heal itself. Testing his connection with the shadow realm, Lu Qi found it still intact. Without hesitation, he consumed the rudimentary dimension, completely severing the energy supply to the device. Not bothering with the peculiar machinery, he approached the surrounding boulders, sensed no significant energy barriers, and stealthily slipped through the crevices of the stones. Upon emerging, Lu Qi was greeted by an expanse of desert and, looking back, realized he had just emerged from a pyramid. Goodness, am I cursed by some pharaoh? Lu Qi cleansed himself with dark energy, washing away the grime while preserving his clothing, alleviating his fears of encountering any virulent pathogens within the pyramid. With a sigh of relief, he surveyed the desolate surroundings and took to the skies, soaring higher and higher until he reached the outer edge of Earth's atmosphere. There, feeling the thin air, he paused. As a satellite drifted past, he confirmed he was on a technologically advanced planet, though he pondered whether it harbored superpowers or superheroes. Lost in thought, Lu Qi suddenly sensed an approaching presence. Turning his gaze, he was astonished to see multiple fiery-tailed meteorites hurtling towards him. What on earth? Are these meteorites traveling in a pack? He swiftly dodged the incoming meteorites, only to notice that they slightly veered away to avoid him. What is this? These meteorites are not ordinary. As Lu Qi gazed at the meteorites receding into the distance, he pondered for a moment before deciding to pursue them. After all, in this world devoid of the mystical shields of Camartage, his connection to the shadow realm remained unrestrained. When the time came to harness millions of units of energy, he would be oblivious to his own formidable prowess. The meteorites appeared to be consciously decelerating, their velocity diminishing steadily. Lu Qi consumed a modicum of dark energy to keep pace with these celestial bodies. An inexplicable transmission of signals coursed between the meteorites, akin to a human expression of astonishment. How can this creature keep up with us? Are carbon-based beings truly this remarkable? I am beginning to fear this planet. The energy signature of this being is utterly intimidating. How did Bumblebee manage to survive here? Yet, Lu Qi himself was oblivious to any peculiar signals. He was no adept in the realm of electromagnetic waves. Instead, he simply observed the meteorites as he soared alongside them. Eventually, they arrived at a certain location where several meteorites separated. I cannot clone myself. How will I follow them? Lu Qi paused, eager to discern the true nature of these meteorites. After some contemplation, he attempted to conjure a few eyes using dark energy, or perhaps create some duplicates. However, his lack of expertise resulted in the formation of bizarre, oversized black orbs. While these orbs possessed the desired capabilities of observation and tracking, they lacked any combat prowess. Nevertheless, Lu Qi felt a sense of satisfaction. He had underestimated his own abilities. In the future, he could certainly summon spells and delve into the applications of dark energy during his leisure. He commanded the black orbs to accompany a few of the meteorites while he casually followed one of them downwards. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a meteorite plummeted to the ground, trailing sparks and lightning, leaving Lu Qi utterly astonished. What kind of hellish parachuting technique is this? If you can traverse interstellar space, could you not install a more reliable landing apparatus? A peculiar sound emerged, and Lu Qi watched as the meteorite morphed into a mechanical giant, approximately 7 meters tall. What the devil? Lu Qi stared at the grotesque robot before him, feeling a mix of bewilderment and familiarity. It seemed reminiscent of something, though he could not place it. Is this yet another fantastical realm? Observing the giant scrutinizing him cautiously, Lu Qi was momentarily taken aback. You are extraterrestrial beings. Why fear a mere Earth native? In that moment, he momentarily forgot the nearly million units of dark energy surrounding him, casting a peculiar glance at the colossal figure. Greetings, Earthling. We bear no ill will. We have come to search for our lost possessions. The towering robot regarded Lu Qi with caution, and through its scanning, it discovered that this diminutive being's energy index even surpassed that of their leader, Optimus Prime. It left the mechanical entity perplexed. Lu Qi, in turn, regarded this being with intrigue. How do you speak Mandarin? I learned your language through your internet. Judging by your appearance, you must belong to the Asian ethnic group. Based on the population ratio of Asians, I deduce that you are of Chinese descent. You are beginning to feel somewhat familiar to me. What are you going to do next? Just carry on as if I do not exist. Jazz cautiously observed Lu Qi, having discovered through the internet that there were no other individuals in this world with powers akin to this man, or rather, the vast majority were merely ordinary people. What was the nature of this individual? Was it a genetic mutation, or something else entirely? Nevertheless, this person exhibited no hostility. The gaze directed towards him revealed no ill intentions according to their psychological analyses. Well then, since neither he nor the leader, nor his companions could possibly contend with this individual, he would have to regroup with the leader and, at most, mention his peculiar situation along the way. As he made his way outside, Jazz communicated with his companions, only to notice a peculiar large black sphere following them, which neither attacked nor engaged with them. Synthesizing all the information at hand, Optimus Prime contemplated before ultimately deciding to regroup first. There might be something strange about this planet, but they appeared to harbor no animosity, and they were merely here to retrieve an object before possibly departing. He hoped there would be no unforeseen complications, or rather additional surprises. Upon receiving orders, Jazz ceased his slow and deliberate pace, opting instead to run. Through the internet, they had learned that Transformers would likely not be accepted by the inhabitants of this planet, so it would be prudent to locate a so-called automobile and transform into that first. Lu Qi followed this individual to the entrance of a car dealership, bemused as he observed the giant fixate on a particular vehicle. Did he truly believe he could drive a car given his size? Did he not realize that he might be too large to fit? Oh my! Witnessing the giant transform into the sleek sports car within, Lu Qi was utterly astonished. At last, he comprehended the nature of this world. Chapter 54. T-1000. As Lu Qi observed the grotesque figure before him pilfering a skin, He recalled that this creature must be the Autobot who had previously met a grim fate at the hands of Megatron. How tragic. Shaking his head, Lu Chi felt a sense of sorrow for this unfortunate being. Jazz, bewildered by Lu Chi's overt emotional shifts, wondered what was troubling him. If only he knew that Lu Chi was silently mourning for him, he would surely be delighted. Do you need a lift? I sense that you might prefer to keep your identity concealed. Reflecting on the absence of any news about such superpowered beings online, Jazz tentatively remarked. Exposing what identity? An inhabitant from another world? Lu Chi was perplexed by Jazz's words, yet he felt it was a privilege to ride in a transformer. Understanding the nuances, Jazz courteously opened the car door, and Lu Chi climbed into the driver's seat. Upon noticing the mechanical-themed decorations inside, he gently touched them. Are these little embellishments replicas from the vehicle you copied or merely personal favorites? Lu Chi inquired, glancing back at the distant car shop, curious about the origins of these ornaments. Just a personal hobby? I have a fondness for these cool little things, Jazz replied. So you specifically chose a sports car? Lu Chi remarked, observing the vehicle prominently displayed in the center. Quite like it. Seemingly grasping Lu Chi's character, Jazz became increasingly relaxed, incorporating trendy vocabulary into his speech. Very unique. Let us play a song. Lu Chi rolled down the window, admiring the changing scenery outside as Jazz played a heavy metal track. Sounds quite good. Of course, you must trust my taste. I'm not some outdated relic like Ironhide. As they continued their journey, their rapport grew warmer. Lu Chi found Jazz to be quite agreeable and considered rescuing him in the future. Since I'm here, why not take a car back with me? He mused. But then again, there are so few Autobots and those who come to Earth are elite. It wouldn't be right to exploit them. If I seek a vehicle, perhaps I should approach the Decepticons instead. Megatron, for instance, would be ideal. The notion of directly abducting Megatron as a mode of transport was a bold one, and had Jazz been aware of Lu Chi's intentions, he might have found himself quite alarmed. While gazing out at the scenery, Lu Chi reminisced about the storyline of this world. It seemed that the unfortunate Megatron had finally discovered the fabled Allspark, only to be frozen near the Arctic Circle before he could send out a message. Ultimately, an old acquaintance had preemptively seized the Allspark and had been most enthusiastic in its destruction. Yet Megatron was quite resilient, surviving against all odds and continually forced to enhance his capabilities. Ultimately, his combat power soared to 999. Had Optimus Prime not sacrificed his allies to acquire divine armor, he might not have prevailed. Contemplating how these seemingly formidable beings could be subdued by various heavy weaponry, Lu Chi concluded that the power levels in this world were relatively low. He had little understanding of the subsequent installments, as their narratives eluded him entirely. The narrative reveals a clear connection in the storyline, primarily among characters 1, 2, and 3. Hey Jazz, do you know Morse code? No. We employ a more advanced communication system, though I could learn it. Why do you ask? I need a few sentences translated into Morse code to contact my friend. Do you need assistance? I can help you reach out, Jazz replied eagerly, as forging alliances with powerful individuals is seldom a misstep. Unless, of course, that individual suffers from social anxiety. You can contact someone across the world? Lu Chi chuckled. Another realm? What nonsense is this? Could parallel worlds or some theory actually be true? Jazz could vaguely recall some research from Cybertron's golden age, though he had never verified it. However, he truly could not connect with another world. But why could Morse code facilitate such a connection? Was it an unknown high technology? I am trapped in another realm and require coordinates to my original world. With this sentence, Lu Chi pondered and concocted a phrase for Jazz to translate into Morse code. After a while, Jazz successfully translated it. With Jazz's assistance, Lu Chi utilized a long wave of 10,000 and a short wave to channel energy towards Gui. Meanwhile, Gui set down a book and prepared to sleep. However, moments after lying down, he sat up again. What on earth is going on? How irritating. Staying awake at this hour, Gui casually expelled dark energy. Proved that, regardless of who one is, everyone experiences a touch of morning grumpiness. Lu Chi was uncertain whether Gui understood, but he intended to signal Gui shortly, lest he be ignored. Finally done. This process is truly time-consuming. It took Lu Qi nearly 10 minutes to transmit such a simple message. While lack of familiarity contributed, he also realized the inconvenience of past communication methods. "Remember to write this down for me. I cannot possibly retain such a lengthy passage," he remarked. Jazz remained silent, but they were nearing their destination. As they drove, Jazz suddenly turned into a narrow alley, where several vehicles were stationed, each accompanied by a large black orb, though not very conspicuous in the night. Jazz had already informed the other Autobots about their journey, and they understood that Lu Qi meant no harm, albeit with some caution. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qi spotted a yellow sports car ahead, flanked by two individuals. A truck without a cargo bed approached, and Lu Qi's eyes brightened. Was that not Optimus Prime? Could they all be? Sam gazed in astonishment at the several vehicles, but before he could verify his suspicions, he saw someone emerge from a sports car. "Hello?" Lu Qi greeted warmly, leaving Sam momentarily speechless. "Did you come with them?" Sam recalled the meteor he had seen earlier, inferring that these formidable beings had arrived on Earth. Yet he was baffled by how quickly Lu Qi had become acquainted with a human. Observing Sam's perplexed expression, Lu Qi feigned seriousness. "Indeed, I am a diminutive automaton, designated T-1000, codename Shadow." Dark energy surged in Lu Qi's hands, assembling various forms, blades, hooks, and firearms. "Cool," Sam exclaimed with excitement. However, a cacophony of mechanical transformations ensued, as several nearby vehicles morphed into humanoid figures, shedding their initial clumsy appearances for a remarkably suave demeanor, truly deserving of the skins they had acquired. "One should not take this lad's bravado too seriously," Jazz's electronic voice hinted with amusement. Optimus Prime shook his head in resignation. Though aware that Lu Qi meant no harm, he found himself at a loss for words regarding this display.
Greetings, humans.
"We are a form of autonomous mechanical life from the planet Cybertron. I am their leader, Optimus Prime. You may also refer to us as Autobots," the medic Ratchet interjected. "Hello, you not-so-bright fellow." Jazz struck a flamboyant pose before leaping back to perch on an abandoned vehicle. "I am increasingly enamored with this impressive planet. My second-in-command, Jazz. How did you acquire such eloquence?" Sam stammered, bewildered. "Surely, the entire universe cannot communicate in a singular tongue. We have learned these languages through your internet," Optimus succinctly responded, gesturing towards Ironhide. "This is my weapons specialist, Ironhide." In response, Ironhide revealed an array of weaponry. "I would relish a contest of destructive prowess with you." Lu Qi smiled faintly, "but I shall refrain from discouraging you. And this is our medic, Ratchet. This simpleton exhibits a high level of hormones, indicating his desire for female companionship. As for this chap, he seems rather unfazed by our existence." Sam awkwardly whistled, recognizing the irony of his situation. Meanwhile, Lu Qi had begun contemplating how to print the images from the small black sphere onto paper. "Included among your guardians is Bumblebee." As Bumblebee finally had his moment, he eagerly unleashed the music he had chosen after much deliberation and struck a few cool poses. Sam, evidently fond of Bumblebee, initiated, "Bumblebee, you are my guardian?" Bumblebee nodded, emitting a resonant hum from his chest. Indeed, he resembled a wasp. Ratchet noted that Bumblebee's sound effect processor had sustained damage during battle and, after a cursory examination, concluded that repairs were currently unfeasible. "Now, may I inquire as to who you are?" Optimus's gaze shifted to the humans. Just as Sam was about to introduce himself, a voice interjected from behind. "Lu Qi is not originally from this planet. He hails from another world, possessing rather peculiar abilities." Sam cast a puzzled glance at Lu Qi, questioning how he transitioned from being a mere automaton to a being from another realm. "What is it? Have you never encountered an otherworldly being? Or do you truly perceive me as an automaton?" "Please, my powers are vastly different from theirs," Lu Qi remarked, slightly exasperated, sensing the evident lack of intellect in the lad. He certainly lacks the cognitive capacity to conjure the intricate mechanical transformations within a brief span of time. Thus, when he morphed his weapon, it resembled a liquid robot more than a transformer. Casually retrieving the large black spheres hovering above, Lu Qi examined the memories stored within each. He contemplated the need to investigate a method of real-time transmission for surveillance. Sam stood there, bewildered for quite a while, One might expect the presence of beings from another world to be peculiar, yet it was the extraordinary nature of these beings that truly astonished him. The woman beside him sighed, observing Sam's dazed expression. "Allow me to introduce myself first," she said. "I'm Michaela, a true inhabitant of this universe." In contrast to Sam, Michaela appeared remarkably composed, having already witnessed an array of unusual events that day. Even if God were to stand before her in the next moment, she would be unfazed. Sam, also a genuine Earthling, finally regained his senses and introduced himself. Optimus Prime exhaled a sigh of relief, glad to see things back on track. Why was making an introduction so challenging? "Greetings, Earthlings and beings from another world." Optimus squatted down, alleviating the discomfort of those craning their necks. "We hail from a distant planet, journeying to Earth in search of a lost treasure." He afforded Sam a moment to grasp this information before continuing. "The treasure is known as the Allspark, of immense significance to us, and it may even attract the attention of Megatron." "Megatron?" Sam interjected, sensing that something was amiss. Optimus Prime proceeded to narrate the rise and fall of a civilization, employing imagery alongside his words. As Lu Chi listened to Optimus' tale, he marveled at the lifelike projection, pondering how exhilarating it would be to utilize such technology in gaming. Yet another reason to acquire a vehicle, he mused. Once Optimus concluded the somber narrative, Michaela posed a question. "So, will Megatron come to Earth to seize the Allspark? I would prefer not to have any wars disrupt my current life." Having grasped the distinctions between the Decepticons and Autobots, Michaela unequivocally aligned herself with the Autobots. "Count me in. I detest those troublemakers who seek conflict unnecessarily. Why not just relax instead of posing a threat to the world?" Lu Chi readily raised his hand. Sam quickly followed suit, adding, "I too despise those, bothersome individuals, so count me in as well." "You really don't need to raise your hands." Michaela sighed in resignation. Optimus felt a sense of satisfaction with the current situation and addressed Sam. "So, may I inquire whether you are Sam? Was your great-grandfather an adventurer who ventured into the Arctic Circle?"
Sam nodded, incredulous.
Could it be that his great-grandfather had some extraordinary connection with these beings? Optimus affirmed. "Then we have not erred in our search. In fact, Megatron discovered the Allspark before us, while your great-grandfather stumbled upon Megatron. During his voyage, Megatron crashed and was subsequently frozen in ice, and your great-grandfather inadvertently activated his navigation system, with the location of the Allspark recorded in your great-grandfather's glasses." "How do you know that?" Sam asked, astonished. "Your eBay?" Optimus Prime revealed the auction site where Sam had recently sold the glasses, causing him to cast an awkward glance at Michaela, as he had just auctioned them off that very morning in class. What would happen if the Allspark fell into the hands of the Decepticons? Michaela posed the pivotal question. The ambulance promptly responded. They would use the Allspark to create an army of Decepticons and subsequently conquer the Earth. "We must locate those glasses immediately." "Where did you put them?" Optimus Prime inquired anxiously. "I left them in my backpack at home," Sam replied, somewhat dazed. "That simplifies matters. Let us hurry, we must complete this task swiftly. My superior may come to retrieve me home at any moment," Lu Chi asserted confidently, blissfully unaware that Ancient One had not even noticed his absence. The Transformers immediately transformed, and Lu Chi climbed aboard Optimus Prime, with Bumblebee leading the way, as they set off towards Sam's residence. Chapter 55. The collapse of Sam. Cannot you transform into aerial vehicles and soar into the sky? Lu Chi gazed at Optimus Prime and his companions, their somewhat sluggish pace suddenly arousing his curiosity. Even at this moment, he could fly at a velocity exceeding 2,000 meters per second. In comparison, it seemed that this once magnificent race, which harnessed the sun as a source of energy, was not as formidable as he had imagined. At least, they were still constrained to the ground, advancing at what appeared to him a rather leisurely speed. Optimus Prime's voice emanated from the radio. "We were once ordinary Autobots engaged in commonplace professions on the planet Cybertron, with no extraordinary missions assigned to us. Much like the societal structure of this planet, we were merely common folk, requiring no special components." Jazz's voice followed. "But those Decepticons are different. They were warriors on Cybertron, equipped with weapons and gear superior to ours." It was evident that he still harbored a sense of indignation. Then, if you were provided with advanced equipment, could you turn the tide? Lu Qi inquired, intrigued. Although he lacked advanced gear, he had that formidable man behind him. Procuring advanced equipment would be a trivial matter. Of course, even without advanced equipment, we have managed to hold our ground for this long. If our gear were on par, those fellows would undoubtedly be no match for us. Right, Ironhide? Absolutely. Ironhide roared through the channel. Just give me a hefty firearm, and I'll blow Megatron to smithereens. The theory of superior firepower, is it? Lu Qi shook his head in resignation. But you cannot blow up Megatron. I have already resolved to capture him as my steed. Oh really? Jazz, ever the instigator, was intrigued. Although he had previously sensed that Lu Qi's energy levels were quite elevated, he was still skeptical. Could he truly triumph over Megatron? Little did they know that the energy he radiated during flight was merely a reaction. Even Optimus Prime harbored doubts about Lu Qi's assertions. To him, it seemed plausible that Lu Qi could contend with Megatron, but defeating him was another matter entirely, given the physical disparity. Are you suggesting that my stature implies I am incapable of defeating him? Lu Qi surmised their thoughts. Yet, according to the principles of this world, he was not far from the truth. Indeed, smaller Autobots like Bumblebee would struggle against a Titan like Megatron. Setting aside the existence of a leadership module, only someone of Optimus Prime's build could truly engage Megatron in a reciprocal battle. Size does not dictate everything. In my world, among the strongest beings I have encountered, many share a physique similar to mine yet can single-handedly obliterate a multitude of alien warships, and some are even capable of shattering planets. Wow, what did you say? Sam exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of monsters inhabit your world? Lu Qi sighed in exasperation. Oh my dear, you think this is the end? I also have an individual in my realm who is constantly contemplating a universal population purge. Your world sounds perilously dangerous. Jazz clicked his tongue, pondering how this fellow could endure such a perilous existence day after day. Was he not terrified that he might simply vanish into thin air after a night's sleep? It truly seemed that the pressure to survive over there was quite substantial, with the necessity to seek opportunities for growth each day. Lu Qi recalled his own daily immersion in video games, nonchalantly uttering this statement. After all, his system functioned as an idle one, tirelessly mining every single moment. In light of this, he realized how arduous his own efforts were, constantly honing his skills at any given time. Lu Qi nodded in agreement. All right, we've arrived. The distinctive array of sounds from Bumblebee emerged. Lu Qi glanced at the quaint villa ahead before hopping down from Optimus Prime's cockpit. Sam and Michaela quickly exited the vehicle as well. Okay, you two stay here and remain concealed. If my parents see you, they will undoubtedly call the authorities to apprehend you. Sam cast a glance at Lu Qi, adding, and you, of course. My parents do not know you. Lu Qi shrugged in exasperation. He was well aware of these individuals from his experiences in the Marvel realm. After all, the world they inhabited was fraught with danger, and they were exceedingly cautious of strangers. Lu Qi flew up onto Optimus Prime's shoulder and casually took out his phone to play with it. Your technology seems remarkably advanced, Optimus Prime remarked, eyeing the device in Lu Qi's hands. The technological sophistication of this small gadget far surpassed that of the bricks wielded by those characters. This was crafted by a friend of mine in just a few days. Although there is related technology, the dimensions of those devices cannot accommodate such a compact form. That fellow managed to enhance it in less than a day. Lu Qi checked his phone's battery level and then turned to Optimus Prime. Could you provide me with a data cable? I need to charge it. Optimus Prime examined the phone's connector and transformed a section of his shoulder into a cable. I have adjusted the voltage to suit your device. It won't cause any damage. Well done. Lu Qi eagerly grabbed the data cable and began charging his phone. With such a portable power bank, he needn't worry about his device running out of battery. Although it had accompanied him, Lu Qi suddenly recalled the PIM particles from the Marvel Universe, which could potentially shrink these beings. Wouldn't that turn them into collectibles? His eyes lit up at the thought of a malleable, obedient portable charger. This project is mine. I shall explore the possibility of acquiring some PIM particles upon my return. Optimus Prime suddenly felt a chill on his shoulder, causing him to shudder. Oh, what is wrong? Lu Qi nearly lost his balance from the tremor. It's nothing. Perhaps there's a minor issue with my mechanical core. I'll have an ambulance check it later, Optimus Prime mused, puzzled by the sensation. As his sensors were functioning normally, Lu Chi shook his head and placed his phone on Optimus Prime's shoulder, playing with it as he gently nudged it. Who could withstand such a distraction? He effortlessly leaped down from the 10-meter-high shoulder of Optimus Prime, landing gracefully and walking over to Michaela, who was observing ahead. Why hasn't that guy gone inside yet? He sighed, watching as Sam continued to bicker with his father. Shall we venture inside first? Lu Chi suggested, eyeing the open window of Sam's room with eagerness. A splendid idea. I suspect he could speak endlessly, Michaela replied, feeling somewhat helpless as she followed Lu Chi to the foot of the wall. So how do we ascend? Michaela pondered, gazing at the window several meters above, feeling a bit vexed, unlike her companion. Bumblebee, come lend a hand, Lu Chi called softly. Though Bumblebee was not particularly tall, he could manage to elevate Michaela with a bit of effort. Meanwhile, the taller Optimus Prime secured his phone in his cockpit, preparing to assist, only to hear Lu Chi summon Bumblebee. Observing Bumblebee tiptoe over to Michaela, lifting her with care and balancing on his toes to elevate her, Lu Chi stifled laughter while capturing the moment with his camera, amused by Bumblebee's precarious stance. Steady now, Bumblebee, steady, Michaela urged in a hushed tone, but Bumblebee still wobbled, nearly taking flight in his efforts. After capturing enough humorous photos of Bumblebee's struggle, Lu Chi summoned several troll soldiers, who stacked upon one another to hoist Bumblebee directly to the window. You should have done this sooner, Bumblebee grumbled in a synthesized voice as he was cradled like a plush toy by the troll soldiers, clearly annoyed. Next time, for sure, Lu Chi chuckled, tucking away his camera and soaring through the window. Does this fellow possess some peculiar inclination? Ironhide remarked quietly to the other Autobots, having observed the entire spectacle. After all, do not the mighty harbor some strange quirks? Ratchet replied uncertainly, casting a glance at Optimus Prime. Impossible, absolutely not, Jazz asserted, staunchly supporting Optimus while also looking his way. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under the scrutiny of his subordinates, Optimus quickly reassured himself, contemplating that he truly had no unusual proclivities. Taking a deep breath, Optimus addressed his team with gravity. Maintain vigilance during the mission. We must not allow these humans to uncover our presence, as it may jeopardize our objectives. The Autobots promptly dispersed, on high alert. I've spotted a peculiar creature, Ironhide remarked, eyeing a nearby carbon-based life form that was observing him warily while brandishing his cannon. Having endured Lu Chi's antics, he genuinely feared this creature might suddenly expand in size and crush him beneath its foot. Good heavens! It approaches, Ironhide exclaimed, frozen in place, anxiously informing Optimus. Sam, having finally appeased his father, turned only to find Ironhide aiming his weapon at his dog. No, it's just a chihuahua. Sam quickly rushed over. What on earth is Sam doing? Why hasn't he joined us yet? Michaela and Lu Chi wondered, having already rummaged through the room for quite some time with no sign of Sam. Lu Chi had just opened the box that Sam had placed under the bed, gazing at the pile of books and magazines within. He clicked his tongue, pondering whether Sam might still be preoccupied. Michaela glanced out the window and noticed Sam, cradling a dog, engaged in conversation with Ironhide. Could he not hasten his pace? What if the Decepticons arrived? Those fiends had uncovered Sam's true identity. Having recently been pursued by the Decepticons, Michaela felt a sense of despair. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime appeared equally exasperated. After a brief discussion with Ironhide, Sam finally remembered the pressing matter at hand, rushing in with the Chihuahua in his arms. My goodness, when did you all arrive? Sam exclaimed as he pushed open his bedroom door, only to find the room in disarray. To make matters worse, someone was perusing his private reading material. Snatching the small box from Lu Chi, Sam hurriedly closed the lid. These belong to my friend. He left them here, he stammered. Michaela, observing Sam's flustered demeanor, sighed in exasperation. Now is not the time for your ridiculous reading material. Where's your backpack? Sam opened his mouth to respond, but upon meeting Michaela's gaze, he resignedly set the box aside. I believe it should be over here. Lu Chi watched as he dashed off to search for his backpack, then returned to retrieve the box, quietly taking a few photos in the process. After searching for a while without success, Sam was approached by Optimus Prime, who stood by the window. Have you not found it yet, Sam? Is the memory of carbon-based life forms truly this deficient? I'm still looking. Please give me a moment. You all hide for now, Sam replied, feeling increasingly overwhelmed, having just experienced his first brush with death. Approaching the window, he glanced down and his despair deepened. Those are my mother's flowers, and the road and fountain my father built. Witnessing Sam's distress, Optimus Prime felt a pang of urgency. The Decepticons could arrive at any moment. Sam, you must hurry. After exchanging a few words with Sam, Optimus took a few steps back. Autobots, conceal yourselves. My backyard is not a garage, Sam lamented, shaking his head at the sight of 5 vehicles in his yard. Turning back, he was met with even greater anguish. My backpack is far larger than that box. Lu Chi closed the box and neatly set it aside. Sam nodded, taking a moment to compose himself with a few deep breaths lest he collapse right there. You search over here and I will look over there. Lu Chi nodded, and several shadowy ninjas appeared to begin their search. Oh, Sam sighed, then proceeded to tidy his bed. After a further search proved fruitless, Optimus, glancing at the timer that had already ticked several minutes away, finally inquired with impatience, Have you not found it yet? I'm sorry. My room is a bit chaotic, but please give me 10 more minutes. You all hide on the street, Sam pleaded, his expression one of despair, tears having inexplicably welled in his eyes. Very well, came the reluctant concession. Optimus Prime felt a twinge of unease under that penetrating gaze. Was he truly being overly hasty? Yet, several minutes had already elapsed. Autobots, retreat. Optimus led a few Autobots toward the street, but their imposing sizes rendered them incapable of fitting through the narrow gate, forcing them to navigate through the floral wall instead. As they carefully avoided stepping on the walls, Ironhide's head inadvertently collided with an overhead power line. Oh damn! Ironhide plopped onto the ground, and Sam's household felt a surge of kinetic energy. An earthquake. Observing the swaying chandelier, Sam's father bellowed, and with surprising agility for his size, he slid beneath the dining table. Why are you so adept at this? Sam's mother, still processing the situation, was startled to see the person beside her vanish to safety under the table. Above, Sam experienced the tremors, his heart now devoid of any tumult. Let it be destroyed. I am weary. Lu Chi shook his head at Sam's demeanor. My subordinates have thoroughly searched your room. They discovered 3 mismatched socks beneath your bed and several coins under the wardrobe, yet your backpack remains elusive. Damn it, it must be right here. Sam clutched his head, feeling a throbbing pain, just as the lights extinguished. What now? As Sam prepared to glance out the window, the voices of his parents echoed from the entrance. Who are you speaking to? Sam, open the door. Damn it, you need to hide. Lu Chi quietly retreated into the shadows, finding refuge in a corner, while Michaela concealed herself behind a chair, the power outage rendering the room chaotic. Sam, why have you locked the door at home? You are violating the rule against locking doors while inside. If you don't open it soon, I will force my way in. Sam surveyed the disarray of the room, realizing there was no time to tidy up, and with a pounding headache, he reluctantly approached the door. Chapter 56. The Ruthless Optimus Prime. Sam, what on earth are you doing in there? As Sam opened the door, his father was poised to push his way inside. Wait, just a moment. Sam managed to stop him just in time. We heard you talking to someone. By the way, why do you smell so awful? Sam's mother looked at him with evident disdain. I was exercising. Sam hastily concocted an excuse. Step aside. His father forcefully shoved him aside, brandishing a baseball bat as he stormed into the room. Why is your room such a mess? It looks like a garbage dump. With the bat in hand, Sam's father frowned at him. Sam's mother peered in from the doorway but ultimately remained there, primarily due to the overpowering odor emanating from Sam. What exactly are you doing? She questioned with a skeptical expression. Are you? Observing the stunned expressions on both father and son, she rephrased her inquiry. Engaging in your joyous escapades? Lu Chi, utilizing his ability to meld into the shadows, hung silently from the ceiling, capturing this scene. No, Mom. Just as Sam was about to shout, he caught sight of Optimus Prime's head suddenly emerging outside the window and restrained himself. You need not explain further, Sam. I understand you require some personal space at your age. Sam gazed at his mother, tilting his head upward, perhaps to prevent the tears from spilling forth. Lu Qi glanced at the helpless Optimus outside and shook his head, feeling powerless. If he were to step out now, the situation would likely worsen. Hello, Mister. And Mrs. Witwicky, Michaela interjected, sensing that matters might be further delayed and fearing an encounter with the Decepticons. Oh, hello? Sam's parents looked at Michaela in surprise. I'm Michaela, a friend of Sam S., she stated, feigning composure. Who are you trying to fool? A young man and woman alone in a room at night, and you're both sweating profusely. Sam's mother immediately displayed a knowing smile, approvingly nodding at Michaela's attractive features and physique, pulling Sam's father along. We won't disturb you any longer. We'll take our leave. Wait, Dad, where's my backpack? Sam urgently inquired. It's in the kitchen. You two chat for now, his father signaled with his eyes. Forget about the backpack for now. Seize the moment. Sam noticed the peculiar smiles exchanged between his parents, feeling exasperated. Yet the backpack remained a priority. Once the door closed, Lu Qi descended from the ceiling. So, should we retrieve the backpack now or what? Sam implored Lu Qi with his eyes. Could you please delete that photo first? Lu Qi feigned ignorance and floated out the window, leaping onto Optimus Prime, rummaging through the cockpit for the phone. Wow, as expected from an alien, it charged in no time, faster than fast charging. Upon discovering the location of the backpack, Optimus exhaled in relief. Sam, hurry up and grab your glasses. We must depart. Sam cast an awkward glance at Michaela, contemplating whether to descend together. Fine. I've already been seen. Escaping through the window is hardly prudent. This predicament left Sam's parents utterly bewildered. No sooner had they closed the door than they heard a heavy thud from within. They exchanged knowing smiles, remarking on the impetuousness of youth. Just as they left, the antics began anew. With smiles still gracing their faces, they made their way to the first floor, quietly cranking up the volume on the television. However, it wasn't long before their son awkwardly descended alongside Michaela. They exchanged glances. Could it be that their son harbored some hidden ailment? Unbeknownst to Sam, his parents were lost in their own thoughts, and had he been aware, he might have burst into tears. Amidst their peculiar stares, Sam retrieved his backpack from the kitchen and announced to his parents, I will drive Michaela home. Yes, you may do so, his mother replied with a smile, silencing the nearby individual who seemed eager to speak. Just as they were about to step outside, the doorbell rang. Seriously, can't they wait a moment? Sam felt his composure unraveling, yet as he watched his father clutch his stomach and open the door, he was met not by Autobots or allies, but by a cadre of men clad in black suits. Good day. We are here regarding the report of your son Sam's vehicle theft from a few days ago. We suspect this matter may pose a threat to national security, and we have come to investigate. When did stealing a car become a national security issue? So why must we hide? A convoy idled at the street corner, where Lu Qi sat in the driver's seat, observing as Sam and his companions were apprehended. We wish to avoid detection by ordinary citizens. It could jeopardize our plans. Yet Sam clutched that pair of glasses. I am not unwilling to rescue them, but the commotion of a battle here would be far too conspicuous. Autobots, follow their trail. After a brief pursuit, the convoy ahead split apart, and Optimus Prime scanned the interior of the vehicles. Everyone follow Sam. Thus, a contingent stealthily trailed behind Sam, while Lu Qi had initially anticipated a thrilling chase, only to find the affair rather mundane. This is tiresome. I shall entertain myself in the front vehicle. Shaking his head, Lu Qi transformed into a shadow and departed from the car, swiftly approaching the vehicle ahead. Simmons was currently questioning Sam about the stolen vehicle he had reported days prior. It was merely a misunderstanding. My car has returned. It was clear that it could not have returned on its own. Michaela added, her smile stiffening. Indeed, it is just a car. Following this, the group inexplicably erupted into laughter. How foolish! Is this joke truly so amusing? A stranger's voice resonated from within the vehicle. Simmons widened his eyes in astonishment, as a figure materialized from the shadows, appearing between the two seated in the back. Who are you? A friend of theirs. Lu Qi replied with a grin, as several long blades emerged from the corners of the vehicle, poised at their throats. Continue driving forward. Lu Qi issued a warning to the driver before effortlessly prying open the handcuffs binding the two captives. A slight sense of relief washed over the atmosphere. Sam offered a smile, to which Lu Qi reciprocated with a grin. Suddenly, the ninja informed him that the driver had discreetly pressed a hidden button. Lu Qi cast a glance at the feigned calmness of the driver and shook his head. Who are you, truly? Simmons felt the chilling grip around his neck. Beads of sweat cascading down his face. Do you sweat this easily? How much do you know about extraterrestrials? Lu Qi, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Your method of stalling is rather inept. Abruptly, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. A giant troll soldier appeared before the vehicle, using its momentum to hoist the car skyward. Several other troll soldiers emerged below, securely catching the descending vehicle, yet preventing it from advancing further, merely lifting it aloft. Very well, you may disembark now. There is no one around. Hey, what are you trying to do? Simmons's words were abruptly cut short as a massive hand tore the door from its hinges, yanking him out. Lu Qi, Sam, and Michaela disembarked slowly, observing as the troll soldier hoisted Simmons effortlessly. I do not know who you are, whether you are aliens or something else, but I warn you not to make any rash moves, or you will surely regret it. Is that based on your driver's recent covert button press? Lu Qi shook his head. Had it not been for my reluctance to eliminate you lot, that driver would have been severed into pieces the moment he attempted any underhanded maneuver. When Optimus Prime and the Autobots arrived, they discovered that the situation had already been orchestrated. However, upon observing Lu Qi's demeanor, they appeared somewhat perplexed. It's nothing. We've merely been discovered, Lu Qi stated quietly. Then we must depart swiftly, Optimus urged, a hint of urgency in his tone. Lu Qi, unfazed, instructed the troll soldiers to extract the remaining occupants from the other vehicles, binding them with handcuffs. In that case, let us take our leave, Optimus quickly concurred. But the sound of helicopter blades suddenly filled the air. Damn it, they've arrived. Autobots, retreat, Optimus exclaimed, glancing at the helicopter that had come into view. Then let us make our escape, Lu Qi replied with a shake of his head. The abrupt change in his mood was triggered by the moment the driver pressed the button, recalling certain plot lines from a film that left him feeling rather unsettled. Optimus maintained a facade of secrecy regarding their actions, perhaps instinctively hiding from the Decepticons in fear. As Lu Qi contemplated the impending events, he shook his head. His recollections of Transformers were rather vague. Otherwise, he wouldn't have struggled to identify the grotesque robot before him. However, certain memories remained vivid, such as the imminent capture of Bumblebee, while Optimus remained unmoved. This indifference left Lu Qi feeling rather discontented. What could be Optimus's rationale for allowing a group to seize his kin and loyal subordinates without even a hint of resistance, all the while watching Bumblebee being taken away, uttering that they must not let Bumblebee's sacrifice be in vain? At that moment, Bumblebee had not yet been distanced. A slight effort could have saved him. However, recalling Optimus Prime's intention to sacrifice his own core to destroy the Allspark, one could understand the immense value he placed on it. But was it truly justifiable to abandon a comrade for such an object? Lu Qi's figure vanished, only to reappear on a nearby bridge, observing as several helicopters approached, while a throng of Autobots fled in disarray. Silently, Lu Qi followed Optimus Prime, taking refuge beneath a grand bridge. He witnessed events unfold as they had in the original narrative. Sam and Michaela inadvertently fell from Optimus Prime's body, and just as they were about to meet their demise, Bumblebee appeared to rescue them, only to be captured himself. No! Sam cried out in anguish, watching as Bumblebee, who had saved him multiple times, became ensnared by cables from the helicopters, while nearby individuals approached with freezing equipment, preparing to spray Bumblebee. Yet, he found himself pinned down by a group of people, unable to move. Was it truly acceptable to merely observe? Lu Qi had somehow appeared beside Optimus Prime. Bumblebee's mission is to save Sam, while my mission is to locate the Allspark, Optimus Prime stated, gazing at the glasses that had fallen from Sam's pocket. After a moment of silence, he continued, Is the Allspark truly of such paramount importance to you? Lu Qi furrowed his brow at Optimus Prime, who glanced back at him. Are you surprised and unable to accept my lack of sentiment? Optimus Prime inquired, his expression curious. Isn't ruthlessness a choice that a leader must occasionally make? But have you truly forsaken Bumblebee, with no intention of rescuing him? Lu Chi inhaled deeply, perceiving an Optimus Prime that starkly contrasted with his expectations. After a period of contemplation, Optimus Prime declared, if I survive this, I shall undoubtedly rescue him, even if it costs me my life. He recalled decades ago when he had sent Bumblebee to this place. Then Bumblebee was merely a strong rookie, yet he had been willing to risk his life to cover his retreat. Now, witnessing Bumblebee's futile struggles, Optimus hesitated for an extended time. Was he truly so heartless? Yet, the Allspark could not fall into the hands of Megatron. Otherwise, countless lives would be jeopardized. Resolutely, Optimus solidified his conviction, willing to sacrifice his own life to destroy the Allspark, as long as Megatron was denied it. Seeing the determination in Optimus Prime's gaze, Lu Chi inexplicably discerned his intentions. You have chosen to save more lives, haven't you? Lu Chi took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. Thus, I find little pleasure in dealing with leaders like you, who must make such weighty decisions. I prefer the unadulterated warriors like Bumblebee or Jazz. Your concerns bind you like shackles. Optimus Prime's reasoning aligned with the majority's perspective and the expectations of a competent leader, yet Lu Chi remained unconvinced by such notions. Rather than a bad ending, I favor a happy conclusion. Lu Chi glanced at Optimus Prime, smiled, and leaped down. Hey, let go of my friend. Lu Chi approached Simmons and his companions, as countless ninjas emerged from the surrounding shadows. With their master resolutely determined, the Shadow Legion would undoubtedly fulfill his commands. Chapter 57. A classic alliance for saving the world. Simmons, filled with ire, inquired about the whereabouts of the audacious individual who had dared to press a knife against his throat. A voice, both familiar and detestable, echoed from behind him. Oh, you still have the audacity to appear before me? Is it merely due to your peculiar little companions? Turning to face Lu Chi, Simmons raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to prepare their weapons. Indeed, it is my companions who have emboldened me to return, Lu Chi replied, seemingly unfazed by the guns aimed at his head. Is that so? It appears your extraterrestrial friends have instilled in you a remarkable confidence. Simmons chuckled. Activate your infrared. I would prefer not to have your bullets stray. As beams of infrared light converged upon him, Lu Chi glanced down at the red dots marking his body. Allow me to clarify. My companions do not refer to them. He gestured, and I must confess, I have an aversion to being threatened with firearms. While these conventional weapons pose little danger to me now, the sensation of being targeted is rather unsettling. Commander, there is something amiss on the ground around you. The helicopter relayed unsettling information, prompting Simmons to survey his surroundings. Under the helicopter's spotlight, shadows writhed ominously. The recollection of the long knives and the trolls from the vehicle flashed in Simmons' mind as he gazed at Lu Chi standing not far away. Is this your strategy? We have our sights trained on your head. Yet I hardly believe that bullets can outpace these beings, Lu Chi replied. Just as his words lingered in the air, figures surged forth from the shadows, their blades glinting as they descended upon the crowd. Open fire. Simmons, his face ashen, was taken aback by the audacity of this adversary to initiate an attack. Bullets surged towards Lu Chi, yet the long knives sliced through the air, deftly cleaving each bullet asunder. Shadowy ninjas infiltrated the throng, and with flashes of cold steel, crimson sprays erupted as agents fell, writhing in agony upon the ground. I harbor no particular fondness for taking lives, and truth be told, you are not particularly villainous. However, I simply detest being targeted with firearms, so I suggest you relinquish your trigger fingers, Lu Chi stated calmly, raising his hands as a torrent of energy surged forth, manifesting as two colossal serpents that pinned the helicopter to the ground, rendering it non-existent. But no, it merely left behind several pilots, stripped bare, as Lu Chi had inadvertently provided them with a rather abrupt haircut, marking a notable increase in his own strength. As one of the few remaining intact individuals, Simmons gazed in terror at the surrounding dark figures. What manner of monster are you? Lu Chi, casually clearing his ears, noted the repetitive nature of Simmons' inquiry. I am the Lord of the Shadow Legion, a traveler from another world. And of course, I remain myself, Lu Qi. That sounds rather impressive. Simmons replied with a faint smile. If one were to overlook the knife at his throat, he might appear quite dashing. Lu Qi approached the ensnared bumblebee, unleashing tendrils of dark energy that obliterated the surrounding steel cables. How does it feel to be free, my friend? Tonight is a night of freedom. Thank you. From a myriad of audio sources worldwide, Bumblebee pieced together this phrase and hurried off to find Sam. Shaking his head, Lu Qi gazed at the cluster of agents surrounding Simmons, who was encircled by a throng of shadowy ninjas. He turned towards the bridge and called out, "Are you not coming out?" After a moment of silence, several figures descended from beneath the bridge and sprinted towards them. "Wonderful, you are safe." Jazz led the charge, swiftly reaching Bumblebee and brushing off the remnants of frost clinging to him. An ambulance arrived promptly, conducting a comprehensive scan of Bumblebee. It appeared that only his core had been briefly frozen, resulting in a slight slowdown of his cognitive processes. The findings from the ambulance relieved both Ironhide and Jazz. Meanwhile, Lu Qi made his way towards Optimus Prime. "Do you prefer a happy ending or a tragedy?" Facing the towering figure before him, Lu Qi felt no sense of intimidation. Rather, the overwhelming presence of dark energy surrounding Optimus was far more imposing. "Certainly a happy ending, yet my power remains insufficient to make the world revolve around me," Optimus replied decisively, having received feedback from the energy detector. Indeed, Lu Qi merely sought to discern Optimus's perspective on his kin. Although he could not claim to be entirely satisfied with the outcome, he was not particularly disappointed either. Ultimately, in this world, strength reigns supreme. He could be considered one of the elite in this realm, possessing the audacity to be arrogant, yet thrust back into the Marvel Universe, he would still be deemed weak. Lu Qi finally vented the frustration that had been brewing within him. Why did he feel this way? Perhaps it stemmed from witnessing that these characters were not as gleaming and fearless as portrayed in the films. "You seem to know us quite well, having formed some definitions of us even before we met," Optimus observed curiously. Lu Qi smiled but offered no response. To be honest, it was his tendency to take things too seriously. After all, no one possesses a singular mindset. Intelligent beings are inherently complex, and everyone harbors diverse thoughts. Isn't that quite normal? Just like him, who occasionally exerts intermittent effort amidst a long-standing apathy. "What shall we do next?" Lu Qi glanced at Optimus as a ninja presented a pair of glasses. "Obtain the Allspark and ensure it is properly secured. Then you handle it. I shall take a moment to rest." Lu Qi summoned a troll soldier and reclined in its embrace. The troll soldier was far more comfortable. The Autobots were too rigid, unlike the troll soldier whose ample belly felt akin to lounging on a sofa. At that moment, still halted on the road, a small robot peered out from the vehicle escorting Sam and the others, emitting a flurry of signals. "They have located the Allspark. All Decepticons, assemble." This small robot was overlooked. It lacks presence in the Transformers narrative, and I initially forgot about its existence. As the first rays of dawn broke, Lu Qi enjoyed a restful night in the vehicle, for these companions could effortlessly transform themselves. He had simply instructed Jazz to morph into a motorhome, and he had taken the opportunity to play. Stepping out of the motorhome, Lu Qi stretched and gazed at the distant Hoover Dam. "So, the source of the fire is down there?" Rubbing his eyes, he turned his attention to a nearby large truck. According to the records on his glasses, the source of the fire was indeed within. Nodding to himself, he decided to release their guide, as they would need his assistance soon. The metallic door swung open, and a figure sprang out. "Damn it, I'm a prisoner. You can't treat me like this. You can't expect aliens and beings from other worlds who haven't signed your covenant to abide by your treaties." Two ninja soldiers hoisted Simmons up. "Get a grip. Didn't we agree on this last night? We're not villains. If that Decepticon truly dared to wield that cube for world domination, we would undoubtedly thwart him. Our grievances could be set aside for now." Watching Simmons adopt a self-righteous demeanor, Lu Qi shook his head in exasperation. This fellow was truly obsessed with appearances. After much discussion the previous night, Lu Qi had managed to convince him and his companions that they were not the world-destroying supervillains and aliens he feared, which laid the groundwork for earning his trust. Otherwise, what would happen if, amidst the battle with the Decepticons, a stray energy blast came hurtling their way? There were no black holes available to reclaim debris, and the energy of such blasts could easily exceed millions. He likely wouldn't have enough energy to counter it. In the end, he could simply retreat to the shadow dimension, while Optimus and the others would be left to face obliteration. Glancing at Optimus, Lu Qi sighed. He truly felt that they had sacrificed too much for their leader. After taking a moment to rest, Lu Qi discreetly signaled to Ancient One, snacking on some light refreshments. Sam and Michaela emerged from Bumblebee, hand in hand, suggesting that their relationship had progressed well overnight. Suddenly, Lu Qi recalled another friend and wondered how Tony and Pepper were faring. Had they reached a significant milestone yet? Would he return only to find himself a godfather? After a brief respite, Lu Qi rose to his feet. Let us start early and rest later. Everyone, let us give it our all. The group promptly stood up and climbed into their vehicles, heading towards the Hoover Dam. Today, the dam appeared exceptionally crowded, with soldiers armed with rifles establishing watchtowers, while men in black employed various devices to check the vehicles for any unusual radiation. Simmons, seated atop the metal shell, directed the convoy to bypass the congestion using the emergency lane. Hey, stop! A squad of soldiers immediately raised their weapons, aiming at them. I am Simmons, Minister of Sector 7, ID, XXXXXXXXXX. Verify immediately and allow us entry, Simmons called out to the soldiers. The soldier instructed someone to verify, and soon Simmons' assistant from Sector 7 approached, observing the convoy. Where did you go last night? The assistant blinked several times, glancing at Lu Qi, who appeared utterly speechless. Enough with this clumsy code. I am not under duress, merely in possession of some intelligence. Well, I suppose we must validate it, the assistant responded, somewhat hesitant. His demeanor was reminiscent of his erratic superior, but what if these robots were merely masquerading? You really want me to disclose your fondness for Winnie the Pooh underwear, don't you? Proceed. The assistant silently donned sunglasses to shield himself from the piercing gazes of others. By the way, don't you have a penchant for similar underwear? Upon reaching the Hoover Dam, Lu Qi and his companions disembarked, while Optimus Prime and the others transformed. Alert! Aliens! The assistant shouted immediately as a group of soldiers aimed various weapons at Optimus and his companions. Fear not. These individuals are not our foes, at least not at present. Simmons instructed everyone to lower their weapons, leaving the assistant bewildered. Our true adversary lies within that colossal creature and its companions. Simmons pulled the assistant aside to discuss matters, while Lu Qi disregarded him, focusing instead on a squad of soldiers whose attire starkly contrasted with the others. This group seemed to be survivors from the base that had suffered a disorienting attack. It was evident they remained wary of Optimus and his companions. After a while, Simmons returned with the assistant and summoned the squad to join them as they entered the dam. Were it not for the fact that this creature bears an uncanny resemblance to the one in your projections, I might have doubted your authenticity, given the peculiar origins you all possess. Aliens, denizens of alternate worlds, and ordinary high school students emerging to save the world? I hope I am not caught in some superhero film. Lu Qi shot him a glance, pondering whether he understood the notion of classic combinations. Tactical retreat. Simmons led them around a corner, and the group, along with the robots, beheld a massive figure encased in ice. Megatron. Ironhide immediately drew his weapon, carefully aiming at the creature while Jazz and other Autobots did the same. Calm down. This creature is still frozen, Simmons shouted. Lower your weapons. This will serve as my future power source, Lu Qi echoed with urgency. Ironhide and the others exchanged glances with Optimus, receiving a nod, and then stowed their weapons. Could you not be so excitable? Simmons turned, exasperated. Optimus, the leader, caretaker, and diplomat, soothed his subordinates, glanced at Lu Qi, and then addressed Simmons. I apologize, but this creature has battled the Decepticons alongside us for centuries. It is only natural to be a bit agitated. Never mind, the cube you seek is over here. Simmons guided them to the side. There is indeed another matter that has contributed to my belief in your claims. Simmons guided the group into an expansive chamber, where a colossal cube loomed, shrouded in a haze. This must be the Allspark you spoke of, right? Upon our examination, we discovered that this behemoth possesses the capacity to activate machinery into exceedingly malevolent and uncontrollable automatons, akin to the Decepticon you mentioned. That cannot be correct. Theoretically, the Allspark should merely activate machinery, yet it shouldn't inherently imbue them with personality, the medic retorted. However, the reality is as such. Every device produced by this entity exhibits a similar disposition, and we have conducted countless experiments. Suddenly, Lu Qi interjected, "Are your devices derived from the technology of Megatron?" Simmons nodded in acknowledgement. "In that case, there's nothing to worry about. Our bodily materials are exceptionally unique. They contain elements akin to your DNA and can transmit our characteristics. If your technology is indeed reverse-engineered from Megatron, it would be entirely plausible for them to take on traits of the Decepticons," the medic elucidated. "Is such a phenomenon even possible?" Simmons's countenance darkened. Over the years, they had produced numerous devices utilizing the technology derived from Megatron, and some military weaponry bore traces of this technology as well. If these devices were to transform into robots, the consequences would be utterly dire. Autobots, secure the Allspark. Beware of the enemy. Optimus Prime was equally taken aback by the revelation that their technology was based on Megatron's. The mere thought of the myriad devices they had encountered along the way morphing into Decepticons sent a chill down his spine. Simmons observed as they commenced their actions, realizing the gravity of the situation, and used the intercom to alert the outside forces to remain vigilant. However, following a series of commands, a cannon shot suddenly emanated from the intercom, followed by the anguished cries of many. "Damn it! There's a situation outside." Simmons's expression turned grim, perplexed as to how they had managed to infiltrate. In less than 5 seconds, alarms blared throughout the base. "It must be the Decepticons. Bumblebee, secure the Allspark. Other Autobots, follow me outside to intercept them." With a decisive command, Optimus Prime led the medic and the others out. "We need weaponry. Heavy artillery." Captain William grasped Simmons anxiously, aware from their previous encounter with a Decepticon that these foes were formidable, and standard weaponry was utterly ineffective against them. "Over here we have armor-piercing rounds, howitzers, everything you could possibly need." Simmons departed with William, while Lu Qi, ignored by the others, shrugged, realizing he could act freely. "I should first scout ahead." Casting a glance at Bumblebee, who was securing the Allspark, he felt reassured that all was well here. He resolved to confront the Decepticons outside, incapacitate them, and then return to capture Megatron for some much-needed re-education. Chapter 58. The complete form of Lu Qi under the chaotic intelligence support of the small robots. A cadre of elite Decepticons converged outside the Hoover Dam. Even the heavens wept, showering down a rain of meteors, each Decepticon warrior crashing fiercely around the dam. "We are surrounded. Autobots, erect fortifications. Await Bumblebee's retrieval of the Allspark." Optimus Prime, his countenance grave, surveyed the ever-increasing ranks of Decepticons. "We shall draw their fire. You provide cover." In the heat of battle, Optimus dispensed commands without hesitation. Initially, some were reluctant to accept the leadership of an extraterrestrial being, yet as they beheld the resolute gaze of Optimus Prime, they gradually fell into line. He sensed their transformation, though uncertain whether it stemmed from the leadership module inherited from Unicron or his intrinsic strength. After a fleeting moment of doubt, he once again exuded confidence. Starscream, the jet, Barricade, the police car, Brawl, the tank, and Blur, the helicopter, emerged from various directions, accompanied by a throng of Decepticons. Towering mechanical giants brandished an array of devastating weaponry, their menacing exteriors emblazoned with the Decepticon insignia. Faced with hundreds of adversaries while only possessing a mere 6 Autobots and a handful of underwhelming human allies, Optimus did not falter. In the direst of circumstances, he confronted far more than a mere handful of Decepticons. "We shall utilize the dam for our defensive stand. Once Bumblebee secures the Allspark, we will retreat, or we may destroy the Allspark on the spot." Soldiers surged into the dam, whose walls were as thick as 4 football fields, impenetrable to those foes. "Fire at will." Starscream, the foremost under Megatron, issued the command first. Waves of attacks surged toward the Hoover Dam, shattering its surface yet failing to compromise its internal structure. "Ironhide, provide cover." Optimus lacked formidable long-range weaponry, a characteristic shared by all Autobots, save for Ironhide, who was a notable exception. Ironhide responded affirmatively, raising his cannon skyward and unleashing a barrage. Each shell traced a perfect parabola, landing among the advancing Decepticons, obliterating them into fragments. "A little surprise for you," Ironhide exclaimed with exhilaration, launching missiles that spiraled in the air before descending upon their own position, enveloping it in thick clouds of smoke. "Hurry inside. This should buy us ample time," Ironhide instructed his comrades while deploying bombs into the smoke. Optimus nodded, leading the others to shelter behind the first corner within the cave. "What shall we do?" Brawl transformed into tank mode, inquiring over the communication channel, expressing his preference for this form. A cunning glint flickered in Starscream's eyes. The Autobots aimed to delay, which suited him perfectly. "Do not corner them too tightly. First, send a few in to scout. That smoke-throwing fellow, I recognize him. He was once a weapons expert." A few Decepticons were oblivious to the words spoken by their leader over the communication channel. Under their commander's orders, they cautiously ventured into the smoke. Before long, the air was rent by fierce explosions, and fragments of several Decepticon warriors were hurled into the air. Barricade's foot landed squarely on the head of a Decepticon that had flown towards him. The futile struggles of the insect were in vain. With hands clasped before him, Red Spider smirked. They must have taken refuge inside the dam. According to the structural intel provided by the disoriented, they should be hiding around the first corner within. Observing the smoke that lingered even after the explosions, Red Spider contemplated. Since these foes sought to delay, he commanded all Decepticons, bombard the dam. One by one, the Decepticons raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the dam, their cacophony escalating into a deafening roar. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Hoover Dam, several construction vehicles were stationed. With orders received, they began to assemble, ultimately transforming into a colossal mechanical structure nearly 50 meters tall. The hands of the behemoth morphed into shovels, furiously digging below, while a scorpion-like Decepticon leveraged its size advantage to burrow down, followed closely by a mechanical dog that plummeted into the passage. Even within the confines of the dam, Optimus Prime could sense the intensity of the firepower outside. Jazz shook off the dust from his frame, questioning, "Are we really going to let them bombard us?" Optimus remained unfazed, asserting, "We are engaged in a defensive battle. The longer they take, the more advantageous it is for us." "You don't seem to be in a favorable position." Lu Chi slowly emerged from the tunnel, a dark energy hovering above his head, assimilating the descending dust. "Oh, you are exquisitely infuriating. Your ability is quite convenient," Jazz remarked flamboyantly. Lu Chi chuckled, appreciating Jazz's sensibilities. "I left a few individuals back at the ice pick, lest my power bank wander off." Lu Chi smiled. Simultaneously, around the ice pick, the William squad surveyed their surroundings. One member cautiously approached William, whispering, "Captain, do we truly need to be here?" William glanced around at the countless ninja warriors clinging to the walls, poised to spring into action. Larger figures, comparable in size to the extraterrestrial robots, loomed in front of Megatron, prepared to deliver a few blows the moment he regained consciousness. Examining his small firearm, William began to doubt the efficacy of conventional weaponry. At Lu Chi's location, he rounded a corner, peering at the smoke that persisted despite the relentless bombardment, casting an admiring glance at Ironhide. "This contraption of yours is quite impressive. It hasn't dissipated." "This is a specialized smoke bomb I developed previously. Nothing extraordinary," Ironhide replied, though he spoke with evident pride. Lu Chi nodded, inquiring how many Decepticons are out there. The paramedic recalled approximately 137, including those Decepticon commanders. "Such a precise figure? And you say approximately?" Lu Chi nodded, expressing his intent to resolve the matter swiftly and retire for the night. He regarded these adversaries with disdain. In the sequel, even the forces of the Lighthouse Nation could easily subdue them, and he had every reason to believe he could do the same. After all, he was now at his full potential. Optimus Prime intended to voice a thought, yet upon witnessing Lu Chi's confident demeanor, he refrained and instead took a firearm from Ironhide's grasp. "We will follow you, my friend," he declared, chambering around. As Lu Chi observed the earnestness in Optimus Prime's gaze, he smiled, gesturing beside him to reveal a portal leading to the shadow dimension. An overwhelming surge of dark energy flowed forth, cascading like a river through the tunnel into the outside world. Damn it! My energy detector is about to malfunction, Ironhide exclaimed in shock, as he watched the seemingly endless tide of energy erupt, rendering his weapon ineffective in providing any sense of security. This is my power. Dark energy enveloped Lu Qi, transforming into his favored black cloak. Donning his hood, he flicked his fingers twice, sharing a smile with Optimus Prime before stepping boldly into the torrent of energy, vanishing from sight. Cool. I hope he's alright, Jazz remarked, momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Red Alert was directing the Decepticons to fire at the dam, drawing the attention of Optimus Prime and his allies when suddenly, the energy detector began to blare an alarm. Staring at the rapidly escalating readings, Red Alert was nearly rendered speechless. What kind of energy is this? Could it be the power of the Allspark? The Decepticons, transfixed by the soaring readings on the detector, soon found themselves confronting their worst nightmare. A serpentine shadow erupted from the white mist, morphing into a colossal black serpent soaring through the sky. What in the world is that? Even the massive shockwave cursed in disbelief, gazing at the creature above. Is this truly a manifestation of natural power? Look, it appears there is a human atop it. Barricade shouted in astonishment, capturing the attention of all Decepticons. A diminutive shadow stood upon the serpent, gazing down upon them with an air of authority. Seems you yearn for war? A message resonated through the energy waves into their processors. Then let us commence battle. A calm voice echoed, and with a wave of his hand, Lu Qi summoned the serpent to coil above the Decepticons, its massive form eclipsing the sunlight, leaving them enveloped in an abyss of darkness. Welcome to my realm, my kingdom of shadows. Lu Qi extended his arms, relishing the rays of sunlight that only he could bask in, much like a king warmly greeting distant guests. Then, the soaring serpent transformed into a torrent, cascading down upon the Decepticons. Damn it! Barricade shouted as he clumsily rolled aside to evade the encroaching dark energy. But his subordinates were not so fortunate. The torrent engulfed those who failed to dodge in time, consuming and assimilating them without leaving a trace. Even the mechanical cranium left on the ground was swept away by the torrent, vanishing without a trace. Ultimately, the black deluge seemed ceaseless, transforming into a colossal serpent with menacing fangs, gazing intently at the barricade nearby. The barricade, bewildered, looked upon this monstrous creature and turned to see that what was once a throng of Decepticons had dwindled to a mere handful of squad leaders. It dawned upon him that it was not he who had evaded, but rather the enemy had chosen not to terminate them. The obscured sunlight once again illuminated him, yet he felt no warmth. The serpent's forked tongue danced through the air, as if preparing to ensnare its prey, inching closer to the barricade. Damn it! Damn it! The barricade braced itself against the ground, retreating frantically. Suddenly, the serpent's tail struck the earth beside him with tremendous force, yet it produced no sound. The barricade turned to see its core momentarily ensnared. The place where the tail had struck appeared hollow. The original concrete had vanished, revealing the soil beneath, with not even a speck of dust remaining. Another tail lashed out, prompting the barricade to roll aside in evasive action, only to collide with another body. Upon turning back, he was astonished to find it was the noisemaker. Scanning the surroundings, the barricade realized they were encircled by the black serpent. After fulfilling its task, the black serpent transformed back into a torrent, merging with other energies, ceaselessly swirling around them like a tornado, fluctuating in size and exerting relentless pressure upon their core. Finally, all the energy surged skyward, coalescing into a giant suspended in the air. Lu Qi emerged from the giant, descending step by step. Surrender or annihilation? A cliché dilemma, yet eternally relevant. Several Decepticons remained silent until the noisemaker abruptly transformed, firing a cannon at Lu Qi. The giant raised a hand to block the projectile, which then embedded itself within the energy form, disappearing without a trace. This poses a challenge. I had a fondness for tank models. Lu Qi appeared to be in deep thought, but in the next moment, the giant swung a fist downwards. Still devoid of sound, a significant entity quietly vanished from this world, leaving no final words. Although the tank model was lost, I find the other models quite appealing. By the way, you all can transform into anything, right? So, let us keep one. Red Spider hastily knelt, proclaiming, "Esteemed powerhouse, Red Spider shall forever pledge loyalty to you." He struck his head against the concrete, creating two fissures. Lu Qi's expression remained unchanged. "What if I simply do not favor you?" In an instant, Red Spider sprang up, transforming into jet form, attempting to flee, but the giant partitioned some of its energy, pursuing him in the air and assimilating him into the dark energy. Lu Qi gazed upon the last two formidable beings, reminiscent of those seen in films, and smiled, "Fear not. I merely have no fondness for the scheming swine with myriad thoughts. As for you, I remain quite satisfied." Having successfully tamed and trained two subordinates, Lu Qi contentedly transformed dark energy into a flying carpet, carrying himself before the Optimus Prime squad and a contingent of soldiers, who had only managed to fire 2 shots before retreating. "Well, what do you think?" Lu Qi exclaimed, hands on hips. "You've certainly put my patience to the test. I'm beginning to believe you hail from a world where planets are casually obliterated." Jazz was the first to speak up. "We do not simply destroy planets for amusement," Lu Qi responded, astonished by their disbelief. At that moment, within the dam, a fighter jet attempted to escape the tunnel, but a horde of ogre soldiers clung to it, delivering several powerful blows that sent Megatron crashing to the ground. "Oh, who might this be? Another figurine delivered right to my doorstep," Lu Qi remarked gleefully. In contrast, Jazz, who had previously displayed bravery, now cowered behind Optimus Prime. Meanwhile, Lu Qi summoned additional ogre soldiers to pin Megatron to the ground. Through communication with the ogres, he learned that Hercules had initiated a surprise attack from above the dam. Megatron had already regained consciousness, yet observing his predicament, he dared not move. As Hercules made his sudden appearance, he broke free from the icy prison, attempting to flee. Realizing that Hercules was being restrained, Lu Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, having Hercules as a collectible was rather appealing. Just then, the Allspark cube inexplicably floated into view, suspended before everyone. "What is happening? Where is the main force? Where are all my troops?" Mantis, bewildered, and the others, including the inquisitive Karzalin, were left questioning the whereabouts of Red Spider and the rest. Initially, he and the mechanical dog had infiltrated the chamber containing the Allspark alongside Scorponok, only to witness Bumblebee seizing the Allspark. In a moment of panic, he lunged at Bumblebee, but the Decepticons failed to overpower him. In the heat of the moment, he seized the opportunity to wrest the Allspark away from Bumblebee while his ally was distracted, making his escape. Now, however, he could not locate his main forces. "What a coincidence," Lu Qi mused, instructing several ninja soldiers to restrain the individual, while he contemplated the Allspark in hand. "What a delightful delivery, deserving of a 5-star review." Chapter 59. An unlosable bet obstructed and trembling in a corner, the giant, clutching the dazed Cyclonus, was accompanied by a mantis, its fear causing it to scatter into a pile of beads. In the once frozen hall of Megatron, countless shadowy ninjas restrained the mighty deity, rendering him immobile, while a group of troll soldiers endeavored to dismantle him. Their fear stemmed from the terrifying human. "Are you willing to concede?" Lu Qi unleashed a powerful punch, unleashing a surge of 3,200 points of dark energy that sent Megatron hurtling across the room, crashing onto the platform. In that moment, Megatron appeared utterly wretched, his form nearly bereft of intact components, oil gushing from numerous leaks, and even one of his eyes had been obliterated. "Do you take me for an insect?" Megatron struggled to rise, expelling scattered parts from his mouth. "Why are you so obstinate?" Lu Qi produced the spark source, which emitted arcs of electricity that began to repair Megatron. In the original film, the disheveled form with only a head was immediately restored by the spark source, so this should not seem peculiar. "Please, we have already squandered an inordinate amount of time." Lu Qi tossed the spark source to a nearby ninja soldier and cracked his knuckles as he approached Megatron. At that moment, Bumblebee had successfully repaired his sound processor, crouching beside Sam and Michaela, and remarked in a voice noticeably younger than the other Autobots, "I am beginning to feel quite sorry for Megatron." Ironhide, leaning against the wall in confusion, pondered, "If Megatron refuses to surrender, why not simply eliminate him?" Jazz lounged nearby, idly swinging his legs, asserting that if they were dizzy, Megatron was an SSR, and they absolutely could not afford to miss anything. I completely do not understand, Ratchet replied with a shake of his head. However, it seems we are stuck here for the time being. Optimus Prime surveyed the space. Following their victory over the Decepticons, the defense minister had confined them here for concealment, but it was evident this was merely a cage crafted for them. Observing the human at the center of the hall, Optimus felt the core of his being churn. Though he had not witnessed the full extent of the human's weaponry during the previous battle, he had seen enough online to understand that their missiles posed a significant threat. The current situation suggested a temporary respite, yet stepping outside might result in being locked onto by missiles. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, he glanced at Lu Chi, believing that the key to escaping this confinement lay with him. With this thought, Optimus moved closer. "Hey, Lu Chi." Lu Chi turned to face Optimus, casually kicking Megatron aside, and with a swift motion, conjured a cage of dark energy to ensnare Megatron. "What is it?" Optimus deftly sidestepped the diminutive ninjas and approached Lu Chi, crouching down to his level. "We are trapped here by those Lighthouse Nationals. Do you have any means of breaking free?" Lu Chi smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. I am merely testing the waters here to see if I can train Megatron. It appears it may take quite some time. Perhaps we should take our leave for now?" He then drew the cage closer, beckoning his few new subordinates to approach. After donning the long-unused, for 3 days, suspension ring, Lu Chi made a gesture, and a portal materialized. As he expanded it further, it ultimately transformed into a sweeping arc nearly 10 meters in diameter. "You may need to lower your head slightly. Others need not." Lu Chi stepped through the portal first, pulling Megatron along with him. Thus, the group traversed the portal and arrived at Sam's residence. "I shall leave you here for now. We will venture elsewhere shortly." Pondering how to arrange Optimus Prime and the others, Lu Chi stroked his chin. As one of the few remaining symbols of the Autobots, these giants were unlikely to accompany him to the Marvel Universe. Otherwise, the Autobots in this universe would be rendered obsolete. However, the Allsparks level should be quite high, so he decided to mark the coordinates of this universe to allow for occasional visits in the future.